Chapter 1144. Pressure. The reversal seemed all too sudden, most weren't prepared and even less understood what they had just seen. An odd, amorphous pressure filled the surroundings, filling those in the surroundings with an uncomfortable tingling sensation that pulled at their souls, but even so, none could pinpoint exactly where it was coming from. Ryu, however, didn't seem surprised in the slightest. He didn't feel any sense of accomplishment injuring a genius of this caliber, no pride, no sigh of relief. His Tao heart was as firm as it had always been and his expectations were the very same they had always been. The arrow that had pierced through Starlight's chest had only just done its job, but even as it had been in the air, Ryu had already released another set of 3, and 3 more followed even after them. The skies seemed to have gone entirely quiet and the immortal rings to Ryu's back were suddenly unleashed from the pressure they had been experiencing. Almost instantly, they pulsed and the amount of atmospheric chi Ryu could pull toward himself more than doubled in the blink of an eye. The surge of chi filled Ryu's limbs and his body, a trembling of his spiritual foundation bringing it all under control before he unleashed yet another barrage. Starlight's eyes were wide as the pain shot through his body. He subconsciously tried to activate his causality ability once again, but he realized almost immediately that the energy cost had skyrocketed past 1,000-fold what it had been before. Just creating a single instance might entirely drain him of all his remaining chi. He didn't have time to think about why this was at all as he hurriedly rushed backward, but how could he be faster than arrows? His actions were destined to fail from the very beginning. He instead just wanted a small bit of breathing room so that he could raise his shield again. Bang, bang, boom. Starlight coughed up a mouthful of blood, the power of the strikes making him shudder. His heart nearly leapt out of his throat. He had already dialed in the strength of Ryu's lightning flame, so how had it suddenly become even stronger again? The strength had, at least doubled. Again, even without its causality ability, Starlight's shield was exceptional in its defensive prowess. Even now, there wasn't even the faintest dent in it. But the problem was that without being able to impact causality, it was entirely reliant on Starlight to have the strength to hold it up as it didn't have the dispersal or negation abilities other treasure shields would have. Another barrage was already heading over and Starlight's gaze couldn't help but flash with a furious light. Did he really think that he was helpless? Starlight's aura surged and the void split open. This time, he didn't bother to bring out one weapon at a time, instead bringing down 2 at once, if they could be called weapons at all. Both were balls of rotating light. One was surrounded by an event horizon as though it was a black hole concentrated into the size that was barely a foot or so across. The second looked like a miniature star surrounded by the arms of a spiral galaxy. Regardless of which it was, the black hole or the star, they each gave off the oppressive aura of a Dominion-grade constellation, exuding a mighty push and pull. Almost immediately, the space around Starlight distorted and twisted in unpredictable ways. The arrows that Ryu had shot, which had been following along just slightly curved paths, now began to waver and zigzag in the air, not following any sort of laws of physics that made sense to the average human mind. In fact, even with his spacetime soul nature, Ryu was having a hard time understanding what changes were happening. Almost immediately, Ryu concluded that this had to be, because these distortions were beyond just space and time, there was a hint of the aura of creation and destruction within them, or as Ryu was faintly able to discern thanks to his familiarity with chaos chi in essence. He wasn't just twisting and distorting existing spacetime, he was creating and destroying them as well. While Ryu could gain a faint inkling of what was happening, due to the additionally applied affinities, it wasn't with 100% accuracy, making it suddenly very dangerous to approach Starlight, but simultaneously useless to attack him from afar. So Ryu did what any sane madman would do. Without the slightest hesitation, he flipped his palm and allowed his bow to disappear, taking a step forward and shooting toward Starlight like a blazing meteor. Even Starlight was caught off guard by this choice. Most would choose to be more cautious than not when facing an ability of an enemy they knew so little about. But almost in an instant, Ryu had entered a 10-meter range of Starlight. Starlight sneered and violent auras of destruction began to descend around Ryu, threatening to twist the space around him, and thus Ryu himself, to dust. But just when Starlight was about to succeed, Ryu's gaze lit up with 2 8-trigram diagrams, both rotating in opposite directions, one of which was a blinding gold and the other of which was a dense, dark gold. Almost instantly, the world which had been a blur to Ryu became sharp and as readable as a book. Using his own eyes to see the world through his Tao somehow made it all feel different, as though it had all become easier. Ryu took a step and vanished, the oppressive aura of a Tao descending is what felt like a dozens of small realms stacked atop of one another. Wind, water, thunder, fire, and then as though that wasn't enough, the flickering image of a mighty mountain descended and Ryu's trembling star chi made an appearance once more. However, this time powered by his mountain character, rather than exuding the aura of a lineal grade constellation, it seemed to shoot well past that, even faintly displaying strength that bordered the dominion grade. Ryu's strength exploded forth all at once. He appeared past Starlight's shield and sword. Even standing in the midst of the twisting strength of his black hole and star, Ryu seemed entirely unaffected. With the trigrams dancing within his pupils, he seemed as though he could see through the world, that even the heavens themselves had to bow in his presence. And then he punched forward. Boom! Ryu rocketed an even larger hole through Starlight's chest, obliterating his heart. However, at the same time, Ryu's own right arm splintered and spurted with blood, his stern lips leaking with a hint of crimson themselves. One would understand what happened when one noticed the faint runes of strength swirling around his wrist. The first time Ryu used the Ard mantra, he could only manage one for a boost of 20% without getting too injured. However, after cultivating the Shadowlight inheritance, and entering his Drago Qilin form, his capacity had skyrocketed. He had just stacked 4 of them. The second 20% boost applied to his already 20% boosted strength, so on and so forth. Meaning, a stack of 4 strength runes was akin to more than doubling his strength output. It was no wonder his arm nearly exploded on impact. The lingering pressure of Ryu's blow sent Starlight flying out like a broken kite. Even so, Ryu's gaze narrowed. He was a fist god. He had been able to perfectly control his strength even with it being double, especially with his Tao activated. He should have been able to concentrate all of his strength into the hole in Starlight's chest, which meant that Starlight shouldn't have taken even a single step back despite his injuries, let alone fly back like that. The only explanation was that final distortion before his fist landed. Ryu coolly retracted his fist. At that moment, he looked no different from a deity. His horns pierced toward the veil of the heavens, his eyes rotated with the formations and an oppressive aura radiated from him, all while his body was covered with scales and yet entirely unable to cover the handsome features of his face. Tattooed runes danced over his body in the most lifelike of manners, and just like this, a man who seemed to stand not a single chance at all had reversed the tables. And yet, he didn't follow up, his senses picking up on something incomparably dangerous. Cough! Starlight rebounded against the ground and coughed. Ryu's gaze narrowed further. A blow to the heart like that to someone who didn't have a realm heart or wasn't a sky god should probably be fatal. But then again, this was knowledge he had from Sacrum. The void to Starlight's back split once again and a strong pulse of darkness descended. As it did, Starlight's body entered its spirit form, and when he came back into being, the hole in his chest had entirely vanished. Ryu faintly nodded to himself. He, too, could absorb lightning and fire to heal himself, it was just that he had never needed to. But he also hadn't thought that such a thing could help him survive such a devastating blow if he hadn't had his realm heart. What Ryu didn't know was that Starlight had a very unique bone structure. He wasn't the only one who shared a talent with the Tao Sovereign. While he shared the chaotic silk meridians with the Tao Sovereign, Starlight shared the Death Star bone structure. Starlight slowly rose to his feet, taking deep breaths, inhaling and exhaling. His gaze flashed with a cold light and an unbearable pressure descended. The pressure of an ancient Tao. Chapter 1145. Not working. A violent rush of pressure spread out from all sides. Starlight's robes, or what remained of them, fluttered wildly, his aura only increasing with every passing moment. And then, everything seemed to become eerily quiet. Whether it was the thunderous storm above, or the crackling of Ryu's lightning flame, it all fell into the very same silence. Starlight's gaze, which had just been marred by fury, seemed to have become entirely placid. Even his 5 summoned constellations, which had been exuding mighty presence themselves, became the picture of calmness, not fluctuating even in the slightest. Ironically, subtlety and subtleness suddenly took center stage, boldly proclaiming its presence. It became difficult even for those watching the battle to remember that there were actually 2 people on the battlefield and not just one. For some reason, every time they looked away from Starlight, he would vanish from their psyches until they looked again. He seemed to not exist at all, to have no weight and presence, to be void. Suddenly, a small realm of complete darkness descended and everything was swallowed into this void. Chi vanished on touch, senses seemed to be sealed within a vacuum, and Ryu's piercing gaze seemed to have become useless. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Second immortal grade. It was a step below Ryu's own down, but it was highly impressive, although it was mitigated somewhat by the fact that Starlight was a half step away from the path extinction realm already. Even so, the fact that he had a Dao a step above his current cultivation realm when most would be lucky to have one a step below spoke volumes, almost more than the fact that it was an ancient Dao. If it had been at the first immortal grade, Ryu wouldn't feel a need to take it seriously at all. But, because it was just a step below his own and Ryu could infuse his Daos, it was enough for them to be somewhat on par, which effectively cancelled out much of the advantages that Ryu had just clawed back. Die. The word was likely something that Ryu shouldn't have been able to hear. But even more important than that, the attack was supposed to be something that he could see. And yet, just at the final moment, Ryu barely managed to dodge. A sword swung by Ryu's body, just barely missing his shoulder. A strong pull of causality tried to pull Ryu back into a preferred timeline. With the distance between himself and Starlight suddenly becoming less than a meter, the pull was far more violent than it had ever been before, and with Starlight's do seemingly perfectly infusing into his small realm, it even faintly began to suppress the layers of Ryu's own at the same time. Ryu's spiritual chi pulsed and a wave of spiritual chi shattered the pull of causality by pouring more strength into the unbalanced mantra. However, before he could relax, the devastating push and pull effects of Starlight's black hole and star constellations descended, threatening to shred him to pieces. Ryu's gaze flashed with a cold light and his palms suddenly slammed together, stronger and stronger waves of spiritual chi forming in the region around him. In that moment, a formation took shape, if it could be called a formation at all. It formed half of a shield on one half, and on the other there was half of a clock which had odd runes written into it as opposed to numbers. Ryu's gaze flashed and the hand of the clock rotated once before striking at one of its runes and unleashing a hollow dong sound. A strong pulse formed a ring of pressure around Ryu that dispersed the pressure and sent Starlight back, forcing the latter to take 3 heavy steps backward. This was the first time Ryu had unleashed one of the formations of the formation Jade, but the result was a pleasant surprise, at least it was for a moment before the formation suddenly collapsed. Ryu's pupils constricted. He didn't immediately understand what had happened because Starlight's blade had already descended again like the silent strike of a deadly assassin. Ryu was finding it harder and harder to pinpoint Starlight's location, almost as though the latter was becoming better and better at countering his senses as time went on. This time, he didn't manage to get out of the way of the sword entirely before a faint line of red appeared on his torso, and then another. Ryu's gaze was entirely cold. He slammed his palms together once again, forcing the half-shield, half-clock formation into existence once again. But this time, it crumbled even faster. It's the small realm. The formations need a state of unbalance to work properly, but I can't fully suppress Starlight's small realm which follows an entirely orthodox path. If I wanted to sustain the formation, I would have to entirely orthodox path. If I wanted to sustain the formation, I would have to continuously feed its spiritual chi. It would be the equivalent of spending the energy needed to form it again and again, and sometimes even multiple times a second. Even Ryu couldn't stand such an expenditure and he realized that the unbalanced mantra and its connecting techniques weren't infallible. At least not when he could fuse them. Such an obvious weakness likely wouldn't exist if he had the full inheritance. Ryu's gaze turned colder at this prospect and he realized why he very much disliked the person who left behind that rune. Ryu dodged backward again and another blade mark appeared on his body. He knew that things couldn't continue like this. He was reacting rather than being proactive. His Da was fully focused on sensing his surroundings now and that was just barely enough to see through Starlight's strikes in the final moments and avoid fatal damage. But if he was so passive, it was only a matter of time before he suffered. Ryu's jaw set and he took deep breaths. He could tell that Starlight still hadn't gone all out. Even still, behind that cold gaze of his, Ryu could see the disdain and derision. At this point, it seemed that he wasn't going all out just to prove a point, the very same point he had been trying to prove from the very beginning. Ryu dodged backward again and another blade mark appeared on his body. He knew that things couldn't continue like this. He was reacting rather than being proactive. His Dao was fully focused on sensing his surroundings now and that was just barely enough to see through Starlight's strikes in the final moments and avoid fatal damage. But if he was so passive, it was only a matter of time before he suffered. This is not working, so be it. If the world rejects me, I shall be the enemy of the world. Ryu's slit pupils became malevolent. Chapter 1146. As I please. Ryu's gaze became brighter and his heart seemed to have become multiples lighter. Ryu had never been the type to inch forward his battle strength like this. There was only one reason he had. For every one less talent he showed, there would be one less enemy he had. He was already an enemy of the Keelins before Starlight forced his fire dragon bloodline out. His soul was already the target of greed for no other reason than the fact he existed. He had no doubt that the oddity of his unbalanced mantra had caught the attention of more than just a few, and he couldn't have been more correct if even the Tao Sovereign himself reacted to it. He had been holding onto a faint hope, a faint inkling that so long as he did his best to minimize the number who wanted his head, maybe he would be able to find a narrow path to survival. No matter what anyone said, one less monstrous clan or sect chasing after you wasn't just one less enemy, it was one less army after your head. For once in his life, Ryu had tried to be smart about his actions. And quite frankly, he hated it. This wasn't what he had imagined fighting these geniuses would feel like. He had always imagined himself putting his heart and soul into ever battle. Even if he lost and survived by the skin of his teeth, he would go back, heal, and come back even stronger until the day he died or finally reached that mountain peak. That was what he wanted more than anything else, but this so-called true martial world seemed to want to deny him even such a simple wish at every turn. His talents couldn't even be considered to be anywhere near the best their geniuses had, and yet they didn't seem to need a reason to crush him. Ryu found himself thinking about Surreal's words a lot more often these days. He had known back then that they had logic to them, he just didn't like their sentiment, so much so that any attraction he had for Surreal vanished in the blink of an eye off the back of just a single statement. But she wasn't wrong. It wasn't just about himself. He had a family, his wives were still sealed in his eyes, Elena needed his help, his mother was weak and frail currently, his father was nowhere to be seen, Sacrum was facing an existential crisis. There were too many things that needed him to live, to survive, to grovel before the rising sun in greeting of another day that he should be thankful for. However, he then thought back to his talk with Patriarch Ember before he ended the latter's life. Back then, Patriarch Ember had been indignant and jealous. He roared about Ryu's hypocrisy, saying that Ryu only dared to do the things he did because there was no one in Sacrum that could touch him in the realms of talent, no one that was on his level. And in his final bout of fury, Patriarch Ember asked Ryu what he would have done if he was reborn with the talent of a commoner and given the choice between death and lower his head. Ryu had sneered, the words flowing out from his mouth like clear river waters. If I had your pitiful amount of talent, my corpse would have already been hung out to dry and picked clean by passing birds. I would rather die than become like you. Ryu laughed, his laughter rocking the small realms around him. Indeed, he would rather have his corpse hung out to dry than eke out another pitiful day of existence. Who cared if he managed to survive another day? Even the Tao Sovereign almost died as a Tao Lord before he could reach his current level. In fact, the fact that he had set up another inheritance in the complete heavenly path told Ryu that he was likely facing such an existential crisis again. That was why he was so obsessed with making sure that his inheritance ended up in the right hands, even to the point of crushing the inheritance of another Tao Lord before it could fully ascend. He had all that talent, all that backing, and even the very same peak-tier meridians that Ryu had, and yet he still couldn't make it. Did this Tao Sovereign ever have to lower his head in his life? Did he ever have to eke out an existence? Did he ever have to hide his talents for fear that others might harm him? Of course not. And yet Ryu was expected to do so and somehow still manage to surpass him in the future. How could that even be possible? Ryu's laughter became more uproarious and the quaking of the small realms only increased. In this life, I, Ryu Tatsuya, will do as I please. I will not accept any less, even on my deathbed. If you want my life, come and take it. Boom. Ryu's aura completely changed as the two 8-trigram diagrams in his pupils converged. At the same time, towering pillars of raging flames took form around him, their bases stabilizing the earth and their peaks holding up the skies. The violet scales on Ryu's body trembled before becoming far thicker. Their colors faded for a moment before coming back fiercer and far brighter. However, this time, rather than a royal violet color, they were entirely white, brimming with vitality. The cry of an emperor phoenix shook the skies as a twin pair of white feathered wings spread out from Ryu's back. Within the depths of his now white eyes, 3 flames led around a fourth, one of death, one of rebirth, and the final of life. Heavenly patterns of gold erupted around Ryu as all of his talents seemed to solidify into one. His strength and aura skyrocketed as the twin 8-trigram diagrams finally converged into one. Boom! The headband on Ryu's forehead was shredded to pieces beneath the pressure, and just as quickly, the brand that marked him was practically burnt away to ashes as the aura of his Tao rocketed upward. Lower Hegemon, Peak Hegemon, Lower Ancient, Middle Ancient, Higher Ancient, Peak Ancient. Chapter 1147. Suffer. Ryu's aura was akin to a blazing torch in the dead of night. The temperature skyrocketed, to the point that it was felt even beyond the protective veil of the star path. It transcended barriers, elevated beyond restrictions, suffocated opposition. However, it seemed as though Ryu wasn't satisfied with this alone. His wings spread out, their subtle movements causing a torrential storm of vicious winds to rush out in every direction. They fluttered, a dense concentration of royal blue heavenly patterns appearing across their surface and subsequently across Ryu's body. With a single flap, Ryu vanished from his location, appearing before starlight with a descending dragon claw, his glistening, sword-like nails suddenly exploding forth with swirling black heavenly patterns. All of Starlight's aura was shredded to pieces beneath the might of his draconic claw. The clouds above splitting into six and the ground below collapsing. The sharpness of Ryu's attack caused Starlight's expression to change. He was completely taken off guard. He had believed with every fiber of his being that this battle would be over the moment he revealed his Tao, but to his shock, Ryu had a Tao surpassing his own both in maturity and grade. And what were those patterns? They seemed to nearly close the gap between their chi quality. Those blue ones radiated with an aura that seemed indestructible, and those black ones radiated an air of destruction that shredded through everything in its path. Suddenly, Starlight's eyes widened. Phoenix heavenly patterns, lightning oilin, fire dragon, and now ice phoenix. No, dark phoenix. No, fire phoenix. No, all three. Starlight's expression changed again. Ryu's claw had already appeared before him and he could feel that his Tao had suddenly become suppressed from all sides. It felt like no matter where he tried to escape, he would be swallowed up whole. He was now experiencing what everyone did facing Ryu's Tao, but on a level it had never been before. At that moment, Starlight's instinct screamed at him to do something that seemed to make no sense whatsoever, and yet he still followed it without hesitation. He retrieved his Tao, burying it within the deepest parts of his heart before roaring out and countering with as much strength as he could gather in short order. Bang! Starlight flew out like a shot from a cannon. The wind was torn to pieces around him and he nearly vanished into the ground. Cracks appeared in his causality sword, and warped distortions threatened to force his black hole and star constellations to collapse. The sudden difference was drastic. Ryu stepped forward, ready to follow up, but his gaze suddenly flashed instead. His intentions changed on a dime and he pressed his hands together. The 9 pillars in the surroundings pulsed to life, golden heavenly patterns spiraling into existence on their body. The aura of an emperor phoenix towered into the skies, a bridge between life and death seemed to be formed and the gatekeeper was none other than Ryu himself. At that moment, Starlight flipped through the air, coughing up a mouthful of blood as he swiftly recovered. He landed heavily on his feet, his gaze landing on his cracked constellations. A malevolent expression took root deep within his irises. With a squeeze of his fists, Starlight's constellations crumbled into motes of dark gold. He didn't say any more words as the void to a new plane appeared behind him once again. Boom! In one moment, there was silence, but in the next instant, thousands of bronze, gold and silver hands and arms tore a path out of the void, even grabbing its edges and pulling them apart further. This time, the constellation didn't fuse with Starlight's body, but there was no doubt that its aura was on a completely different level, an aura that could only possibly come from a hegemonic constellation. A mass of arms and hands appeared to Starlight's back. They coiled and wrapped around one another like an enormous star, capable of blotting out even the skies. Starlight pressed his own hands together, mirroring Ryu from across the battlefield. Their gazes met, but neither said a word as their chi continued to rise into the skies. Suddenly, their irises flashed with murderous intentions and their assault began simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. On one half of the battlefield, there was nothing but a torrent of flashing palms, each carrying the power to level a mountain and split a planet in two. On the other side, flames seemed to envelop the world. Arrows, spears, javelins, whips, even stars and cacophonic booms. Ryu's gaze suddenly flashed. His palms separated and he pressed 2 fingers together on his right. The skies rumbled and the clouds split, the streaks left behind by his previous dragon claw. It was clear at that point that Ryu's previous attack had shredded apart some of the heaven's resistance, making the effect of his storm talent even more potent. Lightning coalesced and a strong spatial chi surged. Before the bolt could even descend, it vanished into thin air. At the same time, a blazing red-black flame wrapped in pulsing black heavenly patterns shot forward out of Ryu's fingers. The flame shot through a gap in Starlight's defenses before a flash of blue so bright it caused the latter to squint suddenly appeared and fused with it. The aura of Ryu's unbalanced mantra surged and his rage flames erupted with unprecedented power just before the fusion was completed. However, just when it seemed that the most devastating part of the attack had been formed, the spatial chi fused with the violet lightning flame, causing the fused product to blink out of existence once again. A mind-numbing threat of danger suffocated Starlight, but it suddenly felt unstoppable, and it only became worse as Ryu unleashed a mighty roar. Bang, 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 bang. Ryu began to furiously punch at the air, but each and every pulse of fist chi came infused with large swaths of spatial chi, causing his fists to seemingly vanish into thin air, only for Starlight's constellation of planetary arms and hands to suddenly find itself counter at every time. What once was a battle of flames and hands became a battle of human fists and constellation palms. And Starlight would suffer all the worse for it. Chapter 1148. Fused Starlight circulated his chi, the void to his side ripping open as he dodged. Unfortunately, he was a step late and a terrible ripping pain tore into his shoulder. His arm twisted into the air. It was hard to tell if it was a sword, a drill or a flame that had attacked him. To his mind, it felt as though it was all three. The slicing, twisting and burning was all visceral. Starlight couldn't remember having ever suffered such a devastating injury before. This was in one part due to his young age, and another part due to just how weak the lower heavens were, but regardless of what the reasons were, he felt as though his consciousness was about to fade. Starlight released a low growl. One of the arms from his constellation was torn off. It shrunk quickly and attached to his bleeding shoulder stump. A dense bronze, silver and gold-colored metal crept up half of his neck and chest before he suddenly pushed out. Ryu's body rippled as he dodged and he vanished from where he stood. He reached out at thin air and a lance of fire coated with swirling dark phoenix heavenly patterns. Ryu's back flexed and his gaze flashed with its fused gold and dark gold trigram diagram. It felt that just by meeting his gaze, he could see through any and everyone with just a single look. Bang! The lance rocketed out of Ryu's hand with a world-ending momentum. Starlight's metal arm changed its form and a towering swirl of sword chi took shape as he swung down with all his might. Arm blade and lance met, both pausing in the air, unable to move even an inch further. But in the air, Ryu had already vanished. Starlight's gaze flashed and his free hand formed a peculiar hand seal. Just as Ryu appeared to his side, the void was torn open once again and another constellation with hegemonic aura descended like a clap of thunder. Ryu felt his body shake and quake, his inner organs rattling and his bones threatening to snap, but his gaze was still firm and resolute as he punched out, his arm vanishing into the void even as a world-splitting attack landed on his chest. Bang! Bang! Starlight's only remaining arm exploded on contact, but at the same time, a hole was blown through Ryu's chest, a beam of dark light seemingly reaping his life. Ryu coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was so dense and full of life that it almost looked more black than it was red. Even so, the sharpness in his gaze didn't fade for even a single moment. The dense corrosive energies that blew through his chest seemed to want to suffocate his healing potential, but he had already expected something like this. He knew in his mind that he couldn't allow Starlight to regain his bearings, and he most definitely didn't want to give him a chance to escape. A mistake on either front could come back to bite him. So he took the most dangerous approach, an approach that maybe only one with the vitality of a phoenix would dare to take. Ryu's assault was relentless and devastating. Every single one of Starlight's counters would have been a deadly blow to anyone else, a hole through the chest, a skull-shattering palm. There were even several blows to his dantian in an attempt to cripple him entirely, a fate his chaotic silk meridians were enough to save him from. On the other side, Starlight's injuries were just as devastating and much of his body was coated with the dense metals of his Planeta RV hand constellation. Starlight roared in frustration in his mind. His entire battle style was built on the back of his Tao, and because he had been sent to the lower heavens, he had only had time to cultivate the main core cultivation method of his sect which allowed him to call down constellations for his use. This was supposed to be a good thing, a thing only geniuses did. Building one's own sort of Dao charm techniques was the way of the higher heavens. But he had never expected that he would run into an enemy with a peak ancient Dao capable of suppressing other Daos. He felt as though he was fighting with both his legs tied behind his back and a broken leg to top it all off. Starlight roared. He was unwilling to give up the Dao Lord's inheritance, completely unwilling. This was what he had come here for. What was the point in coming to this backwater hellhole if he couldn't get his hands on it? A look of madness flashed through Starlight's gaze, and the hands of his planetary hand constellation descended one after another. Just a single palm seemed to be capable of blotting out the skies, and yet so many of them were coming down at once. Starlight vanished in their midst, and he opened his arms out wide before slamming them toward one another with such force that all the land beneath the star Nath was entire LV wind out FVEN. The nectators who hadn't been able to speak even a single word, lost in their own shock, felt their hearts suddenly skip several beats. Fuse! Starlight roared. At that moment, the planetary hand constellation rushed forward, slamming into Starlight's back. If the members of his sect could see him now, they'd think him to be a madman. Fusing with Dominion-grade constellations was already Starlight's limit, and that was only possible thanks to his dense bloodline. Doing the same with hegemonic-grade constellations was far beyond him. It had to be remembered that constellations represented the pinnacle. As such, it was more accurate to look at their grades as though they were in the hands of sky gods. Many, upon crossing into the sky god realms, would find their Daos dropping an entire level even if they were incredibly talented. Many might face a drop of 2, 3, or even 4 levels if they were unlucky and lacked the proper inspiration. This was to say a hegemonic grade constellation was akin to someone breaking into the sky god realms and managing to maintain a hegemonic grade Dao. The difference was akin to heaven and earth. Starlight's body blazed with a black light, and his Death Star bone structure seemed to respond to his madness as he entered a state of half-life and half-death. Boom! Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood. He crossed his arms before his body and braced himself, but he was still blown back by the aura alone. When he managed to stabilize himself and look up, he found a Starlight that looked no different from a deity. He had grown to 5 meters tall, his entire body, from head to toe, covered in radiant bronze, silver and gold metals. His eyes looked like the vacant abyss of darkness while a large mass of arms came out from his back. He suddenly moved and the space around him cracked like glass. He appeared before Ryu like a towering mountain and slammed a palm down. Ripples of tearing voids shook around his body and several palms appeared out from within them. The pressure from just one made Ryu feel as though he was about to be forced to his knees, but now there were suddenly dozens, all converging toward him. Chapter 1149. The sense of danger was stifling, but the coldness in Ryu's gaze was piercing. The mountain character in his eyes practically burned with life, the 8-trigram diagram rotating. The aura of Ryu's natural enlightenment flourished, an image of his trembling mountain constellation taking shape and forming as he forcefully stepped into the last stage as he caused it to manifest. The silvery trembling star chi coated Ryu and his body, his true defenses skyrocketing. Ryu's aura blazed and he pushed out several times even as a world-trembling mass of GI began to form between his horns. As his constellation and natural enlightenment fused, his very presence seemed to suppress all things. His fists carried the overbearing pressure of a holy mountain, one that had stood the test of time, that bore the weight of worlds, of life and death, the very pillar of reincarnation itself. Shrine Mountain. Bang, bang, bang. Ryu's lips leaked with blood, but he stood firm as he met Starlight's palm strikes head on, his hod withstanding the pressure of a constellation that had withstood the test of time without backing down even a single measure. Shrine Mountain was the protector of a world, a silent support even when none were left, and a delicate light even in the deepest depths of darkness. Ryu roared, his silvery trembling star chi trembling once and suddenly gaining within it dense packs of blue heavenly patterns. They traveled directly up and down or left and right, leaving patterns with only the sharpest of 90-degree angles. And yet, even in their simplicity, there was an elegant beauty to them. Ryu's body stabilized even further, his quaking coming to a stop. Bang, bang, bang. Ryu and Starlight stood before one another, their attacks raining down in an endless torrent of fury and barrages. Starlight's knee suddenly shot up, seemingly in an attempt to catch Ryu off guard, but the latter only replied with his own knee. A concentrated shockwave blasted out in all directions before the two separated for just a moment before they accelerated forth once again. A battle that had been one of trump card after trump card had suddenly become nothing more than a bloody street brawl. Elbows met elbows, knees met knees, palms met fists. Every single clash threatened to shatter the fabric of space itself, delicate and fine lines akin to cracked glass spreading out from each one of their collisions. Die! Starlight roared. His usual casual demeanor had long since vanished. He had a vicious glint in the deep abyss that his once star-like eyes had become. Whatever pride he had had as a genius of the upper heavens had long since been washed away. No amount of excuses could satiate the maddening fire in his heart right now. The void tore open behind Starlight once again, and the very beam of black light that had torn a bloody hole through Ryu's chest appeared again, one that had unfortunately still yet to close. However, this time, Ryu felt no need to exchange an injury for an injury. His body flickered and he vanished, appearing to Starlight's side and unleashing a mighty fist. Starlight knew that he had missed, and so his reaction wasn't slow. He struck out with great speed, seemingly in an attempt to counter Ryu. Over the silvery palm that was about to meet Ryu's fist suddenly vanished into a wisp of smoke. Ryu's pupils constricted and he reacted just as fast. His Dao could see through all deception. However, his body was already reaching the very edges of its limits after having been pushed to this point, and with the dense fog of void Starlight had sent forward with his previous attempted strike, Ryu didn't have time to accumulate enough spatial chi to vanish again. The palm reappeared once again, slamming against Ryu's chest. Ryu felt his bones rattle before they shattered. The already bloody hole in his chest leaked blood even faster as he was forced to take several steps back, torrent of blood flying from his lips. Ryu could only inwardly shake his head. He didn't have the time to meditate with his improved Dao and refine his fist god aura to a level that matched his current status. His attacks were lacking in the proper potency, and the only way he could bridge the gap was by fusing as many of his talents together as possible. Unfortunately, there was a clear weakness to this approach, and that was that every powerful attack needed several moments of setup time, moments he simply didn't have in a fight of this caliber. Starlight pressed his advantage as his aura grew, and suddenly a resounding crack echoed and his aura shot upward. Starlight seemed stunned by the change for a moment before his laughter rang out arrogantly and without restraint. Ryu's gaze narrowed as he shook his head inwardly. He had almost forgotten that Starlight was only at the half-step path extinction realm. With how small the time he had spent cultivating was, how could all of his talents have been maximized? Just now, he was certain. Starlight's palm inheritance had just entered the monarch realm. He had been so suffocated by Starlight's other talents that he hadn't even noticed that his enemy had been working with a mere ruler realm inheritance all this time. The torrent of palms that surrounded as a rippling illusion began to appear to Starlight's back. The geniuses of the fourth and fifth heavens trembled when they saw this. They were certain. Birthed phenomena. A birthed phenomena was being born. Starlight's laughter became more uproarious as his suppression of Ryu became more and more dominant. Blood and flesh flew, and Ryu's once gorgeous white scales began to fall one after another. And yet, even so, the coldness in Ryu's eyes remained as his gaze shifted to the slowly forming birthed phenomena. Ryu forcefully withstood another palm strike and exhaled slowly. The geniuses of the fourth and fifth heavens trembled when they saw this. They were certain. Birthed phenomena. A birthed phenomena was being born. Starlight's laughter became more uproarious as his suppression of Ryu became more and more dominant. Blood and flesh flew, and Ryu's once gorgeous white scales began to fall one after another. And yet, even so, the coldness in Ryu's eyes remained as his gaze shifted to the slowly forming birthed phenomena. Ryu forcefully withstood another palm strike and exhaled slowly. Ever since he had created it, he had never summoned it. It felt like a special part of him, something that shouldn't be brought out casually. Birthed phenomena. I have one too. Chapter 1150. My promise. Starlight could hardly register Ryu's words enough to sneer at them before the world came to a grinding halt. The skies above split in two and a pit encompassing the world swallowed up the ground. It felt like the world was ending and those in the surroundings prostrated themselves almost immediately, unable to withstand it. At the same time, Starlight's birthed phenomena was vanquished into the wind before it could even properly form. Ryu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, subconsciously putting a hand to his chest. He was shocked by the pressure he was feeling right now. Compared to his immortal rings, or even his Dao, it seemed that the heavens didn't want this to happen even more. However, by some oddity, it simultaneously felt as though the resistance was the smallest as well. If Ryu had to describe it, it was like the heavens wanted a reason to act, but couldn't find one and could only mope about in silence. While Ryu's immortal rings tested its bottom line, and his Tao was artificially attacked by it due to the machinations of those selfish powers. There was nothing that stood in the way of his birthed phenomena. Boom! The cracked space that had been fluttering around Ryu and Starlight finally gave way, unable to withstand the pressure. Starlight, who was still stunned by the dispersal of his own birthed phenomena, was sent flying like a broken kite, too late to defend himself. At that moment, what could only be described as a perfect replica of Ryu descended. However, it was lacking in something very obvious, a pair of eyes. Where a pair of silver irises should have been, there was nothing more than a vacant darkness, an abyssal depth that seemed to want to swallow up everything in path. This was not just any birthed phenomena, it was an origin-birthed phenomena, one forged by Ryu's own hands when he finally completed his Tao back in Sacrum. Now, under the evolution of his Tao, it had only grown even stronger than it had been back then. The birthed phenomena summoned by others were usually from inheritances passed down by their ancestors. Even so, they were incredibly powerful, and even rarer than that. However, the harsh reality was that these birthed phenomena would never be as powerful as it had been in the hands of their ancestors. These people were working with nothing more than echoes of the past, faint ripples passed down to the current generation. However, this power, this was all Ryu's own. Ryu took a step forward, feeling as though the entire world was under his beck and call. His birthed phenomena moved along with him, a sharp contrast to the ones he had summoned in the past, which would only stand by and observe him coldly. In the past, Ryu had never thought too much about his birthed phenomena's lack of movement, but it was only now he understood that this represented a lack of acknowledgement, a fundamental incompatibility. An incompatibility that he no longer had to deal with. Boom! Ryu's fist shredded the space before him, appearing before the slightly panicked Starlight in the blink of an eye. Starlight's body bent like a bow, his sliver, bronze and gold protection cracking all over under the might of just a single strike. Ryu took another step forward, sending forward another strike. His birthed phenomena moved again. It felt as though its movement could call upon all the energies of the world, as though this location wasn't owned by the heavens, but rather Ryu himself. Starlight was sent flying once again, but this time, his metal coverings were shattered entirely. He rebounded against the ground heavily as he tried to stand, but he collapsed once again. He had almost forgotten just how many injuries he had hidden beneath his constellation's armor. But now, with his constellation threatening to disperse, and with him lacking the chi to sustain it, an ugly expression couldn't help but twist his features. He had lost. He had really lost. Starlight's head tilted up and he looked toward Ryu as though he was looking at the greatest enemy of his life. But Ryu hadn't taken a single pause. He had already suffered at the hands of the cockroach-like abilities of these rich geniuses twice before. He didn't want there to be a third time, and definitely not for someone like Starlight. However, after sending this third strike, Ryu didn't send a fourth. His Tao was too sharp. He could tell that it was already too late. As Ryu's fist Gi approached Starlight's head to shatter it, the latter glared forward as though trying to sear Ryu's face in his mind. Starlight smiled a malevolent smile. "Don't get cocky. You can barely fight me while being an entire realm stronger. When next we meet, I'll crush you to nothing along with the Radiant Star Sect. The Fading Star Sect won't allow such trash to continue existing." Ryu didn't even see how Starlight did it, but he vanished into thin air. He didn't bring out a talisman, or break any seal, he just disappeared. The only explanation was that whatever it was activated the moment Starlight's life was in mortal danger. There had simply been no chance to kill him in the first place. Bang! Ryu's fist chi exploded where Starlight had just been, hitting absolutely nothing. Ryu stood in place, heaving deep breaths. He was more drained than he had maybe ever been, his body hardly holding itself together. Even so, Ryu suddenly began to laugh. This was that feeling, even if he died when he stepped foot out of here, to have experienced it once and for him to confirm that he wasn't wrong for having chased it all this time, it was worth it. Ryu's gaze turned toward the Tao Lord, no, Tao Sovereign's inheritance. He reached a hand out and finally touched its surface. The Tao Sovereign was entirely silent, or maybe he had already stopped paying attention. There was a limit to how much he could twist the rules of the heavenly path, and he had maybe already gone beyond them. At this point, there was really nothing else he could do. Ryu rubbed the surface of the glass orb, a bright smile on his face. He hadn't felt this happy in a long while. The Tao Sovereign watched this in silence. He had to admit that he was quite impressed by Ryu's origin-birthed phenomena. This wasn't something that could be casually accomplished, and it was just as rare as a founding Tao. The only difference was that a founding Tao was guaranteed to be powerful no matter what, while origin-birthed phenomena tended to vary in their ultimate results. He still couldn't put his trust in Ryu because the problem of his spiritual foundation was still far too glaring. But who ended up with his inheritance in this place mattered little. His true hope of entering the legendary God realm would be the person who claimed his inheritance on the complete heavenly path. For now, this little one could take this and enjoy it for as long as he could. He doubted that he would survive for long, and even if he did, his true disciple, the one that gained his main inheritance, wouldn't allow a second to exist regardless. Ryu continued to smile. His claws sharpened and he shattered the glass orb. However, just when the inheritance was about to bathe him in its light, his claws straightened out into a palm. His origin-birthed phenomena moved with him and the action seemed to say if he wanted the world to stop, it would stop obediently. Ryu's smile curled into a sneer. You want my, Ryu Tatsuya's, karma. You think too highly of yourself. Ryu's palm squeezed down and his origin-birthed phenomena closed its fist, shattering the Dao Sovereign's inheritance into nothing. This Dao Sovereign had tried to snub him at every turn. He had suppressed him, he had wagged his finger in his face, and in the end he had made Ryu fight for him as though he was some kind of sideshow. I fight for no one but myself. Ryu's Dao heart blazed so fiercely that he outshone even the miasma of heavenly favor in the skies. In fact, at this moment, this mass of heavenly favor seemed to become greatly agitated as the aura of Ryu's Dao continued to rise. When the time comes, I will go to the so-called complete heavenly path as Ryu's Dao heart blazed so fiercely that he outshone even the miasma of heavenly favor in the skies. In fact, at this moment, this mass of heavenly favor seemed to become greatly agitated as the aura of Ryu's Dao continued to rise. When the time comes, I will go to the so-called complete heavenly path as well and shatter your inheritance to pieces once more. My name is Ryu Tatsuya, and that is my promise and my Dao. These were the last words the Dao Sovereign heard before his incarnation vanished. Boom! Ryu's Dao shredded past the immortal grades and entered the cosmic grades. A monster whose Dao surpassed his cultivation realm by 2 had been born. Chapter 1151. Bright as stars, the eyes of the geniuses suddenly widened. Ryu's words were like anvils falling on their hearts. Even if it was happening right in front of it, they didn't believe what they were seeing, they refused to believe what they were seeing. Who would give up the inheritance of a Dao Lord? If they had known that this was the inheritance of a Dao Sovereign instead, who knew how shaken they would truly be? And yet, Ryu had done it without the slightest hesitation. That smile on his face had nothing to do with finally having this inheritance before him and everything to do with the happiness of finally fighting the battle he wanted to fight. He smiled for himself, not this Dao Sovereign who thought himself to be so great and imposing. If there was anything Ryu absolutely abhorred, it was being tested. He might have been able to let the Dao Sovereign's arrogance slide if he faced the same test as everyone else, but to nearly force him to his knees and then to stop him at the final moment even when he had clearly passed the Star Path's test with much greater ease that Starlight had already crossed Ryu's bottom line. Even so, back then, Ryu had hesitated. The inheritance was simply too perfect for him. A Dao Sovereign with a spatial soul nature and even the chaotic silk meridians. It was as though the heavens had placed this inheritance down for no one other than himself. But in the midst of his battle with Starlight, Ryu, who had faced far more pressure than he ever had before, realized that there was simply nothing worth compromising his own heart for. Even if you became the most docile individual in existence, so long as you came across someone powerful on a bad day, your life would be in their hands. Ryu refused to live such an existence. He would rather die. He didn't want the Dao Sovereign's karma. He didn't want his inheritance to sully his Dao heart. He didn't even want others to think for a moment that he was associated with such trash. He was Ryu Tatsuya, and he would make certain that that name shone far and wide for as long as he breathed. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light descended from the skies and crashed into Ryu's body. The agitated miasma of heavenly favor reacted more violently than it ever had before, pouring down with greater and greater might. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body being in far too terrible a state to withstand such pressure. He collapsed onto the star path, his body being suppressed beneath the pillar. At the same time, his origin-birthed phenomena could only slowly fade from his existence as he lacked the stamina to keep going. By this point, his focus chi had hit rock bottom and he could hardly see straight, let alone sustain such a talent. The unbalanced mantra alone was a huge drain on Ryu's soul and focus chi, the fact that he needed to fuse and use multiples of his talents at once just to deal lethal damage to Starlight only made that drain even faster. Ryu, Mei called out beside herself, but she couldn't move forward at all. The second phase was still going on, so the rules of the star path were still in place. There was no path forward for the rest of them to move. Vi looked toward Mei and the dark expression in his eyes had already reached its peak. They hadn't seen the silver-masked man on the way here, so it had already been obvious that one of those two had been him. Beyond that, it only took a little guesswork to realize that he was Ryu, especially after the clear use of lightning in those scales. He hadn't thought that someone who started so far behind them would be so powerful. But to make matters worse, he had been forced to kneel along with everyone else when Ryu's birthed phenomena appeared. If it wasn't for this barrier stopping him, he would have already shot forward to deal a lethal blow. Giving up a Dao Lord's inheritance. He didn't believe that Ryu would do so. That was nothing more than a ruse. He was certain. That pillar of light that Ryu was pinned beneath right now should be the inheritance of the Dao Lord, and right now Ryu should be trying his best to assimilate with it. Vi flipped his palm and rolled a peculiar object in his palm. He had prepared this for Mei. It was a treasure that would allow him to maximize the benefits he received from her soul and fix his only weakness, allowing him to truly match up to those sixth heaven monsters. However, it would be worth it if he changed his target. If his target was Ryu instead, he should be able to take the entire inheritance for himself. Vi had to admit that Ryu's ploy was clever in its intent, but the execution was far too substandard. That said, what else could he have done given the circumstances? It wasn't exactly like there was the time or a chance to think of something better. No matter how talented and powerful Ryu was, he was a man on his last legs. Vi didn't believe he would last more than a few exchanges with him right now. With a subtle flip of his palm, Vi's treasure vanished and his emerald irises blazed as he locked onto Ryu's position. Vi sent a glance around him and sneered. Clearly, it wasn't just he who had these same thoughts, but he had come here prepared to fight these individuals for the inheritance regardless. None of them would stop him. Ryu, who was trapped beneath the pillar, didn't have time to worry about the thoughts of these people. Although the situation was painful and the pressure was only worsening his injuries and draining his stamina even further as he tried to resist it, his gaze remained incomparably sharp. It had actually worked. He hadn't thought that it would. But now there was a faint light of hope. The blazing intent in his gaze grew fiercer as the golden rings within his eyes began to shine as bright as stars. Chapter 1152. Rainbow Ryu didn't care what these geniuses thought of him. They didn't understand what it meant to have a backbone, to have true pride in oneself. They thought themselves to be strong-willed, but that was only because they had never faced true adversity before. If any of them had experienced what he had at the hands of the Dao Sovereign, even if they succeeded in the end, they would have obediently bowed their heads like dogs and thanked the Dao Sovereign for giving them such a chance with their tails wagging. As far as Ryu was concerned, at this point, one more reason for him to be chased was fine. It hardly changed whether he would die at their hands or not. After a certain point, death was death, he couldn't end up more dead. This opportunity, however, was a potential game changer. The heavenly path was ultimately a place where one changed their fate. This was why heavenly favor was used as a reward, it was why one tied karmic bonds with sky gods far beyond their imaginations, and it was why there would be a final third phase battle where one would fight with their lives on the line. Even so, when Ryu didn't gain any heavenly favor from the unbalanced art sect, his antennae were raised. There seemed to be something in existence here that was outside the normal bounds, and if one could step outside of those bounds to be rejected of all heavenly favor, could it be possible to do the opposite? In order to be rejected by heavenly favor, one needed something quite exaggerated, an entire cultivation system that exists beyond the realms of reason and reality. In that case, if one wanted the opposite effect, one would have to do something equally as exaggerated, like rejecting the inheritance of a Dao Sovereign who could even effect change on the heavenly path with nigh impunity. On this day, a legend of sorts was born, and said legend had his own origin-birthed phenomena. As such, the heavens responded in kind. The moment Ryu's unbalanced mantra faded, his focus unable to sustain it, a cascade of heavenly favor descended. In fact, the torrent was so exaggerated that Ryu couldn't even stand properly. It took something quite unique for essence, which was known as the gentlest of all energies, to have this sort of devastating effect on a person. Come on, come on. And yet, Ryu didn't want it to stop. In fact, he wanted more, and more of it. It's not enough. It's not enough yet. It's not nearly enough. Ryu clenched his teeth. He needed to shatter the chains on his spiritual foundation. He didn't have any other method of gaining a second spiritual foundation. With such a clear path ahead of him, why would he veer toward a new one? Unfortunately, even with the sudden boom of heavenly favor, it soon began to taper off. Ryu's jaw clenched. It wasn't enough. It still wasn't enough. Martial gods. Ryu clenched his fists with what strength he had remaining, his gaze entirely bloodshot. He was furious to an extreme, but there was nothing else that he could do. This was probably already about as much as this lesser heavenly path could accomplish. Could it be that he would have to go to the complete heavenly path to have a chance? But how could he make any waves over there as a mere path extinction realm expert? Ryu had no doubt that the geniuses who entered that path would be at the cosmic seed realm at the absolute worst. In fact, he would be surprised if some would have already stepped into the sky god realm. He might be able to cross such levels in the lower heavens, but setting aside the fact that he still couldn't fight sky gods of the first heaven even now, if he had to fight a sky god genius of the sixth heaven, how could he hope to succeed? No matter how unwilling Ryu was, though, the pillar of light continued to shrink and weaken until it was nothing more than a small beam of breaking light upon his forehead. Then, it vanished entirely. The moment the pressure vanished completely, Ryu coughed up another mouthful of blood, slowly trying to push himself to his feet before he eventually succeeded. His expression didn't seem to be happy in the slightest. In fact, his smile had entirely vanished, replaced by a dark glint. He had failed. He still needed about 10%, but considering how much heavenly favor he had already gathered, that 10% was an astonishing amount. Even if he killed all of the top geniuses during the third phase, it wouldn't be enough to fill the gap. It only made it worse that he didn't believe he even had the strength or stamina remaining to do something like that, especially since they all had those absolutely ridiculous life-preserving methods. Ryu took a breath and exhaled. He had come here with too much confidence, believing that he would definitely be able to reclaim his spiritual foundation, but in the end he had still come up short. It wouldn't even be possible to carry this heavenly favor outside with him, as this was a very special environment that allowed it to thrive. It would all have to be exchanged for rewards before they left. There's still a way. The favor alchemy sky god's pills, so long as I swallow one, it should have enough momentum to shatter those chains. Even if it's a waste, it can't be helped. There's also potentially another way as well. If heavenly favor is the counterpart of essence, there's like a similar counterpart for chaos chi. If I can find and learn what it is, there's a chance I might be able to gather it from the chaos plane myself and shatter the chains on my own. Both are viable options. Ryu raised his head and looked into the skies. So long as he didn't die, he would find a way. He wouldn't allow his path forward to be blocked by anything. Ryu's gaze sharpened and his eyes shifted from the skies above to something below. However, before he could realize what it was, the star path began to tremble and the miasma above split as an ancient, four-sided cube began to descend. At its base, a city with walls of diamond made its presence known, shimmering with all sorts of lights. One by one, the ancient cube began to etch names across its surface, but what was peculiar was that there were two lists, one of which had relatively smaller numbers to the side of the names that appeared and another that had much larger numbers. What was even weirder than that, though, was the fact that the side with the smaller numbers seemed to exude the fiercest auras, so much so that they were entirely dwarfed by the former side. The main difference, though, was the color of these numbers. The side with the larger numbers were written in blocks of black and maybe a faint bronze. However, the side with the smaller numbers were written in silver nearer the bottom, gold nearer the top, and in a bright, resplendent rainbow color at the absolute peak. Ryu's gaze was absolutely focused on the list with the smaller numbers, his heart skipping a beat. 7. Ryu Tatsuya 9999, gold. His name didn't move him in the slightest. What he was moved by was something entirely different. 3. Titus Tatsuya 3, Rainbow, 1. Primus Tatsuya 4, Rainbow, Chapter 1153. Retreat. Ryu's eyes widened, his heart, or rather what remained of it, nearly beating out of his chest. Primus Tatsuya, he didn't give a damn. However, when he saw his father's name, he latched onto it like a fish might water or a baby might take their first breath of air. Ha! Ryu laughed lightly. He might have laughed more forcefully if it wasn't for the fact that even breathing felt like a tall task. His father had been here, and had even done well enough to place so high. How could Ryu not be beaming from ear to ear? Ryu's gaze shifted down the list, seemingly looking for something else. But it was cut off at the top 10,000 and there didn't seem to be anything else to see beyond that. He had been somewhat hoping to see Eismine and Eska somewhere, but they were nowhere to be seen. This maybe wasn't too surprising. It was only 10,000 names whereas there were more than 100 times that had entered just this time alone, let alone the number that had appeared across all time. It was a hard ask to expect them to appear. These points, though, there was something weird about all of this. Logically speaking, almost every single person who had made it far along the star path should be near the top of the rankings on the all-time list. This was no normal opening of the heavenly path, this was the flashpoint that would start the convergence. Just by virtue of the existence of so many geniuses, the concentration of heavenly favor should be beyond the vast majority of openings. The only ones that should be able to match up would be the opening that corresponded to over-convergences. And considering how rare convergence events were throughout history, they should be pitifully few. This was to say that the fact Ryu was first placed during a convergence event, and yet only 7th on the list, it felt fishy, off somehow. There were only two explanations that Ryu could see for this. The first was that he was missing something quite big. A large piece of the puzzle was so enormous that it was foolish of him to try and draw a conclusion about what was happening at the moment. The second was an extension of the first but somewhat more targeted, and that was the obvious fact that the Heavenly Path's trials were not over yet. In that case, these rankings didn't represent any sort of finality and there would be something else that tested them beyond what Ryu had assumed the third phase would be. The third phase was supposedly a battle royale and it was the phase Aika had given Ryu the least information on. Ryu had assumed that this was because it was self-explanatory, but there was also another potential reason, and that was that the third phase was too unpredictable to give advice about. In this case, the fact that Ryu was already in 7th place at the start of the third phase should be seen as a shocking feat. If he was correct, then by the end of this, there would be several new names on that list of 10,000. That's the only way the convergence would live up to its name. Ryu completed his thoughts almost instantly, but he wasn't the only one paying attention to the list. The fact that 3 of the top 10 shared the exact same last name didn't escape the attention of those here. Originally, these geniuses didn't give a damn about this incomplete heavenly path, their goal had always been the complete heavenly path. Ultimately, although there were some legends of the past that would be on this ranking list, compared to the monster on the complete heavenly paths list, most of them weren't worth much of anything at all. Anyone who had to pass through the incomplete heavenly path to begin with was almost assumed to be inferior. After all, if you had to ascend from the third heaven, what could you be worth in the grand scheme of things? Convergences were very rare, so the geniuses who descended here from high heavens were also extraordinarily rare. Even so, because of this, their assumption had been that while higher heaven geniuses wouldn't dominate the majority of the list, they should probably occupy the top 100 or so positions with relative ease. Never had they expected that the top of the list would be occupied by an unknown. Not only were they an unknown, which was shocking enough, but they shared a last name with another anomaly that had appeared out of nowhere in Ryu. All of this was difficult to accept. Ryu, while everyone was distracted, it was Mei who made it to Ryu's side first, her gaze clearly showing her hints of worry. But at the same time, her crimson irises flickered with an almost bestial light at the same time. With her expression bouncing back and forth between the two, she looked quite crazy, or sexy. Truthfully, the line between the two feelings was too blurred to tell. Mei made a grabbing motion out of the air and several fragrant pills appeared in her hands before she pushed them into Ryu's palms. Ryu's gaze flickered. These pills were all of exceptional quality, but they were unfortunately not 100% pure. Ryu had never eaten pills to improve his cultivation in the path because he didn't want their impurities to slow his cultivation speed, so he had relied on the incubator instead. Now, as an alchemist, Ryu could trust himself to concoct his own pills without a worry for their impurities, but he hadn't gotten a chance yet to use this self-reliant ability of his. While he was grateful for Mei's lack of hesitation in giving up pills that were so valuable, his talent was already lacking enough as it was. He couldn't afford to muck it up anymore with these external factors. Just as Ryu was about to return the pills, he hesitated, suddenly thinking of something. So what if they were impure? He just had to make them pure. A pill was just the result of refined ingredients. Most wouldn't have the skill to refine them down any further, but his skill wasn't something others could compare to, especially with the evolution of his Tao. Ryu was preparing to re-refine the pills when several auras blocked his path from all sides. He looked up coldly to find all of the so-called geniuses blocking all of his paths of retreat. Mei's expression went cold as her head snapped up, golden flames beginning to dance in her eyes. She was already on the verge of an episode and didn't need much else to push her over the edge. Seeing so many surrounded Ryu when he had just been in such a battle, how could she not be infuriated? I hope you all won't get in my way, Vi said coldly. His head is mine. If you want to taste my blade, you can go ahead and try me. Akira sneered. Ooh, scary. Yeah, sure, I'll let you have all his heavenly favor to you, my precious prince. All you have to do is crawl under my crotch once, how about it? Vi's gaze flashed with a malevolent light. In any other situation, he probably would have attacked Akira immediately for saying such a thing, wiping that disgusting, jagged and sharp-toothed grin off of his face. However, he knew he couldn't afford to get embroiled in such a battle now. The likes of Mono and Zed didn't say a single word, but the fact they were still here and hadn't even glanced toward Vi after he spoke those words spoke volumes in and of itself. Even if they didn't have the same methods Vi did to steal Ryu's inheritances, that didn't mean they wouldn't make their own attempts. In addition, even if there was no inheritance to be gained, one only needs to look up at the leaderboard to see the value of Ryu's head. Within the crowd of geniuses, Genella's gaze flashed dangerously. But now that her soul had been healed, she had returned to her usually calm and calculating self. Ryu might have already noticed her, but that didn't mean that the others did. For now, she would bide her time and wait patiently for an opportunity. Ryu retracted his gaze after a single moment. These people were talking about him as though he wasn't here, how amusing. He looked down at the 3 pills in his hand, trying to see if he had enough focus chi to succeed. In the end, he concluded that he didn't have enough to reforge these as runed pills as that would require combining all 3. He could only work on one and push it to 100%, that would have to be good enough for now. But after that, his focus chi would be even more spent. Focus chi would never technically drop to 0. Just before it did, a person would directly faint. There was no amount of willpower that would stop it. Right now, Ryu was dangerously close to that limit. Even if he healed his injuries to 30–40% with this 100% pill, pills that could increase focus chi didn't exist as far as Ryu knew. Still, one problem at a time. A small flame flickered on Ryu's palm and suddenly enveloped one of the pills. But after that, his focus chi would be even more spent. Focus chi would never technically drop to 0. Just before it did, a person would directly faint. There was no amount of willpower that would stop it. Right now, Ryu was dangerously close to that limit. Even if he healed his injuries to 30–40% with this 100% pill, pills that could increase focus chi didn't exist as far as Ryu knew. Still, one problem at a time. A small flame flickered on Ryu's palm and suddenly enveloped one of the pills. It was only now that the other geniuses realized that the lack of respect was mutual. Ryu didn't even seem to be aware of their presence as the pill became more and more resplendent beneath his flame. Chapter 1154. Fool's Mei's brows jumped when she saw what Ryu was doing. Those were both top-class mystical grade pills. They were worth far more than what one could find on the lower heavens, not only because of their grade. After all, the lower heavens did have alchemists capable of creating such concoctions. The most important reason was because the ingredients used and the pill formulas used were astonishingly rare. Even Mei only had 3 more left. However, she soon calmed down. Ryu had no reason to destroy pills she gave him, plus she had seen him accept an alchemy inheritance previously. The main issue, though, was whether the current Ryu could do such a thing to pills of this level. After all, one needed to have strength equivalent to the divine vessel in cosmic seed realm to concoct pills of the mystical grade. Unfortunately, Mei wouldn't be able to get her answers immediately as a sharp light suddenly came from her side. Mei's expression turned cold as het tail lashed out like a whip, cracking as if thunder through the air as it shattered the oncoming attack. Her head turned toward Akira, whose mouth was still open in an attack position. Even so, his lips had a little bit of a sneering arc on them. It was clear that he hadn't attacked very seriously, but at the same time, he had no intention of just allowing the couple to talk and rest as they pleased without any sort of pushback. If Ryu really recovered, wouldn't they be screwed? I suggest you piss off before I get angry, Mei said coldly. Oh my, Akira shivered, his scaled cheeks and brows trembling under his command as though to really sell the fact that he was scared. Don't glare at me like that, beauty, I scare easily. Tell you what, Become my woman and I'll let you off. I just want a taste, just a few nights, after all I can't take a tainted woman as my. A piercing coldness seemed to invade Akura's soul. He could hardly tremble once before Ryu suddenly reached out a palm, causing his abandoned greatsword staffs to stream toward him like arching meteors. He caught the polearm of one and sent it flying toward Akura with even faster speed. Through the air, numerous cracks began to appear on the blade as it trembled and quaked. Akura's eyes widened as he hurried to defend himself. Ultimately, it was just a heaven-grade weapon from the lower heavens. He couldn't believe that it could do much to him if he was cautious. Then, he would be able to sneer and deride as he pleased. But then something astonishing happened. Boom! The greatsword staff exploded out with such force that many of the geniuses in the surroundings were forced to retreat even as a tragic scream echoed from Akura, who was enveloped by the blast. Vi and the other geniuses watched on with wide eyes. The self-destruction of weapons wasn't unheard of to them, it was just rarely done and only in the direst of situations. But what was even more shocking than that was that a heaven-grade weapon from the lower heaven could actually produce such devastating results. Just the same way as a path extinction expert of the first heaven stood no chance against a path extinction expert of the fourth heaven, so too was it the same for their heaven-grade weapons, pills, formations and the like. But this didn't seem to be the case with Ryu's. In fact, it even surpassed their understanding of heaven-grade treasures by a great margin. It was difficult for them to accept what was right before them. Haggard coughs echoed and everyone's brows seemed to shoot up when they saw Akura's state afterward. He had the strongest defenses of them all, and yet he was entirely riddled through with holes, his body flooded with a torrent of blood that was very clearly his own. He looked as though he was a step from the grave as he lay on what remained of the fluttering star path. Ryu looked down coldly. No matter what kind of state he was in, no one could freely run their mouths in front of him unless they wanted to be taught a very painful lesson. If it wasn't for his state, Akura would have been more than just heavily injured, he would be dead. Mei looked toward Ryu with a googly-eyed look only teenage girls would understand. But before she could say anything, she found herself swept up and onto Ryu's greatsword staff before he shot directly into the air. Ryu couldn't maintain his sword god aura for long with the current state of his focus chi, but he hoped to maintain it for just long enough to leave this place. He shot forward, blazing out of the trail Akura's state had now left wide open. The others were so shocked that they couldn't react immediately, and when they did, their gazes turned malevolent, but also somewhat cautious. Ryu clearly had one more greatsword staff to use, and none of their defenses were as great as Akura's. If they weren't cautious enough, they could die. Immediately, they all brought out their flying treasures to pursue Ryu, but to their shock, they refused to work. What the hell? What's going on? Ryu and Mei got further and further away, getting even higher in the skies. Shoot them down. Not having time to understand what had gone wrong, they immediately changed tactics, preparing long-ranged attacks. Unfortunately, none of them were archers, so their effectiveness in the long range wasn't nearly as great as Ryu's. To make matters worse, their hesitation in the beginning had allowed Ryu to shoot outside of the effective range of their strikes. Jenellis hesitated. She had already analyzed that of all those here, her long-ranged attacks were definitely the most potent. But if she acted now, her relatively low-key existence would be gone, and she only felt that she had a 10% chance of taking Ryu down. In terms of nimbleness and speed, a swordsman's sword was on a completely different level, it was no different from an extension of their bodies. After them, it was unknown who spoke first, but the group began to jump down from the star path one after another, unwilling to wait patiently for it to vanish any longer. They landed heavily on the ground below and began to race after the pair, circulating their movement techniques. However, while Ryu and Mei were flying unobstructed through the skies, they had to deal with the terrain disadvantage on the ground, weaving into and out of trees, climbing mountain and hills, and to make it worse, they were even obstructed by the many beasts of the heavenly path as well. Mei looked back as they got further and further away, a hint of surprise on her face. "Why can't they fly?" she mumbled to herself. "They're fools," Ryu replied coldly. "For one, they were on the star path. If flying had been allowed on the star path, wouldn't you just be able to skip all the trials and go right to the Tao Lord's inheritance?" Mei was suddenly enlightened. Could it be that they just didn't realize that they could use their flying treasures now that they were on the ground? If that was the case, they really were idiots. But that didn't explain why Ryu could fly. And second, they haven't realized that the third phase has already started. If I'm correct, you're meant to use your own abilities to reach the Diamond City which is hovering in the air. If that's the case, they wouldn't allow the use of flying treasures. As for my flight, it exists outside of the bounds of their restrictions because it's my own personal ability. Ryu zipped forward, his focus chi quickly draining its last remaining dregs. Black spots and flashing lights began to appear in his vision, but he grit his teeth, soaring forward at the fastest speed he could muster until the shadow of the large ancient cube and Diamond City were cast over them. As expected, several chains dangled from beneath the city. If Ryu was correct, you were supposed to use your own abilities to climb up with these chains and weather whatever trials came with them. Ryu angled his greatsword staff upward and tore a path almost straight up, holding onto Mei's waist tightly as his vision threatened to give out. He began to feel lightheaded and a strong feeling of vertigo overwhelmed him. He simultaneously felt the need to close his eyes and throw his guts up. However, he continued to push, going further and further until he soared beyond the city limits. A wave of relief hit Ryu, but that relief came at the worst time. His body seemed to shut down and his vision went entirely dark. His sword lost its aura entirely and he began to fall through the skies, his grip on Mei loosening. Chapter 1155. Effort. Ryu fell out of the skies, threatening to undo all the hard work that he had just done. But very luckily for him, he wasn't the only one that could fly without the aid of a flying treasure. Mei realized what had happened immediately and reacted with her greatest speed, grabbing Ryu with one hand and his greatsword staff in the other. Oof! Masa's gaze was colored with surprise when she noticed the heft of Ryu's greatsword staff. Was this sort of heavy weapon really the kind one should dual wield? Just imagining the strain on one's joints made her heart tremble. Just because they were cultivators didn't mean that they were immune to the wear and tear of tendinitis and other related musculoskeletal ailments. In fact, those kinds of hidden injuries on cultivators might be even worse than they'd be on mortals. If a mortal suffered joint pain or weak tendons, they could just stop and rest. But a cultivator's life was filled with activity of which hidden injuries were the bane of. However, Ryu didn't seem like a person suffering through joint pain. But then again, considering what she knew about him, if he was, he wouldn't show it. When she thought about how Ryu threw his weapons away mid-battle, she became a hint more worried. Was she overthinking things? If Ryu was simply far stronger than her, she could accept it. But the problem was that these greatsword staff felt so heavy and she knew that Ryu's bodily strength despite the bloodlines was only comparable to hers. There might have been some changes since they last fought, but that didn't change the fact that Ryu used these weapons long before any changes to his physique. Despite the weight of Ryu and the weapon, Mei managed to soar forward, allowing the winds to carry her to the city limits. She was shocked to find that just flapping her wings took a heavy toll on her. It made her realize that if it wasn't for Ryu's sword god aura, making it here in such a short time would be almost impossible. She realized that it was too difficult to soar over the city walls, so she landed on the small ledge of earth around the base of it. Small was just relative. While it was indeed small in comparison to the entire city given its scope and size, there was still several hundred meters of distance between their location and falling down to the ground below entirely. Mei sat Ryu and took deep breath. She had only flapped once and yet she was actually so tired. What was up with this third phase? It was too different from what she was expecting. The incomplete heavenly path should be a test for first, second and third heaven geniuses. It shouldn't be able to bring out anything that made her struggle so much under normal circumstances, at least not outside the inheritances themselves, or maybe due to interference of Tao Lord the heavenly path became difficult. Mei hesitated whether to move forward with Ryu or rest here for a moment before laying Ryu's head on her lap and looking toward the ledge of the city with a semi-worried expression. How long would it take them to catch up? Would there be enough time? Mei looked toward Ryu's hand and noticed the pull in it. 100%. Mei had been so distracted by the flying that she hadn't even noticed that Ryu had succeeded in refining the pill as well. It was no wonder he had collapsed, his focus QI must be entirely spent. This is absolutely ridiculous. I've never heard of someone running out of focus chi before they ran out of stamina or chi in general. What Mei didn't know was that Ryu had the southern heavenly wind fused into his body, on top of the vital life forces of countless vitality-related talents. And on top of that, even Dao God would run out of chi before Ryu ever thought of it being a problem. He might not be able to use his chaos chi, but HTAT didn't change the fact that his meridians were connected to an entire plane. Ryu's life force itself would give out before his chi ran out. Mei shook her head and took the pill out of Ryu's hands before opening his mouth and putting it in. After making sure the pill melted and didn't start to choke him, she relaxed as Ryu's wounds began to heal. It wasn't an exaggerated pace, but it was definitely at a speed that could be seen with naked eyes. Even so, Mei couldn't help but be shocked. This SPPED was more than what she had expected as well, especially considering the devastating nature of Ryu's wounds. It wasn't just the wounds themselves, but rather the exceptionally high-level chi that had caused them. For a pill to be able to force them out so quickly was beyond her expectation. Now, it seemed that she just had to wait for Ryu to wake up. Mei looked up. She expected to crane her neck to see the ancient cube above, but by some mystical power, she could see the list clearly no matter what angle she looked at it from. She couldn't help but read those names again, going over Tatsuya again and again. There was no doubt that those were Two's relative, but why was it that she had never heard of them? The fourth, fifth and sixth heavens were exceptionally vast, this much was true enough, but a person or people that could rank in the top 3 of all time, shouldn't she know them? Unless they were from an exceptionally ancient time, but that didn't make sense either. Because if they were so ancient, then shouldn't Ryu have been born on the 4th heaven at worst? If he had family members that went ahead of him, it didn't make sense for him to have still come from a smaller world, unless Tatsuya, dragon. If his other family members are dragons, maybe that would explain things. They've never really been cohesive. Mei's gaze flickered. It was also possible that she just didn't know of them yet because they had already gone ahead to the 7th and higher. If they could rank first and theirs here, that wasn't exactly impossible. As Mei was trying to understand the complicated family tree of her new husband, the other geniuses had finally caught up. The issue they faced, though, was now they had to climb hundreds of kilometers ahead of them and pressure was already great. Vi looked up with an ugly expression. He could tell at a glance that climbing to the city would be a tall task. By the time he made it, wouldn't Ryu have already greatly recovered? He cursed under his breath. This was all Akira's fault. He regretted not killing that half-dead bastard when they shot by him earlier. If not for his incompetence, Ryu wouldn't have been able to break out of their encirclement, and flight or not, he wouldn't have been able to make it here so easily. Gritting his teeth, Vi grabbed onto the chain and strapped his glavy to his back with his other hand. There was no time to waste and there was only one objective ahead. He had already accepted that he was less talented some others, that was fine. His current goal had already been to surpass the 6th heaven geniuses to begin with, so he had started off with that assumption from the beginning. One more person that was more talented than him wouldn't make much of a difference. What would make a difference, though, was his attitude. Ryu Tatsuya, right, fine, he could be more talented than him for now, but he would claw back whatever advantage he could if it meant risking his life. In this life, he could only be number 1. Vi released and growled and began to climb with his greatest speed, enduring the pressure of the chains. The city gates of the Diamond City loomed, casting a shadow over the deeply slumbering Ryu. However, at that moment, in a distant heaven, an old man slowly opened his eyes. A deep pressure radiated, nearly crumbling the immortal mountain he mediated within to ash. The moment this pressure radiated outward, the sect below was in an uproar. Ancestor is awake. Ancestor has come out from seclusion. Ancestor is still alive. Tao Sovereign Chaotic Space sat in complete silence. His expression didn't seem to have either anger or sadness on it. He had seen too much in life and his reaction towards such things weren't what most would expect. Even so, when his memories fused with that of the incarnation he left in the incomplete heavenly path, his gaze still narrowed somewhat. A youth willing to look at the inheritance of a Tao Sovereign in the eye and crush it. That youth's Tao heart is exceptional, and considering the fact he was branded, it was obvious that he could have formed an ancient Tao long before and just hadn't wanted to attract more attention. He might have bothered to care if the youth had any other spiritual foundation, even if it was a common grade, but an inherited spiritual foundation. The Tao Sovereign closed his eyes once more, his deep wrinkles settled. The youth wasn't worth his effort. That Tatsuya name, though, it sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite remember where he had heard it from before. What the Tao Sovereign didn't realize was that in destroying his inheritance, Ryu's action had also caused his incarnation to be damaged, albeit just a small amount. This change had disrupted the flow of memories from his incarnation, leaving him with only a vague impression of the Tatsuya name. Had Ryu not done this, the casualness of Tao Sovereign Chaotic Space would have vanished. Fucking shit, when I was reading it was so short, but when I was writing it was fucking long. Enjoy. Written by the guy who wrote the text. Chapter 1156. Blank sleep wasn't something that he had experienced for years, there was simply no need for it. Even during his games with xianxia, there were enough breaks in between that his focus chi never truly hit rock bottom. Ryu had never experienced what it meant to run out of focus chi. It could be said that a large part of that reason was because of the prayer mat, but beyond that, he had never been forced to use so many talents and fuse them in such a way at the same time. In addition, maybe the greatest reason was the unbalanced mantra which constantly forced him to deconstruct the world he was used to and reconstruct it in a completely novel way. Either way, the fundamental truth of it all was that it had taken a great deal out of Ryu. However, he also knew that he didn't have much time to allow himself to fully reset. If he did, he might as well give his life up now. Just 10 minutes into an incredibly deep sleep, Ryu shot up, one of his hands flying toward his chest. He looked down to find that the hole was gone. His vision felt like it was spinning, and he couldn't quite see straight as a pounding headache hit him. He was quite used to this feeling. Back when he was immortal, fatigue was a common occurrence, and when he pushed himself not to sleep for a night or two, this was exactly the kind of backlash his brain would assault him with. This sort of headache wouldn't go away until he had a true and proper rest, and neither would the brain fog, but in this matter, he didn't have much of a choice. Ryu took deep breaths. He had recovered 1% or 2% of his focus chi, that would have to be enough. Someone else with weaker soul than his own wouldn't have been able to gather up nearly that much with just 10 minutes of deep sleep, so Ryu could only thank his perfect blackbody soul for this. "Are you okay? You should rest more," Mei suddenly spoke. Ryu turned, and now did he realize that Mei was actually so nearby. He shook his head. A lack of focus QI was truly troublesome. If he wanted to keep himself awake, he would have to restrict himself in several ways and wait for himself to recover. He wasn't mortal, so he didn't need to sleep necessarily to refuel his focus chi. But it would still be faster to do so while asleep. Unfortunately, he didn't have such luxury. "I'm fine, let's go. The third phase probably starts within the city limits and the others will catch up soon. The trial to make it here is difficult, but not difficult enough that they'd be denied for more than an hour or so. The fastest of them probably only need half that time." Ryu forced himself to stand and ignored the spinning of his head. Functionally, his body was in good enough condition to fight, especially after taking the pill. But would have to limit himself in a few ways for at least the next few hours. For one, he was lucky that he could see out of his eyes now, because maybe one of the greatest drains of focus chi was spiritual sense. If he had to use that to see things, he would have to give up whatever advantage he had gained by coming here so early, or else death would be his only path forward. Secondly, he couldn't use his Tao, because if his spiritual sense was one of the greatest drains, then his Tao was the greatest drain. This was of course the same of other miscellaneous abilities like fusions and the likes. His best bet was to rely on his body. If need be, he could activate his bloodlines and their talents as well, so long as he didn't try fusing his anything other than his lightning flame. His lightning flame was naturally fused, it actually took focus chi to separate them. So, he would just have to use it as is. Unfortunately, maybe the greatest loss was in his weapon's god auras, but he would just have to make do. No fusing, no Tao, no spiritual sense, and no techniques. Ryu shook his head. He had expected something like this to happen when he chose to go all out, but dealing with the fallout was really pissing him off, especially since he couldn't succeed in killing Starlight. The greatest benefit out of that fight was learning which sect he came from, but Ryu didn't dare to try and deduce what Starlight's relationship with Radiant Star sect was, because at this point, even that sort of brain power would drain his focus chi to zero. Ryu grabbed onto his great sword staff, which had been pierced into the ground, and dragged it along. Usually, it would hover to his back, but for obvious reasons, that wasn't possible now. Mei blinked for a moment before following after Ryu. "Are you sure you're okay to hold that? I can carry it for you." Ryu frowned and looked down at his great sword staff. "It's not heavy," Ryu said casually, stepping before the large diamond gates. The gate was separated into several tiers. It was clear that the tier to each you opened the door would dictate something quite important, but Ryu wasn't certain what the criteria was at a glance. Without his Tao or heavenly pupils, it was annoying to try and understand things the normal way. He only realized now that he didn't miss his heavenly pupils as much as he should, only because he had his Tao. But now that he was missing both, there was nothing but frustration. Ryu took a breath and calmed down. Volatile emotions tended to drain focus chi than not. It would be really too foolish of him to allow his emotions to get the best of him here and now. It's not heavy. Chapter 1157. Ancestor Mei didn't know if Ryu was just saying this to save face or if he meant something else. The weapon is designed specifically for me, I personally forged it. It's probably heavy in your hands, but it's as light as a feather in mine. Mei blinked when she heard this. She had never heard of a weapon changing its weight depending on who was holding it. That seemed like something only a weapon that had birthed a spirit could do, but such weapons were. Ryu pierced his great sword staff into the ground and placed his hands on the gate. He felt a pressure weighing down upon him, but to his surprise, it vanished into thin air a moment later and the gates just swung open on their own, all 9 tiers, in fact. Ryu blinked before he understood. It wasn't a gate that relied on strength, but rather on the amount of heavenly favor you had already accumulated before coming here. He had a large amount, so the trial was child's play to pass. In fact, not only this, but the moment the gates opened, a surge of heavenly favor descended. High in the skies, the ancient cube shifted, and Ryu moved up exactly 1 place. His score of 9,999 began to shimmer, radiating a beautiful rainbow color before it began to tick down, zooming down from 9,999 right down until there was just a flashing 1 on the leaderboards. Ryu's gaze flickered. He couldn't see the amount of heavenly favor he had as intimately as before, but he felt that the amount he had just gained wasn't small. At the same time, he realized something. Before, he believed that he needed 10% more before he had enough to unshackle his spiritual foundation, but he realized now that 10% felt like a far vaguer proposition. If Ryu was correct, he would need at least 2 before he had enough. Ryu suddenly pressed a hand to his forehead, a piercing headache taking hold of him. He had been worried that thinking too much would harm him, but he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. His thoughts felt jumbled, and his previous conclusions felt like nonsense. Come to think of it, he had originally thought of the 10% figure when his mind was already clouded by the fog of low-focus chi. How far away was he really? Ryu shook his head. He realized that thinking was useless right now as he took a step forward, entering the city limits. Try to follow after me, Ryu said before the doors slammed shut. Ryu waited on the other side, and very soon the doors began to open once again. The city itself wasn't too interesting, at least not in comparison to what Ryu thought he might find. It looked like all the other cities he had been to, just much larger and much more shimmering. Even the roads were paved with rainbow-colored gems that had made just walking feel special. Much like the other cities, there were many shops and amenities in the vicinity. This city probably had the best resources to trade for in comparison to the other cities. Of course, since Ryu had a ton of capital, there was probably nothing he couldn't buy. But if he wasted his heavenly favor here, it would be too much of a tragedy. The main destination was probably that tower in the city, the very one that seemed to connect the ancient cube and the city into just a single existence. The doors shut after Mei, and she looked around with a hint of sparkle in her eyes as well. Seeing that she was here, Ryu turned and started heading toward the tower in the distance. Mei had only been able to open 6 tiers of the door. Although she spent most of her time following after Ryu, she had been able to make up a lot of ground thanks to the second phase. She had accepted quite a few inheritances herself. Even so, she couldn't bridge the gap. Ryu had a feeling that most of his originally 9,999 gold heavenly favor hadn't come from his attempts in the first phase, or even the second phase. They had instead come from rejecting the Tao Sovereign. Without this, he probably would have only been able to open to the 6th tier as well, maybe 7th. Do you know them? Mei asked, pointing to the skies. Them? Ryu was a bit slow to understand what Mei was talking about due to his current state, but when he realized, he smiled. Titus Tatsuya is my father. Mei was taken aback. She didn't know that Ryu was even capable of smiling a smile like this one. Any time she had seen his lips curl upward, it was in some sort of malevolent grin. She couldn't help but feel that her heart was threatening to beat out of her chest. Your father, why are you? Mei wanted to ask why Ryu was here instead of in a higher heaven then, but she was worried that it might be a sensitive topic. I don't know. He should have been in my world's nether realm. I have no idea how he ended up here and why he hasn't come back yet. I assume he has a good reason. He wouldn't leave my mom for so long without one. Then what about Primus? May stopped talking because she saw Ryu's smile vanish. There wasn't any anger, there was just a clear indifference and even a hint of disdain and disrespect. He is my ancestor. Ryu didn't say anything more, so May didn't ask anything more on the subject. Though, she could quite understand. Ryu seemed like one who didn't respect his elders, but he obviously respected his father, so why didn't his so-called ancestor get the same respect? Beyond that, if she knew that Primus was Ryu's great-grandfather, she probably would have been even more weirded out. Usually, when the relationship was that close, one wouldn't use the term ancestor. The duo made it to the bottom of the tower quite quickly. Although Ryu couldn't do much, the northern heavenly wind was a treasure that was directly on his body. He didn't need focus chi to use it, so his speed was still excellent. Chapter 1158. Forge facing the tower, the two fell into silence. It felt like there was something else on the other side of this that weighed quite heavily, something that they couldn't take lightly. But at the same time, the fact that they had gotten here first wasn't a small advantage either. There would always be small variations in the third phase. But this was too far different from what they were used to. This tower wasn't in any of the historical recounting, it felt like it came out of nowhere. May sighed slightly as she looked toward Ryu. Given his current state, asking him to face another challenge of this caliber right now was far too much. He was almost being punished for performing too well in the previous phases. In fact, she felt bad for getting here on what was basically a free ride. If it wasn't for Ryu, she would have been stuck climbing those chains below like everyone else. Being here now and not having earned it left a somewhat bitter taste in her mouth. What made her feel worse was the fact that Ryu didn't even get the Tao Lord's inheritance in return. At least if he had gotten it, he could still come out as the biggest winner. But he had essentially fought that battle for nothing. Did you really reject the inheritance? May leaned toward believing Ryu's words, but that was only because given their relationship, she owed him at least that small amount of respect. However, somewhere deep inside, she hoped that he had tricked everyone and really had claimed the inheritance. I have no need for it, Ryu replied simply. May opened her mouth to reply, but she didn't even know what to say to that. The weight of a Tao Lord wasn't small. They represented the very pinnacle of the true martial world. They were existences who could change the world with their will alone and rewrite the very laws of the world. One had to understand that an inheritance wasn't like stumbling into the techniques a sky god once used. No, it was like all of the teachings of a sky god being infused directly into your mind. It was on an entirely different level. It took a significant sacrifice for a sky god to leave behind an inheritance to begin with. If the chaotic space Tao sovereign had still been a Tao Lord and was relying on his inheritance and its karma for a chance to extend his life, Ryu's actions would have driven him mad to the point of ignoring all forms of decorum to make Ryu pay. This was why if Ryu presented any sort of threat, the Tao sovereign would have taken action. After all, he couldn't allow Ryu to do the same thing to the inheritance he had left behind in the complete heavenly path. All of this was to say that the inheritance of a sky god was almost like gaining all of their most valuable cultivation-related memories. Every infused inheritance was like a breath of experience that wouldn't hinder your path forward, but only embellish and improve it. Even a genius of the ninth heaven would fight over such an inheritance, let alone one of the fifth heaven like May, or one who wasn't even from the true martial world like Ryu. To give up the inheritance of not only a Tao Lord, but a Tao Lord who had succeeded in breaking into the Tao sovereign realms, wasn't a small sacrifice. Although Ryu's Tao heart had improved and he even managed to have his Tao surpass his cultivation realm by 2 stages, most would say it wasn't worth it. Even so, regardless of the circumstances, Ryu would have never accepted that inheritance. He wouldn't allow anyone to disrespect him, even if it was a Tao sovereign. That said, if others thought that this was the sole reason Ryu had been so decisive in rejecting the inheritance, they would be sorely mistaken. There was another reason Ryu had rejected it, although it wasn't the deciding factor, it was just a small tidbit that affirmed his decision. When the chaotic space sky god had mentioned rewards for claiming his full inheritance on the complete heavenly path, he had mentioned giving them a set of chaotic silk meridians as a reward. This was an exceptionally tempting reward, and it was maybe the reason Starlight had pressed so hard for it, and ironically also the reason he was willing to give up in the end. After all, to Starlight, there was still one more chance waiting for him, a chance that would give him a shot at the real reward. However, the temptation of the reward shrouded a very important question. Where would the chaotic space sky god be getting such a set of meridians from? It couldn't come from himself because he still had aspirations of becoming a Tao god. That was why he left his inheritance behind to begin with. How could he kill himself to hand his own over? There was potentially the chance that his clan's bloodline made it more likely for these meridians to be born, but in that case wouldn't it be coming from his own clansmen? Why would he give such a thing to an outsider? All of these questions seemed to lead to one answer. The chaotic space sky god had a method of procuring and hoarding chaotic silk meridians. In fact, there was a chance that the chaotic space sky god hadn't even been born with his own originally. It wasn't outside of the realm of possibility that much like he offered to give them a set, he too had been gifted his own. It was easy enough to sense a person's spiritual foundation as a sky god. However, because Ryu had always been cautious with his chaotic silk meridians, he had constantly maintained a shroud of void spiritual sense over them. While this shroud might be easy for a Tao sovereign to see through if they were to see him in person, a mere incarnation had no ability to do so. To make a long story short, how could Ryu know how the Tao sovereign and his clan would react to learning that he had been born with the chaotic silk meridians? In fact, for all he knew, the method of training chaotic silk meridians you were born with versus one that was transplanted was completely different. In that case, why lament choosing his Tao heart over a mere inheritance? He, Ryu Tatsuya, could forge his own path forward. Ryu's gaze flashed with determination, and he took a strong step forward, gripping his great sword staff in a hand and entering the tower. Chapter 1159. First time Mei watched Ryu vanish and exhaled a sigh. After a moment of hesitation, rather than stepping forward she sat down and crossed her legs in meditation. Slowly, but surely, tendrils of her soul flame began to etch a complicated formation into the surroundings. As time ticked by, the formation grew more complex and layered, but Mei's face also simultaneously became paler and paler. Even she couldn't quite understand why she had made this decision. She hadn't known Ryu for long, but maybe this was just the way the women of her race were. She had been subdued once, then Ryu even triggered a response she only had for those who were her closest relatives. She didn't even really think about the consequences of what she was doing until she was already halfway through, and by then there was already no point in stopping. She smiled lightly. Over an hour later, the doors of the Diamond City finally opened up and the first wave of geniuses rushed in, hurrying toward the tower. They already felt a great deal of anxiousness after seeing that Mei and Ryu had already entered. If they were any later to react, then maybe they would never get a chance to benefit from the third phase at all. The geniuses rushed up, but when they saw the protective barrier of Mei's formation, their expressions warped and quickly became incomparably ugly. The Dream Asura race was a very powerful one on the fifth heaven. However, this wasn't just because of their overwhelming physical battle prowess, it was because they matched this with top-tier soul talent, especially that of their women. Although it was said that Dream Asura race descended from the mighty demon kings, the Dream Wraiths, this connection was so thin by now that their relation could be said to be minimal. It was akin to the relationship between Nemesis and the Wrath Knights. Even so, this small connection was enough for them to strike fear in the powers of the fifth and even much of the sixth heavens. There was a reason why Mei was able to make her way through the Unbalanced Art sect's ruins, albeit a step slower than Ryu, and that was precisely because of her overwhelming soul talent, and most importantly, her mastery over formations. "Get out of the way," Vi growled. At this point, he had entirely lost his cordial personality and he no longer cared to maintain a good relationship with Mei, and that was only especially so after he understood that she is making this sacrifice for another man. Mei didn't reply and simply continued to sit in the center of her formation with a light smile on her face. Her soul flames were already incredibly dangerous. When under the support of a formation on top of that, none here dared to take it lightly. A formation master given preparation time was maybe the deadliest kind of enemy you could face. Seeing Mei's blatant disregard, Vi's veins threatened to pop along his forehead, the frustration within him bubbling. His soul talent was one of his greatest weaknesses to begin with. How could he dare to casually face this formation? Under normal circumstances, his soul protection treasures might be able to defend against a wave or two of Mei's soul flame attacks, but when it was layered, controlled and sustained in this fashion, he simply didn't stand a chance. "Why are you doing this?" Rana asked. Her dress of daggers clanged, and she was clearly unsatisfied. They could all tell that Mei was only here for the purpose of stalling them. There was no way she could block them all forever. This was just a delaying tactic, and one that could very well end miserably for her. Isn't it obvious? Mei said lightly. None of you deserve this more than he does, so just wait here obediently. The faces of the geniuses twisted. Even if this was true, none of them wanted to hear it, and worst of all, they didn't want to hear it from the person currently blocking their path. The world of cultivation didn't have a concept of fairness, and even face and dignity could be thrown away if there were enough benefits to be gained. Clearly, these so-called geniuses had long since surpassed that threshold. If it weren't for the fact that we've been suppressed in coming down here, do you think that we would fear the likes of him? You had better get out of the way, or else don't blame us for being impolite, Vi growled. Mei closed her eyes and said no more. If they wanted to come, then they were free to. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had only just gotten his body back in working shape, but it felt like he was knocked down a peg once again. He stood in a room of darkness. The only light source seemed to be the radiant blue armor coming from his enemies. They pressed down in an endless swarm, coming out from the darkness one after another, each with an aura drenched in the want for murder. Ryu gripped his great sword staff with both hands, putting all of his might into every swing. In the beginning, it took just a single effort to cut down 3 enemies. Soon, a single swing could only take down 2. Then just 1. Eventually, each enemy started taking 2 swings, then 3. Ryu felt like he was being quickly overwhelmed. If it was a matter of stamina, no one could be his match. But without the supporting structure of his other talents, it all felt useless. Ryu was quickly being drowned. As it began to take 4 and even 5 swings, the next swarm of enemies would already be upon him before he could react. The blades and fists rained down on him, leaving devastating wounds one after another. Ryu unleashed a roar and a wave of pressure shot out from him, shattering the surrounding dozens of blue-armored warriors. Blood dripped from Ryu's body as he huffed and puffed, his brain feeling foggy. Even so, wisps of dark gold chi came off of him in waves. Ryu realized he didn't have a choice and he could only hope that there were no methods of detecting what he was doing. For the first time since he stepped into the true martial world, Ryu unleashed his chaos chi. Chapter 1160. Absolute Best. Ryu suddenly felt comfortable all over. This was the first time he experienced the chaos chi of the true martial world. It felt both familiar, and yet completely unfamiliar at the same time. Even with his ability to deduce having been nerfed by his weakened focus chi, he could immediately see the benefits of having power chi. Back in Sacrum, Ryu had never been too focused on using high-level chi, he had used neutral chi over 90% of the time. After he learned the secret of his meridians, he began to use chaos chi almost exclusively, but due to the fact that this change had come right after he skipped over the spiritual severing realm entirely, it was hard to tell if the boost in strength had come from his new cultivation realm, or his chaos chi. Ryu wasn't sure about Sacrum, but he knew that here, in the true martial world, suddenly being able to use chaos chi wasn't just a small game changer. He felt as though all the strength he could display by fusing all of his talents into one could be matched by his meridians alone. Ryu swung his great sword staff out once again. He mindlessly pushed forward, relentless in his pursuit of speed and higher achievement. He forgot about everything else, swinging again and again. He didn't spare any thought toward battle tactics or where he was going. He threw all other thoughts from his mind, letting his body instinctively react to everything before it. Ryu's heavenly chaos bone structure began to react to the sudden influx of Chua's chi. When Ryu had originally constructed it, he was before the senses of the Dao Sovereign, so how could he not be incomparably cautious with how he utilized chaos chi? It could be said that while the heavenly favor aspects of his bone structure had gotten the chance to perfectly saturate his body, the same couldn't be said for his chaos chi. One would think that due to this, Ryu only had access to half the strength of his bone structure due to this, but the reality was far more exaggerated than this. The strength of the heavenly chaos bone structure used the clash of 2 elements as its foundation. If one was lagging behind another, the results would inevitably be lackluster. Even so, Ryu had experienced a great change. But now, compared to what was happening now, the previous shift could only be said to be a joke. Ryu's bodily strength took large leaps forward in strength again and again as it greedily soaked up the excess chaos chi that Ryu lacked the focus chi to properly control. Ironically, it was precisely this lack of control that allowed him to benefit so much. As though a dry well was finally graced by rainfall, Ryu's bone structure began to display its truest state. From an inferior form, it greedily increased in strength, taking large leaps forward again and again. At the same time, Ryu found that his vision was becoming clearer and clearer. If he had reached the pinnacle of what natural eyesight could be at his cultivation level before, he blasted by that barrier. It very quickly became something entirely unnatural, and yet oddly enough, Ryu couldn't feel the presence of his heavenly pupils. As his eyes became sharper and sharper, capable of seeing things far beyond the realms of what normal eyes should be capable of, he felt that his heavenly pupils were actually becoming more distant. No, it wasn't that they were becoming more distant, but rather that his sense of when they would awaken was becoming clearer with the strengthening of his eyes. And he felt that he wasn't even close. He didn't know what the black-veined spirit-seeking lilies had done to him, but whatever mutation it had caused was taking far more effort to unseal than even his original talents had been. Even with his current brain fog, Ryu knew that this wasn't actually a bad thing. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Ailsa and Yana were trapped within, he would only see this as a good thing. The more effort it took to unseal his eyes, the more powerful they would be when he finally undid the final seal. In fact, if his spiritual foundation wasn't immediately important to his breakthrough into the Tao pedestal realm, he might consider aiming all of his accumulated heavenly favor toward his eyes instead. If his eyes took too little effort to unseal, it would instead be a disappointment. If he survived to the day he could see the world through those eyes again, he didn't believe that anyone would be able to stop his steps. Ryu roared and slashed out with his greatsword staff. The tattoos that coated his body began to squirm, some roaring like swimming dragons, some soaring through the skies like crying phoenixes, some burning like an internal flame and others striking down like mighty tribulation lightning. However, as soon as these images appeared, they would vanish into a complex network of runes as though they had never changed in the first place, making it seem like nothing more than a trick of the eye. Radiant dark gold and white gold energies swirled around Ryu. Suddenly, the sound of a shattering barrier echoed. However, it wasn't a normal breakthrough. With the current state of his mind, it took Ryu several seconds before he realized that the change actually came from his eyes. It was said that the eyes were the window to the soul, and at that moment, it was as though the figurative had become literal. Ryu didn't have the words to describe it, but it felt like his soul nature had transferred to his pupils. No, maybe transferring wasn't the right way to describe it. It was more like they had suddenly gained a shared link between the two of them. Even without trying, Ryu could suddenly see arcs of space and trails of time. When the two layered on top of each other, a surge of complex information threatened to overwhelm him entirely. But shockingly enough, rather than depleting the small hints of focused chi he had left, it was immediately processed by him with the ease of breathing, as though it came naturally, as though it was his nature, his soul nature. Suddenly, Ryu's instinctual reactions became faster. He peered into streams of causality with ease and without spending even the slightest hint of effort or even chi. While he couldn't change them, just the ability to see them increased his battle effectiveness by what felt like over 100%. The battle almost became effortless. He glided forward, his blade seemingly appearing in the weak spots of his enemies as though it had teleported there. The endless stream of blue-armored warriors wasn't coming fast enough, so Ryu began to sprint forward, his speed touching seemingly impossible realms as he rode on the currents of air, his body bounding forward as light as a feather. "Get out of my way!" Ryu roared, echoes of dark gold energy shooting out from his mouth. Every one of his actions was fueled under the power of chaos chi, its destructive energies crushing everything in its path. It seemed to form a domain around Ryu, crippling the normal chi that the armored warriors used. In the past, Ryu's control of his chi would be so precise and timely that such a thing would never happen. But due to this, he had never noticed just the kind of destructive capabilities chaos chi had on others when used. In retrospect, this should have been obvious. Most couldn't step into even Sacrum's chaos plane without protective items, let alone the true martial world's chaos plane. Just using it in a wild and an unbridled manner such as this was enough for Ryu to feel stronger than maybe he had ever felt before. He hacked and slashed at everything in his path. There was no technique, no thinking, just instinct and reaction, not to mention a vicious, raw power. Ryu's limbs crackled and popped, his skin shimmering. The pores on his body expanded and contracted, his skin, bones and flesh restructuring themselves. Ryu didn't know how much time passed or how many enemies he killed. Still worried about his focus chi, he didn't dare to spend any thought on miscellaneous matters, he just had to keep going. He had to gather enough heavenly favor to unseal his spiritual foundation. He didn't care if he truly died the moment he stepped foot out of this place, but so long as he had a single breath in him, he would do his absolute best. Outside of the tower, Mei still sat in the center of the formation, her beautiful and delicate features derided by paleness and dripping sweat. The corner of her pink lips drizzled with droplets of blood, painting a particularly tragic scene. Even so, she sat in silence, not making a single sound as attacks continued to bombard her formation from all sides. At that moment, in the skies, the names on the ancient cube glowed and Ryu's number finally shifted, ticking up from 1 rainbow to 2 rainbow. Chapter 1161. Both the more Ryu let his body move as it felt and the less he thought, the more wild he seemed to become. But at the same time, his focus chi likewise began to slowly recover. Although it was much slower than the pace he would have recovered had he been sleeping, it was still an improvement nonetheless. The enemies he faced fell in extraordinarily large numbers, again and again. His slaughter was relentless and he forgot about everything instead of killing faster, swinging harder and suffocating the opposition with his momentum. Suddenly, Ryu reached a point where his blade had nowhere else to swing. The enemies stopped coming and he stood there, huffing and puffing, his chaos chi causing cracks in the folds of space around him. These cracks weren't visible to the naked eye, but he could see them with his current pair. It made him wonder just how much further he could traverse with his spacetime soul nature if he was using his chaos chi at the same time instead of neutral chi. Ryu looked up in the world of darkness and found a staircase slowly forming before him. He didn't even wait for it to finish forming before he took the first step. A heavy pressure bore down, but it seemed to be shredded apart by his chaos chi before it could even descend on his shoulders. Ryu was a bit surprised by this, but that didn't stop him from taking a second step, and then a third. Soon he came to understand what was going on. These stairs were using heavenly favor to test him again, much like the miasma he had passed through to enter the heavenly path to begin with. However, unlike last time Ryu restrained his chaotic silk meridians, he had let them have free rein this time. Heavenly favor was just technically a derivative of essence which was chaos chi's only equal. So, how could heavenly favor alone withstand Ryu's chaos chi? It was shredded apart like half-melted butter and instead of slowing down, Ryu's speed only became faster and faster. Even if Ryu was facing essence itself, he doubted that the process would be any less easy. Who else could boast to have the capabilities of countering essence if not for the wielders of chaotic silk meridians? From the very beginning, it seemed that this test had been laid out for Ryu and Ryu alone. In the outside world, although Ryu was unaware of it, his numbers continued to jump. From 2 rainbow to 3 rainbow and then from 3 rainbow to 4 rainbow. Ryu's original hypothesis had been correct. These trials were the trigger point that caused the large gain of heavenly favor. Without it, the number in the all-time leader board would have never been reached. But what was especially fascinating was that Ryu's amount of heavenly favor was the highest in recorded history when it came to how much one had entered the third phase with from the second phase. Thanks to this, Ryu had been able to open all 9 tiers of doors which allowed him to unlock the highest level of trials in this very tower. Due to that, Ryu not only had entered the third phase with the most heavenly favor ever, but he had also gained an opportunity that allowed him to accumulate more heavenly favor than anyone else before him. Due to this, by the time he had made it 10% the way up the staircase before him, he had already caught up to his great-grandfather, reaching 4 rainbow. But very quickly, he began to surpass that, and then surpass himself again and again. 5 rainbow, 7 rainbow, 8 rainbow, 9 rainbow. In the outside world, the geniuses were getting anxious. But when they saw Ryu's numbers climb beyond the realms of reason, they felt as if someone was stabbing their hearts through with countless needles. They realized that even if by some miracle they managed to kill Mei now, it wouldn't matter. There was simply no catching to these all-time numbers. It was clear that in this trial, speed was rewarded. You weren't just competing with yourself, you were competing with those around you as well. This was why you could fight and snatch heavenly favor from one another. But if the third phase concluded without giving them a chance to battle at all, they would have lost everything. Mei breathed heavily, not having the strength to even to wipe the dripping blood from the corner of her lip. But even so, her smile was blinding. At that moment, a new batch of geniuses managed to reach the Diamond City and open the doors. But when they saw what was in front of them, they didn't help but be shocked. "Big sis," Antha called out when she saw the state of her elder cousin. She didn't know exactly what was happening, but when she saw so many ganging up on Mei, how could she not be infuriated? Scram! Antha roared out, moving forward like an enraged lioness. It was rare that she didn't have a playful expression on her face, and right this moment, she seemed to be truly infuriated to the max. Vi's gaze flashed. Wasn't this an opportunity? He really wanted to see who Mei would choose, her husband, or her little sister. Capture her first. He seemed to have completely forgotten the young noble persona he usually had. All he cared about at this point was success. He wouldn't allow anything to stand in his way. Antha sneered. Did these people think that she was easy pickings? Just because she let her big sis have the spotlight didn't mean that she was a target any of these people could easily target. Her body glistened and she morphed into her demonic form. But just when others thought it was complete, she shimmered once again, her black-red scales becoming a glistening gold as a halo of light appeared above her head. She raised a staff in her hand and countless swords of light formed. If Ryu had been there, he would have felt that this ability was eerily similar to the Magus Sky God's inheritance, but also somehow more natural, almost as though it was Antha's soul nature. And that it was. Mei wasn't the only one born with a spirit soul nature, so too was Antha. These pair of cousins were maybe the most talented women born to the Dream Asura race in a very long time, and this group had managed to piss both of them. Chapter 1162. Everything 1162. Everything. Ryu continued to shoot up the stairs, his speed still getting faster and faster as his body reached saturation with chaos chi. He felt more powerful than he ever had before. He also felt that if he battled Starlight again now, even if he had to restrain his chaos chi, although it would still be a hard-fought battle, he would still have more than 40% left in the tank. Of course, this didn't allow Ryu to be complacent. For one, after descending here, Starlight was suppressed. This wasn't a natural sort of suppression. It was just that when talent reached a certain standard, it could only flourish in the best of environments. Let's say that the 9 heavens were separated by percentages, where these percentages dictated the completion of the fundamental runes of their plane. The 9th heaven would be the only one at 100%, while the 1st heaven would be at 10%. The 7th heaven, which Starlight was from, would be at 80%, while this heavenly path would be at around 45% since it was between the 3rd and 4th heavens. While these fundamental runes would pressure those with weaker talents, for those with higher talents, they would have a greater ability to make use of them on a subconscious level. Once one's talent reached a certain standard, a lack of certain fundamental runes would actually have a negative impact on your strength. For example, when Ryu conjured up his rage flame, it couldn't just manifest out of nowhere. Such a talent was essentially the heavens giving him the right to use one of its many techniques and abilities, whereas his body was the vessel and catalyst that allowed it to happen. This meant that the use of any talent necessitated the environment be conducive to its existence. The current Ryu's Fire Dragon bloodline wasn't exceptional to the point of not being able to bring out its full power on these lower heavens, but the same was not true of the likes of Starlight and the other geniuses. Their TLTs were well into the origin grades of Sacrum, and as such relied on these fundamental runes to thrive. Their coming down here actually suppressed them by no small measure. Of course, this also meant that Ryu's chaos chi was currently very suppressed right now, but this was only if he released it outside of his body. That was the beauty of the chaotic silk meridians. Because it connected Ryu directly to the chaos plane, there was never a time he didn't have access to 100% of its prowess. This was just one matter. There was still the matter of Starlight being an entire cultivation realm beneath him, and the fact Starlight was still young. Ryu also didn't let it escape him that Starlight's range of techniques during their battle had been quite limited. Outside of his constellations, he had nothing else. It seemed that he had left his sect so young that he hadn't had time to learn any of their other core teachings. These things were more than enough for Ryu not to become complacent. It was still unknown if he could defeat the geniuses of the 5th heaven with any sort of ease while on the 5th heaven, let alone the 6th heaven, or the 7th heaven above that, which was an enormous leap. Knowing this, he wouldn't allow anything to stop his forward momentum. He had experienced what it felt like to battle an utmost genius once, and he was addicted to it. He wanted to see what those monsters of the 7th heaven could do if they were his equal in cultivation realm. He wanted to see what the 8th heaven above them could do, and he most definitely wanted to say those of the 9th heaven. The fire in his heart was burning fiercer than ever. He seemed to have forgotten that he could very well die the moment he stepped out of this world, or maybe, he simply didn't care. He lived in the moment, he did as he pleased, and if the world was foolish enough to allow him to reach that pinnacle he was chasing after with his life intact, he would unleash hell upon it. Roar. Ryu reached the top of the steps, a radiant heavenly favor descending down toward him from all sides. Ryu Tatsuya 10 Diamond. He had reached the very ceiling. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Ryu's gaze pierced the veil. What he was doing now was insane. Although his focus chi had recovered somewhat, it was still more than 90% drained, and though his body had healed, his mind was still in a foggy state. This wasn't the ideal moment for a breakthrough in any sort of orthodox path. However, it just felt right to Ryu. It might not be perfect, but it was immaculate in its imperfection. Right now, his momentum was the highest it would ever be, and his Tao heart was more resplendent than it ever had been before. It was time for one final push, one final gambit. The world wanted him to die when he stepped foot out of this place. It would probably try to brand him again for daring to form an ancient Tao. It would try to chase him down for daring to be born with bloodlines he shouldn't have, for daring to have talents others lusted for. In that case, there was no need for him to hold back either. Ryu's gaze landed on his spiritual foundation, an intimate fondness resonating with his soul. However, at that moment, it was bogged down by thick chains, dampening its shine and its aura. It was just in its infancy stages, how could it fight back against something so sinister? When these chains had descended, Ryu must have just been a baby. He couldn't even see the world clearly yet, let alone tell that his future had been cut off by worthless scum. At that moment, though, he was prepared to take his destiny back into his own hands. This world, the martial gods, not even the Phoenix Sky God, none of them could stop him. Without the slightest hint of hesitation, Ryu roared, unleashing all of the heavenly favor he had accumulated until this moment. He concentrated it all onto one point, just a singular link in the chain. He unleashed all his pent-up rage, all of his fury, all of the emotions he had experienced in his 2 lifetimes. He recalled the death of his grandparents, his conversations with every single one. The soothing voice of his grandma Kunin, the imperial pride of his grandpa and grandma Tatsuya, the last shoulder carry of his grandpa Kunin. The chain rattled and quaked, taking everything Ryu had to give. But even when Ryu had unleashed everything, his name falling from the list entirely and vanishing from the all-time records, there was no change. Ryu fell to his knees, fatigued. He had given it everything he had, even reached the ceiling of this incomplete heavenly path, a feat no one before in history had accomplished. And yet, it wasn't enough. Ryu laughed. It wasn't a laugh of sadness or madness, it was just a carefree laugh. He had nothing to regret, he had reached into the very depths of his soul and given it everything he had. Chapter 1163, Diameter. Ryu took deep breaths. His eyes were tired, but he still looked toward his spiritual foundation one more time, a light of determination sparking within, their depths once again. There were other methods. He would definitely find something that worked. Definitely. At that moment, Ryu's spiritual foundation rattled once, almost as though to acknowledge his promise. However, as it did so, a minuscule hairline fracture on the chain link Ryu had targeted cracked. The sound of glistening gems echoed as Ryu's spiritual foundation rattled again. And then again. There was one mistake that Ryu had made. In all of this, it wasn't he who had to put in a great deal of effort to finally get his spiritual foundation out, it was rather the martial gods who had to create a perfect seal to ensure it never got out to begin with. Just one blemish, just one even minuscule, tiny, insignificant flaw, was enough for all of that to be ruined. Rattle, bang, the chain link imploded and Ryu's spiritual foundation began to glow with a fiercer and fiercer light, its power growing explosively by the moment. Under some mystical sort of power, the heavens seemed to sense the rites that Ryu had completed, not just once, but twice. The moment the first link broke and the faint line of connection became clear enough for the two to sense it, Ryu's spiritual foundation began to grow explosively in size. Ryu's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected this to happen. When he fired at the chains, he had felt just how overwhelming they were. He had a feeling that this might be the case, which was why he had aimed for just one chain link to begin with. If he had aimed for the entire length, considering the lack of reaction after fully concentrating it, his result would have been even more fruitless. Ryu had never expected the variable to be spiritual foundation itself. He had considered the fact that his innate spiritual foundation might be very powerful due to the martial god's actions, but it was equally as possible that locking down his spiritual foundation was just the most convenient way to stop him from cultivating. As for why the martial gods would want such a thing, Ryu had assumed that it was because of his chaotic silk meridians. In Sacrum, especially when the martial gods were all suppressed under the Shrine Mountain. Someone like Ryu with chaotic silk meridians was especially dangerous. One only need look at the results of their final battle to see why the martial gods would be so shaken. Back then, Ryu had only just stepped into the Path Extinction realm, and yet he had slaughtered their sky gods as though they were nothing more than ants. Of course, a large part of why this was possible was actually his Tao, but even without his Tao, had Ryu just been a realm or two stronger, the results would have been the same. To the martial gods, an existence that could crush them without even forming a godhood was unacceptable. His presence would have and did end up ruining much of their plans. If he actually did step into the sky god realm, who would be able to touch Sacrum anymore? All of this seemed logical. But now, Ryu was wondering just how much of this was true. Maybe what the martial gods feared wasn't his meridians at all, but rather his spiritual foundation itself. Maybe the goal wasn't to block his path of cultivation itself, but to rather block his path of cultivation with his spiritual foundation. Ryu had no way of knowing if this was true or not, or maybe it was just a combination of his thoughts. It was more likely that it was a combination of his meridians and his spiritual foundation that the martial gods didn't want to be birthed into the world. Regardless, the persona of his spiritual foundation suited him just fine. The moment it got even the slightest breathing room, it refused to be tamed. It grabbed onto the first line of life it had had in its lifetime and it grew explosively. With every explosive growth, another chain link would shatter, and then another. The connection between Ryu and his spiritual foundation only became clearer and brighter, almost to the point of feeling overwhelming. Ryu hadn't expected that there would be a sudden change in him when he connected to a second spiritual foundation. He felt like he was looking in two different directions at once, but rather than it overwhelming his senses, it felt more like he had gained a sudden enlightenment, almost like he had gained a pair of eyes in the back of his head. What was clear was that his connection with his original spiritual foundation was far deeper than anything he had ever felt for or with the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation. At that moment, he understood intimately why it was that the opinion of the chaotic space sky god looked down on him. If this was the difference between having your own spiritual foundation and relying on another person's, the gap couldn't have been more clear. Ryu was so entranced in this feeling and watching the chain links break that he almost forgotten that if he didn't hurry to break through, he would likely end up losing the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation. In fact, there would also be a chance to face backlash from the Phoenix Sky God if he accidentally tried to replace it as well. Ryu's aura changed and he immediately began to circulate his chaos chi. As the connection between himself and his spiritual foundation solidified, he slowly began to use his chaotic silk meridians to shift it from the abyssal plane to the chaos plane. Bridging that connection was his realm heart. The layers of chains snapped and a resplendent silver and blue glow surged through the planes. This silvery blue light descended upon Ryu, and just when Ryu thought his spiritual foundation had reached the maximal size of 40 kilometers after being blessed by the 13 rites, it shot past this number, doubling, and then again, and then again. By the time Ryu felt his connection with his spiritual foundation solidify entirely, his spiritual foundation had grown to 999 kilometers in diameter. Chapter 1164, Beyond Perfect Extreme. Ryu was almost shocked into silence. If there was one thing that was the same between Sacrum and the true martial world, it was the sizes of spiritual foundations. 0.5 meter for common grade, 1 meter for black grade, 2 meters for earth grade, 3 meters for the earth grade, up to 5 meters for the ancestral grade, and then finally doubling to 10 meters for the origin grade. In a rare instance, for spiritual foundations of the true martial world, all those above ancestral grade shared the exact same size. However, this wasn't to say that they were all of the same strength. The differences came from the strength of these spiritual foundations and their special abilities that would begin to manifest themselves in the Tao pedestal realm. Some would provide access to very special and rare types of chi, others would cause mutations in one's meridians, others would provide special benefits to one's cosmic seeds or apply special properties to one's world C or unique nurturing for one's godhood. The benefits were potentially endless and there were simply too many to list. This was why many said, quite accurately at that the true benefits of the spiritual foundation wouldn't begin to make themselves clear until the Tao pedestal realm. However, Ryu had never heard of a spiritual foundation capable of growing beyond the 40-kilometer mark, or more accurately, he had never heard of one growing beyond 81 kilometers. This might sound confusing, but the explanation could be found within the fine print of the first realm of cultivation, the awakening realm. It was already known that during the awakening realm, one underwent their rites. Entering the first rite, or awakening, would allow one to connect with their spiritual foundation for the first time, and each subsequent rite completed would double the size of the spiritual foundation. This was where the hidden suppression was located. 40 kilometers was just a rounded estimate. In reality, if one started at 10 meters, during one second rite you reach 20 meters, then 40 meters, then 80 meters, then 160 meters, then 320, all the way until 40,960 meters. This meant that technically, rather than your spiritual foundation being 40 kilometers, it was really 40.96 kilometers. Why did this difference matter? That was because if you tried to double it again, it would be 81,920 meters across, 920 meters beyond 81 kilometers. What was the problem with this? The issue lied in the so-called 9 extremes. Even compared to the 9 extremes, the number 81 was particularly auspicious, representing the extreme of the 9 extremes. To surpass 81 kilometers seemed like a ceiling the heavens didn't allow spiritual foundations to exceed. As such, all spiritual foundations, regardless of strength, capped themselves at 10 meters across upon awakening. This would allow geniuses to experience a maximum of the 13 rites without missing out on the benefits of any one of them. But for some shocking reason, Ryu's own spiritual foundation completely broke this rule, reaching 999 kilometers across, which would be considered the extreme of the 9 extremes. In fact, there were colloquial terms for this. The number 9 was known as the immature extreme, 81 was the imperfect extreme, while 999 was the perfect extreme. This was exactly why all heavenly pupils had precisely 999 seals to be undone before they could reach maturity. Ryu truly didn't know what to say when he saw this. His spiritual foundation didn't seem to follow any sort of conventional rules. These were terms that only feng shui masters and formation masters would be so clear on, but it was precisely because Ryu was so clear on them that he found it difficult to wrap his head around. But what he didn't know was that this was only the beginning of the surprises for him, because just when he thought his spiritual foundation was finished growing, it shuddered once again, shattering the final layer of chains. 1,000 kilometers. Boom! The silvery blue light that fell upon Ryu grew fiercer and fiercer. Even in his shock, Ryu no longer hesitated and finished circulating his breakthrough method. The pillar of silvery blue light doubled in size, then doubled again. A flood of strength surged through Ryu's body as the barrier to the Tao pedestal realm shattered to pieces. At that moment, in the depths of the abyssal plane, a spiritual foundation that had called itself King vanished, and when it finally reappeared, the entire chaos plane quaked. Ripples of wild energy shot out in all directions, and suddenly, the volatile chaos chi in the region stabilized. The silvery blue energy rooted itself without even the slightest hint of trouble, but what was the most shocking was what happened next. The chaos chi was suddenly being catalyzed into something entirely different. If others could see this, they would have been frozen in shock. The chaos chi seemed to be evolving, but what could chaos chi possibly be evolving into? Wasn't it already at the highest extremes of what chi could be? And more importantly, how could an immature spiritual foundation cause changes in it? But at that moment, Ryu felt it. The catalyzed chaos chi completely changed and it suddenly flooded into Ryu's body. Upon entering the Tao pedestal realm, the final barrier himself and his spiritual foundations finally vanished and large swaths of chi fumes flooded his meridians with energy a half step from becoming cosmic grade. Ryu in silence, feeling the energy flooding his body. He was absolutely certain of what it was, there was no doubt. This was the only energy that could stand up to chaos chi, the only energy in existence that was its equal. Essence. His foundation was catalyzing chaos chi into essence. It was catalyzing chaos chi into essence. It was catalyzing chaos chi into essence. At that moment, Ryu's heavenly chaos bone structure began to evolve again, the heavenly favor that had once been its foundation being stripped away as the much higher form of essence took its place. And then, a name whispered itself into existence, and yet it rang in Ryu's ears like a clap of thunder. The beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. The name echoed in Ryu's head, even making his ears bleed, and yet he didn't seem to notice at all. He understood what was happening. His spiritual foundation's ability to reach the perfect extreme like it had when it reached 999 kilometers, and then, it would take a step beyond. Just now, it had taken his chaos chi, granted to it by his chaotic silk meridians, brought it to the extreme, and then took it a step beyond. Chaos Chi was already at the extreme, so how could you take a step beyond it? It was a concept as old as time itself, one that could be found at the very core of formation mastery and feng shui, a concept birthed along with the universe itself, and yet one that was a mystery of mysteries. The extreme of water was fire. The extreme of wind was earth. The extreme of chaos chi was essence. Chapter 1165, Bronze Resonance Chi. Ryu stood in silence for a long while. He was so stunned that he barely registered the evolution his body was undergoing once again. This wasn't just a small change, it was game-changing. In fact, this change, even without considering the other abilities his spiritual foundation might have, was enough to change everything. Ryu obviously couldn't use essence as it would pose the same problems that Chaos Chi did to him. Flaunting his use of it would be like lighting up a beam told that he was here. However, this restriction wasn't as daunting as it'd been with his Chaos Chi, and that was because of the existence of Primordial Chi and its derivatives. Ryu couldn't use Primordial Chaos Chi for obvious reasons. Primordial Chaos Chi could only come from the Chaos Plane and there were no known techniques that could extract such a thing. The same was true of its derivatives. No matter how far down the ladder you went with Chaos Chi, it would always have the air of Chaos Chi in it. Even if Ryu took out a common grade Chaos Chi, just the fact it had the air of Chaos Chi on it would make people look at him twice or thrice over. Chaos Chi was too caustic to normal cultivators, and the fact that Ryu could use it freely would be a red flag he couldn't escape from. Rather than opening himself up to such questioning, it was best to avoid the possibility altogether. By now, it was obvious why essence was so valuable to Ryu. Now that he could use his spiritual foundation as a proxy to control it, he could break it down into primordial chi. Of course, being able to use primordial chi, while not as shocking as being able to use essence or chaos chi, was still too shocking. The only cultivation techniques that could produce and allow one to control primordial chi in the true martial world were all located on the ninth heaven. Not only were they all concentrated in the ninth heaven, but they were only in the hands of the powerful clans and sects of the ninth heaven. However, the benefit here was that Ryu could use the primordial chis as a catalyst to use the derivatives of them, just like he could with his chaos chi and primordial chaos chi, and because they followed the conventional path, no one would bat an eye so long as it wasn't too high level. By controlling chaos chi and essence, Ryu had essentially gained the ability to pick and choose any chi, of any level, that he wanted to use. Chaos chi and essence were beyond origin grade. Primordial chis were origin grade, the final and ninth grade of the origin or the sky god grades. If Ryu wanted, he could take a step down and catalyze chaos grade chis, or take another step down and form order grade chis, or take another step down to form omniscient grade chis. He could go all the down to fragmented grade or even lower to common grade if he wanted. The entire spectrum of the world's chis had been opened up to him. The world was quite literally his oyster. The only drawback that Ryu saw was that his creation of primordial chi wasn't as smooth as his creation of primordial chaos chi, so these chis would likely be something he had to prepare ahead of battle rather than during battle. Still, as far as Ryu was concerned, this was a minor drawback. So long as he formed a seedling of his target chi, catalyzing the creation of more would be far, and, because his foundation had been forged with 6-realm opening, he had 12 total miniature dantians within his body that he could use to separately store different chis. And, even beyond that, he now had 2 real dantians to store even more. Starlight used order grade immortal chi, which should be the standard of absolute geniuses of the 7th heaven. In that case, using chi that is 2 steps down should be alright. We will stick with transcended grade immortal chi for now. I'll keep some omniscient grade chi as a trump card, and order grade as a last resort. Author's note: I wrote that Starlight used origin grade immortal chi earlier. That was a mistake on my part, still had sacrum on the brain. He used order grade, which is the 7th level of the 9 origin grades. Ryu closed his eyes for a moment. He realized that he couldn't quite make a decision on what kind of chi to pick because he currently lacked the necessary techniques. He had already outgrown all of the techniques he might want to use with the exception of the Radiant Star sect's core teachings, but they produced their own chi anyway. In that case, I'll just pick a chi that's well suited to the most neutral ability of my meridians, its toughness. The transcended grade immortal chi Ryu picked had the greatest requirements for meridian sturdiness of them all. This was the perfect choice since it was the only ability of his meridians that he could use without the world taking notice. In fact, just in terms of toughness alone, Ryu's meridians were well on par with meridians that had this as their only fixture. This transcended great immortal chi was known as bronze resonance chi. It had an exceptionally high density and it tended to clump together when it was in the presence of its fellow globules of energy, where it would then, when it resonated with enough like energy, it would concentrate further and increase its density. Usually, those that used this chi would only dare to use a small amount in a stream of neutral chi because this chi's strength was decided not by the chi itself, but rather the amount of it there was. In a high enough concentration, could even dwarf chi a grade above it. Funny enough, the main ability of this chi wasn't in attacking or defense, but in construction. It was a favored chi of secondary profession professionals as it gave structures stability and permanence. For those that used constructs in battle, it was invaluable. Ryu reached out a hand, still in meditation, and a large gathering of bronze chi formed on his palm. It quickly followed his lead and formed a radiant bronze rod. While it looked simple, just the veins popping out around Ryu's forearm as he tried to hold it up told a completely different tale, and this was a Ryu whose body had just undergone a qualitative change. Ryu dispersed the chi and began to gather up a silvery energy. This was silver resonance chi, a step above bronze. However, this time, Ryu couldn't even gather up the chi properly before the back of his hand crashed against the ground so hard that if not for the improvements to his body, he would have fractured it into pieces. Good, Ryu thought. If things were like this, he might not even need to use silver resonance chi at all as a trump card. Bronze resonance chi alone at a high enough concentration was a bulldozer. Anyone else's meridians would have been crippled trying to hold this much bronze resonance chi alone. At this point, with a single circulation, Ryu's weight could increase by tens of thousands of folds, but in the next moment he could be as light as a feather. This was the beauty of having hidden dimensions within your body, and even further, the beauty of having two dantians. Ryu wanted to take his time to really feel out the Tao pedestal realm, but after a moment, his head spun and he nearly lost consciousness. Ryu grabbed his head and slowed down. Inwardly, he shook his head at himself. Due to the breakthrough, he had felt exceptional. But he hadn't realized that although his breakthrough had healed all of his injuries, it hadn't replenished his focus chi. Just now, he had almost ruined everything by using up the little bits he had left. Exhaling a breath, Ryu slowly stood to his feet and looked around. He had thought he had reached the top of these stairs already, but it seemed that this wasn't the case. There was one more step remaining. He had been so enamored with his breakthrough that he hadn't even noticed. Ryu raised his foot and took a step others would have struggled with absolute ease. He exhaled a breath and suddenly a flood of heavenly favor descended once again. Basking in it, Ryu's body slowly vanished from the tower, and when he appeared again, he was standing outside, a complex array of golden illusory flames flickering in and out of life around him. Ryu frowned and his eyes opened. When he saw the scene before him, his gaze became frighteningly cold. Beaten and haggard, Antha and Mei stood by side. Their once beautiful black wings were torn in several places as though in a malicious attempt to keep them grounded. Their clothing was barely holding onto their bodies, leaving their scales with the task of maintaining their modesty, but it seemed that their attackers were trying their best to ruin even that. At the same time, they took heaving breaths, their skin pale beyond measure and their stamina running on near empty. It took a single look for Ryu to realize that Mei had never stepped into the tower like he thought she had. He had assumed that she had followed right after him, but it was clear that he was wrong. How could he not understand why she had made such a decision? Ryu was instantly incomparably furious. Ryu took a single step forward and struck out with a palm. His body seemed to move through space as though it didn't exist and he appeared before the two women. A bronze palm coalesced from his own, expanding in size with every meter it crossed and eventually enveloping the entire battlefield. It was so heavy and looming that even without striking the ground, its gravitational pull alone shredded it to pieces, causing bits and pieces of earth to cling to it. At that moment, dozens of geniuses were blown away, some coughing up mouthfuls of blood, and some faring far worse and ending up with crippled limbs. Even so, the fury in Ryu's gaze did abate in the slightest. You all deserve death. Ryu's aura rose like a violent torrent, his gaze locking onto Vi, who was standing much too far away for someone who had likely instigated all of this. He could see the lines of space and the layers of time with his eyes alone. This man's fingerprints were all over this. He deserved to die first. Chapter 1166. What do you say? The moment the biting cold words left Ryu's lips, the ground around him shattered, a dense bronze aura surging out from. Gripping his great sword staff in one hand, he suddenly flashed forward, appearing before Vi in the blink of an eye and swinging down with the might of a mountain. Vi's pupils constricted, but his reaction was slow, his glaive swinging upward to meet Ryu's strike. However, the moment their blades met, Vi felt like the entire world was crashing into him. His grip instantly tightened on his polearm, but it hardly seemed to matter. The ground beneath him alone withstood it, his feet shooting through the ground to the point even hips were buried. Even so, Vi barely managed to block despite coughing up a mouthful of blood and feeling as though his arms were going to collapse. Ryu's fury reached a new peak, matching with a hint of frustration. There was a letting your chi run wildly like this wasn't a battle style that Ryu had ever used before, only by perfectly controlling your chi could you bring out 100% of your strength. Allowing it to run rampant was akin to dispersing your strength and weakening yourself. To make matters worse, Ryu had just broken through and hadn't had the focus chi to consolidate his realm, so he was even more unfamiliar with this power than he had been with his Path Extinction realm cultivation. This was like a double hit to his current battle prowess. Even so, despite his frustration, his second swing came down even fiercer and wilder. Since he couldn't control it, he would unleash more, and even more on top of that. Vi's expression changed. He had never seen anyone use chi like this. Ryu was wasting at like 90% of the chi he was expelling, wasn't he worried about running out? Even though he thought this, Vi was all too aware that even if Ryu did run out eventually, it would have nothing to do with him. After all, there was no way Ryu would run out before this second strike landed, but if he let it land, he might really be finished. Big brother. Vi was immediately prepared to activate his life-saving measures, but just before he had to, a rain of daggers assaulted Ryu to the side. They slowed down when they met the wildly fluctuating bronze resonance chi that formed a pseudo-domain, but there was still more than the amorphous blob of slowly concentrating energy could deal with. Ryu frowned, however he didn't move a single inch toward the daggers, his greatsword staff falling even faster. Let alone Vi, Rana, who had sent the daggers to begin with, was Ryu trying to exchange his life for Vi's? Did he think that her attack was so easy to ignore? Not only were all of her daggers special, but whether it was her techniques or her Tao, they all melded perfectly into one. Inwardly, though, Rana smiled. This was good. Didn't this guarantee that Ryu's heavenly favor would become hers? By then, it wouldn't matter that she had been delayed outside of the tower for so long. No matter what changes happened from here on, she would be in control of her own destiny. Clang, clang, clang. The daggers reflected off of Ryu's skin as though meeting a steel wall. Not even the faintest white mark was left behind. Vi's expression changed. Shit. Boom. The city of Diamond rattled and shook, rippling waves of earth and torrents spreading out in all directions. Ryu raised his greatsword staff, his expression livid. Another fleeing piece of trash. He extended his blade, pointing it toward Vi's little brother in the distance. I promise you the next time I see either one of you, you'll only leave with your head separated from your shoulders. Ryu's words echoed and a wild fluctuation of bronze resonant chi caused the rippling earth to be suppressed back down to flat land. Feeling the suppression and an instinctual fear, Vi's younger brother immediately fled. A joke, he hadn't stood a chance against Ryu before, how could he know that? The latter had entered the Tao pedestal realm and had such improvements to his body. Ryu didn't even bother, his head turning toward Rana who had dared to take advantage of the situation. Rana's petite figure trembled and she immediately explosively retreated, a fear taking root deep within her heart. At that moment, Ryu's battle against Starlight seemed to replay in all of their minds. None of them seemed to have realized that Ryu's focus chi was nearly at rock bottom. As such, they all assumed that Ryu was toying with them like this without even using his strongest talent. In such a situation, how could they be casual about taking action? Ryu turned his head back toward Mei and Antha, his expression softening somewhat. Take a rest. When you feel like you are 100%, enter the tower. No one will enter before you do. Ryu's words were domineering and couldn't be questioned. He spoke clear enough them all to hear. It was clear he simply didn't care who it was, no one would be able to stop his steps. Since he had said so, he meant it. Mac and Antha looked toward Ryu and then toward one another before nodding and sitting down to meditate. The atmosphere became oddly quiet, but it was obvious to everyone that the only reason Ryu didn't pursue kicking them all out was so that he could stand before Mei and protect the two sisters. He slammed his greatsword staff into the ground, standing tall and unmoving. The geniuses could only grit their teeth. The imposingness of Ryu's momentum wasn't something they wanted to face. As Ryu stood there, his bronze resonance chi continued to leak out, solidifying in the air. The more he hesitated, the more impossible it became to even approach Ryu, let alone defeat him, and made his words sound foolish. After taking several pills and resting for a few minutes, the two sisters stood. Unlike Ryu, who needed to replenish their focus chi, they only needed to replenish their chi and heal some injuries. At their cultivation, and considering their injuries weren't too severe, so long as others didn't interfere, just a few minutes was more than enough. "We'll be back," Mei said gently. Her gaze seemed to flicker back and forth between something demure and something else that was much more demonic, but it that she managed to suppress it this time as she took a step inside. Ryu nodded and Mei entered, leaving Antha with a silly grin on her face. Antha came over and patted Ryu heavily on the shoulder a few times. She a bit silly doing it, having to stand to the tip of her toes just to make it look semi-decent. She seemed to be trying to be much older than she was, but the lack of maturity just made it cute. "You're not bad at all. I was going to tell Auntie and Uncle how useless you were, but you've somewhat redeemed yourself." Not bad indeed. My big sis's husband has to be at least this good, if not, wouldn't you be too useless?" Oddly enough, Antha's words pissed the spectators off far more than they pissed off Ryu. In fact, Ryu didn't seem to be bothered at all, he only shook his head and smiled. Antha was caught off guard. Did this brute just smile at her? He could do that too. That was possible. "Come on, smile again, I didn't see it clearly the first time." "You're wasting time, little girl. I'm not going to stand on guard here forever. Soon as Mei comes out I'll leave you to fend on your own." "You wouldn't dare." Antha was clearly offended. "Don't you know that your future happiness is in my hands? What if I tell Uncle bad things about you? How are you going to stop a sky god from beating a layer of skin off your butt?" Ryu's brows twitched. He would rather die than be spanked. Even his own parents had never raised a hand against him. What nonsense was this little girl spewing? "Keep talking nonsense and I'll peel a layer off of yours first." Antha gasped, apparently not expecting such retaliation. She turned and ran toward the tower. Big sis, your husband likes little girls. You have to divorce him immediately." Ryu shook his head as Antha vanished into the tower. He really had to find some time to discipline this little girl eventually. She was already an adult, but she still acted like a 12-year-old. The smile on Ryu's face vanished as he turned back. He looked down to find that was only 5 meters from him, standing with a cold expression on her face. He didn't say anything. This woman had kept quite a low profile. In fact, from his eyes, she hadn't made a real move against Mayor Antha, which was the only reason he hadn't everything to deal with her immediately. But since she had come forward now, she clearly had something to say. "I think we both know that you have a lot of secrets that you want to keep, so I'll propose something that helps both sides. In exchange for letting me into the tower, I'm willing to swear an oath to not reveal your secrets to my elders for a span of 3 days. That gives you a lot of time to do quite a number of things. You can reject, but this will also mean that the moment you step out from this place, your death will be inevitable. There are many sky god elders waiting for our exit to the 4th heaven. There will be no escape, and even if your elders and that of the Dream Asura race team up, you'll stand no, and I'm sure you know there's no certainty that the Dream Asura race will be willing to help you in the first place. It seems to me that Mei made her choice in spouse without her senior's approval. So what do you say?" Hearing Genella's words, the eyes of the surrounding geniuses glowed. Indeed, this was an excellent opportunity. If they all swore the same oath, then Ryu really might let them in. Chapter 1167. Cold Palm's Genella's words seemed to give them hope. They all looked toward Ryu with a fervent gaze, some even hoping that the carrot and stick approach might work. This was a compromise for them all to take, but they also couldn't look like they were begging too much. For one, they had their own pride. And second, if they were in too weak of a position, why would Ryu negotiate with them? Even so, the more they thought about it, the more they realized the kind of precarious position Ryu was in. They were all geniuses, and they all had astounding levels of backing. The idea that someone else would target them to steal their targets never even crossed their minds because they were really only of seeing the world from their perspective. It was only after Genella spoke that they began piecing things together. Indeed, they didn't recognize Ryu, and he was unlikely to be from a higher heaven than their own considering his age and cultivation combination. And if Mei had had a husband, this was something that would have been announced given her stature. The fact it wasn't meant that the Dream Asura race didn't even know about it yet. Plus, on top of that, the likelihood that they would protect a human was minimal. Then they began to think about the talents that Ryu had displayed. Just setting aside everything else, just his beast bloodlines was enough to have him chased to the ends of the earth, let alone the fact he now had a complete Tao Lord inheritance, or so they thought. No matter how calm and collected Ryu looked now, he must be under a world of pressure, the kind of pressure that could easily crush him at any moment. And yet, you really think too highly of yourself. Ryu's words didn't seem to be laced with fury or anger. He didn't seem to take Geneless threats seriously in the slightest. Ryu, am a man who spit in the face of a Tao. Sovereign, do you that I would bend the knee to your schemes? Ryu had hardly finished speaking when he suddenly moved, his greatsword staff swinging down toward Geneless' head with a fierce momentum. Geneless' piercing blue gaze turned malevolent. If Ryu wanted to fight, they could fight. The aura of a World Sea Realm expert exploded forth and the geniuses in the surroundings were taken aback. There was a World Sea Realm expert among them. Their hearts couldn't help but skip several beats. Boom! An icy palm met Ryu's blade, a swirl of ice blue and radiant bronze chi swirling about in the surroundings. They took turns freezing and collapsing once another in a fierce confrontation. Ryu was forced to take 3 steps back, but Geneless took just a single one. However, even in taking just this singular step, she seemed stunned by the result. Ryu had actually made her retreat. This was an outright humiliation to her. What the geniuses in the surroundings didn't realize was that Geneless hadn't been among them because her talent matched theirs. Rather, it was a combination of talent and cultivation. From the beginning, the heavenly path was designed for World Sea Realm experts a step away from sky godhood. The reason that the upper heavens had sent geniuses around the path extinction and Tao pedestal realm down was because their own World Sea Realm experts couldn't be bothered with the incomplete heavenly path and their efforts were entirely focused on snagging opportunities in the 4th to 6th heavens. Geneless, however, was different. She was only considered a pinnacle genius of the 2nd heaven. Even after having her body entirely reformed and restructured by that mysterious expert, it was only enough to be considered a quasi-4th heaven genius, beyond the likes of Enron and Theris, but nowhere near the likes of Mei and Vi. However, the difference here was that her cultivation realm was an entire 2 realms beyond their own, almost 3 considering how close she was to the sky god realm already. For Geneless, these last moments before the sky god realm were her last chance to completely re-sculpt and reform her path forward. Entering the tower was far too important for her, but her mission and her existence were far too conspicuous, so she had no choice but to keep a low profile until things very clearly refused to go her way. Now that she had ended up in the situation, she felt both furious and helpless, but she forced herself to calm down. She remembered her task at hand. She exhaled a breath and her gaze sharpened. Instantly, she stopped unleashing her Tao and her divinity. An oppressive cold rippled in the surroundings, savage in its presence, but malleable in its movements, pervading any and everything it came across. Ryu's pupils constricted. The methods of a World Sea Realm expert were indeed great. He had gotten used to battling ones that were exceptionally weak, so used to it that he had forgotten that if the talent gap was closed, he was essentially fighting someone 3 realms above him. In his current state, Ryu couldn't summon his small realms even if he wanted to. But if he did, he had a very clear feeling that they would be suppressed by Geneless divinity. Ryu in his stance and began more defensive, dodging out of the way of successive flying palms. What was it about today? He had such bad luck with palm experts. However, as he had this thought, his eyes overlaid images of Geneless pulling out a sword and piercing toward his thought. Ryu reacted a step faster, seeing the causality ahead of time. But he felt that the cold around him was gripping him from all sides, as though someone was placing their cold hands on his skin. Every time he shivered, his speed slowed by another measure, until the sword blade was before him and seemingly undodgeable. Chapter 1168. True heavenly favor. Ryu realized that the situation was bad, and not just because of Geneless. If he struggled with Geneless, it was only a matter of time before everyone else realized that he wasn't able to bring out as much strength as he had before and chose to take advantage. By now, he had replenished some of his focus chi, but it was only about 5% or so, and at that state, it still left him woozy. But it seemed that he didn't have a choice. So long as he didn't pass out and could stay on his feet, it would be no. The trouble was that it seemed that the lower his focus chi was to start, the less time it took to completely drain it. 30 seconds and I have to kill her. Ryu's aura changed and the pressure of a sword god rippled from him. Almost instantly, his head threatened to split in two under a sudden migraine, but he ignored it, the pressure of his aura pressing down even fiercer. At that moment, Genella's sword blade wavered and her sword chi was greatly suppressed. Clang! Her sword glanced off the side of Ryu's neck as he pressed down with his greatsword staff. Genella's, who hadn't expected her sword to be completely unable to tear through Ryu's throat, was caught completely off guard. The greatsword staff's blade swung forth in a wide arc. Compared to the free-flowing and reckless of before, his fighting style had suddenly become streamlined and controlled. Almost instantly, his wildly rippling chi was pulled under his will and a dense bronze aura coated his every action, giving it an undisguisable heaviness that crushed the earth beneath him. Genella's just barely reached out a free palm across and perpendicular to her body to block the blade, but it wasn't enough. Her body was bent into a U shape at her side hip, half of her body's bones being crushed in an instant as she was sent flying off to Ryu's right. Ryu stepped through the air, vanishing into the void and appearing above Genella's. With his current eyes, the distance he could cross through his spacetime soul nature was on an entirely different level. His soul nature affinity was already exaggerated for his cultivation level, but now it was even more so. Ryu swung down and Genella's weakly attempted to block with her sword as her other arm had been practically crippled. However, what chance did this block of working? The crowd winced as they watched Genella's arm crumple in real time. The disparity was so great that it was despairing. Her body rebounded against the ground like a ragdoll, crumpling up like a once pristine sheet of aluminum gone to waste. Ryu landed over top of her, bending down and picking her up by her neck. "You have one of those life-saving treasures on you, don't you? You must really want me to crush your neck right now." Ryu looked into Genella's eyes. Right this moment, she looked more dead than alive. Once a beauty, she couldn't even match up to an old hag at this moment. Ryu realized that he had overestimated this woman. Or maybe more accurately, he had underestimated just how much his inability to use focus chi was impeding his battle prowess. If he could exchange a splitting headache for this kind of prowess, it was very much worth it. What was even better was that he was certain that this was just the tip of the iceberg. His focus chi was running on empty in every attempt to focus hurt, and yet he was able to display this kind of strength. He predicted that his strength was at least double if not more of what he had displayed just now. "I have to find a way to increase my focus chi in the future, I can't let this happen again." The Magus Sky God's inheritance and the Favor Alchemy Sky God inheritance were the most likely to be able to help in this regard, though, Ryu believed that his greatest help would likely be his very own soul. There was a reason the experts of Sacrum could get away with not cultivating their mental realms after the ban, and that was because the soul would naturally grow stronger along with the rest of your cultivation. Over the years, your soul and focus chi would naturally increase, allowing you to meditate and go into seclusion for longer and longer periods of time. Although they weren't the exact same, the stronger the soul, the denser one's focus chi. Before he got the prayer mat, Ryu had actually been very poor in this regard and he could only make limited usage of his heavenly pupils without tiring out. Wait, doesn't this mean I have a shortcut to improving my focus chi? Replenishing spiritual chi wouldn't help with increasing focus chi. If it did, Ryu would have done it long ago. However, cultivating the soul and breaking through would. The trouble was that practically no one could do that, especially not in battle. That was when Ryu suddenly realized something. He had neglected of the most fundamental abilities he had gained after fusing with his perfect blackbody soul. Ryu's gaze narrowed. After some thought, he unceremoniously stripped Genella's of everything she was wearing, not that her naked body was anything to look at in her current state. She looked more like a beaten ragdoll than a beautiful young woman. Then, he took all of the spatial devices she had on her. He checked everywhere she might have one, even using his void spiritual sense at the cost of another splitting headache to double and triple check. When he was finished, he made a decision. Ryu's soul bore down and ripped into Genella's. Genella's, who had been completely unconscious, suddenly woke up and began to screech. Her cries echoed through the Diamond City and made those in the surroundings tremble at the horror. Ryu was careful and let the process continue for a few minutes, completely expressionless. But just when Genella's was at the end of her rope and about to die, something deep within her triggered and Ryu was forced back as she vanished. This time, Ryu wasn't too surprised by this. In fact, he had done it on purpose. He took a breath and exhaled. After absorbing a large portion of Genella's spiritual sea, his own had expanded and the borders of his soul shot by its original limit. He still had quite some more room to go as well because his body was so much more powerful now than it had been in the past. Due to this, Ryu had hacked his way into gaining more focus chi. If he was at 5% before, he was now at over 15%, not because his focus chi had been replenished, but because he had gained more of it, an important distinction. To the current Ryu, Genellis was more useful alive. She was weak in talent, but for some reason that organization insisted on using her. He felt that there had to be a reason for this. He could have scanned her memories using the Magus Sky God's inheritance, but he instead chose to leave a mark on her using his void spiritual chi. While the former action could be detected, the latter could not. Since they had gone through so much trouble with Genellis, Ryu believed that they would continue to use her. That would be his opportunity to find out exactly what these people were scheming and why they were scheming it. Plus, out of Genellis' escape, he had regained enough focus chi that he no longer needed to fear anything in this heavenly path. As he looked around at the geniuses that remained, whether it was Rana, Zed, Mono, or even Akura who had managed to heal himself somewhat and make it up here, he could sense the hatred in all of their eyes. Even so, he suddenly grinned wildly. This sort of suppression in the face of opposition was exactly what he lived for. So what if you all were talented? So what if you all had powerful backers? He had dared to turn down the inheritance of a Tao sovereign. Even now with his death seemingly imminent, he dared to scheme against an organization of the ninth heaven. What could possibly stop his steps? As Ryu suffocated the forward path of the geniuses before him, his heavenly favor actually began to increase again, and then again. This was the true heavenly favor, one gained by crushing your enemies. Chapter 1169. Comfort as Ryu's heavenly favor soared. The geniuses around him felt more and more suppressed, and though they didn't notice, their own heavenly favor began to plummet. Not much was known about the convergence. It was an event far too rare, even to the extent that the likes of the Ruin Master Guild had to be cautious in how they approached it and secretive in their actions. However, there had always been legends about it and many wrote tales of what it could be like if the convergence was taken to the most logical extreme. Many wondered about what the convergence was and what it existed for. If it was a random event brought about by coincidence and simply a byproduct or necessity of a function of a long enough period of time, or if there was a deeper meaning to it all. Ultimately, the heavens had a much heavier hand in many things than most gave it credit for, but it was also known for its fairness and order. The convergence seemed to be something out of the ordinary, something that wouldn't appear unless there was a viable and tangible reason for it. This was especially so because a single convergence seemed to be followed by several cycles of cataclysms, or periods of time where fate was entirely and dried up. As a result, there seemed to be a heavy price to pay for allowing the convergence to take place. There was one theory that was more interesting than the rest, though. The true martial world had a cap of 3,333 founding Daos, and yet they had nowhere near that number filled out. In fact, they foolishly added artificial restrictions on lower-level Daos in order to maintain control over the lower heavens. The oddity here wasn't the selfishness of the large clans and sects, this much was a given. But the real question was about whether the heavens were happy, enraged, or indifferent about this. If the heavens were happy, then everything would be fine. It was in the nature of everything to want to survive, so since the heavens had a cap of 3,333 founding Daos, maybe it was the fact that it didn't want too many Daos as it would place too much stress on its existence. This seemed to make sense, until one realized that it was entirely contradictory to almost everything else the heavens stood for. The heavens had always pressed for the evolution of the people under its charge. This was why it was the natural state of living beings to improve through natural selection. It was an inevitable pressurized outcome pressed on by the heavens themselves. And then there was something else too. If the heavens really wanted to limit Daos, then why would it allow the convergence to happen to begin with? Especially since the convergence was maybe the greatest opportunity in existence for those of lower heavens to make their way to upper heavens. If the heavens really wanted to limit the number, then why allow this chance at all? It was possible that the heavens were neutral, but while this wasn't as contradictory as it being happy, it wasn't perfectly in line with what was known about the heavens either for the same reasons as listed previously. Everything seemed to point to the dissatisfaction of the heavens with the current state of things, even to the point of allowing several cycles of cataclysms to occur in exchange. So the question was why, if the heavens were unhappy, then what was it trying to do about it? There were a few hypotheses, but the one that rang the loudest was maybe the reason the Ruin Master Guild was so anxious, and it was also the why sacrum, which had a chance to break through the current mold thanks to its shrine, was having so much attention paid to it despite being a mid-level world. This answer came in the form of a very fascinating question. What if the goal of a convergence wasn't to concentrate the faith of several generations into the hands of the leaders of just one, but was rather to concentrate it in the hands of just a single person? What if only that was the true convergence? The light on Ryu became fiercer and fiercer. After using up all of his heavenly favor on unsealing his spiritual foundation, he had crashed back down. Luckily, he still had one step left to go in the tower and was able to reclaim much of it, though unfortunately it wasn't enough to return to number 1. At this moment, though, first place seemed to be nothing more than a joke. The sudden gap between Ryu and his great-grandfather had expanded to the point it didn't seem right to place them on the same list any longer. The numbers jumped and jumped, moving so quickly that it was impossible even for their eyes to track what was happening. And then, the ancient cube cracked. At first it was just a small splinter, but it quickly began to spread, moving faster and faster until it suddenly entirely broke apart. The cascaded down toward Ryu in a blinding torrent, but unlike the previous time when Ryu was pushed to the ground, this time, it felt like a gentle spring breeze, caressing his skin and rustling his hair. Oddly enough, Ryu couldn't feel much of anything outside of that. He didn't feel his power skyrocketing, he didn't feel his cultivation increasing by leaps and bounds, he didn't feel his blood rumbling or his heart thumping with anticipation. He just felt peace. It was like a security blanket was wrapping around his shoulders, like his mother was kissing his forehead or his father was giving him a pat on the shoulders. The first time in a long while, Ryu just felt relaxed, like everything would be like there was nothing to worry about. He took a breath and then exhaled. Chapter 1170. When Ryu looked up, the geniuses subconsciously turned away. Even they didn't realize why they had done it, but what was certain was that the moment they did, they felt their hearts sink as though they had lost something forever. At that moment, the tower doors opened once again, and Mei and Antha stepped out. Before Ryu could say anything, however, everything shifted. Under the shocked realization of everyone present, the heavenly path was closing. Ryu realized this as well, and he felt a hint of lament. Before he had been forced to run to the Diamond City, he had sensed the remnants of a Tao Lord's inheritance. Of course, this wasn't the inheritance of the chaotic space Tao Sovereign, but rather the inheritance of the Tao Lord that had originally descended first only to find their glass orb shattered by the Tao Sovereign. Ryu had wanted to see if there was anything he could still scrounge up from that inheritance, but it seemed that he had lost his chance. He shook his head. Although he could have abandoned Mei and Antha and simply gone to get it, he wouldn't be himself anymore if he did that. There was no Tao Lord inheritance worth his dignity in Ryu's eyes, and especially not his woman's happiness. Even before Mei had made such a sacrifice for him, he would have felt that same way. That was simply just the sort of responsibility a man should take upon himself, let alone now that she had done such a thing for him. We're just not fated, Ryu. Let it drift from his mind as his body vanished. When Ryu appeared once again, he found himself in a room of white. He wasn't too surprised by this. This place should be where rewards were exchanged, although he wasn't sure if that would still be possible considering the fact the ancient cube had shattered. The fact that he had been sent here gave a small light of hope, at least. Ryu wouldn't feel too bad about it if he didn't get this chance. He felt that his gains this time were quite tremendous. But then again, his greatest gain was snatching something that should have been his to begin with, so maybe they weren't as great as he thought. Regardless, just the inheritances of the Shadowlight, Favor Alchemy and Magus Sky Gods were worth their weight in chi stones. The puppet mimicry Sky God wasn't too bad either. Though, Ryu's favorite was definitely the 9-pillar Sky God's inheritance. Ryu looked down at his body, wondering what that mysterious energy from before was. But since he couldn't seem to sense it and was still a bit worried about his focus chi, he decided to leave it be for now, and he continued to walk forward until he found himself in a grand all around him. Weapons, treasures and armors of all shapes and sizes could be found. What astonished Ryu, though, was that these were all origin-grade treasures without a doubt. No, that was his experience from Sacrum talking. Here, they called them god treasures, and they were the treasures predominantly used by sky gods. Much like in Sacrum, origin grade, or rather god treasures could be used by everyone, much like techniques of that grade. The main difference here was, though, that the power of the treasure would grow along with the user until it reached a peak. A flood of light rushed through and an ancient voice echoed. Ryu Tatsuya, highest honors. All god treasures unsealed. You may pick 3. Ryu raised an eyebrow. From his understanding, you were supposed to exchange your heavenly favor for these god treasures, but this voice just directly told him to pick 3. While this seemed nice as he didn't have to worry about the price, Ryu had a feeling that he was being artificially capped and shafted. He could see the number of heavenly favor he had gathered, but he was sure that it was a lot. A hell of a lot. If there wasn't such a cap, he felt that he should be able to exchange for any treasure he wanted and more than just 3 at that. However, these thoughts of Ryu's didn't last for long. He stopped along a line of fragmented god treasures, and when he looked at the price, his lip twitched. They alone ranged from dozens of gold heavenly favor to hundreds. By the time you went up to false god treasures, some already required rainbow heavenly favor. At that point, Ryu took back all of his complaints. If this trend continued, if he could exchange with his heavenly favor, he might be able to buy one perfect god treasure at best. Although this would still be enough to be incredibly proud of, it definitely wasn't as good as being able to choose any 3 he wanted. Ryu continued to walk forward until he reached near the end of the hall. The highest grade treasures in this place were omniscient god treasures, and just from the auras they gave off, despite being his behind glass cases, was enough to shock him. If not for his mental fortitude and strong Dao heart, just walking to this location would have been impossible. Since he had been given such rewards, it was foolish of him to not check what the strongest treasures here had to offer first, or else he would be selling himself short. Despite not even seeing the lineup yet, Ryu was certain that at least one of his treasures had to be an escape treasure. All of these geniuses had methods of escaping death, and he was absolutely certain that none of these methods were at the standard of an omniscient god treasure. If they could escape with lesser means, Ryu didn't believe that he could preserve his life a few times with these treasures. He wasn't sure if a god treasure controlled by a Dao pedestal realm expert could help him escape from sky gods, but he would have to at least try his best. Though he thought this, Ryu wasn't too optimistic. Ryu's brows jumped before a wide grin spread across his face. It seemed that he was more lucky than he thought. He had never seen such a treasure that be more perfectly tailored for a person. As Ryu was grinning, he didn't notice a subtle pulse of energy flash within him. Chapter 1171. Speed. Ryu's gaze landed on a delicate pair of wings that could fit in his 2 palms. Its feathers were entirely transparent and even looked quite silky to just his eyes alone, but with it, there were delicate vein patterns pulsing with silvery energy. The pair sat within a glass encasement, separating them from the world and making them seem as though they were an uncountable distance away. Just below this glass case and at the start of the pedestal it sat upon was a nameplate. Quivering spectral wings. There wasn't a hint of explanation beyond this, but Ryu could sense that the name held weight. As he gazed at it more deeply, he began to feel his completed Dao stir, and he realized something. This wasn't an overt test, but it was a test nonetheless. The Heavenly Path knew that cultivators could get overwhelmed while having such a selection before them. They might even want to take everything in sight, and that was especially so for Ryu could pick out any 3 that he wanted. While the Heavenly Path had allowed Ryu to do so, that didn't necessarily mean that he could. For one, the pressure he faced just walking here would have been enough to force the others to their knees, and secondly, if he didn't have the insight needed to understand these treasures around him and how they functioned, then he would be blind in picking. If he let his ego get the best of him and he picked out the best treasures no matter what, he might end up being on the losing end. For one, these treasures weren't children's toys. If he used them incorrectly, let alone them helping him deal with his enemies, they had the capability of directly killing him. And secondly, even if they didn't kill him, if the treasures became glorified paperweights because he had no idea how to use them, wouldn't he be co-signing himself to death? However, who was Ryu? Maybe at his current strength he wouldn't be able to see through all of the secrets of these treasures before him, but what good would doing that do him anyway? It would just be showing him abilities he didn't have the strength to utilize anyway. Right now, he had more than enough strength to see through the abilities he could use with his current strength and talent, and that was world-changing. These quivering spectral wings could very well be the saving grace that he needed. As with most wing treasures, there was no doubt that the foundational ability of the quivering spectral wings was increasing speed, and given its name, it was no surprise that it required a strong spatial affinity to use as well. According to what Ryu could deduce, this pair of wings, much like the unbalance mantra could do for him, could bring forward the bar one needed to reach to be able to enter the void. Usually, entering the void was a transcended sky god's ability. However, with spatial affinity, the timeline could be brought forward. Ryu himself would have been able to do it the day he broke into sky godhood due to how exceptionally high his space-time soul nature was, and others could have variable outcomes depending on how deep their own affinity for the element was. Of course, considering how exceptionally rare spatial affinity was to begin with, and even further, how difficult it was to have a high affinity in it even after managing to gain such a rare affinity to begin with, the number of people who could move this timeline forward were an exceptionally small portion of this population. Yana was a part of this small population. In fact, her own affinity was so high that she used to spend most of her time lingering in the void and watching Ryu in her first life. Of course, entering the void in Sacrum versus the true martial world were two completely different feats, but it was still a feat nonetheless. What was fascinating about the quivering spectral wings was that it could perform about as well as Ryu's spacetime affinity could. Meaning, so long as one had a small amount of spatial affinity, one could break into the void and travel through it at the fragmented sky god realm as well. For Ryu, because his affinity was especially high, if his calculations were correct, so long as he entered the world's sea realm, he would be able to rely on the quivering spectral wings to enter the void without activating the unbalance mantra. In truth, Ryu wasn't sure how accurate his calculations were because they were made with estimates. Right now, he wasn't quite sure how much greater his strength was with 2 Dao pedestals, and he also didn't know what would happen once he started cultivating them in earnest. In addition, he knew too little about the secrets of his original spiritual foundation, and he also didn't know what other twists and turns his chaotic silk meridians had for him as he continued his cultivation journey. There was a very real possibility that Ryu would be able to accomplish this even before the world's sea realm, but only time would tell. Still, all of this said, what was explained until now wasn't enough for Ryu to have given such a reaction. Even without the quivering spectral wings, he could enter the void right now. He just had to drain his soul stamina and focus chi. What need did he have for such a treasure? The answer to that question came back to the original foundation ability of the quivering spectral wings. Speed. While the quivering spectral wings could increase speed normally, it wouldn't be able to display its truest abilities until one could enter the void. Once one accomplished this, they would be nigh untouchable. So long as one entered the void, you would no longer be obstructed by chi and wind pressure, making it exceptionally convenient for travel. In addition to this, the laws were much more lax and could be bent with greater ease. If the current Lionel entered the void with this treasure, even a perfect sky god wouldn't be able to catch him, and as his cultivation increased, his speed would increase along with it. Chapter 1172, This was just the tip of the iceberg as well. In truth, although only transcended sky gods could enter the void, sky gods as low as being in the fragmented realm could influence it. This was why Ryu had never thought of using the unbalance mantra to escape. The likelihood of success was too low. It didn't matter if only he could enter the void if those sky gods could sense him and force his pocket of space to collapse. And, even if they didn't have the strength to collapse his pocket of space, so long as they could sense him, they could track him until his stamina ran out and he was forced to step out or die within the void as the pocket of space collapsed. However, now, Ryu didn't have to worry about this. So long as he reacted fast enough, escape was no longer a fool's dream. On top of that, there were contingencies. The quivering portion of the quivering spectral name was actually the opposite of what one might think it did. Rather than destabilizing a region, it stabilized it. When one entered the void with the spectral wings, an ability would activate to solidify the pocket of space. Not only would this lessen the stamina drain on the person entering the void, but it would also make it useless for weaker sky gods to attack the void, as well as their attacks wouldn't be able to penetrate. This meant that not only would Ryu be invincible in speed within the void below the transcended sky god realm, those below that realm also wouldn't be able to harm him so long as he entered the void. In addition, in the case of an absolute emergency, the quivering spectral wings didn't have to rely on Ryu entirely at all. In exchange for the treasure becoming dormant for a few days, so long as Ryu was below the 7th heaven, and his target was also, he could transport himself to an entirely different plane instantaneously to escape. It could be said that this pair of wings were simply too perfect for Ryu. Compared to the life-saving methods of the other geniuses, it required more work on Ryu's part, but its overall value couldn't even be compared. This was especially so due to the abilities of god treasures. Despite the power of this treasure, the input required on Ryu's point was very much limited. He could use it at almost no extra cost to his stamina at all so long as his affinities were in line with it. This was the power of god treasures. Ryu reached for the glass case and opened it. Almost instantly, his gaze sharpened. The pair of wings seemed to want to fly away, however Ryu's current eyes could see the trajectory of space all too easily. The moment it blinked out of existence, his hand shot forward like a speeding arrow, ripping into the void before pulling out. Ryu looked at his palm with a smile on his face, a small pair of wings within them. Although it fluctuated wildly with spatial chi, none of it could hurt Ryu. In fact, it felt quite comfortable. Ryu pressed a finger to his forehead and made a small cut. After so long in the true martial world, he had also learned how to become the master of their treasures. A radiant bead of blood came from his forehead and dripped onto the small pair of wings. They quivered once before fusing into Ryu's arm and rushing up his tattooed arm, up his bicep and toward his back. Ryu blinked with a hint of surprise, not because of the fusion of the treasure, but because he could feel that his heavenly chaos body was baptizing it with essence and chaos chi. Ryu wasn't entirely sure what this meant, but he could feel that the quivering spectral wings were truly becoming a part of him. He could even feel it interacting with his northern heavenly wind and spacetime affinity. Ryu stood in silence for a while. He felt that maybe there were some things he didn't quite understand about the evolution of his bone structure. His current body didn't have the strength to cause large changes to an omniscient god treasure, but what if he had been an omniscient sky god already? What would that have meant? Ryu's gaze flickered before he threw it to the back of his mind. The quivering spectral wings had called out to him nearly immediately, but scanning through the rest of the treasures, his next choice wasn't nearly as obvious. Now that he had one escape method, he wouldn't take another. Although it would help with his survivability, if he gave up powerful opportunities just because he was too worried about preserving his life, then he would no longer be Ryu Tatsuya. If these wings weren't enough for him to remain alive, then he might as well stop cultivating now and accept death. He wouldn't allow himself to grow so pathetic. There were many weapon treasures around Ryu, all of which he could use. Thanks to his Tao, but he ultimately struck off weapon treasures from his list. Right now, Ryu was leaning more toward auxiliary treasures. He wasn't even keen on picking out something like an armor either, for the same reasons he didn't want to pick out another escape treasure. What he needed right now was something that could help him bring out his full potential as quickly as possible, and potentially unlock potential he didn't know he had or never had to begin with. Ever since he had baptized his bloodlines with mortal chi, he could vaguely feel the origin of his bloodlines and the memories within them, but even to this point, he hadn't been able to take full advantage of that, and that was despite unlocking his bloodlines to the equivalent level they had been on sacrum already. Ryu felt that there had to be something that helped him. As his eyes scanned through the omniscient treasures, though, he didn't find anything that called out to him clearly. Ryu sighed somewhat. It was probably inappropriate to hope that he could be handed everything he needed on a silver platter. Plus, if he did some experimenting with essence, there was no telling what results he could have. Maybe he wouldn't even need this treasure. Ryu's gaze flickered as it landed on a tome. It hadn't really called out to him before. Even now, it looked quite plain. It didn't seem to have any hyper-specific affinities, and it was very malleable. The Compendium, that was its name, nothing more, nothing less. Interesting. Chapter 1173. The Compendium. Even without reaching for the god treasure, Ryu instinctively knew that it was empty. It was no wonder he hadn't sensed anything special from it to begin with. It simply wasn't that type of treasure. However, its usefulness, or the reason for its omniscient grade, still wasn't obvious even after acknowledging this. At a surface layer, the Compendium was an encyclopedia, but it was one that was empty until it was fed with a source. Essentially, the ability of this god treasure was to take a sample of an object, whether it was a spiritual herb, a spiritual ore, or any other natural treasure, and tag it. It could then connect with the stream of faith connected to this natural treasure and compile all information that could be found on it and summarize its secrets from most important and foundational, to the most secretive and profound. How in-depth the information was depended on how much of the item you were willing to give up. A single piece of a natural treasure might only get you the foundational energy, but if you were willing to sacrifice the whole thing, the information you would receive was obviously greater. Of course, this was only if you wanted information immediately. If you were more patient, you could allow the Compendium to passively absorb the energy of target and slowly tease apart the answers you were looking for. The more Ryu stared at it, the more information he received, and the stronger the fire in his eyes grew. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Couldn't he use the Compendium to unlock all the secrets of his chaotic silk meridians, then? Ryu closed his eyes and exhaled a breath, calming himself before he shook his head. The compendium was an omniscient grade treasure, obviously this was a sign of its limitations. As expected, when Ryu looked deeper, the compendium could only look through faith and karmic strings up to an omniscient grade, anything beyond was likewise beyond it. Ryu didn't know much about his chaotic silk meridians, but what he did know with absolute certainty was the fact that it was beyond the omniscient grade. It was a disappointing letdown from a high he enjoyed for just a few moments, but if things were so easy, he would be far too lucky. Even though the compendium had such limitations, Ryu felt that it was incredibly valuable to him. The reason was simple: his bloodlines. Starlight's words had been annoying, but they had some valuable intel to them. Setting aside the fact that Ryu wasn't sure how to make use of his bloodlines to a maximal degree, just clues on how to unseal it to a greater extent was invaluable to him. While the compendium wouldn't be able to bring his bloodlines to a greater height, what it could do was help him brighten the path up to the omniscient grade. What Ryu wanted the compendium to do was to sharpen the vague memories in his mind. He felt that by feeding the compendium his blood while focusing on certain memories in his bloodstream would enlighten him to their secrets, allowing him to unlock the shackles on his body faster than he would be able to otherwise. Setting this aside, if the compendium was used cleverly, its uses were far beyond what its description seemed to suggest. When it was boiled down, the real ability of the compendium was to peer into fate and read it. An ability like that was invaluable. For example, if Ryu gave it someone's item or a piece of their body, he would be able to find their location through the compendium. Beyond that, he could probably measure out what their future intentions were, or if he was talking to them, he could probably tell if they were lying or not. A single drop of blood from an enemy would probably reveal all of their abilities to Ryu. In that case, trump cards would have no worth before him at all. Ryu, as the wielder of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, was very used to peering into karma and making use of it to his advantage, so when he saw the compendium, while anyone else might take its abilities at face value, he saw hundreds of steps ahead. In fact, even what was listed here was too few. If Ryu found a treasure, he could probably feed a bit of it to the compendium and use it to find more treasures like it. If he had clues about a ruin, he could feed the clues he had gathered to the compendium to find the tracks to its entrance. In fact, with Ryu's affinity, he was certain that he could even use the compendium to sense others trying to track his own karma and sever it ahead of time. In any other Tao pedestal realm existence's hand, this god treasure was truly just a glorified encyclopedia, but in Ryu's hands, it was so much more than that. Without hesitation, Ryu reached forward and removed the compendium from its glass casing. Unlike the quivering spectral wings, the compendium didn't fight Ryu at all. In fact, it seemed to take the opportunity to move toward Ryu of its own accord. Ryu could vaguely sense warmth coming from the compendium, almost as though it understood him as intimately as he understood it. He could somewhat understand the compendium. When it was created, it was probably truly meant to be an encyclopedia. Even its creator didn't realize what they had on their hands and foolishly continued to use it like that. Although the compendium wanted to be more, to do more, it was just a treasure and could only rely on its owner to bring out its full potential. Somehow, the compendium could feel that Ryu saw more of it than anyone else ever had. It could feel that Ryu would use it properly, so how could it not be eager? Ryu smiled lightly and pierced his brows once, allowing it to drop onto the compendium's pearly white and gold engraved cover. The compendium glowed for a moment before it turned into a blaze of light and entered Ryu's brows. Almost instantly, a familiar rush of energy surged as the compendium appeared in Ryu's spiritual sea, floating silently as it greedily absorbed what essence and chaos chi entered. Chapter 1174. Last choice. Although Ryu hadn't been surprised by the quivering spectral wings entering his body, he was surprised by the compendium entering his spiritual sea, and that was because he hadn't sensed the aura of a mental realm treasure on it. It seemed to have broken convention and chosen this location for itself based on its own personal preference. God treasures definitely had intelligence of their own, so this alone was surprising, but the choice was, especially because Ryu could vaguely feel that the compendium was influencing his gaze much like his soul did. It seemed to have sensed an opportunity for itself there. At the same time, much like the quivering spectral wings, it greedily soaked up the energies of Ryu's body, seemingly not being able to get enough. And to the compendium's surprise, its new owner didn't do anything to stop its actions, even when its pace of absorption increased. That was when the compendium learned something very shocking. When it came to energy expenditure, its new owner was like a bottomless sea. No matter how much it took, there was always more to take. At that moment, Ryu realized something as well. By relying on essence, the compendium was actually able to speed up its passive scanning ability through a unique method. This made it almost unnecessary for Ryu to ever sacrifice an entire treasure to it. Interesting. Ryu turned his mind from the compendium. Now wasn't the time to cultivate. Setting the fact he was still somewhat worried about his focus chi, this wasn't an appropriate place to begin cultivating. Although that mysterious voice hadn't said as much, he knew that there was highly likely to be a time limit here and he still had one more treasure to pick out. Ryu, though, was quite relaxed. He felt very satisfied with the two he had picked out until now. For his third treasure, he preferred something that could help him break the shackles of his eyes faster, but after the first look, he already felt that was impossible. There wasn't another treasure similar to the compendium lurking around the corner. At the same time, Ryu felt that the slow progression of his eyes unsealing was occurring on purpose, almost like a mechanism of his body protecting itself. This seemed to explain why it slowly unsealed with his cultivation upgrades and even when his bodily strength increased. If he to unseal his eyes faster, then he just had to increase his strength faster and he would be able to see his wives again soon. Ryu began to look around again. If there weren't any auxiliary items that called out to him, then a defensive treasure or an offensive one wouldn't be too bad. He wasn't entirely opposed to it, he had just wanted to target what he felt was more important first. Maybe something for Little Silk. For some reason, Little Silk had been quite dormant since she swallowed all of those sovereign-grade beasts. In truth, the current Little Silk was far inferior to Ryu. Sovereign grade was exceptional on the first heaven, but entering the fourth heaven, to say it lagged behind was to put it nicely. Although Ryu believed in his mother, it was hard to believe that the secret she left behind on Little Silk was exaggerated to the point it could help him even on the fourth heaven. Little Silk had helped him enough until now and it could be said that the little guy was the reason he was able to gain a firm hold of the first heaven to begin with. If he could find a way to help her in the future, he would, but for now he felt that his progression was more important. He threw that idea to the back of his mind and continued to look. Maybe something to speed up his cultivation speed. The Tao pedestal realm was an final opportunity to grow one's spiritual foundation, so it was quite important. Plus, the cosmic seed realm and its cosmic seeds would lay the foundation for one's godhood. These were fairly important milestones. Having a treasure to help them wouldn't be too bad. But once again, Ryu shook his head. Treasures that helped speed up cultivation often came with drawbacks. Plus, it was unlikely that his path forward would remain conventional considering his chaotic silk meridians, so it might end up being useless to him. Maybe something to help evolve his realm heart. This idea lingered with Ryu for much longer. After his Tao entered the cosmic grade, he felt its progress hit rock bottom. Of course, this made sense. This was an in-between world sandwiched between the third and fourth heaven. The laws here were too incomplete to allow the fast progression of an ancient Tao. And because his realm heart was still in the immortal grades, it was impossible for it to help him. Suddenly Ryu's mind flashed. Chaos Chi had never been able to help his realm heart evolve, but what about essence? Ryu flooded essence toward his realm heart after this thought, but he was almost disappointed. He shook his head. If Chaos Chi couldn't do it, essence shouldn't be able to either. He had pretty much already expected this. It had to be remembered a realm heart a fledgling world, it was perfectly balanced, it was a combination of all energies. Ryu's heart skipped a beat when he suddenly had this thought and he began to pour both Chaos Chi and essence into his realm heart. This time, his realm heart didn't directly reject the chi and even began to make slow progress forward. Ryu felt ecstatic. This was much slower than absorbing a godhood, but that much was obvious. At this pace, it would probably take him a few days to evolve his realm heart into the lower cosmic grades, but this was so very worth it. Now he didn't have to worry about hunting sky gods for the time being. Excellent. Ryu almost forgot that he had a third treasure to pick until he suddenly paused on one particular item. It didn't particularly feel like a treasure, but it was rather an orb. It'll be you. Evolution orb. It was very simple in its function. One could place their treasures within it and the orb would nurture it to grow. Ryu needed this treasure. As someone who could forge his own treasures, it was almost unnecessary, especially since it couldn't evolve the treasures he had just received past the omniscient grade. However, Ryu refused to switch his grandfather's bow for another one. He would definitely allow it to see the summit with him. The most important thing to an archer were his eyes. His grandfather had told him that again and again. To Ryu, His grandfather's bow was exactly that, the lingering remnants of his grandpa Kunan's gaze. He would bring it to oversee the world. Like this, Ryu made his last choice. Chapter 1175. Hidden Test. Ryu held the orb in his hand for a while. Unsurprisingly, it greedily absorbed the chaos chi and essence within him. But unlike the other two, the results of this were nearly immediate. His grandfather's bow, which was on the inside, was wrapped by the glow. From the beginning, his grandfather's bow was at the ancestral grade of sacrum. However, here, that did mean much. In fact, it was weaker than many Earth-grade treasures. But after just a single breath of time within the orb, it shed those shackles and entered the true ancestral grade. Ryu's gaze glowed when he saw this. In an instant, this bow had become his best weapon by a large margin, and it seemed that with just an extra few minutes, it would enter the fragmented grade. This much shouldn't be too surprising. The materials the bow was constructed out of were, indeed, of the ancestral grade and even of the origin grade. The issue was that they had been baptized under Sacrum's law, as lacked the complete laws needed to the true martial world standards. However, with the presence of both essence and chaos, not to mention the guiding hand of the evolution orb, this weakness was almost instantly handled before it began to grow it to a new level. This was an omniscient grade god treasure at the end of the day. Evolving a treasure with this sort of priming to the fragmented grade was as easy as breathing for it. It probably wouldn't even begin to struggle until it came time to raise it to the transcended god grade. Ryu nodded once and let the treasure fuse with his body. It seemed that it was time to leave. At this moment, or it could be said that this had been the case for months already, the fourth heaven was in chaos. This was because of one simple reason. News that a sect had primed itself to transcend the third heaven's barrier to the fourth heaven had spread like wildfire. Unlike process of raising through the first three levels, or even through the to sixth heavens, one couldn't casually decide they wanted to progress and act as they pleased. Instead, it was necessary to prove yourself through the heavenly path first. The obvious question, though, was how could a sect go about doing this, especially since the heavenly path seemed to be designed for the younger generation? And the answer was precisely in that. A sect had to rely on their younger generation to pave a path for them. When such a request was sent in, the heavenly path would begin a second test, one that was covert and under the surface. This would test the skills of the geniuses the sector clan had sent in to measure whether or not they had reached the minimum standard of the fourth heaven. Unfortunately, while the process of this test was supposed to be secretive, with the cheating methods of the upper heavens even allowing them to suppress the doubts of others, how could they not have a method of knowing much? Only thing they didn't know was which sect would be coming forward. The commotion wasn't small. It had been too long since anyone had dared to do this. While it wasn't guaranteed that their disciples would reach the appropriate level, just the audacity alone was enough to infuriate the powers of the fourth heaven. Unfortunately for them, they had no idea where the sect was choosing to settle down. If they did, they would have probably surrounded the region already, prepared to blast them to nothingness the moment they took a single step forward. Even the various clans and sects primed themselves, ready to crush anyone and anything foreign that entered their territories. The only region that was relatively calm was the central region, as they felt that had correctly assumed that no new blood would dare to encroach upon their territory. It was so far beyond the realms of reason that they didn't even put up their guard. That said, that didn't mean that these clans and sects had no methods of dealing with this new sect that thought too much of itself. While the location of a sect's ascent was unknown and chosen by the sect itself, what wasn't random was the exit of the heavenly path. If things followed the pattern of the past, even if this sect passed, it should be just barely. This meant that the disciples they sent in should be their absolute best. If they were slaughtered the moment they took a single step out, that sect would suffer a devastating blow they might never recover from. Due to fear of this, the sect would definitely have to send powerful experts to the central region to protect their disciples, and by then, they would suffer even greatly. The participants of the heavenly path would be geniuses of the first, second, third heaven. But this time, geniuses of the fourth and fifth heaven were participating as well. This meant that these sects and clans had sent powerhouses of their own down. Any disciple that could be sent to the lower heavens for the sake of the convergence had in status, so the powerhouses that were sent down to retrieve them weren't weak in the slightest. In fact, because these powers knew this, they would send even stronger powerhouses than normal for both the sake of face and as a display of power. It could be said that this was the absolute most foolish time to think of ascending. This led to an odd situation where experts of the fourth and fifth heaven casually chatting to one another without a care in the world and ignoring everything around them, and yet also being fully prepared to crush any sort of dissent. And at that moment, fluctuations of heavenly favor began to move and quake. The phantom of the ancient cube appeared, before collapsing into a black hole. Chapter 1176, Chit-Chat. The powerhouses frowned. Usually, the phantom of the cube would reveal the new ranking, but this time it directly collapsed before it could even begin to solidify. At that moment, the idle chit-chat faded and everyone looked toward the center of the plaza as one. However, even though the black hole had appeared, there was no movement even after several minutes. "What is going on?" a voice echoed. "What, is the mighty Alizarin feeling anxious?" A laughing voice echoed to the side. Alizarin was a man who very clearly exuded a powerful aura. Even if he denied being a sky god, only a fool would take his words at face value. What was especially important about him, though, was the fact that he had a head of radiant gold hair and piercing green eyes. It was clear he was from the same clan as Vi and his younger brother, the Ashman clan. Alizarin threw a glance over the speaker but didn't say anything. It was either he was better than his junior at feigning calm and civility, or this was truly his personality. At the very least, he didn't seem intent on using a smile to fake his happiness like Vi had. "Oh my, no answer." Tisk, tisk. The man who had spoken looked eerily similar to Akura, a descendant of the fire giant demons, though he seemed to have spotty scales. This was, of course, the Draco race. While they had nothing to do with dragons, they seemed to love naming themselves and their techniques off of things that sounded similar. "Come now, gentlemen, there's no need to fight." A man with a large belly stood out to speak. It was hard to tell whether he was a merchant or a Buddha. On the one hand, his body was flooded with jewelry, heavy chains, tons of golden bracelets and rings. He even had a gem right in the middle of his forehead. And yet on top of all of that his head was shaved clean. He had a staff in one hand and rolled prayer beads in the other. It was quite funny to see such an interaction, since this was almost exactly how the interaction between their juniors Via, Akura and Mono had gone. The only difference was that while these powerhouses of the fifth heaven spoke, those of the fourth remained eerily silent, unwilling to say anything that might offend these bigwigs. While it was the case that the gap between the fourth, fifth and sixth heavens were far smaller than the gaps of the lower and higher heavens, there was still a hint of hesitation to be found with. Just when the group was jeering at one another, the black hole trembled and a figure was thrown out, coughing out heavy mouthfuls of blood. The surrounding cultivators frowned. It was a young woman who had clearly been stripped and humiliated. But while she was treated in this way, there wasn't much of a show to see as her skin and flesh was all a mangled mess. It was clear that while she had been treated as such, her innocence hadn't been tarnished. Even so, the surrounding elders frowned. If this was a daughter of their sector clan, just the fact she was treated like this would be a slap to all of their faces. Although women had many disadvantages in the martial world, when it came to who was protected the most, they were most definitely at the forefront. Even the lowest ranked female in a sector clan wouldn't be allowed to treated like this by outsiders. However, after a several sighed a breath of relief, realizing that they didn't recognize this person at all. It was only then they began to look around, wondering who this woman might be tied to, and even beyond that, could have possibly happened to her. Suddenly, a shadow moved and enveloped the girl before vanishing. The group was surprised. Of course, this wasn't because of the actions themselves, as it made sense that such a person would want secrecy. But they were more shocked by the speed and methods. Also, this person seemed to have been hiding themselves from the very beginning. The spectators looked toward one another, seeing the odd look in each other's eyes before turning away as the black hole pulsed once more. To their surprise, yet another beaten and ragged individual popped out. The gazes of everyone flickered. The heavenly path was a cruel place, and that was especially so for the last phase. But this one at a time thing the heavenly path seemed to be doing right now was more than just a little bit odd. Usually, a large group would be spit out first, and only then would the highest contenders come out one by one. This was because only the best would be able to enter the reward of the heavenly path, and as such they would exit one by one at the end after exchanging their heavenly favor. But for some reason it was in reverse this time. Vi, Alizarin's brows shot up. He waved a hand and the injured Vi was immediately brought to his feet and forward. The shock in Alizarin's heart was palpable. The only reason he could think of for Vi ending up like this is because he was ganged up on by the other geniuses, and considering Vi's charisma, the only way for that to happen was if he ended up with a world-shaking treasure. So in reality, although Alizarin looked concerned and his face was ugly, he was actually gleeful inside. He acted quickly and looked like a concerned elder, so no one reacted faster than he once. Vi was in his range of influence, there was nothing more to worry about, and he laughed like a madman on the inside. However, after Alizarin got a hold of Vi, his expression changed and flickered. If Vi had been ganged up on, he should have had the auras of several attacks on him. So why was there only one? Just as Alizarin was about to try and heal Vi to question him, there was another sputter and another young man stumbled out. Akura, the elder of Draco race, reacted quickly as well. But after seeing Vi's appearance, he was much less optimistic about his own descendant receiving a godlier reward. The expressions of the Fifth Heaven elders turned cold. What had happened, exactly? They trembled once again, and the geniuses began to come out at a faster and faster pace. Chapter 1177. Losers. One after another, geniuses in various states of injury were forced out. While this made the likes of Alizarin and the Draco race elder feel much better, when they saw the expressions of these geniuses, their own became much more serious. They didn't see not a single happy expression anywhere. It was as though they were all losers. What was more odd was that they couldn't sense any god treasures coming from these youths either. While it was possible to hide with various methods, it didn't seem logical that they would have all used such methods, especially since they should have just received such a reward. For youths that hadn't seen much of life yet, they would still be waving around their first fragmented god treasure around. With their elders here, it wasn't as though they had to worry about having their treasures snatched. Plus, considering the status of the sky gods present, they wouldn't flinch in the face of a fragmented treasure to begin with. There was simply no need to be so cautious. This seemed to imply something a step beyond this as well. Clearly, these sky gods didn't make the assumption that these god treasures could fuse with one's body either. It was obvious that Ryu was quite special in this regard. The more of this the elders saw, the more confused and somewhat anxious they became. Vi, boy, stop pretending to be out cold. Do you think you can fool my eyes? Alizarin hissed a chi-line message into Vi's ears, startling him awake. Originally, Alizarin had thought that maybe Vi was pretending to be out cold so that it would be more convenient for Alizarin to take him away without being questioned by the others. But as the situation unfolded, Alizarin was beginning to think that Vi had only done this for the sake of saving face and avoiding embarrassment. This left Alizarin with a belly full of rage. He was just a step away from taking out on this junior of his. Vi had left their clan with a great deal of competence even as a small child. How had he come back so useless? Some felt that it was a mistake to send their youth out like this without guidance in what should have been their most formative years. Alizarin had disagreed with them because he didn't believe that any real experts could be formed in a greenhouse. But seeing the state of Vi now, he was beginning to wonder if he had been wrong from the beginning. Vi startled awake without much of a choice. Facing his senior's gaze, the embarrassment of what happened seemed to echo through his very bones. To the side, Akura was in an even worse state than Vi was, one because he was far more injured, and secondly because Hulader's methods were far more savage and violent. Without a choice, the two could only explain what had happened. At the same time, the same situation was occurring all across the plaza. Even though there was a ton of noise, for some reason, it felt too quiet at the same time, a suffocating pressure radiating out as the elders of the Fifth Heaven realized what had happened one after another. Quote, "You're telling me that you didn't have enough heavenly favor to trade for anything? I don't know what happened, but they didn't even send me to the treasure exchange location. One moment I was on the heavenly path, and the next moment I was here, just as injured. Everything I had worked for seemed to have just been snatched without rhyme or reason." Vi explained in a low voice. Alizarin's expression turned incomparably ugly. Compared to all of the other opportunities Vi might have gained on the first, second and third heaven, there was no doubt that the heavenly path should have been the biggest boon. The fact he got nothing out of it basically meant that this entire experiment had been useless. Their geniuses had wasted almost a decade of their growth for nothing in return. Thera. The voice came out in a booming cadence, causing the entire plaza to rumble. The sturdiness of the fourth heaven couldn't be even remotely compared to the third, and yet the wild fluctuations in space seemed to be hinting toward an existential collapse. Hulader's gaze was tinged with a wild fury as it landed on a confused beauty. This woman was truly gorgeous beyond compare. As a sky god, her body had been refined to absolute perfection, but the tinge of demonic air surrounding her only made her all the more enticing. The pair of folded black wings on her back gave her an exotic air, almost akin to a fallen angel, and yet she was no less elegant for it. This woman was Thera of the Dream Asura race. Since all the others had sent representatives, how could the Dream Asura race not do the same for their two little princesses? In fact, Thera was the elder sister of Antha and likewise the elder cousin of May. If those little two girls were the crown jewels of this generation, then Thera was most definitely the crown jewel of her own, having stepped into the sky god realms at such a young age. At that moment, Thera had just been waiting patiently for her little sister and cousin to appear when she suddenly found herself being roared out. As a gorgeous woman, she was obviously not used to such treatment, but even if she was, given her status as a sky god, there were very few who dared to be so rude to her. She couldn't help but frown. When she saw that it was a member of the Draco race, her frown deepened and her disdain intensified. "What do you want, Huladir? What do I want? Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Thera's frown deepened once again. While everyone else had juniors to explain what had happened, Thera didn't have such a thing, obviously, so she had know what had occurred. Huladir sneered. "Didn't your Dream Asura race plan all of this out very well? You didn't even announce that your princess has a Dao companion despite her status. Doesn't that make it obvious that you were scheming something?" Thera was bewildered. The only true princess of their race right now was May. She knew her little cousin too well. How could she not know if May had a Dao companion or not? Plus, when May had left their clan, she had been barely over 10 years old. Right now she was probably approaching 20 years old, but that was still far too young to pick a Dao companion, especially considering the drawback of pairing with their race's women. There were too many young geniuses who never made something of themselves in the future. Such people were rampant and could end up swallowed by a dream or a woman's primordial yin, so it was important for their women to wait. If May had a boy toy, Thera wouldn't care. Their race was far looser with such things. Plus, she was indeed already at the age where she would start wanting such things. However, the words Dao companion necessitated a heavier meaning and assumed a fusion of the souls. This was a completely different meaning from a 1 or 2 night stint. "Don't speak nonsense to me, Huladir. If you want a reason to fight, just take out your weapon. Do you think I fear trash like you?" Thera replied coldly. Surprisingly, Huladir only laughed wildly when Thera said this. "Look around you. Do you see how many have the same question? Your princess's little husband ruined all of their futures." Huladir was certain that this was a plot of the Dream Asura race. If Ryu was trash, then he would probably make fun of May for having no eyes. However, because Ryu was so powerful, it felt suspicious to the point he concluded that this must have been a plot of the Dream Asura race. There were many clans and sects on the 5th heaven with the strength to enter the 6th heaven but didn't due to various reasons. Among them, the Dream Asura race was definitely near the top. Something like this might be the perfect flip in momentum they needed to make that final push. Pairing their princess with such a paragon seemed like the perfect plan, and it was especially telling that while so many had been ejected, May and Antha still hadn't come out. Thera's expression changed and she scanned the region, only to find that there were several individuals that were looking at her with unfriendly. Her brow couldn't help but furrow once again, but this time, there was a hint of confusion and a bit of worry. The Dream Asura race had no need to fear anyone, but getting on the bad side of so many powerful powers at once was bad, very bad. Those two girls had always been mischievous, especially her little sister, but this was a greater problem than what they normally stirred up. Just then, the black hole pulsed again and people began to be ejected in large groups. Some were in groups of dozens, and others came out in hundreds. At that moment, a large number of Radiant Star sect members were ejected and they gasped for air. They had done it, they had finally done it. Among them there was Pibbin, maybe the only one of them Ryu knew by had lost many brothers, but those that had survived had come back far sharper. What they didn't expect, though, was that the moment they did, several suffocating auras would force them directly to their knees. Chapter 1178. Giggles. The disciples of the Radiant Star sect immediately panicked. They had just escaped a hellish scape, so how could they expect that just when they thought they were finally safe, they'd be attacked in this way, and by individuals they couldn't even see through, the cultivation realms no less. Pibbin's head whipped around, hints of fear coloring his eyes. He didn't recognize any of the people who were standing around him, but what he did see that without fail, all of them were standing in the skies. Although he couldn't quite think straight at the moment, he was still sharp enough to know that he was on the fourth heaven now, so he was also sharp enough to realize that anyone who could fly here was at least a perfect sky god. Why were perfect sky gods surrounding them? Not even a single one of them was a sky god to begin with, and even if they were, a perfect sky god would scoff in the face of a fragmented sky god. How could they ever care enough to surround them in large numbers like this? Of course, large was relative. There were only 3 of them. But to Pippin, even one was too many, let alone 3. The furious fifth heaven elders seemed to look over at this time as well. After a moment, they seemed to understand that these few disciples should be from the sect that planned to move into the fourth heaven. While they hadn't personally sensed the aura of that sect, these experts had, so it wasn't surprising that they could pick out the disciples. What was surprising, though, was the fact they had sent their perfect sky gods immediately. Even so, while the powerhouses of the fourth heaven didn't dare to casually interrupt the conversation of the fifth heaven experts, they didn't necessarily fear them either. They wouldn't choose being overly polite over dealing with a threat that pointed a blade at them all. The disciples of the Radiant Star sect grit their teeth as they trembled in fear. Although they had had a huge boost to their confidence recently, not everyone could maintain their usual air before sky gods. Even if they had been geniuses of the sixth heaven, before this absolute gap in strength, they would have reacted the very same way. Are little ants looking at us with some defiance, or am I imagining that? One of the 3 perfect sky gods chortled. Enough games, just kill them directly, another replied. Why kill them so early? Obviously an example needs to be made. With this new era coming around, it's clear that a few have gotten a bit too confident for their own good. We need an example so that I don't have to waste my cultivation time on this bullshit again. The words of the last perfect sky god seemed to sway the second. These 3 represented the strongest of the fourth heaven. One wore a robe of blades, clearly reminiscent of the Petite Rana. This was a sky god of the Infinity Blade sect, sky god Soraya, a woman with a sharp gaze and an even sharper tongue. The second was a bald older, middle-aged man wielding a rod. He seemed to bear faint resemblance to Zed, and his Tao seemed to follow the same path as well. This was a sky god of the Resonant Bow sect, sky god Sage. The third was a man wearing silver and gold robes. He wasn't a representative of a sect or clan, and in truth, he wasn't tethered to the fourth heaven either, as he roamed between the fourth, fifth and sixth heavens. This man was none other than Saint Rinishka. Just as the 3 were about to discuss how this matter would be dealt with, the black hole pulsed once more and chaos seemed a measure away from breaking loose. Antha stepped out from the portal, a giddy smile on her face. This was in large contrast to the others who had come out earlier. Almost the instant they saw this, the elders of the fifth heaven were furious, and they seemed to side Hulader's theory all the more. Fifth heaven elders reached out with their palms. Little girl, come over here. We have some questions for you. You are. Thera's temper immediately flared. She didn't know what really happened on the inside, but how could she let these angry old men lay a hand on her little sister? While the elders had reached out casually, Thera lashed out with all her, the skies darkening as it was blanketed by the afterimages of what looked like a whip. It moved so fast that it formed a net above, shredding apart space as it repelled the palms of the fifth heaven elders that had reached forward. Only fools were surprised that Thera had dared to attack all of them at once. These sky gods were used to doing as they pleased, but wasn't Thera a sky god as well? They were living a foolish dream if they thought that she'd allow them to place a hand on her little sister. Antha only seemed to realize the danger she was in now as she paled somewhat. She had just been on cloud 9, how had things become like this? Luckily, one of her elder sisters' whip afterimages gently wrapped around her waist and pulled her over. The commotion seemed to cause the atmosphere to freeze, and no one dared to make rash movements. Even the fourth heaven experts who had been ready to deal with the Radiant Star sect disciples narrowed their gazes. The logistics of this matter was becoming more and more complicated. If dealt with the Radiant Star sect disciples now, it would be overshadowed by whatever battle was happening between the fifth heaven experts. How would that be sending a message, then? Antha patted chest when she landed by her elder sister, and she exhaled a few breaths before seemingly going back to normal. Attack a little girl like me? Don't you bunch of old fogies have any shame? With her sister as her backer, Antha immediately began to berate the fifth heaven sky gods. She was a little princess and had lived her life in leisure. How could she not be furious? It was fine if she was attacked by members of her generation, but when had the older generation become useless enough to attack a little girl like her? Thera smiled bitterly, watching her little sister make an already bad situation worse. But she didn't stop Antha either. Thera had been in the martial world for long enough to know that showing weakness was how you got taken advantage of. The more Antha was like this, the more the others would hesitate. Little girl, Huladir nearly popped a blood vessel. Antha scurried about her elder sister. The roar of a sky god wasn't something she wanted to face. Thera waved a hand and the sound waves dispersed. I advise you to control yourself, Huladir. This is the last time I will warn you. Ho ho, I'm very much afraid, Huladir said sarcastically. I won't be leaving here until you explain what happened to our young geniuses. If the Dream Asuras don't have an answer for me, you can wait for the declaration of war. Hearing this, rather than being afraid, Thera actually sneered, her pretty features distorting into a malevolent grin that chilled the air. With you, since when did the likes of you speak for the Draco race? And even if all of you pointed your blades toward my Dream Asura race, do you think we would fear you? If we retreat into Dream Mountain, what can you do to us? By then, you could just wait obediently for our attack. The sky gods of the fifth heaven fell into silence when they heard this. Clearly, they had some reservations about this as well. Antha snorted. Why are all these old fogies so mad? Huladir his teeth. Thera was one matter, but he really wanted to slap this little girl to death with a single pat. Thera turned toward Antha, seemingly wanting answers herself. They say that little May's Tao companion harmed their geniuses and stopped them from getting heavenly favor. Is this true? Oh, Antha blinked. She had entered the tower by then, so she hadn't seen Ryu strip the remaining geniuses of their luck, but she eventually nodded. I don't know about stopping them from getting heavenly favor, but Big Bro did beat them all up. Thera blinked. Antha was already calling him Big Bro. Thera knew her little sister too well. Even her own boyfriends of the past were run to the point of insanity by her, and they had all been sky gods of elite ilk. Before she could ask more, though, Antha continued with a laugh. You should have seen them. That Vi and that ugly Akura have always been chasing after Big Sis. Vi and his little brother both had to use their escape treasures or else they would have died. And then Akura said some disgusting stuff about Big Sis and Big Bro got mad and almost killed him even though he had just gotten out of a big battle. You should have seen it. Antha giggled as she animatedly told her stories as though she wouldn't be satisfied until the world burned to the ground. Even though the faces of the surrounding sky gods only became darker and darker, while the young geniuses felt like finding a place to bury their heads, she still continued without a care in the world. Chapter 1179. Oath. Sorry everyone, my mom's birthday is today. Well, it's actually on Tuesday, but Monday is a holiday in Canada, so we're celebrating it today instead, so I'll be uploading today as though it were a weekend. Antha's antics were something that Thera was very much used to, plus considering the fact that she wasn't the target of the teasing and she didn't mind it at all. What she was more concerned about was Antha's confirmation that May had a Tao companion. Since when, and how had that happened? May really has a Tao companion. How? When? Thera asked with a frown, cutting Antha's animated story off. Ah, about this. Antha stumbled over her words, not quite knowing what to say. Could she even tell the truth? May and Ryu had entered a ruin together as strangers, then left half a day later as Tao companions. If she told the truth, wouldn't that make her Big Sis seem a bit too cheap? So, Antha decided to embellish the story. Ah, right, Big Bro met Big Sis on the second heaven after his sect rose from the first heaven. You know Big Sis, she was very cold and didn't really care about anyone, but Big Bro fell in love at first sight and pursued her. Back then there was a war and Big Bro was basically the only vanguard of his sect. He had only been in the immortal ring realm, but he was fighting against the world sea realm geniuses of the second heaven. Big Sis had to pretend to be one of them back then, so she ended up being tricked and losing out on the reward of an expert's immortal abode. Although Big Sis didn't admit it, I know her too well, since then she had Big Bro in her heart. The more Antha spoke, the more confident she seemed to become in the love story she was spinning, and she even to nod to herself. However, while she did so, she didn't seem to realize that everyone else was shocked about the details. His sect elevated from the first heaven. What was that supposed to mean? Was he not one of them? Or was it instead that he had joined a sect of the first heaven and instead of leaving them, he forcefully helped to raise them up? That was definitely against the rules of engagement. Quote. When Big Sis and Big Bro met again, for the fourth time, it was in the heavenly path and there was this annoying ant of the third heaven present. We all entered the ruin together and Big Bro showed off his ruin master skills again and led us to the core of the ruin. I guess the tension between the two of them had built up for too long, because after they entered the ruin, Big Sis came back hanging off of Big Bro's arm. I'll leave it to your imagination what happened because Big Sis refused to tell me about it too. Clearly, Antha hadn't left out the details because she had a moral compass. Instead, she truly didn't know. Antha nodded to herself, satisfied with her story. Thera, however, had a face full of black lines. How could she not be able to tell when her own little sister was talking out of her ass? But it was fine enough that no one else seemed to be able to tell. To them, Antha was like this. They had little reason to believe it outside the fact some of them wanted to pin the blame for what happened onto the shoulders of the Dream Asura race. That's enough, Antha. Focus on the more important details. Who is this person? Where is he from? Why is he so powerful? Thera's words seemed to be implying something else entirely. She was a hint worried about May being taken advantage of. Although the family had great for her, May had ultimately left them all as a little girl. It was hard to tell how she might have changed away from their protective umbrella. Antha blinked. You don't have to worry about that. Big Bro is from a small world. He only came to the true martial world recently. Thera's brows shot up. It was no wonder her little sister and even May had their guards lowered so much. If Ryu had come from a supreme power, they would have definitely been far more hesitant. Such people always had ulterior motives. Antha laughed. Don't you think it's really embarrassing that these so-called geniuses lost to Big Bro? It's even funnier now, right? Big Bro has been here for not even 10 years, yet he's already surpassed you all. Vi's temper finally couldn't seem to hold it in any longer. I'd like to see what he stands when the rest of us aren't suppressed. Antha sneered. Maybe you'll just lose a little less embarrassingly. Alizarin and Huladir had expressions as dark as the night sky. The more this Antha talked, the worse it all seemed to become. Their patience in this regard was wearing thin. Just the black hole pulsed once again. From the very beginning, they had all been paying keen attention to it and several heads snapped over all at once. At that moment, a young woman stepped out with a cold expression. Even so, her eyes seemed to smile somewhat, as though something satisfying had just happened. Her cheeks carried a rosy glow and her long black hair glistened with life and vitality. She was truly a young woman blooming into her prime right before their eyes. Big Sis, Antha called out. Antha started off quite excited, but she paled almost instantly as her voice was drowned out by several attacks launching all at once. Numerous sky gods acted in unison, seemingly wanting to grab a hold of May for themselves to ensure that the truth got told. May hadn't been expecting this result and paled as well. As for Thera, she was absolutely furious. It seemed as though these people had forgotten the terror of the Dream Asura race. If that man found out what they were doing to his daughter, would they even be able to survive? Where did they get such boldness from? Thera's aura changed and sparse scales began to pop up all along her voluptuous body. Even her hips and breasts seemed to increase by one size as she whipped out with a vicious momentum. The others were attacking to grasp May gently, but she was attacking to crush everything in her path. The auras of the attacks only caused May to pale even further. She couldn't move an inch. The power of sky gods was too far beyond her and no amount of preparation could have had her ready for such a thing. Thera's whip crushed everything in its path, snapping both the residual palm and claw energies of Alizarin, Huladir and the big-bellied, jeweled monk, Lauren. With her quick reactions, her attacks managed to get there first and she quickly acted to disperse as much of it as she could before it impacted. However, just before she could deal with it all and sweep May toward her like she had done with Antha, Alizarin's gaze flashed and the glaive hovering to his back trembled just once. Thera was caught off guard. She hadn't expected for someone to be shameless enough to use a god treasure in this situation and she found her reaction speed slowed. Alizarin. Thera was thoroughly infuriated. A wall of energy continued toward May who was still entirely incapable of moving. Before it even reached her, her figure shuddered before being thrown back. She felt as though all of her bones had shattered at once, her inner organs rattling to the point they were almost shaken into a meat sludge. May sped out like a cannonball, headed directly for a pillar. Given its sturdiness, if the two were allowed to collide, the end result could only be devastating. Alizarin frowned. He had expected May to get hurt and get flung out like that, but the direction was unfortunate. In reality, he had just wanted to get another chance at grabbing her and this was the best way, but there were too many variables to calculate exactly how she would land. Thera's gaze went entirely red. If May died here, she wouldn't be satisfied until she massacred every young genius present here. She would make them all pay in blood. Just then, no one seemed to realize the black hole trembled once more before swirling shut. Just when May was about to collide with the pillar, a figure appeared behind her, reaching out from the void and gently placing a hand on her back. The aura of a palm god pervaded the air, descending with a suffocating presence. With the touch of a deity, all of the force seemed to vanish and May was cradled into a soft landing. At that moment, a young man with a frighteningly cold gaze stepped out. His clothes were beaten and ragged, revealing a torso that was both chiseled to an extreme, muscle fibers that vibrated like steel cords, and skin that was layered in complex tattoos of dark gold and white gold. Almost immediately, he was the center of attention. Whether in terms of looks or aura, it felt like even the sky gods present couldn't be his match as his white hair fluttered in the air. The young man looked down at the frail young woman he cradled in his arms. She looked like a single touch would cause her to fall apart. May's gaze was blurry as she looked up to see the young man's face. For some reason, despite his weakness in the face of so many experts, she sighed a breath of relief. She tried to speak, but only blood flew from her mouth. Ryu's expression darkened further, the very void itself trembling. He looked up with a piercing gaze, scanning through the sky gods before he landed on Alizarin. When I become a sky god, you will be the first person that I kill. The oath was soft but it echoed like a clap of thunder, the skies above responding with a furious boom. Chapter 1180. Tall and mighty, the rush of thunder and lightning seemed to go beyond what most normal oaths could possibly account for, and very soon it became clear why. A searing charge that superheated the air rushed through the darkening clouds above. In that moment, that searing feeling seemed to transfer itself to Ryu's forehead, having locked onto him the instant he stepped out from the void. While everyone had their attention on Ryu, Ryu himself looked up into the skies, his piercing silver gaze seemingly shredding everything in its path. Right then, a wave as thick as a grown man's thigh shot down from it, crackled and popped, its numerous and blinding light making it seem as though the world itself had cracked line fragile glass. Those who this felt their hearts grow cold, and the sky gods among that this bolt of lightning suddenly had a frightening light flash within their irises. There was no doubt in their minds that this was suppression coming down not from the sixth heaven like before, but rather the seventh heaven. This boy had actually formed an ancient Tao. The more they learned about this Ryu, the less they believed that he could possibly be someone from a lower world. It simply didn't make any sense to them. They, maybe rightfully, looked down upon all those that came from lesser worlds, although many of their origins could be traced back to such humble beginnings. The idea that a first-generation small world ascender could display such strength was beyond their understanding. Regardless, it no longer mattered. The strength of such a bolt was more than devastating enough to turn him into a pile of ash. On top of that, since May was in his arms, she would die as well, thus saving them the trouble of having to explain her injuries. It was akin to killing two birds with one stone. Even the geniuses who had a chance to form ancient Taos, coming from sixth heaven powerhouses, didn't dare to do so, knowing the consequences. But this arrogant boy actually dared to. Alizarin, who had been the target of Ryu's threat, had been above to blow his top. A mere Tao pedestal realm brat had actually dared to threaten him. How could he not be infuriated? But seeing the scene before him, he only snorted inwardly. Saying such words right before dying could count as the worst kind humiliation. However, what no one expected was for Ryu to sneer at that moment. In the reward center of the heavenly path, he could have very well chosen a god treasure similar to the headband he had worn up until this point, hiding himself from the sensory perception of the higher heavens and saving himself the trouble. However, he hadn't done so. That wasn't because he was a fool, it was rather because he knew for his Tao heart to shine the most brilliantly, hiding and cowering was no longer something that could do. Ryu's gaze suddenly flashed as the bolt of lightning appeared right above his forehead. "Divide," he said coldly. Bang! At that moment, as though the lightning had met a force field, it dispersed an entire meter around him, sparking out in different directions. Just as the bolt shattered, Ryu opened his mouth and inhaled. His tribulation lightning seed, gifted to him by his grandfather, reacted greedily, sucking up all of the undispersed lightning. Under the astonished gazes of those watching, Ryu swallowed the lightning that should have killed him in just a single gulp. Let alone putting her in danger, not even a single hair on May's head was frayed, much less harmed. The skies above rumbled with a fiercer momentum, a formation that seemed to span the entire fourth heaven slowly. manifesting as though it had been provoked. However, Ryu only looked toward this formation indifferent, his expression unmoved. It big and scary at a glance, but he could tell that this formation was actually a great distance away. This was nothing more than its shadow. After passing the heavy barrier between the 7th and 6th heavens, it hardly had a fraction of its strength remaining. If you want to scare me with just this, you upper heaven clans and sects are more foolish than I thought. Even though he said this, Ryu did absolutely nothing to stop the enormous formation. The bolts of lightning continued to accumulate and he only smiled a malevolent grin, his white hair fluttering in the air. At that moment, his heroic disposition seemed untouchable. No one dared to approach him for good reason. If they got involved, the tribulation would think that they were trying to help Ryu and increase its power. Due to this, they ended up in a situation where a junior had slapped the face of a sky god, and yet stood perfectly at ease as though nothing at all had happened. Antha smiled, tugging at her big sister's sleeve. See, I did good this time, right? Antha laughed, looking for praise. She seemed to be the first to recover before everyone else. Though, she received a knock to the forehead. Antha grabbed her head with 2 palms, trying to avoid another blow. She was clearly very much aggrieved, however when she looked toward her elder sister for an explanation, the latter was still looking forward with a stunned look in her eye. Big sis, you can't try to steal Big Sis May's man. What would you do if people started calling you a cradle robber? Antha mumbled. Thera snapped out of it and looked toward her little sister with a glare and a slight blush. Didn't this little girl know how to mince her words? Boom, boom, boom. Ryu was enveloped by a rain of lightning. The barrage continued endlessly, and it was ironically because of this that they all knew that he had to still be alive. By the time the tribulation passed and the formation began to run out of energy, Ryu stood in place with nothing more than a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead. He stood tall and mighty. And then the ground began to rumble once more. Chapter 1181. Pill Slave. The rumbling of the ground only grew more and more intense, once again seemingly sparing Ryu from immediate death. It was as though everything happening one after another was intent on ensuring this young man survived as luck was on his side. A sect is rising to the 4th heaven. Those that hadn't been in the know were stunned by this change, and that was especially so for the common citizens of the 4th heaven. That said, those experts of the 4th heaven were absolutely stunned as well, and that was because the sect wasn't rising in a random location as they had expected. Instead, it was rising in the most central region of the 4th heaven. It was rising up right here. To say that this was bold was a complete understatement. All those here had thought that they would scurry and hide, maybe choosing a more remote, easy-to-defend location of the 4th heaven. Never had they expected this. At that moment, the uproarious laughter of a valiant woman echoed through the 4th heaven, the forcefulness and power of the voice causing the sky pupils to constrict. This power, this boldness, this person was dangerous. From within the walls of the Radiant Star sect, Old Wan sighed. However, this sigh likewise echoed across the 4th heaven, almost as though to let everyone know that the Radiant Star sect had more than just one expert, but also being slightly reluctant to do so for whatever reason. Just when these 2 sonorous welcomes were still echoing, the coughing and wheezing of a third echoed. He sounded like he was coughing up a lung, as though an old man on his deathbed. There was no doubt that this person was Samson. Damn it, you 2 are so embarrassing. Big sis, it's not my fault. I was taking a deep breath and a fly got caught in my throat. Well, maybe next time don't take such a large breath. You flattened all the trees for 1,000 kilometers, what's wrong with you? I can't be associated with this foolishness. A chuckle echoed. What are you laughing about? Weren't you just sighing? Sigh some more. Let me hear it. You want to pretend to be an angsty teen and a pacifist, right? Be more angsty. Pacify me. The sound of choking followed soon after. I damn it, okay. Go and get the children. Oh, right, I almost forgot about little Ryu. There are others, you know. Forget them. Those little brats need to earn my affection. Just look, we almost failed our ascension. If it wasn't for Ryu, we'd still be on the 3rd heaven. How embarrassing would that be? Hearing this, the disciples who had been forced to kneel blushed, lowering their heads. Hurry up and go save them. What if something happens? Who dares touch my children? I'll take their heads off their shoulders and shove it up their asses. The blushing disciples felt a hint of warmth when they heard this, clenching their fists. They had embarrassed their elders again. They had to do better in the future. Gritting their teeth, they slowly pushed, standing to their feet. The fourth heaven fell into silence. The only one who didn't seem confused was Ryu, who looked up with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he eventually smiled. It seemed that in all these plans he was making, he had forgotten to account for one thing. And that was the Radiant Star Sect. He hadn't thought about using them as a shield, but while he had forgotten them, they had never forgotten him. Maybe he didn't need to go on the run after all. Realizing this, Ryu did something unexpected. Rather than being prepared to flee as he had been from the very beginning, he sat cross-legged on the ground, cradling Mei gently. With a thought, he looked into her spatial ring and pulled out a pile of pills. Looking at them, he frowned and shook his head. His wife couldn't be consuming such inferior pills. A flame erupted in Ryu's hands and it enveloped the pills entirely. It didn't seem to be controlled in the slightest, and yet rather than being incinerated, a strong pill fragrance began to emit in the surroundings. Ryu laid Mei's head on his chest and raised his second hand, causing a rippled river blue-gold waters to manifest, chilling the region entirely. Ryu's yin and phoenix flames enveloped one another, working in a delicate balance. What was once a pile of pills that must have been dozens tall concentrated and until there were just 3 remaining. The skies split, but this time for a wholly different reason. Radiant heavenly favor descended, baptizing the 3 pills. The sky gods in the surroundings had been too shocked to move, first at the audacity to begin concocting right before them all, but very quickly it became shock at the level of skill given his cultivation level, and even beyond that, it became all the more shocking when the formation of 3 perfect runed pills appeared. The value of these runed pills was objectively far below what these sky gods care for, but among alchemists, a runed pill, especially a perfect runed pill, might sell for as much as a god treasure given the right circumstances. The fact that something like this had happened so casually left them entirely stunned. Ryu took one of the pills and carefully fed it to Mei. She hardly had the strength to open her mouth, let alone chew and swallow, but the pills melted the instantly it touched her cherry lips, sinking into her body with a comfortable, warm feeling. Almost the odd dents and bruises that had begun to color her body fixed themselves and began to fade. Mei's lashes fluttered and her eyes opened. She moved, but winced almost instantly. Careful, it still needs a few more minutes, Ryu said. Mei was stunned, only now realizing she was in Ryu's arms. She blushed profusely, looking around to see just how many people were looking at her. When she saw Antha's lewd gaze in her elder cousin, she could only bury her head in Ryu's chest, too embarrassed to look any further. I think that's about enough, Alizarin said coldly. Since you have such alchemy skill, I won't kill you. You'll be a nice little pill slave for the clan. Ryu didn't even look up toward Alizarin, still ensuring that Mei was healing properly. You'll take who as a pill slave? The voice appeared from nowhere and was seemingly everywhere at the same time. In the skies, Aika stood with her robes fluttering. Chapter 1182, Who? Alizarin's pupils constricted as he looked up. He hadn't noticed when Aika appeared, somehow he got the feeling that she had always been there, but that was absolutely impossible. Let alone Alizarin, though, the gazes of the 3 fourth heaven representatives couldn't help but tremble. They felt Aika's strength even more forcefully. Who are you? Alizarin asked. Slap. Alizarin's eyes widened, his face swinging to one side. He didn't notice how it had happened, and he had never before experienced such a feeling in his life, but he knew for certain at that moment that he had been slapped. His body trembled and his eyes reddened, a fury bubbling up within that was only moments away from being unleashed. Don't reply to my questions with a question of your own. There's only one person here asking questions, and that's me. Open your mouth for something other than giving me an answer and I'll rip your tongue out next time. Now, I won't repeat myself again. Who are you going to make a pill slave? Aika's overbearing words caused the atmosphere to freeze. Alizarin slowly turned his head back toward Aika, veins popping up all along his forehead. He forced himself to take deep breaths, trying to calm down. He wasn't a fool. While it might be the case that Aika had used some unique method to catch him off guard and wasn't actually much stronger than he was, until he figured out what that method was, he was better off being cautious. Slap. Alizarin's head whipped in the opposite direction, a tooth flying out along with it. My patience is limited. I don't have the time to wait for you to feel like answering to do so. When I ask a question, you answer. Immediately. You. Alizarin finally lost all grasp of rationality, about to lash out with all his might. But before he could take even a single step, he felt an undeniable force pry open his so wide that his jaw disconnected and grab a hold of his tongue. He couldn't even fight back as the force ripped up, tearing out his tongue and a large wall of skin at the back of his throat along with it. The pain made alizarin's might go blank. He couldn't even scream without a duel of blood gurgling in his throat and threatening to drown him. He fell to the ground on all fours, blood falling from his mouth as though a waterfall of crimson. Aika looked down toward alizarin, seemingly one part disgusted and another part bored. What useless trash. I will not repeat myself. Ryu Tatsuya is an inheritor disciple of the Radiant Star sect and not something the likes of you can lay a hand on. Any sky god who dares to target him will be slaughtered mercilessly by me. Aika raised her hand, seemingly about to kill alizarin. However, Ryu's voice echoed at that time. You can kill anyone else, but I'll kill him personally, he said softly. Aika blinked and looked towards Ryu. Aiya, I wanted to establish my dominance, but here you are taking away from my shine, little Ryu. Aika seemed somewhat aggrieved, but she changed the topic even faster. That new look suits you, makes my little Ryu look even more handsome and rugged. This seat approves. Aika floated around Ryu once, then twice, nodding her head. If Ryu didn't know better, he would think she was salivating. After she seemed to be finished teasing Rvu, Aika looked toward the other disciples. Although they now stood to their feet, she could see the dents in the ground. With her expertise, it didn't take her much effort to realize that they had been forced to kneel earlier. Like a pair of flashing bolts of lightning, her eyes landed on Saint Rinishka, Sky God Soraya and Sky God Sage. At that moment, Saint Rinishka seemed to be in a hint of a daze, seemingly only now beginning to realize something. As for latter two, their gazes were crossed between malevolent and cautious. Sky God Soraya stood forward, prepared to speak. This is a territory shared by the Infinity Blade and Resonant Bow sect, it cannot accommodate a third. Since you have proven yourself to be exceptionally powerful, the fourth heaven, of course, welcomes you, but you must follow certain rules. Sky God Soraya didn't want to seem too weak, but she knew that she could not come off as too strong either. Doing so would only put her life in danger. Regardless, their sects were the nearest to this location. If need be and they faced an existential crisis, it wouldn't be impossible to call transcendent and even omniscient sky gods over if it was absolutely necessary. As had been repeated many times, the gap between the fourth, fifth and sixth heavens was probably the smallest among all nearby heavens. Every sect within these three heavens of a certain level of reputable strength had transcended and omniscient sky gods, the only difference was the strength they wielded individually. This was an inevitable result of the strong bottleneck to enter the seventh heaven. Proven myself, Aika laughed, her bell-like laughter being one part heartwarming and another part domineering and valiant. Do you think I need to prove myself to the likes of you? Aika waved a palm down and Sky God Soraya couldn't even react to it. Bang! The eyes of the surrounding sky gods widened. This time, there was no sudden sneak attack. There were no hidden or mysterious methods. There was just raw strength. In an instant, Aika had gathered up chi from the several thousand miles and concentrated it into a single palm attack, smashing Soraya into a meat patty. Oh, you didn't die. Aika smiled almost like a cat toying with a mouse. Instantly, it became clear that she had, indeed, intended to kill Soraya with that strike. But not only that, but she could really do so with just a single palm if she chose to. If not for a god treasure, the half-dead Soraya would really be nothing but a puddle of flesh. My disciple, Saint Rinishka trembled, My disciple, why didn't he come out? Where is my disciple? Who dared to touch my disciple? Chapter 1183. Annoying Aika put a pinky in her ears, twisting it around with annoyed expression. Stop yelling. Her voice was soft compared to the roar, and yet it stifled completely. Saint Rinishka hadn't felt very much during this whole process. He wasn't even a person of the fourth heaven as he roamed between them all without a care in the world. The only thing he cared about were his disciples. He cared so much that he had even come to pick up his youngest disciple personally. It was then that he was invited to help the Infinity Blade in. Resonant Bow sect as a precautionary measure to ensure their victory. Since their payment was quite handsome for something that he thought would take little to no effort whatsoever, he decided to participate. He didn't think that a sect rising from the third heaven could pose any threat when even sixth heaven sects had to take him seriously. He honestly thought that the Infinity Blade and Resonant Bow sects were blowing things out of proportion, but as a lone cultivator, he had a propensity to take funds where he could get them, especially when he deemed the task doable. However, most of this had been secondary to him. All of this time, he had been waiting for his disciple to come out, feeling more and more pride as time went on. While everyone else was throwing a temper tantrum about the outcome of their disciples, he was the most confident. He hadn't considered for a moment that his disciple might be dead. Even after the black hole closed, he had held out hope, thinking that there might have been some kind of mistake, maybe some sort of special reward or event was coming. But as more time passed, and Ryu passed his tribulation, and Aika appeared and began attacking, the further and further his heart sank. When Aika suddenly stifled his roar, the fury bubbling up in his chest spilled over. "Little girl, I would suggest you watch your tone with me." Saint Rinishka's aura flourished, wild plumes of spiritual chi coming off of him in waves. Almost immediately, the surrounding sky gods took hold of their juniors and shot off into the distance, placing as much distance between themselves and Saint Rinishka as possible. They hadn't done this during the previous clash between Thera and the other, they hadn't done this when Aika appeared and began to attack, but the moment Saint Rinishka seemed to have lost himself to rage, they reacted without the slightest hesitation. Aika's eyes narrowed, waving her hand and causing a barrier to protect Ryu and the others to her back. When she saw this, Thera sighed a breath of relief and took Antha hurriedly into the distance as well. If Saint Rinishka was enraged, even she couldn't do much about it. There was a reason despite being a perfect sky god, he was so well respected. If he ever succeeded in becoming a transcended sky god, there would probably be no one beneath the seventh heaven that could deal with him. If they allowed his spiritual chi to touch them, it would latch on like a loach and never let go. Even if he didn't target them with it now, if he ever found them displeasing in the future, he could trigger that chi whenever he wanted, and the trouble was that that chi was almost impossible to purge. Setting aside the fact that even an omniscient sky god would have trouble, just finding it alone after it had sunk into your body felt like a task. "I don't like your tone," Aika said coldly, striking down with another casual palm strike. The ripples of spiritual chi around Saint Rinishka trembled and he vanished from his location, just barely dodging Aika's attack as he formed several hand seals. He didn't even know who had killed his disciple, but since someone had given him a target to vent on, he would use it. However, just before Saint Rinishka could finish his final hand seal, his heart trembled. "Idiot," Aika sneered. A second palm strike seemed to manifest out of nowhere. No, it was like there had always been two to begin with. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Aika's Tao had always been fascinating to him. Even without being able to tell its exact level, he felt that it couldn't possibly be weaker than a hegemonic Tao, and there was a very real possibility that it was even higher than that. The fact that Aika could maintain such a thing while in the sky god realm was shocking. If she truly had an ancient Tao, that meant that she could become a Tao sovereign and even a Tao god if she was lucky enough. However, Ryu didn't think along these lines anymore. What was the point when he didn't even know what her current cultivation was? All Ryu knew was that if Aika had enemies on the seventh heaven, and she already dared to forcefully raise the radiant star sect up, her cultivation couldn't possibly be low. Saint Rinishka's expression changed as he hurriedly retreated in an ugly manner, his previous demeanor gone. The shockwave ricocheted off of his body, sending him flying into the distance and coughing up mouthfuls of blood. "Saint Rinishka, it was him. He killed your disciple," Vi's little brother shouted out immediately. It didn't seem to matter that he was the one who had said it, there were simply too many present back then. Saint Rinishka's blood flew from his lips, but his gaze turned crimson when he heard this, a malevolent gaze landing on Ryu. At this moment, though, Ryu was still paying attention to Mei's health, he hadn't even looked up after being exposed as though he couldn't be bothered to care. Good. Annoying, just die," Aika said coldly. Her aura changed and she seemed to have stopped playing around. The cane in her other hand trembled and she pierced out with it just a single time, and yet a tsunami of chi formed, enveloping Saint Rinishka in an instant. He didn't even get the chance to breathe again, any threatening words he was about to say being stifled. When Aika's attack vanished, so too had Saint Rinishka. Aika yawned once. "A clone, do you think that matters?" A great distance away, a man meditating deep within an immortal abode froze. When his eyes suddenly opened, they were entirely vacant. He had died. The man was a transcended sky god. Saint Rinishka. Chapter 1184. Immediately Aika looked around, but this time, the surrounding sky gods shuddered. This petite beauty in the skies was practically a raging dinosaur in a small woman's form factor. She had just killed a man so widely feared by their sects and clans as though it was just another day, but what scared them the most was that even until this point, they still couldn't sense this woman's godhood or her cultivation level clearly. While they still held out hope that Aika was using some sort of treasure to hide her true strength, the solemnness of their expressions didn't lessen. Logically, this made sense. It was in Aika's best interest to display as much power as possible, while also keeping herself as a mystery. However, this didn't seem to make sense when she took out someone who could threaten an omniscient sky god with a single strike. Aika waved her hand and took the saint's spatial ring. She looked at it for a second and seemed a hint disdainful before she tossed it toward Ryu. "You deserve a little reward, little Ryu. Take this as the first of many." Ryu blinked, catching the spatial ring out of the air. Even without looking, he knew that the wealth of a sky god was no joke, and this would be especially so for a mental realm master that was so widely feared. Aika seemed to have handed this over far too easily, but maybe she was truly disdainful of it all. There was nothing Ryu could say, so he only nodded lightly, placing the spatial ring in the golden moon world. Aika laughed. "You aren't willing to look now." Ryu smiled lightly and shook his head, looking down at Mei. It seemed that she could finally move now, but she was still a hint embarrassed, so her head was still buried in his chest. All right, I'll stop teasing you," Aika spoke nonchalantly before turning toward the remaining sky gods. "Is there anything else you all have to say?" At that moment, as though on cue, the rumbling of the earth came to a stop and the radiant star sect solidified. It loomed in the distance, and though much simpler and less magnificent than the other sects around it, just the presence of Aika alone raised its level by several times. If a genius like Ryu was taken into account as well, many could only suck in a cold breath. Maybe it made sense that they were so bold in getting to this point. They didn't fear anyone to begin with, and rising to the fourth heaven might not even be their final goal. Seeing that no one wanted to step up, Aika nodded to herself. She had expected more battles, but it seemed the old fogey she had just killed had a higher status than she had originally assumed. This was good. That meant that she had deterred them all properly. Suddenly, Ryu had gone from a lone genius to one with the backing of a sky god no weaker than the strongest sky gods in the fourth, fifth and sixth heavens. And the most shocking part was that she should likely just be one of three. Those other two didn't even bother to make an appearance. Conventionally, this would mean that Aika was the weakest of the three, and that only made them feel more fear. Of course, this wasn't true. Aika was definitely the strongest of them all. But this wasn't something they needed to know, nor would it matter either. Aika could guarantee that whether it was Samson or Juan, both of them would have had just as easy of a time. The cultivators here could not possibly compare to them. "Good," Aika said coldly. "Little kiddos, let's go. This mama bear has rewards for you all." The eyes of the Radiant Star sect disciples glowed. They didn't know how they had gotten so lucky. Just a few years ago, they were not even part of the best sect of the first heaven, but now they were on the fourth and forcing them into submission. They couldn't help but feel a hint of pride, but at the same time, they felt undeserving. They clenched their fists. They had to work harder or else they'd simply be left behind. With this sort of prestige, it wouldn't be long before the Radiant Star sect started to recruit disciples. When that happened, they would have no chance of maintaining their current positions. They understood the ways of the world. It was impossible to expect Aika to always protect them. Aika gathered up a large amount of chi, gathering everyone up, including Ryu and Mei. "A moment, please," Thera suddenly called out. Aika looked toward Thera with a sharpened gaze as though she was itching for another battle. "Big sis," Mei called out, recognizing Thera's voice and responding before she remembered that she was supposed to be embarrassed. "Oh," Aika said in understanding and clearly some disappointment. "You come along, too." Before Thera could protest, she and Antha were swept up like children too. She couldn't help but blush in embarrassment, but she couldn't resist even if she wanted to. The remaining sky gods watched in silence. Alizarin, who was still coughing up blood, looked forward solemnly. He realized at that moment that the youth he thought would be all too simple to deal with was most definitely not simple. Radiant Star Sect, he had never heard of it, but it couldn't possibly be a new sect. That was simply impossible. At the same time, he just didn't believe that Ryu was from a smaller world either. They needed to find out as much as they could about this sect. Such an existence couldn't pop up out of nowhere. It might even be a scheme of a higher heaven to maximize the convergence. Alizarin clenched his jaw as the group disappeared into the distance. Furious, he sent voice messages to everyone in the vicinity. "Use all of your connections, find out everything you can about the Radiant Star sect immediately." Chapter 1185, Frustration. The group descended and it wasn't long before Ryu, Mei, Antha and Thera were in a group all to themselves, within a mountain range that was apparently Ryu's now. Aika left after leaving a message that she would like to talk to Ryu about some things after he was finished. After an awkward moment of silence, Mei realized that it was probably her duty to introduce everyone. Ryu, this is my elder cousin, Thera. She's Antha's big sister and a genius of our family. The more Mei spoke, the more comfortable she seemed to become. But for some reason, she was still a half step behind Ryu and didn't dare to meet Thera's gaze. Though, this didn't seem to be out of fear, but rather embarrassment. You are her elder cousin? Ryu asked with a frown. Thera seemed to realize that there was something off with Ryu's tone, though Mei and Antha were in their own little worlds. Even so, she still nodded, a hint of the arrogance of a sky god exuding from her. Regardless of how talented Ryu was, there was still a huge gap between them. Plus, she was senior by every metric. However, none of them could have guessed what Ryu would say next. Then how did you fail to protect her? Aren't you a sky god? You can't protect your own family. Ryu didn't raise his voice, but his tone was ice cold. It was clear that he wasn't feigning, he was truly pissed. What if Mei had died? Thera wasn't greatly outmatched by anyone who had been present. So long as she was willing to risk a little, there was no way Mei would have ended up in such a near-death state. His eyes weren't perfect, but it was still enough to see the vague series of events, and he realized that all of them had held back, and it was Alizarin's sudden shamelessness that caused the problem. But even so, it ultimately boiled down to Thera's negligence and overconfidence. Ryu had thought this many times before and he was absolutely certain. It wasn't bravery if it stemmed from ignorance, and it wasn't confidence if it stepped from an overblown sense of pride. Just judging by how this woman tried to look down on him initially, she was too used to being on top, and that had almost caused the death of her own little cousin. Thera was so stunned by Ryu's words that she was rendered speechless. In fact, let alone her, Antha and Mei had their mouths hung open too. It seemed that they had come to understand something else about Ryu in that moment. That temperament of his didn't just come out versus those of the same generation. Most couldn't even meet the gaze of a sky god, and yet he was boldly scolding one. You. Thera managed to squeeze out these words for but a moment before she realized that she should probably be enraged. Watch your tone with me. Even if I wasn't your senior, I'm still a sky god, and even if I wasn't a sky god, I'm still a relative of Mei. Shouldn't you show some respect? I'm already giving you respect by talking to you. Do you think anyone else would have such an opportunity? If you weren't a sky god and Mei's relative, we wouldn't be having this conversation at all. I would be killing you. The sharp intent in Ryu's gaze seemed to form blades in the air. Even Thera somewhat felt her eyes watering. If it wasn't for her pride, she would have blinked a few times without a doubt. Ryu felt a slight tug at his sleeve. Although he didn't look over, he could guess that it was Mei wearing a slightly pleading expression. But right now, he was pissed. Boy, is it not your fault that she was placed in such a situation to begin with? If it wasn't for you, do you think anyone would dare to touch a princess of my dream Asura race? Do you know who I am? Do you know who her father is? Ryu sneered. If it only takes a Dao pedestal realm, Junior, to cause the reputation of your dream Asura race to be meaningless, then what good was it in the first place? Why are you bringing it up at all? To smack your own face. Thera was so infuriated her chest heaved and her face reddened. She had never been scolded like this even by her parents, let alone a junior so many cultivation realms beneath her. The worst part was that she couldn't even do anything without fear of how Aika would retaliate. That woman treated Ryu far too well. Okay. Antha hurriedly got in between them before Ryu could say anything further. We're family now at the end of the day, right? Let's just let bygones be bygones this one time. Big sis will be better in the future. Rather than calming her down, hearing her own little sister say such things almost made Thera faint with fury. What was, be better in the future, supposed to mean? All I know is that you large clans and sects love to trumpet your own superiority while making sure that everyone beneath you never has the chance to rise up. That isn't superiority, nor is it the kind of heart an expert should have. A true cultivator shouldn't walk through the world thinking about what next genius might be born in the next generation or the next one after that. They should walk through the world with the confidence of knowing that no one will ever be able to catch up to their steps. But instead, you probably grew up expecting everything to just be handed to you. you can't even tell the difference between a truly dangerous situation and one that's not, because no one has ever seriously come after your life you first opened your eyes. I promise you that in the future, I'll shred your clan and all clans like yours to pieces. Before me, you don't have the right to be arrogant because you fear me enough to suppress me." All of Ryu's frustration seemed to bubble forth all at once, his even and cold words finally ending in a furious roar. Chapter 1186. Tired. Thera's expression changed several times, her cherry lips opening and closing without a sound coming out. These were the kind of words she would expect someone who didn't understand how the world worked to speak, but even so, just Ryu's accomplishments in the heavenly path made what he said difficult to ignore. The fact that he was her little cousin's Tao companion only made those words all the more impossible to ignore. However, before she could find a way to respond, Ryu shook his head, the echo of his voice seemingly vanishing in a single moment as he turned and walked away. He didn't want to continue this conversation, it would only frustrate him more. Ryu. Mei rushed after Ryu, seemingly forgetting the rest of her family. Thera's expression continued to change, but she didn't chase after them. What was her status? How could she chase after a junior? Even if she was willing to, she doubted that it would mean much of anything. However, what she did feel frustrated about was that little girl. She left for a few years and suddenly didn't know how to act. Damn it, she had come here to pick Mei up and bring her home, but now it seemed that that was going to be delayed. Considering that young man's temper, he didn't care about her face at all. If she tried to coax Mei into leaving now, it would definitely explode in her face. How naive. These were the only words that Thera could say after a long while. Antha pouted. He's not naive, he's tired. Thera rolled her eyes. Even her own little sister was on his side. What kind of spell had he put on these little two girls? Forget it, she had a phase where she had cold and standoffish boys too. They'd grow out of it, then they'd have to be obedient to her again. You're protecting him like he's your husband, look at you. Don't take your frustration out on me just because you lost to a junior. Antha stuck her little tongue out. Thera released an exasperated sigh. He's lucky that he was only lashing out to be protective of little Mei, or else I would have had to teach him a lesson regardless of who's backing him. So shameless, Antha responded. You can't win with words, so you want to use your strength instead. Tisk, tisk, I'm disappointed in you, big sis. Thera blushed, but eventually, she still shook her head and sighed. Just at how protective he is of Mei, and he's only her Tao companion. What if they had a child? How protective would he be of that child? What would he do to someone who might hurt his child if he's willing to yell at a sky god like me over a woman he's known for such a short time? Antha fell into silence. She seemed to be a bit of an airhead, but her sharpness wasn't something that most could match. Those with spirit soul natures all had exceptional intelligence, it just came with the territory. Ryu wasn't the type of person who cared about morality, he acted as he pleased, and he often did so for the sake of his family. While his own martial path caused him to fear no one, would he be willing to extend that sort of callousness to his women? To his children, to their children, to their children's children? Could he be as callous as his great-grandfather and completely disregard his family even though he disliked the man for that very reason? What were the actions of the powerful clans and sects of the true martial world, of any world for that matter, if not a showing of familial love? To care for those close to them, shielding them away from the waves and tides of the world. How far would you be willing to go to protect your own? The fact that Ryu had gone on such a tirade, triggered by his want to protect Mei, an irony of all ironies. In fact, that put it quite nicely. Ultimately, it was hypocritical, because his own actions given the same situation may very well not be so different. Ryu had always said that if he was born with poor talent, he would rather be hung up as a corpse to dry out beneath the sun's rays. However, it was one thing to hold oneself to such a standard, but what about those you cared about? Surreal made her decision quite clearly. She would rather lower her head than place her family in danger, and when she finally gained power, the world would likely pay 100-fold for the suffering she had to go through to reach that point, and there was no doubt not a single soul would ever have the courage to touch her family members. Ryu had disdained her choice, but when he was truly faced with the same question, what would he do? His actions and demeanor seemed to make that answer obvious. Regardless, Antha was serious when she spoke. She believed that Ryu would normally reprimand Thera for her failure, she didn't doubt that. But that sort of tirade, he wouldn't usually speak such words. Only when he had the strength to trample an enemy might he allow such words to permeate the air, only then would he allow his enemies to know how foolish they had been. However, he was truly tired now. Antha didn't know what other battles Ryu had fought without her knowledge, but she knew this much for certain. Whenever this man was allowed some decent rest, what came out on the other end would be even more monstrous than what they were seeing now. Antha, who very much liked chaos, smiled. She wanted to see what happened when Ryu truly entered the middle tier of the heavens. How would everyone react? What would they do? How many would Ryu kill? How brazen would he be? She almost to be a fly on the wall for everything. Chapter 1187. Summary, Ryu. Mei hurriedly caught up. Ryu's strides might have been long, but he wasn't moving very fast to begin with. Ryu looked back and his gaze softened somewhat. He wasn't the type of person to fall for a woman just because he had betted her. Mine was probably a prime example of that. But Mei putting her life on the line to ensure his success in the tower, although he hadn't really needed it, had moved him enough. When Mei saw Ryu's gaze, she blushed somewhat. "I'm sorry," Ryu said, "I'm just tired. How about you follow me to see Aika?" Mei blinked. She was stunned for a moment. Did Ryu just apologize? The more she learned about Ryu, the more she felt that he wasn't exactly what she had originally assumed him to be. But rather than being put off, she found herself falling further and further. A cold man might initially be attractive, but spending the rest of your life with a man who was endlessly stoic wouldn't make for a fun time. The more she realized that Ryu wasn't so rigid, the happier she felt. She too was presumed to be cold while not entirely being so. "Oh, okay," Mei nodded, blushing as Ryu grabbed her hand. Everything she did with Ryu felt like a first. If her fellow Dream Asura sisters could see her now, they would probably laugh their tails off. Imagine a Dream Asura blushing because someone held her hand. She was such a disgrace. Ryu took a step and vanished into the void. Mei was somewhat caught off guard. She had never traveled through space like this. It felt almost like a cool breeze was gliding across her skin, but what was even more odd was that there was definitely no breeze. When crossing through space, there couldn't possibly be any wind. When her vision cleared, she found herself in a beautiful oasis surrounded by mountains. But she was suddenly surprised by something else. A Tao Pedestal Realm Jr. could travel so far in space on the fourth heaven. In that step, Ryu had crossed at least a kilometer with ease, and that didn't seem to be his limit either. If this was the third heaven, she could accept it, but the very fiber of the higher heavens was on a completely different level. Mei blinked again, but feeling the warmth of Ryu's hand, she smiled before realizing there were people around them. Up ahead, there was Samson, Old Juan, Selhira and finally Aika. They sat at a familiar table, seemingly sparring in another game of Domain, but this time they seemed to be analyzing a game, one that Selhira and Ryu had played. Old Juan was the first to look over, his brows raising when he saw Mei. "Ho ho, bringing your little Tao companion here." Old Juan looked toward Selhira and even somewhat subtly toward Aika, the latter of which was far too quick to spot to avoid another beating. Bold choice indeed. Respect. Samson looked up with interest and immediately began to laugh as well. "You pretty boys really have it easy, bold doesn't even begin to describe it. Look at that, they don't even look angry. Little Ryu, you have to teach me your ways, I'm so powerful and yet these women are still so unruly. How can a weakling like you Aika kicked Samson out of his chair, sending him flying into a mountain range in the distance. Ryu smiled and shook his head. "Everyone, this is my wife, Mei." Mei lowered her head in a greeting, regaining much of her usual demeanor. She seemed to realize that she wanted to put her best foot forward this time. Old Juan opened his mouth to say something but was stifled by a glare from Aika. Come, Aika waved. "We have much to discuss." Aika didn't seem to mind, and Selhira smiled as she brought out another seat for Mei. As for the things they were going to discuss, it was likely that everyone else would soon learn about what was happening here anyway. The truth behind the Radiant Star sect wasn't exactly a secret, it was just that these things had happened at a higher pay grade than these clans and sects could deal with. Soon, they had situated themselves and Aika reclined up in a tree nearby, looking up into the skies. She had seemingly become far more serious than usually was. "Old Juan, you explain, I've done enough today," Aika said. Old Juan coughed. He had expected this, and he knew that this was probably the reason he didn't get kicked to oblivion this time either. Poor Samson was still trying to dig his way out. "I'll try to keep this nice and simple, there's no need to overcomplicate things." The Radiant Star sect was once a sect of the seventh heaven. In fact, if we went deep enough, the Radiant Star sect was once a sect of the eighth heaven. However, back then, we weren't the Radiant Star sect, we were the dual Radiant Star sect. Unfortunately, due to some conflict, we split into the Radiant Star sect and the Fading Star sect. We weakened greatly after the split and were slowly pushed out of the eighth heaven and became probably the strongest existence on the seventh heaven. Problems tend to come in pairs, though, and the Fading Star sect was obsessed with returning to the eighth heaven, not that I could blame them, and that required fusing the legacies of both sects once again, which would, of course, require assimilating us. We were evenly matched and could hold our own, but the values of the Fading Star sect were more aligned with certain powerhouses, causing us to be schemed against in the shadows. In the end, much of our foundation was destroyed and were chased down the sixth heaven. It was too difficult to survive with the constant harassment, so we made the choice to scatter and many of us ended up on the first heaven. The plan was to slowly rebuild and wait for a certain event. There are legends of luck cycling and certain geniuses being blessed enough to catch a wave from the first heaven that leads them all the way up to the ninth. Of course, it's not usually so exaggerated. Some of these geniuses come from the third heaven, some from the fourth or fifth, and some might only reach the sixth or seventh or eighth, but with patience there could be some great rewards to claim. Unfortunately, Aika is impatient, and now that she's the most powerful among us, she makes the decisions. The end. Old Juan nodded, satisfied with his summary, but very soon an apple whizzed by and hit him in the head. Stop trying to con children, tell everything, in detail, and stop glossing over the danger. Old Juan was too used to trying to con people. In truth, he had done well to con Ryu when they first met, even placing the latter in debt almost instantly. But Aika wasn't like that. She preferred the more straightforward approach. She wanted Xianxia and Ryu to know exactly what they were getting into. Chapter 1188. Speechless Old Juan coughed, rubbing his aching head for a moment. After a while, he sighed and started from the beginning again. There isn't much to add, the danger should be obvious. Your enemies are people who had eighth-dimensional heritage, whether that's their core techniques or their bloodlines. Those that were willing to offend our half despite knowing this definitely have comparable backgrounds. The nitty-gritty details are still not things that we are fully aware of, but what we can say is that this isn't a casual matter. Old Juan took a sip of tea before taking a slight look up. But what he found surprised him. Xianxia was smiling her usual smile. Ryu was just as cold and expressionless, while the only one who seemed to show any emotion at all was Mei, who only now realized what she was getting herself into. Even so, she just gripped Ryu's hands a bit harder, looking forward with a cold gaze. Old Juan sighed. He felt that these youths didn't truly understand what they were up against. The dual Radiance Star bloodline had diluted somewhat after their separation. The dual Radiance bloodline was the strongest with both halves fused into one, but the last person born with that was Aika, a fact that may very well have led to the final destruction of the Radiant Star sect, or at the very least, the version of themselves that had been on the seventh heaven. Even so, just the appearance of that bloodline alone, even if one's other talents were subpar, would put one on a completely different level. The Fading Star half of the bloodline allowed fusion with constellations. The Radiant Star half of the bloodline allowed the amplification of constellations and the easier communication with them. When the two were put together, it was without a doubt a Chaos-grade bloodline. In fact, it was a Chaos-grade bloodline that was a half-step away from an Origin-grade bloodline, and in the right hands could show off the color of a true Origin-grade bloodline. The reality was that even with just half of this bloodline, it was still considered a Chaos-grade bloodline at its strongest. Although there would always be variables between people depending on bloodline density and awakening, this was a fundamental truth. In Old Juan's opinion, even if these few ran into a couple entry-level geniuses of the current Fading Star sect, the results would be quite devastating. He didn't think they stood a chance at the same cultivation level. In fact, even if the Fading Star sect individual was a realm or two below them, depending on who it was, they might not win either. And that was just Ryu and Xianxia. He didn't think this Mei stood a chance at all. Although Xianxia was from the seventh heaven, the Fading Star sect was an anomaly even there. Very few dared to challenge them, and even then they would usually have to band together to do so. Old Juan sighed again. You brats, there's no need to put on such a brave face. Let alone the higher-ups, the young geniuses under them aren't the kind of people you can take casually. Don't be complacent, it will take a lot of work to catch up to them. Old Juan looked toward Ryu. That goes especially for you. I'm worried about you and how you'll take a setback. Being too rigid makes you brittle. Old Wan seemed to be doing this out of goodwill and a hint of teasing, but Mei frowned. My husband already defeated your so-called genius of the fading star sect. Old Wan looked toward Mei, raising an eyebrow. Obviously, he didn't believe and thought that she was just trying to save face for Ryu. Mei's frown deepened. He called himself Starlight and he entered the heavenly path. Ryu defeated him for access to a Dao Lord's inheritance. Dao Lord, Old Wan's pupils constricted. Before anyone could say anything more, a rush of wind passed by and Aika appeared before Ryu, so close that their noses almost touched as she stared. She seemed to be trying to find any sort of fluctuation at all, but to her surprise, while Ryu did flinch, it was actually to grab toward his greatsword staff. It a very subtle action, and Ryu seemed to feel somewhat embarrassed that this had been his reaction toward Aika of all people, but how could it escape the sharp senses of a sky god? When she saw this, Aika almost burst into a fit of laughter. It seems like you owe my little Ryu an apology, you've underestimated him. Old Wan frowned, seemingly not believing it. Was it a child? Mei was getting more frustrated with Old Wan's reaction by the minute. Why was it so hard to believe? He was old enough and in the half-step path extinction realm. Hearing this, Old Wan was even more stunned. Although it was clear that Ryu's cultivation was higher, the of a single realm shouldn't have been enough for Ryu to win. Where's the Dao Lord inheritance? What was his Dao title? Old Wan asked, seemingly wanting to confirm. Mei looked toward Ryu, hesitating, not quite knowing what to say. However, Ryu replied just as simply. He was a Dao sovereign, not a Dao Lord. His Dao title is Chaotic Space. I didn't accept the inheritance because he's not worthy of my karma. Silence fell over the oasis, even Samson peeked out from the rock he was buried beneath. At that moment, the skies shook and quaked, a heart-shuddering terror in the void appearing above as though the heavens were peering down with an eye. The pressure that descended caused the table that sat between them all to crack and then shatter into pieces. The earth trembled and the mountain range threatened to collapse entirely. Let alone the radiant star sect, it seemed that the entire fourth heaven would collapse any moment. Whether it was Aika, Samson or Wan, they all had constricted pupils. Aika, who was still close to Ryu, almost forgot that they were practically nose to nose, but she was entirely entranced by the sparks of radiant lightning coursing through Ryu's irises. Aika suddenly pulled back, feeling as though her heart was about to race out of her chest. She had always reprimanded Samson and Wan for being too cowardly and not bold enough, but this Ryu. Maybe he was the exact opposite, maybe he was too bold. The atmosphere slowly settled and Old Wan seemed to realize that neither were lying. When he looked at Ryu this time, he almost felt silly. He actually ignored a Dao sovereign. Whether that was out of ignorance or bravery, it didn't matter. Regardless of which it was, such a person wouldn't flinch at the little vague story he had told. Selhira's gaze sparkled as she looked toward Ryu, her radiant blue irises splitting as they fluctuated between circular and vertical pupils. She eventually had no choice but to close her eyes, waiting for her overheating blood to chill. What are your talents exactly? Old Wan asked slowly. You don't know, Ryu asked plainly. In truth, Ryu had always been working under the assumption that Old Wan knew everything about him. But now that he knew Old Wan's origin, he had a different sort of perspective. To Old Wan, a hegemonic Dao wasn't all that impressive beneath the sky god realm. He had probably seen many who had formed such Daos, only to fail in the end and end up with lower-grade godhoods. Even if Ryu was a hegemonic Dao sky god, Old Wan might raise an eyebrow. But it might not be all that impressive to him either, as he had probably seen many, might very well have one himself, or maybe even an ancient grade Dao. Ryu wasn't sure. With those things as a frame, why would Old Wan be all that interested in Ryu? At most, he'd be curious about how he was on the first heaven, but even that was something he could brush off. After all, hadn't he ended up on the first heaven as well? Knowing that, Old Wan wouldn't have been curious enough to even care to check out what Ryu's talents were. The only reason he had taken interest in Ryu at all was because of his slow burn plan to return to the higher heavens. Ryu was obviously had a higher starting point than the first heaven geniuses. I'm not that shameless, Old Wan said with a cough. My talents aren't that impressive, Ryu said expressionlessly. I have 5 bloodlines: the Fire Dragon, Lightning Qilin, Dark Phoenix, Ice Phoenix and Emperor Phoenix bloodlines. My bone structure is a mutated ice jade crystal body. My soul has a space soul nature. My Dao is in the peak ancient grade. What? I said I have 5. Old Wan got up and moved, nearly putting himself nose to nose with Ryu just like Aika had. You're Dao. Old Wan's gaze shifted to Ryu's forehead, realizing that the headband was gone and the brand had suddenly vanished. He was truly speechless. He didn't even seem to realize that Ryu had purposely skipped over several details. Old Wan had been taken aback by the mention of 5 beast bloodline, 3 of which were actually sovereigns of their races. His shock had caused him to over what Ryu said in the middle, and he only seemed to snap back into it after Ryu mentioned his Dao. The difference between a hegemonic Dao and an ancient Dao was enormous, so large that Old Wan went from indifferent to completely shaken. Chapter 1189. Not for you. Ryu looked at Old Wan indifferently. A hegemonic Dao was never his limit, it was just an artificial cap placed on him by those higher heaven clans. It had to be remembered that in Sacrum, forming a Dao before the Sky God realm was practically unheard of, so much so that it wasn't even one of their pillars of cultivation. A Dao had just been a vague idea in Ryu's mind, one that he only barely decided to act upon after a few days of tinkering in the Armament Guild. Not long after that, he perfected in the middle of battle. He hadn't even known what level his Dao was at if he hadn't met those 2 disciples of the Hidden Blade sect. If those of the true martial world knew how Ryu had formed his Dao, their level of shock currently would be countless times higher. Ryu had casually formed a Dominion-grade Dao initially. After a small while of closed-door cultivation and some pain, followed by some casual meditation during the start of the Radiant Star sect's disciple-accepting trial, he had improved it to the hegemonic Dao grade. If it wasn't for being struck by lightning and nearly dying, he would have long since formed an ancient Dao. As far as Ryu was concerned, reaching the realm of a founding Dao wouldn't have been difficult. Even without his realm heart was only a matter of time and not being suppressed by others. Comprehension had always been Ryu's strongest point, much greater than any one of his individual talents. He didn't find any of this to be impressive at all. Selhira smiled. Senior Wan, it seems that Ryu can defeat you even if you added more tiers to domain now. Old Wan's brows jumped. He had been trying to forget that shame, to think this little girl would bring that up, and here he thought Selhira was far too docile and mature to involve herself in such childish teasing. Old Wan shook his head before slowly calming and taking a seat. Someone who could form a peak ancient Dao was on a completely different level. Someone with just a lower ancient Dao only had a less than 1% chance of maintaining the ancient Dao, but someone with a peak ancient Dao had a 10% chance. However, this wasn't what Old Wan was focused on at all. He knew the odds of Ryu maintaining an ancient Dao while crossing into the Sky God realm was minimal. What he was really focused on was just how much higher the odds of maintaining a hegemonic Dao while entering the Sky God realm was when an ancient Dao was formed. With a peak ancient Dao, Ryu had at least a 50% chance of maintaining a hegemonic Dao. This was a complete game changer. An immortal with a hegemonic Dao and a Sky God with a hegemonic Dao were 2 entirely different concepts. If Ryu could become a Sky God with a hegemonic Dao, setting aside his other talents, this alone would be enough to place him at least in league with the powerhouses of the 7th heaven. At that point, Ryu would become more than just a stepping stone of the Radiant Star sect to return to its former glory, he would become far more like an integral part. Of course, if Ryu knew what Old Wan's thoughts were, he would be disdainful of them. This wasn't even remotely his goal. That said, judging by Old Wan's demeanor, Ryu could make a few guesses, and this was precisely why he hadn't said anything about his perfect Blackbody. His chaotic silk meridians are his spiritual foundation. Old Wan seemed to be the nicest of the 3 sky gods between him, Samson and Aika, but he was actually the most scheming. Ryu had no ability to see through his thoughts. In addition, while Ryu could defeat him in a game of limited domain, Ryu stood no chance against his scheming when there were no restrictions, which is exactly what the real world could be considered as. On the other hand, while Aika seemed to be the most unruly and arrogant of them all, she was actually the only one of the 3 that Ryu actually believed in and trusted. But because she had such a deep relationship with Old Wan, Ryu couldn't casually tell her things either. On the surface, it looked as though Aika had Old Wan by the balls, but Ryu felt that anyone would be naive to take this at face value. Despite her personality, Aika had been reined in by Old Wan for such a long period of time that she entered her twilight years. If not for her sudden breakthrough, Aika might have very well died of old age without ever returning to the 4th heaven, let alone the 7th, and she could definitely forget about the 8th. Given how unruly Aika was, no normal individual could rein her in, even if said person was supposedly stronger than her. At the same time, while Old Wan said he hadn't checked Ryu's talents, Ryu didn't believe him at all. He had played Old Wan in a game of domain before. This wasn't a man who left any stone unturned, and this wasn't a man who would use a piece without knowing exactly all of weaknesses and strengths. As Ryu saw it, Old Wan saw the return of the Radiant Star sect to the first heaven as a reset in a game of domain. He was shuffling pieces around, ready and prepared to slowly press forward until his enemies were suffocated to the point they could no longer retaliate. Toward that endeavor, in Old Wan's eyes, everyone was a pawn. Even Aika, who seemed to have gained the upper hand for now, would be slowly reeled in at his own leisure. Ryu had caught a glimpse of Old Wan's real personality when he challenged the latter to a game of domain. He seemed like a docile man who was willing to allow life to come to him, but when he was challenged in something he took pride in, his true arrogance rose to the surface uncontrollably. The only mistake Old Wan had made was not properly understanding Ryu's Tao, but there was simply nothing he could do about this. Just by function of what a Tao was, while an expert might be able to vaguely understand what it could do, understanding it to its very core was impossible, because then it would be your Tao and not the Tao of someone you were observing. This was why Ryu's Tao was so special to begin with. When it came to understanding others, his ability was beyond even many sky gods. Now that his Tao was at the peak ancient Tao and had entered the cosmic grades, he was even better at it than he had been before, and he was even more sensitive to the changes in Old Wan. Of course, none of this was to say that Old Wan was evil. All this meant was one simple thing. If Old Wan could achieve a goal more valuable than the worth he placed on Ryu, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice the latter. It was as simple as that, and Ryu understood that intimately. So right now, Ryu operated under the assumption that Old Wan already knew all of his secrets. Or, more accurately, all of his secrets as they were the day he first stepped foot in the Radiant Star sect. At the same time, he was intent on operating under the assumption that he was ignorant to this as well. As far as Ryu saw it, the moment he joined this sect, he was already in a game of domain. However, he had no hatred for the Radiant Star sect. If it wasn't for Aika, he would have never cared much about this place to begin with. But since she had treated him so well, for as long as he was allowed to, he would help her to reach her goals. Ryu stood to his feet, still holding onto Mei's hand. If that's all, then I'll go and rest now. Ryu smiled lightly toward everyone and turned to leave. Hold on, Old Wan suddenly called out. Ryu turned back. You're trying to pull the wool over our eyes. You mentioned everything but your spiritual foundation and your meridians, what about those? Ryu smiled mysteriously. I don't want to tell you. Without another word, Ryu left. Old Wan chuckled. What a cheeky brat. Do you want to leave now? Ryu asked Mei. Mei shook her head no. She felt a bit guilty about her elder sister, but she really didn't want to leave so soon. Okay, come rest with me, then. Mei blushed, seemingly taking a different meaning from Ryu's words than what he actually meant. Right now, Ryu was truly tired. He didn't have the energy to do anything else, and wasn't resting with a woman far better than any pillow. Even with her misunderstanding, though, Mei nodded with a smile. Because of her sister she hadn't been able to experience that first night they had together in a long while, and she couldn't stop thinking about it. When she entered Ryu's immortal abode and realized he truly meant sleeping, she blushed even harder, feeling a hint ashamed. It seemed that she had gone through a lifetime of blood rushes thanks to this man. She was usually not fazed by anything, but she seemed to become flustered every other moment with this man. Even so, when they settled in, Mei couldn't help but smile, resting her ear on Ryu's chest. His heartbeat sounded as though it held a portal to a vast world, endless and vast. It felt almost like she was resting in the universe's womb. Ryu, Mei called out. Ryu was already drifting off and barely mumbled a response. Are your spiritual foundation and meridians a big secret? Not for you, Ryu mumbled. I have two spiritual foundations, one is from a sky god and the other is called the Beyond Perfect Extreme Spiritual Foundation. My meridians are the chaotic silk meridians. Mei's eyes widened, her heart nearly jumping out of her chest. But when her head snapped up, Ryu had already drifted off to sleep. Mei's breathing was extraordinarily heavy. Shockingly enough, the first she muttered wasn't chaotic silk meridians but rather, Beyond Perfect Extreme, Beyond Perfect Extreme. Ryu had spoken these words so casually, but to Mei it felt like her entire world was spinning. This was a talent so shocking that even a princess of the fifth heaven like her should have have been aware of it. If it wasn't for that, it took a long time for Mei to calm down, and she only managed to do so while watching Ryu's sleeping figure. Eventually, her heart returned to normal as she stared at Ryu's peaceful visage. After a long while, she smiled and fell into his embrace as well. Chapter 1190. Milky. It was the first time that Ryu had laid his head down to rest in several years. This wasn't the first time Ryu had entered a deep sleep after a long while of wakefulness, but the circumstances around this time were entirely different. Setting aside the fact that Ryu's focus chi was almost entirely drained, the changes to Ryu's cultivation were most definitely the largest, ignoring his Tao for the moment. The problem wasn't just that Ryu had broken through to a new realm, because this also wasn't the first time that had happened, obviously. The problem was that Ryu's body chemistry and biology had completely changed. Accommodating a new spiritual foundation sounded simple enough, until you remembered just how important the structure and pathways of one's meridians and meridians nodes were. You couldn't just randomly form a new attachment and expect everything to work the same. The moment Ryu's eyes closed and his body entered a dormant state, his chaotic silk meridians reacted, beginning to slowly grow and expand. New pathways began to form within his body, gathering strength from his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. This was a process that probably should have taken decades, centuries, even. By the time Ryu woke up, given the suppression of the true martial world and its variety of changes on aging, he would have probably been a middle-aged man if he was lucky. Of course, that was only if no one was paying attention to him. Because Mei was by his side, she would have realized that something was wrong and stepped in to place him in a medicinal pool or something similar that could supply him the energy that he needed. One might wonder why this was. After all, the chaotic silk meridians were connected directly to the chaos plane. Why would it even need external measures to build more of itself? But the trouble here was the process of meridian formation itself. There was a reason the chaotic silk meridians were so sturdy. Although Ryu was immune to chaos chi, there were other chis that he most definitely wasn't immune to, like primordial chaos chi, the substance of which, while not necessarily ubiquitous in the chaos plane, was prevalent enough to cause a worry. For the safety of its owner, the chaotic silk meridians severed the connection to the chaos plane during this evolution, stopping this dangerous chi from potentially leaking into the rest of the body, and especially not its owner's more sensitive inner organs. However, this ultimately meant that Ryu had nothing to rely upon other than chi he could passively absorb through his breathing. He could only rely on the chi fumes of his spiritual foundation. These chi fumes, though, couldn't possibly be compared to the chi fumes of most other spiritual foundations, and that was especially the case since the Tao pedestal realm allowed spiritual foundations to truly start exposing their real strength. Under the influence of his spiritual foundation, Ryu was flooded with essence, and the process of restructuring his meridians moved so fast that if his body was cut open, it could be observed with mortal eyes. However, this wasn't all. Rather than spinning out a spiraling pair of meridians of dense black, Ryu's new meridian pathways radiated a bright pearly white. His closed eyes leaked these strikes of white, and as his pores, which opened and closed with his breath, did so as well. After the first month, Mei woke to a milky light gliding across her skin. It was sticky and didn't disperse easily. It seemed to want to seep into her, but unlike Ryu, she couldn't cultivate through her pores. However, when she touched her lips, she realized that that milkiness was something she had been inhaling already. Mei blinked, looking down at her skin again and realizing why she had woken up. She felt a separate stickiness that didn't come from the milky energy. Instead, it came from the waste her body was expelling. Not just her, but Ryu as well. Her brows jumped. Mei was certain, this was embryonic chi. It was chi that only appeared in the womb. The amount of it that gathered was directly proportional to the kind of talent your child would have, but it was usually impossible to sense ahead of time, and people knew very little about it. Often, because a child was too talented, a pregnancy could extend for millennia just so that a child would have enough time to absorb all that they were owed. But why was it appearing here? Was she pregnant? Mei panicked somewhat. It wasn't like she and Ryu had used protection, and though it was unlikely, technically it only took one time. Mei quickly calmed down. Being pregnant right now was highly inconvenient, as it would likely ruin her cultivating prime years, but it wasn't the end of the world either. At worst she would lose out on a few years and have to deal with some annoying rumors, but ultimately Ryu was her Tao companion and his future was bright. It wouldn't be long before those people shut up. After a small while, Mei calmed down and smiled. But with her mind clear, her brows furrowed. Embryonic chi wasn't supposed to be detectable during pregnancy, so what was going on? Also, her cultivation, she had only just entered the lower Tao pedestal realm not long ago, why was she already on the verge of the middle Tao pedestal realm? May's expression changed several times. In the end, she shook her head. Sliding off of the bed, she carefully carried Ryu to a cleansing pool. What was shocking, though, was that Ryu showed no signs of waking up. Even after she cleaned the both of them up and changed the sheets to their bed, he didn't even so much as flinch. The months continued to tick by and a larger and larger tornado of chi formed above Ryu's immortal abode, expanding to the point that it even became visible to normal eyes from thousands of miles away. Chapter 1191. Never. Ryu's gaze suddenly snapped open. He was immediately flooded by a comfortable feeling, but in the next instant there was an almost piercing pain in his eyes. His gaze pierced through the ceiling of his own immortal above and through a large amount of chi. He was forced to close his eyes a moment later just to barely reel it in. In the beginning, even his own eyelids couldn't seem to stop him from seeing. When he regained control, he opened his eyes slowly and the pain receded. He touched his eyes for a moment, wondering what had happened. Distance didn't seem to matter for them anymore, and neither did obstructions apparently. But the weird part was that he still couldn't feel his heavenly pupils. Ryu shook his head and looked down at his body. He wasn't wearing the same clothes he had been wearing previously. He sat up slowly. To Ryu's side, Mei sat in meditation, but what surprised Ryu was her cultivation. She was at the peak of the Tao pedestal realm. Ryu was stunned. Was this how fast her cultivation was supposed to be? According to his senses, he had been asleep for only a little more than a year, and last time he checked her cultivation it was at the lower Tao pedestal realm. Wait. That was right, she was actually about to break into the cosmic seed realm. Ryu was speechless. Cultivation on the true martial world was much faster, but not to this extent. On the first heaven, Ryu was a bit old to still be in the immortal ring realm, but it was only by a year or two. The standards on the second and third heaven only increased incrementally by a year or two as well. There was a big gap between the third and fourth heavens, but it was only about double the gap the previous had been. And the gap between the fourth to sixth heaven was so close that it was counted in just a few months. This meant that for the first heaven, one was considered a genius if they entered the path extinction realm at around 18 or 19 years old. By the third heaven, you would be a genius only if you accomplished this feat by 15 or 16 years old. For the fourth to sixth heavens, one would only be a genius if you accomplished this by 10 or 11 years old. The fact that Mei was still at the Tao pedestal realm after 19 years was a bit slow, but not exaggeratedly slow. This was just the trade-off the clans and sects who had sent their children down had expected. Not only were their talents suppressed down there, but the resources were more limited as well, so reaching that point in 19 years was actually very good. However, Mei was only 20 years old now and she was about to enter the cosmic seed realm. Whether it was the fourth, fifth or sixth heavens, this was fast, blazingly so. Even here, it should have taken years to cross such realms. Boom! Ryu covered his face with a forearm as Mei's aura flourished, a large cyclone of chi descending. It wasn't just any chi, but it was the great dividing line. It was, without a doubt, cosmic chi. She had truly broken through that layer in just a year. Ryu wasn't sure what had happened while he was asleep, but whatever it was, Mei had benefited greatly. The surge of cosmic chi was so great that even Ryu was almost blown away. The current process was especially delicate because Mei should be planting her first cosmic seed. That required drilling into her own spiritual foundation. The bigger the cosmic seed, the better. But the bigger it was, the more difficult it was to drive it into your spiritual foundation. In addition, the deeper the cosmic seed was buried, the better. But once again, the deeper you went, the more difficult it was. Ryu slowly stood and moved away, not wanting to disturb her. He had to figure out what was going on with his own body. When Ryu did find a place though and he sent his senses internally, his brows couldn't help but jump. His body was filled with branches of white and black entangling one another and separating, living in a pseudo sort of harmony that left Ryu speechless. He had seen this once before. This was what Ailsa's body looked like with her dual meridians, one dark and one light. Ryu fell into silence. For he and Ailsa to become life partners, they had to be compatible on a level that was far deeper than most could imagine, but he hadn't expected for it to run this deeply. He didn't feel that this was a coincidence at all. With a thought, Ryu probed this white set of meridians. To his astonishment, they were already at a Tao pedestal realm level, as though they had cultivated themselves from start to finish in just a year. In fact, setting aside that, it had even followed the pattern of his cultivation to this point, opening up additional miniature dantians. Ryu didn't immediately recognize this pair of meridians, he didn't have much experience with such things to begin with. His first assumption was that it must be an extreme opposite of the chaotic silk meridians, but he wasn't sure if something like that existed. There was no opposite of the chaos plane flooded with essence, for example. After a moment, he sensed a milky energy sliding through his meridians, causing his brows to jump. Every time this energy moved, he felt endlessly comfortable. Embryonic chi. He knew what embryonic chi was, but that was all the more reason it was hard to believe that it was gliding through his meridians right now. Embryonic chi wasn't like essence or chaos chi, it had no function in battle whatsoever and couldn't be used as such, which was why it wasn't placed on the list of most powerful. Even so, it had no business being in Ryu's body, even women pregnant with absolute geniuses wouldn't be able to feel it so clearly. Ryu's pupils flickered. He didn't realize at that moment that this pair of meridians wasn't actually his chaotic silk meridians taken to beyond perfect extreme. More accurately, the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation had constructed its own using Ryu's chaotic silk meridians as nothing more than a blueprint. These meridians had never before appeared in the world. Chapter 1192. Reset, this energy. The milky energy that ran through his meridians was objectively quite little. Due to the robustness of his meridians, Ryu was very much used to having chi pushing right up against his limits to a point the meridians of most others would burst. However, this small amount of energy felt absolutely magical. Setting aside just how comfortable it felt with it gliding through his veins, the lightness of his body felt particularly foreign. He realized that it wasn't just because he was well rested, but also because there were fundamental changes to him. A suppression he hadn't quite been aware of had been lifted, for one. As a foreigner to the true martial world, he hadn't perfectly assimilated. Something like that would take decades, but now he was perfectly suited to this location. Ryu's heart lurched. Looking at his realm heart, it had already broken into the cosmic grades. Not just this, but it was already on the verge of entering the second comic grade, reserved for World Sea Realm experts. This was a shocking change, especially for just a single year. It had to be understood that originally, Ryu had only been able to say that it would take him a few days to reach the first cosmic grade with his realm heart because it had long since reached perfection of the immortal grades. It was just a single half step from the cosmic grades. However, evolving beyond that would take time, a lot of it. To go from the lowest reaches of the first cosmic grade, to perfection of the first cosmic grade in just a little over a year. That was absolutely astounding. Ryu didn't believe that this was just a change caused by essence and chaos chi. This milky energy, this embryonic chi, definitely played a huge role. Ryu quickly looked toward the rest of his body, but he didn't find any huge changes outside of his blood also running far smoother. That was until he looked toward his bones. Ryu's brows jumped once again, looking at his heavenly chaos bone structure with a deeply contemplative look. The changes to it didn't seem to be immediately obvious, but the more he looked, the more astonished he felt. If he had to describe the feeling, it was like his bone structure had taken perfect root in his body. Whenever a mutation occurred, there was always the chance that it could have poor cascading effects, and that was especially so for Ryu's bone structure. This was because without this particular bone structure, whether sacrum or not, it would have been impossible for Ryu to be born with so many opposing bloodlines. If anything ever went wrong with his bone structure, death wouldn't be far off. Namely, Ryu had to keep the balance aspect of his bone structure in line. However, at the same time, Ryu faced another problem, one that he had been ignoring until now, and that was that if his bone structure remained at ancestral grade, how could he ever accommodate more powerful bloodlines? With the balance aspect of his bone structure also tied to the ancestral grade, it couldn't possibly hope to force balance in bloodlines that were far beyond it. That put Ryu in a bit of an awkward situation. On one hand, he needed his bone structure to evolve just so that he could continue to improve his bloodlines without worry about his body eating itself alive. But on the other hand, if he accidentally went down a poor path of cultivation, then he would lose the aspects of his bone structure that allowed him to maintain balance in the first place. Luckily, the first mutation Ryu had undergone was undergone by two of his most opposed bloodlines, his Fire Dragon and Lightning Qilin bloodlines. Due to it being catalyzed by them, the adverse effects had been limited. And even luckier than that, or so it seemed, his second mutation was related to balance. But this wasn't entirely true, now was it? The Shadowlight Sky God's godhood wasn't related to balance, in fact more accurately, it was related to taking advantage of imbalance and finding power within that. This was a subtle difference, but it was a difference nonetheless. While stabilization would eventually come, it first required suffering, which obviously required allowing his bloodlines to clash in the first place. But if this was allowed in the first place, there was no telling what might happen in the future. This ticking time bomb, though, seemed to have entirely disappeared. It was hard to describe, but it felt like the embryonic chi was able to bring Ryu back to his origin. It was like it could sense the talents that the heavens had originally granted him, and then was able to slowly guide him back toward that path. On the one hand, that meant he couldn't just swallow as much embryonic chi as he wanted. This made sense, embryonic chi wasn't some cheat code, or else there would be a tragic number of mothers and their unborn children who suffered fates worse than death. However, what this did mean was that Ryu could force his body to evolve and rely on embryonic chi as a reset of sorts. It would never make him weaker, but would rather strengthen him by optimizing the changes in his body to perfection. This change was enormous because it was akin to a mysterious energy consolidating all of Ryu's improvements into a single path that suited him the most. He had guessed that after some rest, his strength would at least double. But with the way things were looking now, his power hadn't just doubled. Ryu suddenly punched out. His entire body flowed like water, as though he was a newborn. Ryu's eyes narrowed, his punch still hanging in the air. His gaze flickered for a long while before they became decisive. With a light grunt, Ryu chopped down at his own arm with a great amount of force, coating his hand in chi. Pchu. His entire arm was severed from the elbow, falling to the ground with a sickening plop, and yet Ryu's expression didn't so much as change. Chapter 1193. Impossible. Ryu gazed down at his severed arm. His blood drizzled down for a moment, but it came to a stop just a moment later. Ryu's gaze narrowed as he stared, watching his skin, bone and flesh wiggle about, already in the process of reforming. With a thought, Ryu moved a drop of embryonic chi toward his arm. Suddenly, Pchu. Ryu was nearly forced a step back by the speed of his arm's regrowth. It had returned in no more than a split second, and though it had cost one drop, the convenience was entirely unmatched. Regrowing a limb should have been nearly impossible, it was almost impossible under the suppression of the true martial world as well. Yet, Ryu had just done it in a split second. What was more curious, though, Ryu bent down and picked up his severed arm. As his blood dripped, he watched as the grass beneath him began to grow at explosive rates. His very blood itself had a revitalizing effect on the plants around him, to the point that their changes could be observed with the naked eye. There was another thing that Ryu had neglected until now. The tattoos that had covered him had disappeared. He had only had them for a short time to begin with, so he had realized it immediately. He was used to having fair and smooth skin, so after a year of sleep, he hadn't really noticed the change. But now, looking at his own arm, he was only more aware of it now. Little Silk. When Ryu had this thought, a beautiful little butterfly appeared from seemingly nowhere, almost catching him off guard. Ryu was actually surprised by Little Silk's speed. This is... Ryu's gaze narrowed. Little Silk hadn't just returned to the sovereign grade like she should have. Instead, this little one was in the ancestral grade. Actually, it looked like she was at the very extremes of the ancestral grade. Ryu kept feeling that his mother had done something to Little Silk, but he still couldn't tell what it was. Shaking his head, he tossed his arm to her. Devour it. Little Silk reacted quickly, wrapping the arm in silky filaments with a great amount of speed. Soon, the arm was entirely swallowed. Bang! Little Silk suddenly broke through, her body being wrapped in a light as yet another cocoon form. Ryu shook his head. It seemed that she would go dormant for another period of time. He hadn't expected that using his body parts for this purpose would be so effective. It was both a bit amusing and troubling. Ryu took a breath and exhaled. I've wasted a year here already. There's no telling what's happened to the Favor Alchemy Sky God's realm. I need to hurry. Ryu rolled his neck, feeling it crack several times. He was somewhat eager to stretch out his legs. He wanted to see what these heavens had in store for him. Shaking his head, Ryu realized that he had to calm down. He had yet to consolidate anything and understand his own power. In addition, while he had a lot of knowledge about the Tao pedestal realm, he had yet to experience it personally, so he had to familiarize himself with this new realm and its abilities as well, especially since his current circumstances were much different from what one would expect from the usual Tao pedestal realm. Ryu sat down and looked internally. Namely, he was focused on his spiritual foundation. As curious as he was about the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, he was actually even more so for the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation. This was especially after he found out that it might limit his future. Ryu's consciousness descended into the bed of white flames. Having entered the Tao pedestal realm, he could sense it more clearly than he ever had before, even directly establishing a connection with it. Ryu could even vaguely feel the ability to move these white flames, whereas in the past he could only rely on the fumes they emitted. Ryu pushed, descending further and further before he suddenly froze, coming to a grinding halt. Up ahead, just before the white flames gave way to a solid platform of pearly white marble, something was there. It was wrapped up tight, not by chi or energy, nor by the flames, but rather by a pristine pair of white wings that seemed to have feathers individually crafted by a master artisan. The beauty of these wings alone was difficult to describe. They looked both carved of stone and yet soft to the touch, both as amorphous as flickering flames and as delicately sculpted as precious leaf metals. Even with Ryu's consciousness's appearance, it didn't move, remaining completely still. Ryu slowly moved toward it, circling around it, freezing when he made it to its side. Right there, the curved and long neck of a majestic bird. The plumes that covered this majestic neck were just as perfectly crafted and almost somewhat looked like the scales of a dragon, so immaculately polished that it reflected the flickering flames around it. The head of this creature was wrapped up by its wings, making it impossible to see. Even its tail was beautifully tucked within. If not for its neck and wings, it would have been difficult to tell that it was a bird creature of some sort, and if Ryu was a betting man, there was only one bird creature it could have been. Ryu's heartbeat accelerated. Living spiritual foundations weren't unheard of, it was just that they were exceptionally rare, so rare that they were entirely ungraded. However, this wasn't the only reason they were ungraded. The other problem was that they were far too difficult to grade because they had the ability to grow and evolve. However, there was also a large problem with living spiritual foundations, and that was that depending on the creature it was, the path you could take with it was exceptionally narrow. You had to manage not only a cultivation path that was ideal for yourself, but also the creature, and for obvious reasons, abandoning the creature was not an option. The worst part was that because one couldn't even begin to unearth the secrets of their spiritual foundation until the Tao pedestal realm, by then you could very well be following a path that was entirely unsuited for your living spiritual foundation. As though that wasn't bad enough, the creature of your living spiritual foundation could not be found in real life. These creatures were always unique, and while they might resemble some ancient creatures, or even some common creatures, using them as a template would end just as badly. Ryu took a breath. This was troublesome. The good news was that because it was a living spiritual foundation, the influence of the Phoenix Sky God was entirely irrelevant. Passing on a living spiritual foundation was like passing on a newborn. It was a blank slate no matter how the Phoenix Sky God had used it in the past. The bad news was that this blank slate would still only respond to one path the best, and that path may very well not be Ryu's own, adding further blockages and variables to his future cultivation. Ryu exhaled, shaking his head. Regardless, a sleeping living spiritual foundation wouldn't be able to awaken until it was fully released at the World Sea realm. While that was part of what would make things even more difficult, Ryu didn't believe that he couldn't figure it out. Ryu rose, prepared to go and observe his own beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. But right at that moment, the sleeping bird creature suddenly trembled. Ryu's gaze sharpened. It was awakening now. That was impossible. Chapter 1194. Psyche. Living spiritual foundations were usually buried within the solid state of the spiritual foundation they were birthed from. As a result of this, until one could plant their cosmic seeds and shattered their spiritual foundation, forming their world sea, it would remain stuck. This truth added an extra layer of complexity to understanding living spiritual foundations. Because they spent so much of the early cultivation process dormant and asleep, its communication with its owner was non-existent, and as such it was far more difficult to comprehend the wants and needs of this never-before-seen beast. Essentially, the spiritual foundation was like the egg shell of the beast, and only by cracking through it could it give birth to this beast and finally be able to study and comprehend it. The fact that this was happening to Ryu 3 cultivation realms ahead of time made little to no sense, but that was when he noticed another oddity. This white majestic bird creature was never embedded within the phoenix sky god's spiritual foundation to begin with. Instead, it seemed to take root within this river of white flames. Could it be that the creature had used the white flames as an extension of its egg shell, allowing it to be birthed ahead of time? There was something off about all of this. Ryu felt like he was missing something. Could it be that this wasn't a living spiritual foundation at all and instead something entirely different? No, that shouldn't be the case either. Ryu wouldn't make such a foolish mistake. He was a ruin master. Although there was a lot of knowledge of the true martial world that he wasn't aware of, when it came to things that he was well researched on, his judgment was unmatched and perfect. There was no doubt that this white creature had a very strong tie to the phoenix sky god's spiritual foundation. In fact, it was very obvious that the reason why Ryu hadn't sensed it ahead of time was precisely because of this as well. Suddenly, the majestic and long neck of the bird creature slowly raised, its wings trembling as it seemed to be struggling to unfurl itself. Despite the fact nothing seemed to be binding it, its body trembled and Ryu could even feel faint cries of silent pain coming from it. For some reason, Ryu felt a pang in his heart. He wasn't a person who easily felt sympathy. He cared little for those that he had no karmic connections with, and even for someone like Mei, it wasn't until he saw that she was willing to sacrifice for him did he truly begin to treat her like one of his wives. However, the moment he laid eyes on this creature, and more importantly felt its pain, he felt a protective instinct that echoed from the depths of his soul. He didn't want any harm to come to this little one and he wanted to clear all paths for it. Ryu moved his consciousness forward to help, but suddenly froze in place, his brows furrowing. Were those really his feelings? Was that a connection born from the fact that this was his spiritual foundation? Or was he being manipulated? For some reason, Ryu felt that these feelings of comfort and wanting to be protective didn't come naturally, but was rather a sort of ability this white bird had. It was able to make even he, who had a heart as cold as ice, feeling sympathy for it. Ryu took a breath and exhaled. Just what was this creature exactly? Before, he had made the assumption that these white flames were similar to the white flame currently in his spiritual sea, but now that he was here he felt that they were different, almost an immature version of what he was used to. He had a feeling that the truest form of that white flame came from this struggling bird and he was curious enough to explore it, but now he couldn't help but hesitate. They say that creatures born to spiritual foundations had never before appeared in the world, but a creature that was able to influence the psyche of a Dao pedestal realm expert as an infant was practically unheard of. If Ryu still had poor mental realm talent, then it might be possible. But the current Ryu was on an entirely different level. During his year of sleep, his spiritual sea had reached a point of saturation, and given the current capacity of his body, there was simply no one below the seventh heaven who could match him within the soul refinement realm. On top of that, he had the Magus Sky God's inheritance protecting his mind even further. But this little bird got through all of that as a baby. The bird trembled once again, still struggling. Ryu's frown deepened before he shook his head. Regardless, even if this little bird would be difficult to deal with, he needed it. His chaotic silk meridians needed 2 spiritual foundations and he didn't even know how he would go about getting a new one if he had to. You couldn't just communicate with any spiritual foundation, and even if you could, they wouldn't just accept you. No matter how troublesome it would be, he knew the earlier he communicated and began to observe this little creature, the better chance he would have in the future of choosing a path that could make them both happy. After a breath, Ryu reached forward. His chi surged forward, feeding the bird and allowing it to gradually grow in strength. Ultimately, he cultivated. The struggling of the little beast weakened and its pain signals lessened as much of the burden was taken on by Ryu. After a hint of hesitation, Ryu brought out another drop of embryonic chi. By now, Ryu had realized that by passing chi into his white set of meridians, he could produce this chi. However, even with a fusion of essence and chaos chi, he could only form about a single drop an hour, and currently had only had about 3 dozen or so remaining. But for his spiritual foundation, it was worth it. The moment the white bird absorbed the drop, it let out a world-shattering cry. That almost dispersed Mei's breakthrough attempt entirely. Chapter 1195. Remind Ryu's consciousness went blurry and he was almost kicked out of his own spiritual foundation. The white bird, no, the white phoenix, the only name that seemed to do it justice, snapped through its final restrictions all at once, unfurling its wings and displaying its might to the world for the very first time. Large amounts of chi flooded toward it from Ryu meridians, and ultimately from the outside world. Ryu realized almost immediately that his cultivation speed had skyrocketed, or so he thought. He hadn't actually tested to see what his new speed was with his heavenly chaos bone structure, as his original bone structure had boosted his cultivation speed as well. But now, with so much chi flooding into his mouth, nose and pores all at once, he felt that the difference was night and day. Much of this chi was greedily taken in by the white phoenix that soared across his spiritual foundation, taking in the surrounding 40 kilometers with great enthusiasm. Despite being a newborn, it did seem to struggle with flight in the slightest, zipping around with a speed that made it look as though it was blinking through space. Ryu was quite mesmerized. The creature was far too beautiful. It didn't feel like something human eyes should be allowed to see. It wasn't until Ryu realized the commotion the newborn was causing in the outside world that he hurriedly communicated with it to calm down and stop. Surprisingly, the little one was very obedient. Almost the moment Ryu called for it, it flapped its majestic wings once and appeared before him. Despite being a newborn, the white phoenix towered over Ryu, standing at twice his height. Even so, the little one lowered its long, majestic neck, nudging at Ryu's consciousness as though it wanted a pat on the head. Ryu sighed internally, reaching out and stroking its soft crown feathers to its delicate cures. He realized now that he had thought too much. The reason he had felt such a want to protect this little one before wasn't because it was scheming, or even because it had the strength to impact his psyche. It was more so that this little one was truly that innocent. Its mind was a complete blank slate, and all it knew was that it liked Ryu, nothing more, nothing less. It didn't even have complex thoughts, it just wanted Ryu to pet it and it wanted to absorb chi, that was all. Living spiritual foundations were akin to life partners. They had both incorporeal and corporeal existences, and Ryu could summon it to the real plane so long as he chose to. This was actually one of the fundamental advantages of a living spiritual foundation. One had to remember that the spiritual foundation was exactly that, the foundation of cultivation. Without it, one could not cultivate, and it was the basis for communication with the heavens. Summoning a living spiritual foundation was akin to summoning immortal rings, if those immortal rings were on the greatest steroids known to man. It was almost impossible to compare them in anything other than function, because a living spiritual foundation was so far beyond. No matter how weak a living spiritual foundation, it would always have this absolute strength. When it came to wielding and controlling atmospheric chi, none could match them. Outside of this, though, it was difficult to tell what other abilities a living spiritual foundation would have. Because the creatures of living spiritual foundation would have never before appeared before, such spiritual foundations would likewise be one of a kind and have little to no records of them. Considering that was added to the fact the history of the Phoenix Sky God was so obscured and blurry, and Ryu truly had no one else to rely on but himself. All things considered, this wasn't too bad. Of all his talents, the one thing that couldn't be stolen was his spiritual foundation, so Ryu could show it off as he pleased. Not that it would make too much of a difference, there were plenty of other things people wanted to kill him for. "Why don't you tell me your abilities?" Ryu asked. The white phoenix, who was enjoying Ryu's petting, blinked its large crystal eyes, tilting its head to the side in what looked to be confusion. Ryu sighed. Yeah, that was about the response he expected. The other thing that separated real beasts and the unique beasts of spiritual foundations was that living spiritual foundations had little to no intelligence whatsoever. They were more like true beasts, forces of nature, if you will. The only reason Ryu had been partially worried about its motives wasn't because of the creature itself, but rather because of what influence the Phoenix Sky God might have had on it. Beyond that, living spiritual foundations couldn't really die either. Even if Ryu summoned it and some bastard blew it to bits, it was only a function of time until it appeared again. Though, such a thing would harm Ryu's ability to cultivate until it was repaired. Just when Ryu was about to leave the little one to its own, it suddenly raised a claw. It had paused with its head tilted for a very long time before it made this move. Its sharp claw glistened with a fierceness that could make even the greatest sword blacksmith open their eyes wide in shock. Then, it tapped at the air. Ryu's pupils constricted as a flood of what he could only describe as white heavenly phoenix patterns appeared, spreading out quickly. For a long while, Ryu remained silent. The dark phoenix patterns were the ultimate attack, ice phoenix patterns were the ultimate defense, while he could use the emperor phoenix patterns to create, even shifting into the form of a true phoenix if he wanted to. But these white patterns, these gorgeous white patterns that left him in an absolute trance, why did they remind him of the unbalanced mantra so much? Chapter 1196, Less Than. It wasn't exactly the same, it was more subtly the same. He could feel the laws of the world twisting around the little phoenix's claw, echoing across the planes and breaking their rules one after another. But the main difference was that the unbalanced mantra passed the laws of the universe through a filter, distorting them as though one was observing them through a puddle of water. The more proficient you were, the thicker you could make that layer of water and the more you could distort those laws. These white phoenix heavenly patterns, though, it didn't feel like it was distorting laws, rather it felt like it was creating new ones, layering them atop of existing ones and twisting reality around its own small region. This was a subtle difference, but the implication was enormous and almost difficult to put into words. With the Unbalanced Sutra, there was only so much you could distort laws. In addition, distorting these laws didn't break them down or reform them. Essentially, it was only allowing you to access things that you couldn't just yet ahead of time. If you were to take the most unflattering summary of the unbalanced mantra, that would definitely be it. This was probably something the creators were aware of as well, which was why the Ard mantra was created alongside it. Only by putting these two together was it worthy of being the legacy of an extraordinarily powerful sect, as the power of unbalance alone wasn't enough. However, the White Phoenix heavenly patterns were entirely different. It was creating its own. While it was far weaker than the unbalanced mantra as of now, by a large margin at that, its future potential couldn't even be properly seen. When the unbalanced mantra hit its limit, these white heavenly patterns would only just be hitting their stride. Ryu carefully reached out a palm, trying to touch the beautiful heavenly patterns. They seemed to have characters from all four pattern systems that Ryu was familiar with: the Fire, Ice, Dark and Emperor Phoenix patterns. The Fire and Emperor Phoenix patterns were very similar, the latter just being a hint more golden than red. They were drawn like the vein patterns of gorgeous feathers, weaving in and out of one another and exuding nearly unmatched magnificence. The Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns moved only straight up and down and were the simplest of them all, forming nothing but perfect 90-degree angles while radiating a delicate white-blue color. The Dark Phoenix heavenly patterns were the most sinister of them all, forming swirling black patterns that looked almost like warped tornadoes prepared to shred everything in their path. It was the most difficult to absorb directly without being sucked into the darkness, but it also carried beauty in its own right. The only way Ryu could describe these White Phoenix heavenly patterns was as a combination of all three. It was more free-flowing, more unrestrained, all while radiating a purity that the unbalanced mantra simply didn't have. When Ryu used the unbalanced mantra, he could almost feel the heavens fighting back against it. This was why there was so much danger involved. One could damage their souls and even end up as a completely different person, and that was only if you had the talent in the first place. If you lacked the talent, even trying would likely end in death. Somehow, though, this little one seemed to avoid all of that. As though the heavens couldn't bear to harm it either, it helped it act as it pleased, even moving to the side to accommodate it. Ryu's palm touched the patterns and they dispersed into the wind. They were incredibly fragile and held almost no power, but this was inevitable. Not only had he already been aware that these patterns would be far weaker than the unbalanced mantra in the start, this little one was still an infant. It was unlikely that this pattern would be able to display any real strength until he entered the Sky God realm, but this honestly could have been far worse. After all, usually he wouldn't awaken this little one until he was in the World Sea realm, giving him even less time to help it mature. Now, he had an additional 3 realms to help its growth, and his embryonic chi was a cheat code of sorts toward this end. If he was diligent with it, he might be able to make real use of this before the Sky God realm. After some thought, Ryu sent 2/3 of his embryonic chi forward. The little phoenix greedily opened its beak, swallowing every one with undying vigor. It released another cry that echoed out of Ryu's body and caused the radiant star sect to tremble. Luckily, the little one seemed to have its lesson from last time and restrained itself somewhat, allowing May's breakthrough to suffocate it somewhat. Radiating a blinding white light, the little phoenix actually grew double in size, its wings now covering a span of just over 8 meters. Such changes had only taken 20 or so drops, which was quite astonishing. That amount would take Ryu about a day to produce, but if he wanted the little phoenix to show such growth through normal cultivation, it would have taken almost a year at least. A year worth of progress in a single day, that was game-changing. What was most shocking, though, was that when the little phoenix grew, Ryu's spiritual foundation grew as well. He had already taken a large step toward the Middle Dao pedestal realm in just this one session. At this pace, I'll reach the Middle Dao pedestal realm in less than 2 weeks. I'll be at the entrance of the cosmic seed realm within half a year. Ryu's gaze glowed. His beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was already at a step beyond the extreme of the extreme, so he didn't need to cultivate it within the Tao pedestal realm at all. If not for the fact he had two spiritual foundations, the moment he entered the Tao pedestal realm, he would have already been at the entrance of the cosmic seed realm. Even so, Ryu knew that he had to go to it. It was this spiritual foundation that had made all of this possible. He wanted to personally see it in a way he had never been able to before. After taking a glance toward the white phoenix who was happily flying around, Ryu vanished and appeared above a spiritual foundation of silver and blue. Chapter 1197. Arrogant Ryu felt his consciousness tingling. It was hard to describe, but it was as though he was looking at something larger than himself, far larger. No matter how his consciousness enveloped the spiritual foundation, he couldn't seem to see to the end of it. Even he couldn't see the limits of his own spiritual foundation. When Ryu learned of the first ability of his spiritual foundation, its capability to turn chaos chi into essence, he had obviously wondered what other things it could do this with. But now that he was here, standing in its presence, Ryu laughed to himself. What an arrogant spiritual foundation. Without even trying, Ryu could feel that this one wouldn't listen. Even when it came to turning chaos chi into essence, this was something that happened passively because he had anchored it within the chaos plane to make it his second spiritual foundation. You allowed yourself to get shackled while I was an infant, but now you want to be arrogant. Don't you think you're a bit hypocritical? Ryu didn't seem to be enraged, which was actually quite odd for him. The idea of his own talents rebelling against him was something that Ryu had hated for a long time already. But truthfully, this didn't really feel like rebellion to Ryu. It wasn't that the spiritual foundation refused to allow him use it, it was more so that his current self was incapable. It was said that the Tao pedestal realm was the point where one would begin to learn about their spiritual foundation, but this was just the beginning. It wasn't guaranteed that one would learn what they needed to, and even if they did learn something, there was no guarantee that they would be able to use it immediately. A living spiritual foundation was the perfect example of this. Usually they were unusable until the World Sea realm, and even then one would still need to slowly learn about them. For a spiritual foundation like this one to have such high demands wasn't surprising at all. In response to Ryu's words, the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation vibrated. Ryu's brows jumped. At that moment, a large amount of illusory chains suddenly rushed forward. Although they moved like they wanted to swallow Ryu up whole, he didn't seem to be panicked. He could feel that his spiritual foundation didn't want to harm him. The selection of a spiritual foundation was a relatively unknown process and happened without the knowledge of the cultivator, but as a ruin master, Ryu knew a few things. Compatibility with a spiritual foundation was decided from conception, but which one you would end up with was actually decided amongst the spiritual foundations themselves, or at the very least, this was the leading theory. This meant that Ryu's beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation had to fight off other spiritual foundations to become his spiritual foundation. Having gone through all of that, and after being chained for almost 1 billion years, how could his spiritual foundation turn on him now? That was why Ryu had just mostly been teasing his spiritual foundation earlier on. What he hadn't expected was for it to actually react. The illusory chains built up around Ryu before coming to a stop. Ryu's brows jumped. How could he not recognize these chains? They were the very same chains that had held him from his spiritual foundation for so long, keeping it sealed away for over 9 cycles of 100 years. Ryu blinked. You can produce these chains. The beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation vibrated. Ryu's pupils constricted. He reached out and touched the illusory chains. Almost instantly, he felt everything within him die. It was as though his entire connection with the world had been severed, a chilly wind kissing at his neck. Ryu hurriedly pulled his hand back, his expression paling somewhat. That feeling had been absolutely horrible. It truly felt that he was dying. No, it felt like he had truly died and that his life was over. He couldn't sense the heavens, he couldn't sense the plains, he couldn't breathe, and he felt as though the Reaper had tapped on his shoulder, ready to take him away. The beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation vibrated again. Taking deep breaths, Ryu eventually calmed down and he slowly began to understand. His spiritual foundation couldn't do anything for him right now, at least not without him getting much stronger. If not for the fact he had planted it within the chaos plane, even forming essence for him would have been impossible. However, the one ability his spiritual foundation did have was this copying ability. It was able to take in chaos chi to produce essence, and after so long being chained, how could it not also be able to produce the very restrictions that had suffocated it for so long? Ryu's spiritual foundation could pump out a near-endless number of these, and Ryu simply couldn't believe that there was any area control ability that could possibly be stronger than this at his cultivation level. Ryu could manage to wrap an enemy with these chains. He didn't believe that beneath the Sky God realm could shrug them off. And, as he grew stronger, the replication of these chains would only grow more perfect until the point he could reform the real thing. When that time came, he would allow the martial gods to have a taste of their own medicine. When he could produce an endless amount of these chains and restrain spiritual foundations as he pleased, he would be able to cut off the talent of entire clans with a single thought. While the martial gods likely spent an enormous sum of resources and effort to chain his spiritual foundation, he would be able to produce the same results as easily as breathing. Ryu's gaze flickered with a frighteningly cold light. After a moment of silence, Ryu reached toward the chains again. Just now, he had actually felt fear. He refused to allow his heart to have such a thing. He wouldn't leave this place until he was unmoved by these chains. Chapter 1198. Forgotten. May's eyes opened slowly, a hint of excitement in her eyes. She had never thought that she would be able to enter the cosmic seed realm so quickly. In fact, not only had she entered extremely quickly, but she had consolidated her realm extremely quickly. Among all the realms beneath the Sky God realms, the World Sea realm took the longest to enter firmer. However, right behind it the cosmic seed realm was a very close second. Sensing and swapping your immortal chi for cosmic chi was just the beginning. Afterward, you needed to form your cosmic seed, condensing your inheritances, Tao and comprehensions into a small and concentrated form. And then, even after you succeeded in this, you would then need to endure the planting of your cosmic seed. It had taken May several months to finally succeed, almost half a year if she was correct. But this was already very fast, extremely so. It wasn't unheard of for this process to take upwards of half a decade. Of course, those that took so long weren't very talented to begin with, but it was still important to note that it was within the realm of possibilities. Even in line with that, a year was considered fast already, for May to take less than half that time. May looked toward where she had sensed Q disappear. It was a bit dangerous to enter seclusion in the same place, and that phoenix cry that had come from Ryu had definitely destabilized her a bit, adding about an extra week to the consolidation of her foundation. Even so, May's gaze was especially soft as she looked toward where Ryu was. She knew that if it wasn't for Ryu, this sort of improvement speed would have been impossible. That embryonic chi had cleansed her entire foundation. It had slipped into the cracks she hadn't even noticed were there, and it had also consolidated much of her talent into a strong pillar. It didn't feel as though she had changed qualitatively, but everything just felt stronger and more compact. It was difficult to explain. No matter how great of a genius you were, your foundation was bound to have small imperfections. This was inevitable. Going back and fixing these flaws was especially difficult, and it required something on the level of Ryu's refinement sutra. However, in order to make something like that work for you, you would have to have Ryu's level of skill in craftsmanship to begin with, something most obviously didn't have. May looked down at her dainty palms. They looked even more flawless. Even disregarding the increase in her cultivation realm, her base strength had increased at least tenfold. She was already a genius her family had doted on, standing at the top of her generation. But now, she felt like she could suppress even the last 100 generations of her family in pure talent alone. Suddenly, May heard movement. She looked up and her brows jumped when she saw Ryu. Her heart stopped beating entirely, a strong sense of fear and trepidation taking root within her. Just meeting his gaze, it felt as though countless slithering chains had wrapped around her body, squeezing her arms to her side and cutting off her airways. Ryu's presence felt exceptionally sharp. Even though she wanted to look away, she found that she couldn't at all, and not out of a lack of attempts. It felt like so long as Ryu didn't want her to look away, she wouldn't. It was almost as though she was experiencing a case of sleep paralysis. Ryu seemed to realize what was happening and suddenly closed his eyes, shaking his head. The pressure May faced vanished into thin air and she nearly collapsed, gasping for breath. That feeling had truly been too suffocating. In just a few moments, her body was drenched in fragrant sweat and her clothing clung to her curves. "Are you all right?" Ryu came forward, a hint of apology in his gaze. His session with the chains had lasted for longer than he thought it would, but things had ended up working out. It was no good for him to leave while Mei was still in seclusion. His cultivation hadn't changed much because he hadn't been too focused on it, only improving to the middle Dao pedestal realm and approaching the higher Dao pedestal realm. But even so, his entire demeanor had changed, becoming quite unbearable for most to withstand. Someone weaker than Mei might have felt their Dao heart collapse the moment they made eye contact with him. Mei caught hold of Ryu's hand, taking deep breaths. She smiled lightly and shook her head. "I'm fine." Ryu nodded and didn't press for more answers. "Congratulations on a successful breakthrough," he said with a soft smile. Seeing Ryu go from so domineering to so caring at the flip of a hat, Mei suddenly found her gaze locked onto his. A flame flickered within her eyes and her demeanor shifted, the heat in the surroundings suddenly skyrocketing past a realm of normal comfort as though she was trying to scorch them both to ash. Mei's gentle smile became like a devilish woman's grin, the excitement in her eyes only growing. "You know, in my Dream Asura clan, we have a saying. After every major breakthrough, the slate is wiped clean. In the eyes of the men of my clan, I'm an innocent virgin again." Mei blinked, pouting almost too sexily. Although Ryu's expression didn't change, his gaze never shifted from the fire in Mei's eyes. "Look at me, so vulnerable," Mei said softly, licking her lips. Claws appeared on her slender fingers. She reached up, raking them across Ryu's chest, shredding through his robes and drawing blood. Ryu didn't so much as flinch, but his lip did suddenly curl. His own hand reached forward, grabbing Mei's collar with an unexpected gentleness, until he suddenly ripped down with fierce momentum. Mei squealed as her clothing was shredded to pieces, leaving behind sweat-matted, laced undergarments that hardly hid anything. Her pretty pink nipples and lips seemed to invite Ryu forward with their faint wetness. Mei leaned back, bringing her bloodied fingers to her lips as the excitement in her eyes grew. Ryu stood to his height as Mei sank into the bed before him. He pulled his robes off, his cold gaze never leaving the excited Mei even once. It seemed that this woman had already forgotten the lesson he taught her last time. Chapter 1199. Red Mei's cries echoed through the walls of the immortal cave. All of the pent-up frustration of the last over year seemed to vanish all at once. She thought that it might have been a trick of the mind, but it truly felt far better than it had the first time. It was like every connection she made with Ryu was far more intimate and sensitive than it had been in the past. She realized very quickly that this was because Ryu had no reservations toward her any longer, but this reservation only made her more excited. Her body shivered from head to toe, the fire in her eyes raging like a tsunami. She couldn't even control her own body as she entered her Asura form, barely breathing under the suffocating weight of Ryu's body. At some point, her moans hardly sounded like moans anymore and became much more like howls of excitement. As good as the soundproofing of Immortal Cave was, the previous Phoenix howl had really stretched it to its limits. While it had still been able to suppress moans, it stood no chance against these. Thera felt like banging her head against a wall. This was supposed to have been a trip that took a few days at most, but now it had been almost 2 years and she was still here. Such a time frame might as well have been a blink of an eye to her under normal circumstances, but the truth around this time made her nothing short of frustrated. When she began to hear the excited cries of her own little cousin, she could only stand speechlessly. At first she thought Mei had to be faking it. In all her life, and she had experienced a lot, she had never come across anything that would force her to make such sounds. However, the longer it went, the hoarser her voice became, the more Thera realized that it was simply impossible. Thera's face turned red as she covered her ears, shaking her head. She refused to get sexually frustrated while standing guard out here. What had she done to deserve this? Unfortunately, her mind couldn't help but wander. What was going on in there? What was he doing? She really wanted to take a peek. They weren't cultivating anymore, right? And how could they stop a sky god like her from seeing what she wanted to see? She didn't really feel that it was too taboo. She was a dream Asura. She had even been in orgies before. It couldn't be worse than what was happening now, right? Just as Thera was fighting her inner demons, she didn't realize that the sounds had long since come to a stop. The sound of rolling stones echoed and 2 figures walked out. Mei looked over with a weird expression. Her elder cousin had her forehead pressed to the stone walls of the immortal cave, covering her ears with 2 palms. This was fine enough, but she was drenched in sweat and was practically heaving for breath. As though that wasn't bad enough, she was red from head to toe and her wings kept quivering. Mei thought of a possibility and suddenly went red herself. Suddenly, Antha came rushing around a corner with an evil grin on her face, appearing by Ryu's side and elbowing him a few times. "Hey, big bro, what were you doing to my sister?" Ryu was expressionless, but Mei buried her head in his shoulder. When she entered that state, she didn't give a damn about anything else. She had known she was being too loud, but that part of her almost wanted others to hear. Unfortunately, embryonic chi hadn't seemed to fix that. "Don't ignore me, tell me the truth. She was faking it to stroke your ego, right?" Toward this, Ryu's expressionless visage gave way to a smile. Even if a woman entered his bed with the intention of doing that, by the time the second minute came around, she would have forgotten that it was meant to be an act. "Look at this face, so cocky." Antha stamped her feet in frustration, teasing this man was so difficult. Thera took advantage of Antha's distraction to gather herself once again, but when she looked toward Mei, her heart skipped a beat. "Little Mei, you entered the cosmic seed realm." "What?" Antha jumped, ignoring Ryu and going toward Mei. Antha pouted. She had just entered the Dao pedestal realm and was on the verge of reaching the middle Dao pedestal realm. She already thought that she was very fast and was ready to brag, but how had Mei left her so far behind? Suddenly, Antha looked toward Ryu's crotch and reached for it with a hand as though she was intent on investigating herself. To her surprise, though, Ryu didn't even have to move, it was Mei who caught her wrist. "What are you doing, Antha? Look at this, aren't we sisters? You aren't even willing to share." Antha's eyes threatened to tear up, but when she saw it wasn't working, she sighed and pulled her hand back, crossing her arms over her chest in a slight tantrum. Thera completely ignored Antha, looking Mei up and down with a great amount of scrutiny. She had sensed someone breaking into the cosmic seed realm, but for safety, the design of the immortal caves of most sects worth their salt made it difficult to tell which surges were coming from where. Learning that it was Mei, Thera's heart couldn't help but shudder. Did that mean she had succeeded in less than half a year? "Mei, we need to return," Thera said seriously. Mei subconsciously gripped onto Ryu's arm with greater strength, causing Thera to roll her eyes. She had never seen a dream Asura fall so head over heels. What a blunder. "You know yourself that this is necessary. You're reaching the cosmic seed realm so early is completely out of expectations. You're missing out on a lot of important milestones. The clan has many resources you haven't used to consolidate your foundation yet and are extraordinarily important to your future breakthroughs." Mei frowned, but she knew that Thera was correct. Plus, she felt bad making her elder cousin wait here for her for so long. "It's okay, you can go. I have something dangerous to do and it isn't convenient to take others along. I will go and visit your clan soon," Ryu said lightly. After hearing this, Mei's gaze went slightly red. She truly didn't want to leave, but it seemed she would have to. Chapter 1200. Weak Ryu watched Mei leave silently, his expression the same as always. It was only when he met her gaze one final time did he smile lightly as she vanished. When they were gone, Ryu turned to enter his immortal cave once again to enter the Golden Moon world. But before he could make it very far, a familiar figure landed in his courtyard. Aika looked Ryu up and down. "You sure know how to sleep and enjoy yourself." Ryu smiled but didn't explain himself. Someone of Aika's level should be able to tell that the pressure he was exuding was far stronger than it had been in the past, or maybe she simply couldn't be bothered to care because he was too much weaker than she was. "I did tell you that the Radiant Star sect had rewards for you, but you seem to really like doing things on your own." There was a hint of resentment in Aika's voice, as though she could tell that Ryu wasn't the type to put his full trust in others. He obviously wouldn't do it out of respect if he could even ignore the likes of the chaotic space Dao Sovereign. In fact, Aika could tell that Ryu hadn't ever expected the Radiant Star sect to save him in the first plan and he had initially had his own plans. Ryu smiled again, but once again didn't explain anything. Aika shook her head. If this was Old Juan, she would have already been annoyed enough to throw out a kick, but for some reason she didn't feel like doing so to Ryu. The main difference was probably that Old Juan would reveal such a smile because he thought everyone else was too slow to keep up with him and his thoughts, something that was probably true albeit annoying. But Ryu smiled like that out of self-reliance. On the surface, the two things seemed to be the exact same, both saw themselves as being alright without the help of anyone else. However, the difference was that Ryu seemed to have the capacity to open up and trust. "Just not with her. I actually am planning on forging a new pair of weapons for myself, this time of the mystical grade. If the Radiant Star sect has materials I could use, that would be of great help." Aika rolled her eyes. Mystical grade materials. In her youth, materials at that level wouldn't even be good enough to pave the roads. And even with the current state of the Radiant Star sect, so long as it was a material that appeared at a decent enough frequency beneath the sixth heaven, she would be able to get it for him. That meant that even transcendent and omniscient grade materials weren't out of the bounds of reason. Ryu was worth it. If the heavenly path could give him god treasures as a reward, the materials needed to forge such treasures were the least they could do. The reward is much better than that. We still have many resources of the Radiant Star sect and even the former Dual Radiance sect, although just half of them. The problem is that these disciples wouldn't be able to withstand their usage, only Selhira has used them. Ryu raised his brow at this. These did sound useful, indeed. The worst issue we face is that only those with the Dual Radiance bloodline can make maximal use of our resources. Without it, the core teachings of our sect become quite ordinary. Even for you, you've probably realized that the techniques already have less and less use. While it isn't impossible to grant this bloodline, the mountain to climb is tall and you would also have to purge your other bloodlines. Knowing you, I doubt you would accept that, though it would save you a lot of trouble in the future. Ryu shook his head lightly. His bloodlines were his roots. If he purged them, wouldn't he make the final moments of his grandparents meaningless? Each one of them had given their last moments to guiding him and shining a light on his path forward. How could he abandon them? Aika's gaze dimmed somewhat when she saw this. Though she had expected it, she was still somewhat disappointed. The worth of Ryu was even greater than it had been in the past. The weight of a peak ancient Dao wasn't a joke. In addition, he seemed to have a special bone structure that could take on two opposing bloodline fusions like the Dual Radiance Star sect. If he was willing, he would become only the second person after Aika to have it after so long. However, even knowing it was a peak chaos grade bloodline, he didn't even hesitate to shake his head no. Of course, it was impossible for it to be so strong while they were using such roundabout methods. But even if it was weaker, it wouldn't be to an exaggerated extent. Ryu smiled. Senior Aika, so long as the Radiant Star sect doesn't abandon me, I will bleed and sweat for it. Aika looked up and met Ryu's gaze. His eyes didn't seem to give anything away, but Aika's own flickered with an imperceptible light. After a long while, she nodded slowly. In one step, Ryu could rid himself of the ire of the ancestral beasts and gain himself an even more powerful bloodline, but he rejected it without hesitation. A person with a Dao heart so firm, maybe she should just believe in him for now. Just let me know what materials you need and I'll get them to you. Even if they're sky god materials, I'll get them. I need to plunder a few sects to re-establish our foundation anyway, Aika said with a laugh. Ryu felt a rare warmth in his chest. He couldn't remember the last time someone had been so willing to protect him. Weeks later, Ryu stepped out of the Radiant Star sect, sliding a hand through his pristine white hair. The badge of the Radiant Star sect hung on hip, swaying with his steady gait. 2 years ago, this might have been a useless detail, but now. 2 great sword staffs trembled to Ryu's back, radiating a deathly aura as he reached for one. The weapon was entirely pitch black, its polearm sitting at 2 meters long while the great sword was just short of 1.5 meters long. The spine of the great sword was entirely cut out, but from time to time a subtle white gold light would form like cracks in reality, before vanishing as though it had never been there in the first place. The great sword staff hummed when it entered Ryu's hands. Ryu tossed it into the air, leaping forward with a step as light as wind. A sword howl echoed across the skies as Ryu zipped into the distance, the aura of a sword god piercing the skies and causing all those of the sect to look over. Many disciples of the Radiant Star sect clenched their fists. In this time, while the reputation of the Radiant Star sect had been rising, the reputation of their disciples had been plummeting. Due to Aika and her recent actions, no one they had come across dared to lay a hand on them, but their words were piercing and their ridicule was endless. Now that Ryu was finally stepping out, that image would finally begin to shift. Pippin looked toward where Ryu had vanished, clenching his fists hard. He had to work harder. Ryu knew little about these details, but the difference was the same to him, it hardly mattered. He wasn't a very patient man. If others thought they could speak as they pleased, they would be in for a rude awakening. Currently, Ryu was entirely focused on reaching the Favor Alchemy Sky God's legacy world. It was located on the 6th heaven, so his first goal was to make it there. Travel between the 4th to 6th heaven was far easier than travel between the 1st to 3rd. While It required very special circumstances and a lot of resources and effort to do the latter, doing the former only required a fee. Though this fee was quite steep, too steep for most beneath the sky god realm, it was still far cheaper than what was required in the first to third. Plus, Ryu didn't lack money. Because the Radiant Star sect had appeared at the center of the fourth heaven, there wasn't very far for Ryu to travel. After just a handful of hours, his sword howl appeared over the horizon. He didn't seem to care how many heard or saw him. He fluttered down from the skies, the guards of the city ahead feeling a sheen of cold sweat on their backs. The aura of a sword god was absolutely suffocating, and it was clear that Ryu's was far stronger now than it had been in the past. But that much was obvious. Right now, he was about as close as he could be to being a true sky god. This wasn't something even fourth heaven guards could handle. Ryu crossed the threshold into the city, his expression unmoved. His hair fluttered, the badge on his waist rattling. Long after he vanished into the city, the guards looked toward one another, seemingly trying to confirm something. Radiant Star sect, that had to be wrong. That was a huge joke. They were the top-heavy sect, the sect with no future whatsoever, the sect that was bound to fail. Their disciples were all weak. Chapter 1201. Wait, the city was simply known as Fourth Heaven. As the center of the fourth, it was a hub of tourism and business. Of course, those that could enjoy it were very few in number to begin with. With the sheer size of the fourth heaven, even the first, second and third heavens combined couldn't match up to it, and crossing the wilderness was something those beneath the sky god realm wouldn't dare to do. As such, though there weren't any rules about who could and couldn't enter the city, it effectively became a highly elitist region where only those who could afford teleportation or had seniors in the sky god realm, or were sky gods themselves, could make it to this place. Of course, the final exception was being part of the two strongest sects of the fourth heaven. At least in the past, anyway, because now there weren't just two strongest, there were three, the third of which was the infamous Radiant Star sect. As for the first two, they were well known by all, the Infinity Blade sect and the Resonant Bow sect. Most were distracted by the powerful sword god aura that soared over from the horizon, but with the countless tall buildings and especially the tall walls of the city, very few had gotten a good look at who Ryu was. With the rules against flying treasures in the city, it was impossible for them to see, and with the large stream of citizens entering at any given time, it was even more so. Ryu had already disappeared into the crowd by the time the guards realized that they had made a mistake. They had completely forgotten to make Ryu pay the toll price for entry, and without paying the toll fee, Ryu also didn't have the temporary badge he needed to be in the city. One of the guards opened their mouths to say something, but Ryu was long gone. With his spacetime soul nature, he simply moved far too fast. They could only look toward one another with a hint of helplessness in their eyes. Ryu didn't know about any of these things. He didn't care much about paying attention to the fourth heaven city around him. Though it was far grandiose than any structures he had ever seen, Ryu wasn't one to wear his heart on sleeve. He had one destination and he didn't plan on wasting time. Though Ryu had this intention, his steps paused. He realized that he had yet to properly fuel his body in all this time. It had been almost 2 years now, but he had gone straight from a coma to training. His sharp gaze scanned the region before he shook his head. Any food here would likely pale in comparison to what would be available on the sixth heaven. He would get to the sixth heaven first, then he would eat before setting out. Ryu didn't seem to realize that the slight pause in his footsteps had earned him the attention of a few. Is that a Radiant Star sect badge? They still dare to appear here. From on high, on the top floor of the restaurant Ryu had been tempted to enter, several figures sat, enjoying themselves. Not only did they occupy several tables themselves, but even the surrounding few tables were empty out of respect. In this city, the only people who could be granted such respect were disciples of the Infinity Blade and Resonant Bow sect, however they couldn't be normal disciples either. Without being at least inner disciples, the powerhouses who could open up shops in this city could directly ignore them without consequences. At that moment, a familiar face's gaze sharpened. This young man was none other than Zed, the young man that had lost control of a bronze city in the heavenly path to Ryu. Of course, he was still unaware of this as he had assumed that it had been Starlight, something he quickly forgot about due to the odd and mysterious energies that protected the latter from the memories of others. However, what Zed did remember at that moment was that Ryu seemed to also be extremely powerful, so now that he thought about it, it may very well have been him back then. And even if he didn't think this, just Ryu's feats afterward were worthy of remembering. The issue was that Starlight was so difficult to remember that Ryu's exact combat prowess back then was likewise very difficult to remember. Things became muddled, and after 2 years of non-activity, that fear that should have been seated deep within their hearts had become indignance. The good news was that due to Starlight, this generation's batch had managed to avoid shattered Dao hearts due to this one encounter. The bad news, however, was that they had forgotten that Ryu wasn't someone to be trifled with. Junior brother Zed, you recognize this person? Zed's expression darkened. He's Mei's Dao companion and one of the only 3 to enter the tower back then. So he's the one who snatched all the heavenly favor. Zed's senior brother looked down with a cold expression, the aura of a cosmic seed realm expert causing the restaurant to sway. A silence fell over the table as they all looked over at once. Zed was quite well known as one of the top 3 geniuses of their sect. He just happened to be the youngest, so he was the most suitable to be sent below. Even after just 2 years of being back, he was swiftly catching up to them, already on the verge of entering the higher Dao pedestal realm. His loss wasn't just a matter of himself, it was a matter of the face of the whole of the Resonant Bow sect. So he's finally appeared. Shitu, Zed's senior brother, stood to his feet. He looks like he's headed toward the teleportation platform. Let's go. But another hesitated, but didn't dare to say it. Even though she didn't say what was on her mind, they all shared the same thoughts. Bullying the other disciples was risky itself. Over the last 2 years they had been slowly pushing the envelope and only slowly increased their measures as Aika remained indifferent. But when it came to Ryu, they had all been informed of just how protective Aika was of him. Shitu sneered. If a sky god interferes in a matter like this, the Radiant Star sect will become even more of a joke. There's a reason that sky god hasn't appeared since that day. In my opinion, your caution all this time was a waste. So long as we don't kill him, it will be fine. In fact, not killing him will be even better. That way, the one talented disciple they have will have his Dao heart crushed and he'll never raise his head again. The gazes of Zed and the others glowed when they heard this. Ryu's figure flashed and he appeared in the region of the teleportation platform. Or, rather than a platform, it was more accurately called an open concept tower. There were no doors or windows, just wide floor-to-ceiling openings that one could enter. Of course, this was the only region one could use flying treasures in, but usually the ones using the highest levels were sky gods that could fly on their own and weren't restricted by the rules to begin with. I would like to open a path to the 6th heaven, Ryu said plainly. The attendee who had set up one of the many podiums surrounding the open concept tower suddenly shot a gaze up. When she had seen Ryu earlier, she had already begun to prepare a normal short-distance teleportation. Even for sky gods, traveling between the heavens like this was extremely rare. Right, she shook her head. The cost is 1,000 lower god crystals. After cosmic chi stones, there were god crystals. Lower god crystals were considered to be the currency most frequently used by fragmented, false and true sky gods, so to say that the price was steep was somewhat of an understatement. That kind of money could buy you a weaker god treasure. She looked toward Ryu after saying this, seemingly expecting him to change his mind at this moment. But Ryu only nodded and prepared to hand over the expected price. Wait, Shitu's voice echoed as a group rushed to keep up with him. Ryu's speed had been greater than they expected and they almost missed him entirely. This person can't use the teleportation platforms. Shitu was speaking nonsense. He had no idea that Ryu hadn't gotten a city pass when he entered. His goal was purely to humiliate Ryu, and as one of the few disciples of the Resonant Bow sect with high prestige, he had the right to almost act as he pleased within the city with how rare it was for sky gods to interfere in such matters. Ryu didn't turn back immediately, and since he didn't recognize the voice, he didn't immediately realize that Shitu was speaking nonsense. When he did turn back, though, as saw the badges on their hips, his gaze went frosty. Shitu sneered, coming to a pause. The echo of his voice was loud and blustering, ensuring to catch as much attention as he could. Chapter 1202. Resonance, are you going to take my payment, or not? Ryu asked, turning back to the attendant without a word toward Shitu and the others. Ryu was in quite a good mood. He had just left secluded training, he had had quite a good time with his wife, his mind was clear and his purpose was even clearer. In practically any other state, he would have already attacked, but he had food on his mind currently, something that would only elevate his mood further in his estimation, so he preferred not having to deal with this at all. Unfortunately, it seemed that he wouldn't have such a choice. The attendant seemed to freeze, not quite knowing what to do. Anyone who could take out so many god crystals was no normal person. However, she had an innate fear of the two big sects ingrained in her over many decades. This wasn't something so easy to shake. In addition, in her mind, if they were making things difficult for Ryu, it meant they knew who he was and thus understood their limits. If that was the case, then it only seemed to make sense to offend Ryu for their sake. Even so, the attendant couldn't help but begin to sweat bullets. The pressure of Ryu's indifferent gaze was like a mountain pressing down on her shoulders. She was already in the World Sea realm, but this Dao Pedestal realm Jr. felt like the scariest opponent she had ever come across. Her lips trembled and her hands practically vibrated, the sweat falling down her brows quickly accumulating around her collarbone and down her robes. Her heart beat so loudly that she couldn't seem to see or even hear anything around her, all of her sensory perception being overwhelmed by a nearly audible thumping. Shitu's sneer deepened, as if the people of Fourth Heaven City would ever side with an outsider. Trying to run, I can't say that I'm surprised, the disciples of the Radiant Star sect are all cowardly trash. It was only now that the gathering spectators noted the badge on Ryu's waist, their gazes sparkling with understanding. However, what they didn't expect was for Ryu to suddenly flicker and vanish. Shitu was entirely caught off guard, but Zed, who was more than familiar with Ryu's temper, reacted first. Zed's gaze blazed, his bronze rod appearing in his hands. Its heft was so great that its appearance alone caused the paved roads to quake and splinter. As he swung it, the harsh whistling sound and loud boom of collapsing air was suffocating. Ryu appeared before him, his figure towering and his gaze ice cold. His aura suddenly flourished, a cloak of crimson shrouding him, rising, and forming the head of a roaring dragon as he raised his hand into a claw. He activated Dragon Soul and Dragon Claw at once, his lips opening to release a devastating roar. Kneel. Ryu's voice shattered Zed's momentum, suffocating the sound of his momentum and even his momentum itself. His claw descended, flecks of bronze resonance chi appearing and sliding between the ruby scales of Ryu's Dragon Soul. The heaviness of his blow magnified and the speed suddenly accelerated, crashing onto Zed's rod and driving it back with such force that it landed on the latter's head. The force was so great that Zed's head nearly exploded on contact, the only thing protecting him being a radiant bronze halo that suddenly formed. Even so, this bronze halo could do nothing as he was driven into the ground, his rod crushing his nose and teeth, and his knees being driven into the ground. A single explosive exchange had ended with a winner that couldn't have been more obvious, and yet Ryu didn't seem to be satisfied in the slightest, raising his leg into the air and driving Zed's face into the cracking ground below. Bang! Zed shuddered, his eyes nearly rolling into the back of his head and his teeth flying out with a cough of dense red blood. A harsh silence fell over the region as the boom continued to echo, but Ryu didn't move for the sake of spectators, nor did he feel a need to let the moment have breathing room. The moment he drove Zed into the ground, his figure had already flickered and vanished, crossing a large distance in just the blink of an eye. Ryu had already deduced that Zed was probably at least 50% stronger here than he was on the heavenly path, and that wasn't because of the increase in cultivation, but rather purely due to the change in location. He could use his full talents now. That change was far higher than even Ryu had expected. It seemed that the suppression was not small. If not for this, Ryu wouldn't even need 2 supreme talents of the dragon race to deal with him, not to mention his bronze resonance chi, his body alone would have been enough. Even so, he neared the cosmic seed realm shut-eye without the slightest fluctuation in his gaze, his indifference palpable and his momentum only steadily rising. Take form and conquer the world. This time, Ryu's voice was soft, and yet it caused the skies to rumble and the earth to quake. Ryu's meridians rocked and swayed within his body, his spiritual foundations lighting up as one of his great sword staffs shot from his back and into his palm. The cry of a phoenix tore through the city, a pair of glorious white wings appearing to Ryu's back that eventually separated into a soaring white phoenix that shrouded the city in its pressure. Shut-Eye's pupils constricted into pinholes. Ryu was simply too fast. Shut-Eye hadn't expected the attack to begin with, and even after being slowed by his clash with Zed, he only seemed to have accelerated faster, not giving Shut-Eye enough time to put up solid defenses. Shut-Eye hurriedly took out his rod, entering the best defensive stance he could. Boom! The surrounding Resonance Bow sect disciples were sent flying. Shut-Eye was forced into a retreat. What he wanted to just be a single step back became 2, then 3, then 4. By the time he looked up, he had already been forced out of the plaza, his arms trembling and faint fractures running up and down his arm. He had done everything he could to not be sent flying, but his pride had cost him more than he gained. Especially since Ryu only landed on the ground for a moment before he flashed forward, appearing above his head, the cry of a phoenix echoing as bronze resonance force surged forward from all directions. Chapter 1203. Pei Shudai stabilized himself after dozens of steps, gritting his teeth so hard that blood flowed between them. He couldn't imagine how a Dao pedestal realm brat could put out so much power. Even though he had been caught off guard, this was still unacceptable. Shudai suddenly looked up, feeling a shadow shroud him from the sun. He was instantly infuriated. This Dao pedestal realm ant actually dared to follow up. Did he really think that he was a pushover? Ryu's gaze blazed, his greatsword staff falling from above. Shudai released a roar, prepared to counter with his full strength. A surge of cosmic-grade chi rushed forward. Under normal circumstances, this alone should have suppressed Ryu's mere immortal-grade chi, however Shudai quickly felt that something was wrong. Why couldn't he suppress this ant? Shudai threw this thought to the back of his mind, simply pressing forward with all his might. Suppression or not, he didn't believe that Ryu could win an exchange when they fought head-to-head. Swoosh! Shudai's rod hid nothing but air. He stumbled forward, shocked. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming danger coming from his back, but it was already too late to react. Boom! Shudai froze for a moment, feeling his inner organs rattle as his bones cracked one after another. His inner armor couldn't seem to hold up, his entire body being thrown out. After just an instant, he shot out like an iron ball from a cannon, whipping through the air so fast that he nearly burned a layer of his skin off. But before he could even make it very far, a fist appeared before his face. Shudai felt as though he had run into a steel wall. He thought he faintly sensed the aura of a fist god, but his brain was rattled a moment later, making it impossible for him to lock onto that feeling. He was sent flying once more, only to be hit again, and then again. Boom! Ryu appeared high in the skies, standing on the back of his greatsword staff. His aura flourished, burning a suffocating image into the minds of those of the city. The mighty momentum of a sword god flooded everything, causing everyone to remember exactly what they had sensed previously. Ryu raised a palm. The skies above continued to rumble, trembling and shaking as though something was stirring up within. The pressure that fell on Ryu's shoulders only increased with every passing moment, the punishment for speaking such blasphemous words seemingly about to catch up with him. Suddenly, bang! A streak of golden lightning streaked across the skies, descending toward Ryu with such a fast speed that all most saw was just a blinding flash of light. Lightning god! Ryu reached into the skies and caught the burst of lightning as though he was wrangling a snake, his aura surging as the unruly streak quickly became a stable javelin in the shape of a 3-meter-long needle, perfectly smooth from tip to tip. Piss off! Ryu said coldly, his back stretching and his arm cocking back. Bang! The lightning javelin left his hand like a speed bullet, his arm itself shattering the sound barrier and sending it flying forward with a menacing speed. Fear took root in the hearts of the spectators. Tribulation lightning was something that caused them all to feel an innate fear, and yet it was controlled by this young man as though any other normal beast. Boom! 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 The air crackled and popped, the streak of lightning burning everything in its path. However, just when it seemed that Shudai would suffer the blow, the all-encompassing aura of a sky god caused everything to fall into silence. A figure appeared on the ground by the crater Shudai lied in, waving a hand upward and catching the lightning javelin. The sky god frowned for a moment before squeezing and shattering the javelin into countless pieces. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the unruliness of the lightning. Sparks flew in all directions, bombarding against the ground. While the sky god was fine, he was forced to act again to ensure that none of the sparks landed on his people. The result was far more humiliating than what he had been imagining. Ryu looked down from the skies, his face expressionless. He had already sensed this sky god long ago. His spiritual sense was at a level that even mental realm specialist World Sea realm experts couldn't quite match up. This fragmented sky god had no ability to hide from him. The sky god looked up. Flying treasures are not allowed in Fourth Heaven City. Get down. The voice was commanding and carried a surge of chi. This should have been enough to cause any treasure beneath the god grade to malfunction, however aside from a slight rustling of his hair and robes, Ryu hardly swayed at all. If you're blind, just say so, Ryu said coldly. He turned his greatsword staff and began to fly toward the open towers. Next time, the resonant bow sect should send their sky gods forward faster, it'll save your disciples some humiliation. Ryu turned his back toward the sky god without another word and didn't bother to explain himself. The sky god could only be said to be blind if he thought Ryu was using a flying treasure. If he wanted to humiliate himself, he could do it alone. Ryu stepped into the tower and looked toward a new attendant. Activate the formation to the sixth heaven, he said coldly. But Ryu hadn't paid, nor had he gone through any of the procedures. I was just attacked in your city, but you still expect me to pay for our services. I wouldn't mind calling my seniors here if this is the game you really want to play. The attendant was completely flustered, his reaction even more poor than the previous young lady's had been. Let him go, a voice echoed from nowhere and seemingly everywhere. Soon, Ryu had disappeared, leaving the city in silence. The only sounds seemed to be the coughing shut-eye and wheezing Zed. Chapter 1204, Chi Realm Digestion. Ryu's back view vanished and a silence continued to hang over the city. It felt like he hadn't left at all, and even the presence of sky gods couldn't erase the lingering sword god aura. Fighting an entire cultivation realm above yours was almost unheard of. Ryu didn't care much about it, and in fact, he felt that he was still far too weak. This was inevitable. He was a man who had once been able to battle 3, and even 4 cultivation realms above his level, while Shut-Eye wasn't only less than a full cultivation realm above him. He wasn't even a true genius. The fact it had taken him so much effort only fueled Ryu's desire to achieve more all the more. He wasn't moved by the shock of others, he only measured himself by the expectations he held, not the expectations of others. Even so, the city seemed to still be suffocated by his presence even long after he left. A living spiritual foundation, the fragmented sky god muttered. He tilted his head to the skies. He didn't know why the heavens had suddenly tried to attack Ryu, but at this point, every time Ryu enraged the heavens, it only made his combat power stronger due to his lightning Qilin talents. How can he make use of it before the world's sea realm? The expression of the fragmented sky god darkened. After seeing just how weak the disciples of the Radiant Star sect were, it had made the problem their two sects were facing feel less oppressive. But the moment Ryu appeared once more, it felt like that weight had dropped onto their chests once more. This Ryu was troublesome, more than just a small bit troublesome as well. They had to figure out a way to deal with him, and it had to be via the hands of someone beneath the Sky God realm, or else it would be meaningless. Ryu had snatched the favor of their younger generation, and the only way to get it back was for them to snatch it back themselves. However, if worse came to worst, and there was no choice remaining, the fragmented Sky God's expression turned malevolent. If the heavenly favor couldn't be snatched back, then it was better to crush the person who wielded it. A dead genius was no longer a genius. Ryu's gaze flashed and he appeared in a tower not too dissimilar from the one he had just stepped into. The air was far more suffocating and there was a certain heaviness that hadn't been there before. There was no doubt that this was the sixth heaven. Ryu took a breath and then exhaled, allowing his body to adjust himself. This was the first time he had crossed two barriers at once. The change in environment was much more obvious. At the same time, he was beginning to feel the limitations of his body. It was hard to pinpoint the current grade of his bone structure, but his blood, at the very least, was still at the ancestral grade. That was a level that could be found on the third heaven, so it didn't need to be said what kind of geniuses would call the sixth heaven home. Ryu closed his eyes for a moment and then opened them, his aura flourishing. The suppression vanished. 2 8th trigram diagrams, one gold and another dark gold, rotating in each one of his irises. A suffocating presence exuded from his body, shattering the chains of the sixth heaven. The attendant that was nearby had a frozen sneer on his face. Ryu had instantly gone from a country bumpkin who didn't know what was good to him to a towering monster. Ryu swept his gaze through the teleportation platform, causing the attendant to involuntarily take a step back. The 8 trigram diagram slowly vanished from Ryu's silver irises as he, too, vanished. Ryu walked out from a restaurant, an odd feeling sitting in his belly. He was actually full. He hadn't even eaten his usual volume. After just 3 dishes, he knew that he couldn't eat any more. Even when he was immortal, he hadn't felt so full. One reason was because his mother had never prepared him a large meal to begin with, taking his weak body into consideration. And the second reason was even in a dormant state, his bloodlines were still exceptionally powerful, and they were the main drivers of digestion. But now, he almost felt heavy. Ryu took a breath and exhaled, circulating his chi. It seemed that he would need to find himself a technique that could make up for his weak digestion. After some thought, Ryu changed direction and found his way to a pavilion. From a cursory glance, this was similar to the first merchant guild he had entered when he made his way to the true martial world. He quickly found what he was looking for and chose the most appropriate mystical grade technique for him. "I'll take this," Ryu pointed toward the technique description. The attendant raised an internal eyebrow. A Chi realm digestion technique was a rare ask, indeed. Most would choose a body realm one. The fact this person was making this choice could only mean that their bloodline was especially weak. Of all of one's talents, bloodline was the only one that could be passed down, and it was an elevated starting point for many. Having a weak bloodline almost guaranteed the fact that this person was from a weak family and lineage. Although the attendant quickly concluded this, his expression didn't change. A customer was a customer, especially when they were buying such an expensive technique. Due to the rarity of such techniques, they were quite expensive. This one technique was almost as expensive as a god technique despite only being mystical grade. This was a good sale. Ryu tossed over a single lower god crystal. "Get me the most detailed map of the sixth heaven you can with the rest. Keep the change." The gaze of the attendant immediately became more attentive. Ryu stepped out of the pavilion with a sharp look in his eyes. He could feel that he was being targeted already. Chapter 1205. Above Ryu twirled the technique jade he had just gotten. Despite the fact he had already picked up on such a thing, his expression was calm and he sunk his mind into the jade. After a moment, he had already memorized the circulation pattern and rotated it once. Almost instantly, the pressure in his stomach alleviated, the dense energy of the god beasts he had eaten earlier weakening and dispersing throughout his body. After a second circulation, it almost vanished entirely, and Ryu exhaled a breath, feeling much lighter on his feet. It made sense that he would be targeted. The same conclusion the attendant had come to, others could as well. The main allure was obviously his wealth. He had just eaten in one of the most expensive restaurants in the whole of the sixth heaven, and then he had casually used a god crystal to pay for a mystical grade technique. This much was just inevitable. To these people, he was a fat sheep without backing. If they didn't target him, they would be too stupid. However, depending on who it was, he would deal with the situation differently. He currently needed more information than a mere map could provide him. The memories of the favor alchemy sky god were from far too long ago, and the sixth heaven should have undergone a great number of changes since then. Plus, there was also the matter of the powers he might alert by opening up this legacy world in the first place. He had to be cautious with how he approached these matters. Anyone who could enter this city to begin with wasn't a normal individual, they wouldn't be common bandits. But even so, no one who would target him for bringing out a couple god crystals would be of exceptionally high status either. There were two possibilities. The first was a lower-tier sky god, likely fragmented or false. Such a person would likely have recently broken through, and having used all their wealth on their breakthrough, they were low on funds and thus willing to stoop this low. The second was a genius disciple of any number of sect. To such individuals, they wouldn't feel like they were stooping low because Ryu would be around the same cultivation as them. In addition, god crystals would be quite tempting to them. Such a person likely wouldn't be a top-tier genius, otherwise their seniors would be doting on them constantly and they wouldn't go so far just for a few god crystals. Ryu's void spiritual sense flourished. Invisible butterflies formed of his spiritual chi rose into the skies, quickly scattering. This was a method of the Magus sky god. He had sensed the intent, but the actual location was harder to pinpoint. If not for his Magus lock sensing someone probing him, he would have missed this as well. It was obvious that whoever this person was, their mental realm was not bad. Unfortunately, Ryu didn't know of the standard of the sixth heaven intimately, so he couldn't make an accurate conclusion just with this alone. Soon, the invisible butterflies swarmed two individuals. Ryu's gaze narrowed. It seemed that both of his theories were correct. It seemed that he was quite lucky. Shaking his head, Ryu realized that there wasn't a chance to get the information he wanted. Unless, Ryu's gaze narrowed, Ryu glided through the wilderness, his steps light. His body was brimming with energy and he even felt that his body had become somewhat stronger after his meal. Using essence and chaos chi to process food was indeed a bit overkill, but it helped Ryu to maintain his advantage. The tree beneath him hardly swayed as he pushed off of it, his speed suddenly accelerated. To his back, he heard a sneer. With a flash, a figure appeared before him. A young man stood tall and straight, a haughtiness between his brows. It was clear and obvious that this was the fragmented sky god who had just broken through. He barely looked a day over 18 years old, but this was normally what happened when one broke through to such a major realm. Interesting, he didn't attack immediately, Ryu thought to himself. There was really no reason for a fragmented sky god to block his path like this, that could allow unwanted variables. If he was smart, he would have just attacked to kill immediately. This makes things more annoying. The odds that the other one will step out now are nearly zero. Ryu shook his head inwardly. He had wanted the Cosmic Seed Realm expert to appear first so that he could capture them with his chains. Then he would stuff him into the Golden Moon world, then use the quivering spectral wings to escape the Sky God. But now things were more complicated. Maybe I should just try an information organization instead. Ryu could have taken this route from the beginning, but he hadn't wanted to. Information organizations were exactly that, information organizations. You could buy anything from them given the right price, but that also meant that anyone who came to get information from them was also part of the menu. If Ryu asked a specific enough set of questions, he would likely get flagged and the organization would take advantage. That would end up making his life more complicated, not less so. As expected, the Cosmic Seed Realm expert that had been trailing him came to a stop. The fragmented sky god frowned when he noticed that Ryu wasn't paying attention to him. There was indeed a reason he had stopped, and that was because he had heard rumors about the Radiant Star sect. They had made it all the way up here. However, since it had only been 2 years, not many knew what was real and fake, so he wanted to probe Ryu first. What he didn't expect was for Ryu to not show any sort of fear whatsoever. Suddenly Ryu's gaze sharpened and his aura flourished. Before the fragmented sky god could react, Ryu vanished into thin air. When he appeared again, he was already behind the Cosmic Seed Realm expert, a sky-sundering rain of illusory chains swooping down from above. Chapter 1206. Interesting. The Cosmic Seed Realm expert had been especially tense. When he noticed that he wasn't the only one targeting Ryu, and the fact that his opponent was a sky god, a cold sweat burst on his back. He didn't believe that he could hide from a sky god, and more importantly than that, a sky god targeting a junior wasn't exactly an honorable deed. If he was that sky god, he would want to silence all those who knew about it. In that moment, the Cosmic Seed Realm expert realized that in his greed, he had actually thrust himself into a dangerous situation. His body tensed and his eyes scanned the region for an opportunity to escape. He couldn't have been on higher alert, so the moment Ryu appeared behind him, he sensed that something was wrong and reacted quickly, his figure flickering as he moved to dodge. Fast, Ryu thought with a narrowed gaze. But that doesn't matter. Twin 8 trigram diagrams appeared within Ryu's eyes, a suffocating presence descending as the skies above crackled with thunder. The dodging Cosmic Seed Realm expert found his body suddenly slowing, and then completely freezing. Let alone his body, even his thoughts slowed. He lacked the thinking speed to realize what was happening until it was entirely too late. The chains fell, wrapping around him tightly. An instinctual fear rooted in the depths of his heart surfaced. Despair took hold of his body and he forgot to resist entirely. His body's functions shut down, his chi couldn't circulate and his thoughts were filled with nothing but death. He realized at that moment that he would rather die than suffer such a fate, however he couldn't even more even as his heart faded. Without hesitation, Ryu threw him into the Golden Moon world and a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back. By this point, the fragmented sky god had already reacted, closing the distance in an instant. But when he saw the look in Ryu's eyes, he didn't see the fear he felt he should have. God treasure. Despite this, when the fragmented sky god saw the wings on Ryu's back, his greed took over his other senses. He didn't seem to care about anything else. All he knew was that Ryu was worth far more than just the god crystals he had seen earlier, and now it would be his. I'll remember you, Ryu said lightly. At that moment, his wings quivered just once and he vanished into the void, causing the fragmented sky god to miss entirely and hit nothing but air. The fragmented sky god fell forward, his eyes widening in shock. His head whipped around, but outside of small ripples in space that vanished an instant later, he actually couldn't sense a single thing. Ryu had truly vanished into thin air. The void, that's impossible. Even a god treasure shouldn't be able to allow that, unless. The only explanation seemed to be that Ryu had exceptionally high spatial affinity, enough that he could bring out more power in that god treasure than he should have been able to at his cultivation level. The fragmented sky god stood in silence, his chest heaving. The good news was that he had hidden anything that could point toward his identity ahead of time, even hiding his face. But he was still frustrated. His spine suddenly shivered, remembering Ryu's last words before he shook his head and laughed at himself. How ridiculous. Setting aside the fact that he had used his god chi to hide his face, even if he hadn't, so what? A Dao pedestal realm youth wanted revenge against him. It was nothing short of a joke. Only after entering the sky god realm would one understand just how large the gap was, and just how unguaranteed reaching this step was. Even geniuses of the sixth heaven weren't guaranteed to reach this step, let alone a Dao pedestal youth that had come from much lower. Plus, he had a weak bloodline, making it even more impossible. Don't let me catch you. Ryu stepped out of the void, hid the golden moon world ring and quickly entered it, the face of the fragmented sky god dancing in his memories. As for his supposed shroud of chi, Ryu's gaze had seen right through it as though it hadn't been there. And, even if he couldn't do that, the Magus sky god's methods gave him more than enough ways to remember and find an aura in the future. However, Ryu just slotted this to the back of his mind, ignoring it for now. He was a grudgeful person, he would definitely deal with this man in the future without a doubt. When Ryu entered the world, he found the cosmic seed realm expert writhing on the ground, his mouth foaming, tears falling from his eyes and snot dribbling from his nose. He looked far more like a scared child than an expert of the cultivation world. Even after Ryu removed the chains, he was still far too shaken to move, but Ryu no longer cared at that point. He didn't need this person to be coherent. Ryu grabbed the head of the cosmic seed realm and his soul's presence descended. Under normal circumstances, this would be possible to resist, but given the state of this young man, he had no chance whatsoever of doing this. Ryu began to rifle through this young man's memories with incomparable ease. Normally it would be quite useless to go through so much, but Ryu wasn't actually looking for specific information, he was looking to understand the current landscape of the sixth heaven and cross-reference that with the details the favor alchemy sky god had left behind. After Ryu was done, he nodded to him and moved to pull back when his gaze suddenly narrowed. There seemed to be a deeper layer of memories in this young man's mind. In fact, now that Ryu thought about it, although he had gone through the latter's whole life, he hadn't seen anything about his Dao, his cultivation methods or even the techniques he used. Interesting. Ryu pushed through, looking to see if he could reach down toward this deeper layer, however, he suddenly shuddered. Chapter 1207. Shiver. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body staggering as he took 3 heavy steps back. His back suddenly felt a cold shiver and he instinctively looked into the skies. Without hesitation, a pair of wings appeared to Ryu's back and he vanished into the void. Boom! Just outside the range of the Golden Moon world, about a dozen kilometers away or so, a mighty pressure descended. It ripped through the skies and collided with the earth, ripping through it and destroying everything within a kilometer range. Deep within a lofty sect, several old men and women opened their eyes at once, a coldness suffusing them. Someone tried to pry into the core techniques of our sect. One of them spoke. They failed. Yes, but who? I'm not certain that they are dead. It's difficult to tell. The connection was suddenly severed. Whoever it was reacted extremely quickly and managed to avoid it by tearing into the void, thus making the connection waver and eventually fail. But that leaves more questions than answers. Indeed, a silence fell. Anyone who could tear through the void was an exceptionally powerful sky god, but such an existence should also be aware of how foolish it was to use a soul-scouring technique to try and pry into a sect or clan's secrets. Such memories were protected by the well of faith a sect had accumulated. Trying to provoke it wasn't just provoking the current sky gods, but also poking their ancestors as well. So long as a sect's foundation was intact, this was an impossible task unless you were several levels above any expert a sect or clan had ever had. There were even cases of long-destroyed sects still having this protection epochs after their destruction. That begged the question, though, who could both be foolish enough to try such a thing and yet still have the power to tear through the void? It didn't seem to make sense. If a powerhouse had chosen to do such a thing, he would have some confidence in doing so. But if such an existence had such confidence, it didn't make sense to target their sect in the first place, there would be nothing useful. What made the most sense was that someone who had overestimated themselves had attempted to do something foolish, but then how had they escaped? Keep an eye out. Should this person appear again in any meaningful capacity, I will know. Ryu stepped out from the void once again, his pupils constricted. It seemed that his ignorance had almost cost him again. One of the reasons mental realm masters were banned was also because of their ability to steal core techniques. But after trying to do the same thing, he realized that the protections of the true martial world were on an entirely different level. Ryu exhaled a breath. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, he would be dead now. The Shadowless Sect. The Shadowless Sect was a true 6-star sect, and given the vague information Ryu had learned about them through the Soul Search, it was no wonder this young man, or, rather, a Boran, had been able to hide from his initial senses. The Shadowless Sect was known for their movement and spying techniques. They were very much adept at hiding themselves and escaping. If Ryu hadn't been quick enough back then, a Boran would have slipped through his fingers. He had even been forced to use the time half of his spacetime soul nature, and that was despite the fact he had sneak attacked the latter. This sect was probably the worst one Ryu could have chosen to accidentally offend, as their prestige and power in the 6th heaven was exceptionally high. To think that he would end up in this situation because of one of their relatively normal disciples. Ryu shook his head. He didn't know what information the Shadowless Sect had managed to gain in that very brief interaction, but he would have to be more careful. Luckily, the territory of the Shadowless Sect wasn't anywhere near where he needed to be. His current destination was on the outskirts of not a sect or clan, but rather a guild of alchemists, the Heavenly Dew Pavilion. They were a group of potion makers and they were highly respected in the 6th heaven. Their only competition in the alchemy front was the Tranquil Hand Pavilion, but their territories were quite far apart. Although they were classified as a guild, and were as such less finicky about certain things, they were no doubt dangerous. They were classified as being true 6-star as well, although combat wasn't what they were known for. This ranking was justified due to their current pavilion head. What was more troublesome, though, was the fact they were related to alchemy as well. It had to be remembered that although the Frost clan's main enemies came from above the 6th heaven, there was no doubt that 6th heaven powerhouses participated in their downfall. Since the Frost clan was so powerful in alchemy, for 2 guilds to rise up after their downfall, Ryu wouldn't believe that they had nothing to do with it even if a guillotine hung over his head. In that case, he would have to be especially careful, especially since he had flowing Frost's yin water with him. If there came a need to concoct pills, depending on what the favor alchemy sky god had left behind, he would have to weigh the consequences. Ryu wasn't very worried about it, though. Given the fact he held her inheritance, everything should run smoothly. The trouble would come depending on the commotion he would trigger upon opening the legacy world itself. But those would be good problems to have. The real issue would be if someone got to it before he could. Ryu shook off his feelings of discomfort easily and chose to keep Aboran alive and bound for now. He didn't want to give the Shadowless Sect any more information about him, and killing one of their disciples would alert them and give them even more details about who might he be. For now, he would make his way to the Heavenly Dew Pavilion. Chapter 1208. Separation. It took Ryu about a month to reach his destination. In reality, it shouldn't have taken so long. A few days would have been more than enough. With the robust teleportation network of the upper heavens, travel to anywhere but the most remote regions was actually quite easy. However, Ryu chose a slower path for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted to make sure that once the Shadowless Sect inevitably investigated this region, there wouldn't be any obvious tracks leading to his next destination. Every teleportation platform used required payment, and such things were always registered. In addition, with the memories of high-level cultivators, the odds they would forget Ryu's face was next to 0. The second reason he chose to do this was to better acclimate himself to the environment of the 6th heaven and to further consolidate his cultivation. In this month, Ryu had crossed the middle Dao pedestal realm and entered the higher Dao pedestal realm and was already a small measure away from the peak Dao pedestal realm. The White Phoenix seemed to grow exponentially every day, however Ryu couldn't seem to feel very happy about it. His cultivation was fast, blazingly so. The last time he experienced this sort of speed was back in Sacrum, where every step felt extraordinarily easy. But now that he was lacking the same combat prowess, this speed made him uncomfortable. One would think that this was because his foundation was shaky, but this wasn't the case at all. Even if he wanted an unstable foundation, his embryonic chi didn't seem capable of allowing it. Every step he took was incomparably firm. Even so, Ryu felt that every step he took forward was another lost opportunity. His steps might be firm, and his foundation might be incomparably solid, but even 2 people with perfect foundations could have differences between them. If a common grade talent had a perfect foundation, how could they compare to an ancestral grade talent with the same? And what about someone even more powerful? The further you went in your cultivation, the more difficult it was to change these things and the more set in your path you would be. This was why experts of a certain caliber would only allow those beneath certain cultivation realms to become their inheritors. In truth, Ryu was overly worried about this. He was aware of this as well, which was why he didn't slow his cultivation speed just yet. The Tao pedestal realm, especially to the true martial world, was just considered to be the beginning. The situation wasn't yet helpless. His greatest weaknesses were his bloodline and bone structure. Both had their own difficulties. His bloodlines were at the ancestral grade, and though it was difficult to tell, after some back and forth with the compendium, Ryu had concluded that his bone structure was firmly within the fragmented grade. The easy solution, depending on how this expedition went, was to rely on the heavenly favor pills to elevate them both. However, to use such valuable pills right now when they could potentially be extremely useful to him in the future felt like a waste. Therefore, Ryu hoped that he could use the compendium to make as much progress as he could first and only use the pills when he truly had no choice any longer. In fact, he also had thoughts of using the pills to create a weaker pill formula that was better used by him now. How possible that would be just yet, he wasn't sure, but it was a possibility. In this last month, though, Ryu had run into many issues, the first of which was one he never thought would be one, and that was the issue of separating his bloodlines. The first time he dropped his blood on the compendium, the results were less than satisfactory. That was because the unique combination of his blood led back to karmic ties related to him and him alone. Ryu should have probably expected this, but he hadn't thought so far ahead. The compendium was a god treasure, ironically of the omniscient grade, but it wasn't actually omniscient. When it took in Ryu's blood, who else could possibly have such a unique combination of blood? Rather than analyzing each one like Ryu had expected, it took them all as a single whole and gave Ryu little to nothing. How could it come back with something? How many people in existence had 5 ancient beast bloodlines in one body? It treated Ryu like an all-new creature instead of a product of 5 separate entities. This was a hurdle that Ryu was still struggling with climbing over. He had never thought that something seemingly so simple would actually be so difficult. Activating one bloodline at a time in his body was easy to him. But that process was just suppressing, not true separation. His body had long since become one. No, it was more accurate to say that it had always been one since he was conceived. After a month of attempts, Ryu was getting absolutely nowhere, and he had even already made it to the outskirts of Heavenly Dew Pavilion territory. Every time he thought he had succeeded, he would realize that this was far from the truth. By the end of the month, Ryu realized that it might very well be impossible to begin with, and ironically, his bone structure probably only made it more difficult. Because his bloodlines were so perfectly balanced, separating them was extraordinarily difficult. Ryu stood in the middle of a field, swaying bundles of wheat surrounding him as he took a breath and exhaled. Suddenly, his gaze flashed. Maybe, what was the reason Ryu felt so close to the compendium before? It was because it reminded him a lot of his heavenly pupils, and even beyond that, his Tao. The ability to see through karma and take advantage to deduce information. He had tried all conventional methods in an attempt to separate his bloodline, but why had he never tried to use dividing karma on them? If he separated his blood from his body, and then used dividing karma, wouldn't it give him the results he wanted? Chapter 1209. Divide. Ryu pricked his finger, causing a long stream of blood to flow out. His recovery was so fast that even after the thick mass of ruby liquid was double the size of his head, he showed no signs of going pale. All this time, Ryu had been practicing with his normal blood, not his blood essence. If he had been using the latter, he would have likely already died by now. Blood essence was too precious for such a thing. And, theoretically, he should be able to have the same effect as blood essence with his normal blood so long as he matched quality with quantity instead. Ryu's gaze flickered as he calmly watched the mass increase, stopping when it was about half the size of his body, his face still ruddy and fresh. If this worked, it would be game-changing. Ryu had only ever used his Tao on others and on external comprehension. But if it worked on himself, it could change things greatly. This made sense. After all, whether it was dividing karma or dividing tribulation, both were targeted toward others. Dividing karma was created to observe a sword scar, while dividing tribulation was created to challenge the heavens. Things only changed slightly after his creation of dividing dharma and dividing sin, and more specifically dividing dharma, which dealt with the direct consequences of one's actions following karma doing its duty. Even so, none of these things were directly related to Ryu himself, and as such, he had locked himself into one kind of thinking. If it wasn't for the compendium forcing his hand, he didn't know how long it would have taken him to try this. There was another barrier to this as well, and that was Ryu's choice of forming the 8-trigram diagram. His inheritances had always been more internal to him while his Taos were influencing the outer world. After all, his rage flames, for example, came from within him, as did his other inheritances. But his Tao felt like something separate. But now that he thought about it, there was no logical reason for this separation. While it was true that he had been born with his rage flame or his ice flame, or many of the other things his inheritances relied upon, he also had external inheritances like the Tatsuya's saintly weapons. That separation he had subconsciously made was ridiculous, and the moment he challenged it, he realized how wrong he had been. Sometimes the most ignorant one could be was about things one didn't feel the need to question, and what was especially difficult about that was that it was difficult to realize what you had chalked up to common sense that couldn't be considered common sense at all. Ryu was eager to see what shedding these shackles would give him. His gaze flashed and a suffocating pressure rose from him. Logically, if Ryu wanted to use his Taos on himself, taking his blood out of his body first didn't seem to make sense. But there was a very good reason Ryu had chosen to do things this way, and that was because he had a great deal of respect for his Tao and the strength it had. If he divided his blood within his body, there was no telling what might happen. It wouldn't be certain that he would be able to fuse them, and given the clashing nature of many of his bloodline, they could end up making his body a battlefield and ultimately kill him. That would be a far too tragic way to die, so Ryu chose caution first. A twin pair of spinning 8-trigram diagrams appeared in each one of his irises, exuding a mighty presence. Suddenly, Ryu could see everything about his blood. Much of it looked like swimming phoenixes, entangling and detangling themselves. However, just within, there were 2 slumbering beasts, both resting their large heads on their forearms. They didn't seem to care about the world at all. Ryu's heart skipped a beat. 2 of his most powerful bloodlines were slumbering. He slowly shook his head. In order to accommodate 2 races that hated each other so much, maybe this was the only way. However, just this sight alone seemed to make everything so much more obvious to him. As for the phoenix portions of his bloodline, they seemed to be struggling as well. Although they were awake, sometimes a fire and ice phoenix would run into another and cancel out, vanishing into nothing. The same would happen when a dark phoenix met an ice phoenix. At the same time, whenever the 3 ran into the weakest strands of Emperor Phoenix blood, they would turn and run. Seeing his bloodlines in such a state, Ryu realized how laughable his idea of perfect balance was. This wasn't perfect balance, this was mere tolerance. His bone structure couldn't do anything about this, he had to take action himself. Ryu knew that his bone structure would continue to grow. The only reason it was so weak was because the essence and chaos chi that had formed it in the first place was at a level Ryu could use currently. Ryu was still using them at an immortal grade. If he could use them at full strength, he would probably already be one of the strongest existences in the true martial world. However, there simply wasn't any time. In order to use the full strength of essence and chaos chi, he would have to be in the final sky god realm. But even before that, while gaining access to cosmic grade essence and chaos chi would evolve his bone structure further, there was no tell if this change would be enough to cause large changes to his bloodline or not. Of course, in all likelihood, it would. But would that change be satisfactory? Would it be enough to match Ninth Heaven geniuses? Surpass them? The answer to that was definitely no. Ryu couldn't wait until he was a Tao god to unlock his full potential, there had to be a faster method. Ryu's aura surged. Divide. The sphere of blood quakes, rippling like the surface of a lake. Suddenly, the slumbering fire dragon and lightning Qilin shook, their eyelashes fluttering and their eyes cracking open. A searing pain pierced into Ryu's eyes as he met the crack in their gazes. At that moment, 2 roars echoed into the skies. Chapter 12:10. Fury. Ryu's pupils constricted. His first thought was that he did well by not allowing such a thing to happen within his body. The second thought he had was of the sheer violence of it all. The 2 had only barely cracked open their eyes, seemingly sensing a disturbance, and the result was immediate fury as though neither could stand to be in even remote proximity of one another. However, at that moment, Ryu suddenly remembered something else. This wasn't the first time his bloodlines had awoken like this. In fact, the last time they had awoken, it wasn't to bluster and bloviate like they were doing now, trying to assert their dominance as though he was their bloodline rather than the other way around. The last time his bloodlines opened their eyes was in an act of cowardice. They sensed the fury of the heavens and they ran away with their tail tucked between their legs. Ryu could still remember the level of rage he had had toward his bloodlines back then. How ironic, he had gone from absolutely abhorring them and even trying to carve out a path without them, to suddenly being entirely reliant on their improvement for the sake of his future. Seeing their fury, Ryu's gaze went cold. The pressure of his bloodlines now was far beyond what it had been in Sacrum, but he knew well that if the heavens suddenly descended with punishment again, there was no doubt that they would cower again. Trash. Despite the fact that the words were internal, both the fire dragon and lightning Qilin seemed to sense it. They looked toward Ryu at once, the crack in their eyes slowly widening as the sphere of crimson began to boil. The phoenix aspects of Ryu's bloodline retreated, but the Emperor Phoenix strands, suddenly feeling its dignity provoked, suddenly rose up. While it hadn't been slumbering like the other two, it had been quite lazy and lackadaisical, until this moment. All at once, they rose up, their auras blazing. Ryu sneered. From his birth, talent had never been the problem. However, ever since coming to the true martial world, he found himself lacking at every turn of the corner. Right this moment, other than his soul which he was certain was already comparable to the best geniuses of the ninth heaven, at least in terms of raw talent, everything else was lagging behind in the extremes, he was dwarfed even by many fourth heaven geniuses. While his meridians should compare as well, without any guarantee that he would be able to deduce the rest of the cultivation method, there was no way that he could claim this, and this limitation would likewise bottleneck his spiritual foundations if he didn't proceed appropriately. The logical solution to this was to simply throw in his lot toward his soul, focusing entirely on the Magus Sky God's inheritance and becoming an unstoppable existence. But, would he really become unstoppable? Due to the way his perfect black body worked, without a powerful body, he would never be able to pull out its true potential. What good was a soul that could infinitely expand if he could never tap into a large majority of that infinite expansion because the rest of his body couldn't handle it? Unless he wanted to become a lich and abandon his body entirely, this was something that he would always have to contend with. Unless you were a perfect talent in all aspects, one pillar would always restrict the other. This was why they were called pillars in the first place. The absence of one would already make your foundation unsteady. He had gone from someone with untouchable talent to someone suddenly being stared down by his own talents because he had the audacity to want to get the most out of them. The more he thought about it, the colder Ryu's gaze seemed to become. In that moment, it felt as though four beasts were standing in the middle of a lush field of wheat. "You three have a lot of nerve," Ryu said softly. Suddenly, illusory chains shot out from Ryu's body, whipping toward the Emperor Phoenix, Fire Dragon and Lightning Qilin portions of his bloodline. "Ruah Arrr. Ki-I, pipe down," Ryu said coldly. Bang! He illusory chains wreaked havoc, tearing the sphere of crimson apart and shackling the mighty overlords of their races one after another. The fire dragon found its neck wound tight, its eyes still half open and half closed. The lightning Qilin's hooves were bound, its body stumbling and whining as it collapsed. The Emperor Phoenix lost control of its wings, the both of them being pinned down to its body while its lofty head was brought to the ground. The chains shook and rattled, but every time they did so, Ryu only suffocated them all the more, squeezing down tight and hard. These might be bloodline with the potential to reach the peak levels of the origin grade, but right this moment they were merely tempered to the very beginning of the blood tempering realm, a body realm only equivalent to the start of the path extinction realm. The lower blood tempering realm was equivalent to the path extinction realm. The middle blood tempering realm was equivalent to the Tao pedestal realm. The higher and peak blood tempering realm were equivalent to the cosmic seed realm and approaching the world sea realm. Even if his bloodlines had been at the half-step 9 life revolutions realm, his chains would have been able to suffocate them, let alone the fact they weren't even close currently. "You five have long since forgotten that this is my body. You dare to forget your pride and prestige before the heavens, and yet be so arrogant before me." The chains squeezed down, suffocating the essence of the bloodlines as though he would truly kill them where they stood. "The only reason I haven't shattered you all is because you represent my ancestors, their blood, their sweat, their tears." The chains squeezed down once more, the roars suddenly becoming whimpers. "You shouldn't fear the heavens, you should fear me. It will always be me who decides your fate long before the heavens get a chance. Infuriated, Ryu controlled the chains to squeeze down once more. Unable to resist, the phantoms of the three overlords shattered, becoming nothing more than fluttering blobs of energy within the crimson sphere. However, after doing this, the brightness of the sphere of blood quickly dimmed. Chapter 12:11. Behind Ryu was indifferent to this change, but inwardly, he felt a tremble. He was very much used to this tremble. It was the very same thing he had felt that day the heavens descended on Alina's ceremony. Feeling this, Ryu's lip curled. That was exactly how it should be. His bloodlines were in service of him, not the other way around. If not for his family, after what they did to him that day, a day he saw as nothing short of a humiliating one, he would have long since purged these bloodlines from his body. Suddenly, the gloominess Ryu had been feeling over the past few days vanished into thin air, a cold smile spreading across his face. He instantly thought of a few things. For one, if he could use his chains like this, then it wasn't impossible to mitigate the risk of using his Tao on his body. Secondly, where did the strength of his heavenly chaos bone structure come from? Wasn't it through an imbalance? The function of the Shadowlight Sky God's inheritance was in taking an imbalance and forcing his body to balance it. Through that process, he strengthened his body. The fact he used light and dark chi hardly mattered, which was why Ryu had been able to use essence and chaos chi. Logically, if Ryu let his bloodline rampage within his body as they pleased and used the methods of the Shadowlight Sky God to strengthen himself, then the results would be extraordinary. And, now that he had a method of reeling them in and controlling them when that time came, it was most definitely worthwhile to try. With a flick of his finger, Ryu opened the compendium, allowing several pages to flutter open as he placed large amounts of blood on each one. Ryu's gaze glowed as he watched the result. At that moment, large streams of information began to enter Ryu's mind. Information that had once been vague suddenly became clearer and clearer. Ryu's eyes lost focus, illusory shackles slowly unwinding within his body. He could feel his foundation slowly becoming larger and larger. Others might struggle with deciphering the information of the compendium. It was a jumbled mess of images and runes. The sentences were incomplete and difficult to grasp causality from. But, beneath the rotating 8 trigram diagrams within Ryu's eyes, they were all pieced apart one after another, slotting in with incomparable ease. Ryu began to string together memories, illuminating vague comprehensions of the past and strengthening them. The changes weren't large given a broad perspective, but on a micro scale, the feeling of improvement felt like lightning. Ryu had never improved the comprehension of his bloodlines with such speed before. This process lasted for several hours before it slowly came to a stop. Ryu's gaze regained focus and he looked forward, the intent hidden within his irises blazing. After a moment, a flash of determination rushed through him. The twin 8 trigram diagrams blazed to life, rotating faster and faster, and a crack of thunder rang out in the skies above. In that instant, Ryu turned his Tao toward himself, forcing his bloodlines apart. A shocking pain coursed through his body. His skin began to bubble in some areas and split in others. His right leg was as cold as ice, but his left arm felt as though it had been dipped into an infernal hell. Cracks of lightning surged out from where his heart should have been and his left leg erupted with a black flame. Despite his body collapsing from the inside out, Ryu's gaze was as cold as could be. The only thing that gave away the pain he was under were the beads of sweat falling down his brow. Suddenly, his right eye erupted with a blazing black-red flame and his left eye froze over. He could hardly see at all. Not yet, Ryu thought to himself. A whirlwind of ice, fire and lightning formed in the surroundings. Heavenly patterns began to appear, then the scales of dragons and kilins. Feathers appeared on one side of Ryu's body while scales appeared on the other. The raging storm only grew worse and worse. Not yet, Ryu's expression could hardly be seen. The commotion in his surroundings was only growing, but he didn't seem to care in the slightest. His body was enveloped by his talents. Some seemed to try to freeze him into a block of ice and others seemed to want to burn him to ash. Ruah-aarrrrr. Crack, crack, Ryu's bones shattered. Standing seemed impossible at this moment, but his chi barely kept him upright. At first they were splinters, but they quickly became large fissures, and soon after they shattered like glass, then became small shards, before eventually becoming nothing more than finely ground sand. Now, Ryu's chain surged and complex dark gold and white gold runes began to appear around him once again. His tattoos appeared once more, exponentially more complex and even more powerful than that. The skies above crackled and surged, forming a cyclone of black cumulonimbus clouds. A strike of lightning as thick as a grown man's waist descended, the strength of which was unlike anything Ryu had ever faced before. Even so, he didn't dodge this time, allowing it to strike him without implementing dividing tribulation. Ryu's body shuddered and his entire body became nothing more than a charred mess. The lightning danced across what remained of his skin, but his tattoos only shone brighter and with greater force, seemingly taking it as a sort of impetus. Ryu raised his head and roared, finally unleashing the suppressed embryonic chi within him. Bang! His aura surged, his cultivation entering the peak Dao pedestal realm. At the same time, he entered the middle blood tempering realm. His charred skin was blasted away as though the shrapnel of a grenade. Their disappearance revealed red, unprepared flesh, but just as quickly as it appeared, it thickened and became more lively. Ryu gripped his fists, his presence soaring into the skies. Every time his bones crackled, the roar of dragons and the call of phoenixes would sound, the echoes suppressing everything in his surroundings. Ryu released his chains from their hold on his bloodlines and a final resonating boom collapsed the air in the surroundings. A rush of power surged through him, fueling him to new heights. Ryu's closed eyes opened, as he exhaled just once. His bloodlines had finally left the ancestral grade behind. Chapter 12:12. Sightless eyes. The improvement was more than Ryu was expecting, or maybe he was only so surprised because he had underestimated his bloodlines too much to begin with. As he had said previously, his bloodlines couldn't be considered to be in balance. It was far more accurate to say that they tolerated one another, almost like an unorganized bundle of items forced into a small box. They ended up entangled like long wires, and it became difficult to extricate the power they should have had individually. In reality, Ryu should have long since guessed that this was the case. Back when he began his body realm cultivation, he had already known what he should have been able to expect from his bloodlines. At the start of his journey, his phoenix blood should have given him 1,000 jin of strength each, while his dragon and Qilin bloodlines should have given him 2,000 jin of strength each. This was the benefit of having ancestral grade bloodlines in Sacrum. Comparatively speaking, a common grade bloodline would have merely 500 jin, black grade 600, earth grade 700, so on and so forth. In this vein, dragon and Qilins were actually considered quite monstrous in strength because even compared to most other ancestral grade bloodlines that were only 1,000 jin, they had double that. Of course, now Ryu understood that the real reason for this was because his dragon and Qilin blood was never truly ancestral grade in the first place, or more accurately, that wasn't its cap. As for his phoenix bloodline, while they seemed in line with other ancestral grade bloodlines, once heavenly patterns were added to the equation, they didn't lose out to those two in the slightest. However, what was important here was that when his bloodlines came together, the strength he should have gained dropped. His phoenix bloodlines gave him 800 jin of strength each instead of 1,000, which was the equivalent of a heaven grade bloodline as opposed to the ancestral grade it should have been. At the same time, his dragon and Qilin bloodlines dropped to 1,700 jin of strength each, and while this was still 70% more than most other ancestral grade bloodlines, this drop was the equivalent of an entire black grade bloodline between the two of them. Ryu had never really thought much about this loss in strength, but after seeing a visual representation of what was occurring in his body constantly, he realized that he had been entirely too foolish in ignoring such a thing. It was no wonder that things like this. Ironically enough, Ryu realized that if he had been born in the true martial world, he probably wouldn't have seen his first day of life through. It was only because he was born in Sacrum that his bloodlines were weakened enough to fall to the ancestral grade, whereas even the weakest dragons, Qilins and phoenixes here were within the 9 origin grades. It was only because his bloodlines had weakened that his ice jade crystal body was capable of balancing them. And it was only because his bloodlines had been crudely balanced that he could live without having to suffer perpetual pain. This was all to say that if not for these series of coincidences, Ryu would have never been born at all. And if he had still managed to be born, his life would have been a short-lived one. Let alone worrying about being a cripple, he would have nothing but death to look forward to. Ironically, it was his lack of talent that had saved him. But it was also this lack of talent that would lay the foundation for the future. Using the ice jade crystal body as a foundation, Ryu was able to catalyze the creation of a new bone structure mutation. After the first step, he had entered the fragmented grade, but sensing it now and comparing it to where it had been before, he was certain that it had stepped into the perfect grade. This was a huge change, and Ryu couldn't help but wonder why that was. While the perfect grade was merely decent within the 4th, 5th and 6th heavens, it was an enormous change for RVU. He couldn't quite understand how he had undergone such a huge change after just a single session, until, that is, he looked toward the compendium and sensed his bloodlines. His bloodlines, all of them seemed to have entered true grade. Ryu understood then. The reason his bone structure had entered the perfect grade was because it had no other choice, it was forced to. It was either it adapted, or Ryu would die once he released the chains from his blood. There was no third choice. It seemed that the clash of his bloodlines and the Shadowlight Sky God's inheritance were perfectly suited toward one another. The reason his bloodlines had entered the true grade in one step was because this was the true baseline of his bloodlines. Just by awakening them, he had skipped forward 3 grades. From the perspective of the dragons, Keelins and Phoenixes, this was far from impressive, and there were many bloodlines stronger even on the 4th heaven, however this was game-changing for Ryu. The obvious reason for this was because Ryu didn't have just one bloodline, he had 5 of them, 6 even, if he counted Fire Phoenix and Emperor Phoenix separately. Numbers couldn't always overwhelm quality, but when they all gave him access to the talents of ancient beasts, it made excellent headway. With ancestral grade bloodlines, by using them, in unison to the best of his ability, Ryu was able to match up against a 7th heaven genius. Of course, that genius was suppressed in an entire cultivation realm beneath him, but this still spoke volumes. Now that he had so many bloodlines at the true grade, the strength he could output was definitely not just at this level. In the 6th heaven, the strongest talents were probably around the omniscient grade. Each step beyond was like ascending the heavens as talents became rarer and rarer, so Ryu could disregard anything beyond that. Just with his raw bloodlines alone, if he fused all of their abilities into one like he had against Starlight, he could probably match up against the very peak of the perfect grade and the lower extremities of the transcended grade. Of course, this would take a lot out of his focus chi. But the fact he had this in his arsenal was good. This is a decent first step, Ryu concluded. Now that he knew the true baseline of his talents, he could see a path slowly forming ahead. The easy progression was definitely done now since he had awakened them all, and every step forward would be far more difficult, but Ryu never feared difficulty. RVU clenched his fists, strength coursing through his body like a stampede of horses. Disregarding his bloodlines, just the change to his bone structure was enough to add a huge boost to his strength. I will need to find time to solidify my foundation with the Refinement Sutra before I step into the Cosmic Seed Realm and the Peak Blood Refinement Realm. Ryu looked up before calmly covering his body in a new set of white and sky blue robes. By now, he should have caused more than enough of a commotion. The chi in the atmosphere should also be sufficiently volatile and different to scry from afar. Whoever wants to understand what's happening will definitely have to come in person, and that should delay them. After a thought, Ryu took out a formation flag and dropped it. The silver flag fluttered down to the ground, however before it could hit the tall delicate brown wheat, space rippled like the surface of a lake and it vanished entirely. In that moment, nothing seemed to have occurred. But if there had been a third party observing, they would have blinked in confusion, realizing that they could neither sense nor see Ryu any longer. In fact, they were even vaguely forgetting his existence. This formation was one of the 9 of the formation Jade of the Unbalanced Art sect. 3 were for offense, 3 for defense, and 3 were unique existences that were difficult to pinpoint. This formation fell into the final category of unique existences. This formation's name was maybe just as unique as its uses. The Sightless Eyes formation. It took advantage of a storm of chi and anchored it. This explanation sounded completely contradictory. How could you anchor a raging storm, and if you did anchor it, how could it be a raging storm any longer? Plus, once you had anchored it, what was the benefit of the raging storm any longer? Wasn't it just a calm atmosphere once again? But it was exactly this sort of contradictory confusion that the Unbalanced Art sect was so excellent at, and it was precisely this sort of confusion that Ryu would take advantage of. He had been racking his head for a long time about how he would hide his actions from the prying eyes of others. None of the solutions he had thought of were perfect, but this method would at least give him an insurmountable head start. It's time to go, Ryu thought to himself before vanishing. Within this formation, only he would dare to move so quickly. As Ryu moved, the commotion he had caused spread far and wide, catching the attention of many. However, he was practically in a no-man's land. It was a region at the very edges of the Heavenly Dew Pavilion's territory, there was simply no one present. But now, countless auras perked up all at once. Chapter 12-13, Confusion. Boom. 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 Several auras surged over at once. They didn't seem to have expected one another and could only meet one another's gaze with a sneer. The first to arrive was a group of 3. They came from 3 different directions, but they landed at the same place. However, they were all oblivious to this oddity. Each one of them believed that they had simply landed here together in a common coincidence. It only made sense considering their cultivation level. All 3 of them were the cosmic seed realm, however their auras seemed to carry wisps of the world sea realm. When they looked toward one another, despite their sneers, the wariness in their eyes were exceedingly obvious as well. In reality, the 3 of them should not have been here at this time. Not a single one of them was a genius of the Heavenly Dew Pavilion. The experts of the pavilion would still take some time to reach this location. This was in the outskirts of their territory, and for obvious reasons, there were no teleportation platforms to this place. It would usually take several days' journey to reach this point. Of course, sky gods would be much faster. If a transcended sky god made a move, something that was a very real possibility, half a day was within an expected range. These 3 geniuses, however, had been making their way to the Heavenly Dew Pavilion for an upcoming event and just happened to be nearby. As a result, they had surged to this location in just under an hour, expecting to be the lucky one to claim this treasure for themselves. But as luck would have it, there were 3 others. And unfortunately, because they recognized one another, they also knew that the others weren't so simple to handle. Zivaz, a handsome young man with skin as pale as ice and eyes as red as the hues of dusk and dawn. His sneer was the deepest of the 3, his black robes corroding the beautiful wheat in the surroundings. From beneath his robes, black fog would emit from time to time, forming the shape of howling souls before vanishing in the next instant. However, he seemed completely unmoved by this. This was an inner disciple of the Howling Shadow sect. Standing just a measure away from becoming a core disciple, he was already well known across the 6th heaven. Interestingly enough, he didn't have much of a cruel reputation, but that was because no one had ever seen him kill before. However, if one were to believe that he was truly so innocent, well, naivete killed. Iroh, a big-bellied, bronze-skinned cultivator. He stood shirtless and wore a beast-skin shirt that was difficult to even see through his big belly. On his back, there were 2 war hammers with polearms of exaggerated length and thickness. The teeth of the hammers faced forward with his body, looming tall over his shoulders like a twin head of menacing dragons. This was an inner disciple of the Twin Earth Dragon sect, one of the very few organizations to dare to truly hold the title of dragon, very much unlike Akura's clan who only dared to name their techniques after vague representations. Juno. If Ryu was still paying attention to this region, he would have immediately recognized the marker of the Shadowless sect hanging from a badge on this young man's waist. He was the most normal of the 3, but he was almost exaggeratedly so normal that he was difficult to pick out in a crowd, so normal that it was easy to forget his face after looking away just once. The principles of his technique seemed to work differently from Shadowlight, but the end results were exceedingly similar. All 3 of these sects were without a doubt true 6-star sects, 3 of the 9 on the whole of the 6th heaven. Each one was a monstrous existence in their own right. The 3 stood in a stalemate for a long while before Juno frowned, his gaze flickering as he looked around. Suddenly, his brows jumped and his heart skipped a beat. For him to have such a change in expression given his normal baseline was something even Iroh and Zivaz took note of. The moment the latter 2 realized that something was wrong, they too began to look through the surroundings. A formation, a powerful one, Zivaz muttered. If one were to compare sensory abilities, he and Juno were probably about on par with Iroh being the dunce among them. However, even with that being the case, one couldn't be a top-class genius with glaring deficiencies, so while Iroh was a bit slower, it wasn't by a large extent. They didn't even realize when they had walked into such a thing, something that left the 3 of them sweating. If none of them even noticed, then how powerful was the person who laid it? This kind of formation is a quicksand type. The harder we try to leave, the fiercer we'll fall into the trap, Zivaz continued. Only a sky god would be able to find a way out forcefully, but even then it would take time. We can likely only wait for the experts of the Heavenly Dew sect to arrive and help us leave. There is also the possibility that it was them who set up such a formation to begin with, in which case we'll just have to wait for them to finish. Suddenly, boom, A second eruption of chi caught the three off guard and they turned toward the same direction simultaneously. The aura of favor surged from Ryu. He didn't stand far from the three geniuses that had just come. Ideally, no one would have come in time, but things like this couldn't be helped. As all things went, this wasn't the end of the world. Seeing the legacy world slowly opened, Ryu dropped another formation flag and set yet another sightless eyes formation. With the two of them stacked on top of one another like this, Ryu was even more confident that a normal sky god wouldn't be able to see through his formation with any sort of ease. This was the power of unconventional formations. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a Dao pedestal realm expert to set a formation that could fool a sky god no matter how much preparation they had. Even for Ryu, who had a mental realm that dwarfed most cosmic seed realm experts of the sixth heaven, it was an impossibility. But so was breaking into the void as a Dao pedestal realm expert. The strength of the unbalanced art sect was in their unorthodoxy. Others were simply not prepared to deal with it, and now that Ryu had layered 2, it should give him enough time to do what he needed to do. The only unfortunate part was that 3 had entered the first formation while he was setting up the second. The slight delay in the 2 formation syncing would allow them to see through the formation and make it to his location. However, given that they weren't sky gods, Ryu felt that it was a worthy enough trade-off. Without hesitation, he jumped into the portal, not even looking back toward the 3 who were no doubt rushing toward him right this moment. The 3 geniuses, while being caught off guard, rushed forward with great speed. They didn't waste time to inform the others. If they were foolish enough to miss this opportunity, that would be their own fault. In a flash, they appeared before the portal, exhaling a breath. Juno was, without a doubt, the first to reach it, but he didn't step forward immediately, sensing his surroundings and checking for a trap. Given the importance of the event they were heading to, they couldn't rule out the possibility that others were trying to deal with them ahead of time. However, when Juno sensed that it was actually a legacy world, his indifferent gaze lit up like a blaze. A sky god's legacy world. He rushed in soon afterward, no longer hesitating. The first thing Ryu saw was an expanse of whiteness. Below him was a jet-black pillar wrapped by white clouds. In his opinion, the odds that young men heading into this legacy world were alchemists was probably high considering the region they were in. But after having actually laid eyes on them, he didn't sense as much, which made him feel more confident. If they blindly entered an alchemist's legacy world without alchemy skill, it could be guessed how that would go. But Ryu didn't get ahead of himself. There was no telling if the favor alchemy sky god would find other ways to test them outside of alchemy. He chose to remain cautious in the end. Ryu looked up and saw an endless sea of black pillars identical to his own. However, to his back, there was an equally large expanse, and the same to his right, and his left. Ryu suddenly realized that there was no obvious direction he should be heading in. At that moment, the other 3 geniuses found themselves in the same situation. All of them looked around in confusion. Where was the challenge? Chapter 12:14, where Ryu's gaze sharpened. After a year of rest and a subsequent period of closed-door cultivation to refine his Dao heart, his mind was fresh and sharper than it had ever been before. In fact, his improved Dao seemed to have made his analytical abilities far faster and sharper as well. So after just a few breaths of silence, he already understood what was before him. Where was the challenge? This, in itself, was the challenge. The favor alchemy sky god. To choose such a Dao title, and to even place favor first, it might be less accurate to think of this esteemed sky god as an alchemist, and more accurate to think of her as a scholar of faith who happened to dabble in alchemy. Of course, it wasn't that exaggerated. Obviously, dabbling wasn't enough to describe her expertise. But this gist of it was that the favor alchemy sky god wouldn't just want someone who was good at alchemy to get over her legacy, but would also want someone with affinity and comprehension of faith, fate and karma. Only then would they be a worthy successor of favor. Standing here, with infinite pillars stretching out in directions, perfectly spaced and without even the slightest hint of deviation between them, the goal seemed obvious after some thought. You weren't meant to know which direction to go in, you would have to rely on nothing but yourself to figure it out. Normally, Ryu would be annoyed. This felt a lot like yet another luck-based inheritance where the sky god wanted to test their potential karmic ties and how strong or weak they might be. But almost the moment he had this thought, he threw it out. A sky god who dared to put favor as the first of their titles wouldn't make such a choice. The life's blood of the favor alchemy sky god was in gathering favor to change her fate, that was what she pursued even during the end of her life, and it was precisely this pursuit that had resulted in her magnum opus, the greatest creation she had ever concocted. If such a person were to rely on luck to pick a successor, they would be doing nothing short of slapping their own faces, spitting at all the hard work they had put into their lives. No, the favor alchemist didn't want Ryu to rely on luck to find her inheritance. She wanted him to sense the strings of fate and karma, following them until he found the core of her inheritance. Coming to this conclusion, Ryu directly sat down, taking a breath and exhaling. He closed his eyes for a moment, shedding all distracting thoughts. When he opened them up again, each of his irises had a pair of 8 trigram diagrams slowly turning in opposite directions. The world before him shifted slightly. He could no longer see the lines of fate without his heavenly pupils, so reading them was far more difficult. However, he could see subtle shifts in the world down to the smallest details. He could see the currents of the wind as though they were drawn out on a weather map. He could see the ever so slight deviations in the black pillars. While it seemed at first glance that they were absolutely perfectly spaced, this wasn't actually true on second look. Finally, he could see the shifts in the clouds, and interestingly enough, they didn't perfectly follow the flow of the wind either, almost as though there was something else influencing them. After a while, the 8 trigrams slowly faded from Ryu's eyes and his gaze carried a hint of coldness to them. It seemed that he was more unlucky than he thought. There were 3 paths, 3 perfectly identical paths. Ryu didn't believe that this was a coincidence. Those 3 paths should be leading him right to the only other 3 that had entered this legacy world with him. The favor alchemy sky god must want him to get rid of them first, only then would the real path appear. This made sense, in a way, but it felt somewhat out of place. The favor alchemy sky god didn't seem to have many battle techniques in her inheritance, at least not in the portion Ryu had already received. Nothing in her memories seemed to note that she was a fan of battle either. Although this was the easiest way to clear out competition if many appeared at once, this didn't seem like something she would do. Unless, Ryu's gaze flashed. I see. The point isn't to find them and battle them. The point is likely to use the tides of fate that can be seen to deal with them one by one, maybe even dealing with them all at once. Ryu fell into his thoughts once again. This was much more difficult than just battling them, and battling them would be difficult already. Trying to fight 3 half-step World Sea Realm experts while keeping in mind that he was on a time crunch would be like throwing himself into the fiery pits. However, trying to manipulate the line of fate was also extremely difficult. The calculations required were exaggeratedly long, and given his time crunch, it would be extraordinarily difficult. These pillars could be a lot like grid lines. Ryu's perspective shifted and he felt as though he had been transported into a game of domain. His heart fluttered and the twin 8 trigram diagrams appeared in his irises again. The slight deviations in the pillars, they aren't all created equal to begin with. The grid lines in domain were the battlefield. However, on domain, unlike a game like Go or chess, the grid lines weren't all made equal. There were square spaces, triangular spaces, hexagonal spaces and pentagonal space. These deviations represented changes in terrain, certain advantages and disadvantages, and traps. The key to dealing with these 3 as swiftly as possible would be these seemingly identical pillars. However, the question was, where were the pieces he was manipulating? Chapter 12:15. What happened? The pieces, the pieces. The pieces couldn't be himself and the 3 others, although he probably would have to manipulate them at some point. A game of domain couldn't be played with only 4 pieces. Suddenly, Ryu's gaze glowed. The wind and the clouds were moving differently in relation with one another. Logically, this made little to no sense. The clouds should be relying on the wind to pick and choose the direction of their flow, but in this case that wasn't happening. Could it be that the pillars are both the grid lines and the pieces? When Ryu observed again, he found the reason for the clouds moving in opposite directions. The wind would cause a slight shift in the pillars, causing it to move in a certain direction. The result would be the wind pulling in one direction and the pillars pulling in another. What was especially odd about this was that the clouds seemed to be an anchor of sorts, almost to the point that Ryu hadn't been able to tell that the pillars were moving at all in the first place. It was a 3-level system. The wind was 1, the pillars were 2, and the clouds were last. By shifting one, changes would result in the next. This layer of complexity was easy enough to manage. Simply direct the wind in the opposite direction of where you wanted the clouds to go, and as anchors, the clouds would shift the pillars into the position you wanted. However, What was more troublesome was the fact that the wind seemed to have a set pattern of flow. Changing it in one region wouldn't end there, it would lead to a cascade of complicated events down the chain. If Ryu wanted to move the pillar to his right further to the right, it would require taking into account 6 layers of movement. He could only seem to directly manipulate the wind and clouds on the pillar he stood on himself, which meant if he wanted to shift a pillar onto his right, he would need to account not only for his layer of movement, but the cascade of events down it. One could see how easily overly complex this would become. By the time he wanted to manipulate a pillar hundreds or even thousands away from him, the number of convoluted variables he would have to deal with were ridiculous. As though this wasn't enough, if he also had to contend with the others trying to shift the wind and clouds as well, the headache would be a supreme one. Of course, that wasn't the only problem to contend with, because even if the 3 were far out of their depth and didn't even realize what kind of trial they were in, they would still be doing one very important thing. Moving. Geniuses wouldn't just remain idle and wait for something to happen to them. They would definitely try to force the issue and pick a direction to rush toward. Ryu suddenly grinned, his gaze cold. Interesting. The only question that remained was how did he win this game? So what if he could manipulate the pillars, how would that help him crush the opposition? Once again, that answer lied within the pillars. You won in domain by cornering the king, a situation where there were no viable movements left. If he saw the pillars as grid lines, it wouldn't be impossible to force this, he just needed them into a functional dead end. Ryu's 8 trigram diagrams appeared once again, spinning faster and faster. There's no time to waste, I'll crush all 3 of you at the same time. Ryu's hair fluttered, the sharpness of his gaze seemingly seeing through all things. Iroh reacted about as Ryu had expected. After several moments of looking around for clues, he realized that he wouldn't find anything and picked a direction to charge toward. It wasn't just him who made this choice, but Zevaz as well. Zevaz could tell that there was something up with this region, but he was also sharp enough to know that he wouldn't be able to figure it out in a short time just staying in place. The difference was, while Iroh ran in a completely straight line, Zevaz's movements were more erratic. Sometimes he would go forward, sometimes he would backtrack, sometimes he would move to the left or right, and sometimes he would stop entirely. Of them all, the only one who didn't move at all was Juno. He seemed to have sensed something was off and he quickly began to deduce what was happening. But in an irony of all ironies, it was precisely because of this that he was the first to fall. Juno's gaze suddenly sharpened, but it was too late. The pillars around him shifted ever so subtly before suddenly accelerating. Before he could guess what was going on, the pillar beneath him suddenly gave way. His heart leapt into his throat as he tried to quickly react. He thought that maybe it was wrong of him to stay in place for so long, maybe what the sky god was testing was decisiveness. Unfortunately, the moment his pillar gave way, there was no longer another chance. Iroh, who was zipping forward at the fastest speed, didn't seem to realize what was coming for him, but there was no doubt that he would be the next. He seemed to sense something in the final moment as well, but Ryu's timing was too perfect. The instant his foot landed on the pillar, the world collapsed around him. He tried to leap to the next, but a powerful force sucked him downward. The most difficult of the 3 was definitely Zevaz. His movements were completely erratic. However, that was only a matter of perspective. If he suddenly entered a region with very few options, how erratic could he be? Zevaz didn't know how it happened, but he suddenly found himself in a corner with only a few options before him. He suddenly hesitated, not knowing which direction to go in, but that likewise sealed his fate. The pillar beneath him collapsed and he never got the chance to make a choice. Bang, bang, bang. 3 geniuses fell into a wheat field all at once, their eyes wide. What had just happened? Chapter 12:16. Give me a reason. 12:16. Give me a reason. Ryu took deep breaths, beads of sweat falling down his brow. Even now, his current limit of perfection in a game of domain was a 3-layer game, up from his previous limit of 2. But the complexity of this trial was at least 4, approaching 5. If the other 3 had been fighting back, Ryu didn't know if he would have been able to do it. The requirements the favor alchemy sky god had left behind were almost oddly high. From Ryu's understanding, she had only been a transcended sky god who failed to become an omniscient sky god. For someone like Ryu who had a peak ancient Tao so perfect for her inheritance to struggle to this extent, wasn't she asking for too much? Of course, there was another, more obvious possibility. and that was that the favor alchemy sky god had been looking for a successor who had already become a sky god. If Ryu was a sky god and maintained his ancient Tao, this would have obviously been a breeze, but there was a great deal about this that made too little sense. It wasn't impossible to be looking for a sky god successor, the problem was that nothing seemed to suggest this in the first place. The favor alchemy sky god had left her inheritance on the incomplete heavenly path, a place where only lesser geniuses would enter under usual circumstances. But let's say that she was unable to reach a level where the complete heavenly path would accept her inheritance. Why was it that she didn't make it clear in the inheritance she had left behind that Ryu should have waited until he entered the sky god realm first? It could be said that outside of some geniuses of the 8th and 9th heaven with similar Taos to Ryu, there was no one else beneath the sky god realm that could pass the favor alchemy sky god's test. It wasn't that the transcended sky god realm was some inferior existence. To Ryu, who had met Tao sovereigns before, this seemed a little low. However, to greater existence, anyone who could reach such a level was in the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. Even that wasn't enough to illustrate just how rare of a genius you needed to be. However, the issue was that the level the favor alchemy sky god was at, versus what she was asking for in a successor, wasn't proportional. Ryu exhaled a breath, finally catching his breath. After a while, he shook his head. His focus chi was critically low right now, even if it cost him some time, he had to rest. He made a decision and closed his eyes to meditate. Hours later, Ryu awoke. However, he didn't find himself on the pillar he had expected to find himself on. Instead, he found himself in what looked like a prayer hall. A wide set of bronze stairs were before him, lined with sticks of essence that were above a meter tall each. A pedestal was located on the top stair, upon which a tome was open. Ryu's gaze narrowed. He should have needed another push to get to this place, so how had he just appeared? It was almost like the favor alchemy sky god was tired of waiting and just decided to scrap everything else to allow him to appear here. Something just felt off. Nothing alone was enough to force the oddity, but together they stacked up to the point he could no longer allow them. Tell me why I shouldn't kill you right now. The voice caused Ryu to narrow his eyes. It was so soft and soothing, and yet so filled with murderous intent. Even so, he couldn't take this murderous intent seriously. If she had wanted to kill him, she should have already taken action while he was asleep. Why was she so insistent on asking him this question? It was obvious she couldn't bear to kill him, not because of some superfluous reason, but because she needed him. Ryu looked up and found a strikingly beautiful silhouette, a far cry from the wrinkled woman he had seen in so many visions before. Her hair was the most unique Ryu had ever seen. It looked black at first glance, but every time it shifted, a shimmering white underlayer could be seen almost like the sun peeking over the horizon. Her eyes were deep and unfathomable. There didn't seem to be a start or end to her irises. Her entire gaze was taken up by an expanse of twinkling stars, making it look as though she had a galaxy within her, almost as though if you cut her open, starlight would spill out rather than blood. She stood in the air, her bare feet peeking out from her almost transparent pink robes. Her hair was so long that even with her in the air, it almost brushed against the ground. She didn't look quite human and almost felt like a force of nature. Even so, Ryu met her gaze calmly as his thoughts flickered. He didn't even quite understand her question. What had he done that was worthy of death? Favor alchemy sky god, Ryu asked in the end, unable to say anything. Did you not hear my question? Hearing this, Ryu almost laughed. Why did she suddenly sound like a little girl who was enraged about someone stealing her doll? Ryu really didn't like it when people threatened his life, but it didn't even seem like that was what was happening here. It felt like this woman was looking for a reason to let him off. The problem was that he didn't know why she was mad in the first place. What had he done? What's so funny? The favor alchemy sky god all but stomped a foot. Ryu shook his head. I really don't know what I did wrong, so how am I supposed to answer your question? You don't know what you've done. You've snuck down from the higher heavens to interrupt my inheritance process and you don't know what you've done. Ryu was speechless. Higher heavens? Snuck down? He wasn't even from the true martial world. What was this nonsense? Chapter 1217. Fool. 1217 Fool. Suddenly, Ryu understood. He had an ancient Tao and it was what he had relied upon to pass her trial, however there was a distinct lack of branding on his forehead. If you put two and two together, this conclusion was almost obvious. How could anyone reach the conclusion that he, as a Tao pedestal realm expert, was able to avoid a brand created by the higher heavens. Even now that Ryu knew what the favor alchemy sky god was getting at, it was difficult to explain in a few words, and even more difficult to prove it. I see, I'm not from the higher heavens. Instead of waiting for the favor alchemy sky god, Ryu's aura flourished and his Qilin, dragon and phoenix bloodlines flourished. I am from a middle world. This was the easiest way to prove himself. The higher heavens would never allow such bloodlines to come together, only in the lower worlds where the variables were so enormous and variable could something so ridiculous happen. It had to be understood that for Ryu to appear, his grandparents had to come together, then his parents, but he appeared. But here, his grandparents would have never been allowed to do such a thing, their ancestors would have preferred to kill them than allow such a thing, so it was even less likely for such a thing to happen twice and produce his parents, and then somehow even let them come together. It was impossible. The favor alchemy sky god blinked. Quote. How? Ryu smiled lightly. I have the lightning Qilin bloodline, that matched with my Tao makes it much easier for me to deal with lightning tribulations compared to the usual person. Unless I'm faced with a tribulation designed for someone far above my cultivation realm, it won't pose any threat to me, but such a tribulation would never target me to begin with. The favor alchemy sky god's eyes lit up. So by resolving the tribulation, Ryu was able to avoid being branded. Seeing her accept this explanation so easily, Ryu was somewhat speechless. Was this really someone who had reached the height of transcended sky god in her lifetime? She was really like a little girl. Of course, she looked like a grown woman, her curves spoke for themselves. However, Ryu had gotten used to judging people's ages based on their character and auras. So long as your cultivation reached a certain standard, you would pretty much always be at your prime, around 21 years old or so. So, even though the favor alchemy sky god was one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, he could only stand to look at her like a little girl. Suddenly, the favor alchemy sky god bowed lightly. Her almost see-through pink lace robes were so loose and thin that the small action nearly made her breasts fall out, but she didn't seem to notice at all. I'm sorry, I made a poor assumption. I apologize if I scared you. Ryu was rendered speechless again. Why was this sky god so naive, and even going so far as to apologize to him? What was he supposed to say to this? It's not a problem, Ryu said lightly. But why would it be a bad thing if I was from the higher heavens? The favor alchemy sky god pouted. I deduced the future many years ago and it said that my successor would be someone from a small world. I was angry because I thought I was wrong. My premonition said that you would have a method for me to reform my body. Ryu's heart skipped a beat. Almost immediately, the image of a naive little girl was wiped from his mind. Looking into the innocent eyes of the favor alchemy sky god, he saw nothing more than a monster wrapped in beautiful silks. The favor alchemy sky god wasn't naive. No, it was more than she had all the right to be naive because she seemed to know what would happen long before it happened. If you could guess all the things that would happen to you before they happened, why would you ever build a sharp aversion to danger? Why would you ever learn to be properly skeptical? Why would you form any sort of wariness toward the world? He might not have believed her if he only said he was from a lower world, after all he had just told her that himself. The most shocking thing, and the reason his reaction was so violent, was because did have a method for the favor alchemy sky god to reform her body. It was a method he had kept aside for Eska and one he still planned to give her. But why did the favor alchemy sky god sound so sure that he would be willing to give this method to her instead? Ryu's casual expression faded. He no longer looked like he was facing a little girl and the soft edges of his expression vanished. In its place, there was a deep coldness. What do you want? Ryu said with a narrowed gaze. The favor alchemy sky god didn't seem to notice this change in Ryu, or maybe she was just used to people reacting like this to her abilities. I would like to use the body in your possession. I've prepared this body for my concubine, why would I give it to you? Ryu asked coldly. Because the help I can give you is greater. In addition, you will be able to gain other methods to help her in the future. If finding other methods was so easy, why couldn't you find them with your methods? Did he look like a fool? Flowing Frost's body was a very rare opportunity. Flowing Frost was a perfect sky god who had preserved her body at her prime, separating from it so that she could give a worthy successor something in exchange to help her family seek the revenge they deserved. Where else would one find a sky god willing to give up their prime years so unselfishly? Such a thing was obviously next to impossible. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. Not only had flowing frost done such a thing, but she had also primed her body such that it wouldn't reject another soul. Such methods were practically unheard of. Why should he give the favor alchemy sky god such a thing? Chapter 12:18. You 12:18 You. The favor alchemy sky god looked down after hearing Ryu's question. This was indeed a glaring issue. If finding a new body was so easy, she wouldn't have to go through all of this trouble. In addition, I made a promise, one that won't necessarily be possible to keep if you take the body. Ryu said with just as cold a tone. He didn't describe the details of this promise, mostly because he wanted to see just how accurate the favor alchemy sky god's clairvoyance was. When she reacted with confusion, he got his answer. It was clear that she didn't know about this at all. Do you know the reason Flowing Frost gave me her body despite the heaviness of the cost to her? Ryu asked. The Frost clan's bloodline, that body has the last remnants of it. You can probably guess now, right? The favor alchemy sky god's brows shot up and she immediately went red. She seemed entirely too flustered given her age, but given her personality, maybe this should have already been obvious. She took a breath and exhaled. I had been researching that pill for a long time already. This is a good opportunity to see if it works. Ryu raised an eyebrow, wondering what this woman was talking about now. As her blush slowly faded, it couldn't be that she really planned to accept, right? Or was it that this pill was a more dangerous one than her tone was making obvious? The favor alchemy sky god looked up and nodded. I accept. You accept. Ryu frowned. Don't overthink it. The young woman waved her hands in a somewhat flustered manner. I created a pill that I haven't named it quite yet. I can complete it with a hint of your yang essence. So long as I swallow the pill, she blushed profusely again. I can get pregnant without going through that. Ryu's brows raised. Such a thing was possible as well. It's quite ingenious actually. The pill will enter my body and slowly release its medicinal effect over an extended period of time. Whenever it senses that my body is in good condition for conceiving, it will release another wave of your yang essence. This pretty much guarantees conception over a long enough period of time, and it doesn't require. The favor alchemy sky god blushed once again. She had never tested this pill for obvious reasons, but due to her intellectual curiosity, she had ended up researching it. Although she didn't look at it, if there was one thing she was obsessed with, it was making money. So she had thought of all sorts of pill formulas over her lifetime that could make the lives of cultivators easier, and this was definitely one of them. But this idea never actually sold. Very few sky god women were obsessed with having children for obvious reasons. It was too great a hamper on their potential and most wanted to wait until they had reached the limit of their talent. As for those that did want to have children, they tended to quite like the process itself, so commodifying the chain of events proved more difficult than the favor alchemy sky god had thought it would be. Does it really feel that good? She muttered. They don't know what's good for them. Ryu was almost tired of being rendered speechless by this woman. He shook his head. Even if you can accept carrying my child, this isn't good enough. The favor alchemy sky god released an exasperated sigh. Don't you know how much I can help you? Just setting aside the flexibility of having a sky god by your side, what about a sky god alchemist? Having a sky god by my side will only dull my sharpness. I have no need for a sky god alchemist. I can't take pills above my level, and for those at my level, no one can make pills that are better than mine. You would only hinder me, Ryu replied plainly. What did you just say? Ryu raised an eyebrow. There was a hint of sharpness in this woman's eyes now. It seemed that she didn't take his words lying down. Instead of answering with words, Ryu just flipped his palm, revealing a delicate ore. At first, the favor alchemy sky god only glanced at it once. But then she looked at it again, and then she eventually came so close that her nose was practically pressed up right against it. Then, Ryu took out another. But this time, it wasn't an ore, it was a crystal pill with a river of rainbow colors swimming within it. The favor alchemy sky god's eyes opened wide. It had taken her several looks to understand what she was looking at in the ore, but when it came to the pill, she saw through it instantly. A pill using both pill and potion refinement methods, reaching the very pinnacle of the runed grade. The ore was none other than the ores produced when Ryu used the refinement sutra for his bone structure. There was maybe no other ore in existence at the same level that shared this level of mysteriousness. The pill was created when Ryu used the refinement sutra on his chi realm. What he needed was the heavenly favor from these two, so he never needed to consume them, and as such, they had just been accumulated in his connection. If the heavenly favor pills were the favor alchemy sky god's magnum opus, then these pills and ores were Ryu's own magnum opus. And seeing them now, the favor alchemy sky god's little heart couldn't help but tremble. She stared at them with her large, unblinking eyes, the depth of a galaxy still hidden within them. She truly didn't seem human at all, but she carried the adorable air of a little girl one wanted to protect with their lives. Suddenly, the favor alchemy sky god looked Ryu in the eyes. Do you have a Tao companion? Chapter 12:19. One condition 12:19. One condition. Ryu truly thought that he had been finished being taken off guard by this woman. But she once again rendered him without the words to speak. It simply didn't make sense how this woman could go from being flustered speaking about the most mundane things, to suddenly asking something like this so boldly. What are you talking about? Ryu asked. Aren't people with common interests supposed to become Tao companions? I've never seen someone with my level of skill in alchemy, but you come very close. And, only someone who truly loves alchemy could possibly concoct such a thing. Doesn't it make sense to be Tao companions? Ryu looked at the favor alchemy sky god, who seemed to be quite serious before he shook his head. Sorry to disappoint you, but I have 4 wives and 2 concubines. In addition, I do not love alchemy, it is a means to an end and I happen to have the skill for it. Nonsense. You definitely love alchemy, I can see it in your eyes. You're a person who loves challenges, you love information, you love deciphering said information. You love being the smartest person in the room, having the sharpest mouth. Something happened in your life that suppressed this side of you, but as time passes, people don't change much, you will revert back to the mean soon. Ryu's gaze flashed. For a long moment, he couldn't refute, and even when he wanted to speak, the favor alchemy sky god had already continued. Also, what is this about wives and concubines? So what, is that what a Tao companion really is? The point of a Tao companion is to be a companion in the Tao. Most people use that term too freely. The true root of it is to share a similar foundation and a similar end goal. From what I can tell, of your women, only one of them is aligned with you so perfectly. Isn't it simple, then? Just give me time and you can pick one of us as your official Tao companion. She started earlier, it's not fair. Ryu had been prepared to react quite coldly. In a situation like this, a sky god of the favor alchemist's caliber would most definitely say some nonsense about being far better than his wives anyway, but her approach was different from his expectations. At the very least, he could respect it. Ryu already knew who she was talking about, there could only be one, Ailsa. I'll never choose just one, you can forget about this. Also, I have no intentions of taking you in as a Tao companion just because you say so, I don't even know you. The favor alchemy sky god bit her lip in a frown. Eventually, she sighed and fell into a seated position on the wide stairs. She felt a bit helpless at this point. Ryu watched her for a long while before he opened his mouth to speak again. Tell me the truth, why are you really here? Although finding another body is almost impossible, for someone like you it shouldn't be the case, right? The favor alchemy sky god's eyes flickered with a hint of sorrow. I reached the end of my lifespan, there was no escaping it. Putting my soul into another body would have just caused me to die just the same. Then what is the difference between then and now? The favor alchemy sky god sighed a deeper sigh. It isn't that I cannot find a body, it's that I cannot find one as perfectly suited to me as flowing frosts. Because she ended her life in her prime, while I lost mine at the end of mine, we are like 2 halves of a whole. If I enter her body and swallow a heavenly favor pill, I can snatch the favor that should have been hers and claim her lifespan for myself. After that, so long as I break through and return to the transcended sky god realm and step beyond and finally reach omniscience, I can break free of her fate entirely and reclaim my own, setting me back on the right track. Ryu's eyes widened. When the favor alchemy sky god had said he was only close to her level of skill, although he hadn't said anything, he didn't really believe it. However, hearing what her magnum opus could do, Ryu realized just how far the gap really was. In fact, her saying close was only giving him the benefit of the doubt and adjusting for the difference in cultivation. If what the favor alchemy sky god said was true, then even if Ryu reached the transcended sky god realm one day, there was no telling if he'd ever catch up to her. Using a pill to shift one's fate onto your own, cheating death and extending your lifespan. If others knew that such a thing was possible, What kind of shocking abilities the favor alchemy sky god had. Ryu took a breath and exhaled. This naive woman before him was indeed the strongest alchemist he had ever come across. Let alone come across, she was the strongest he had ever even read about or heard legends of. How was it that this woman was stuck at the transcended sky god realm? Was crossing the sky god barriers truly so difficult? The more talented you are, the more difficult it is. Ryu thought to himself. So what you mean to say is that the reason you couldn't find a body is because you specifically needed this one? The favor alchemy sky god waved a hand. Of course, finding any normal body is easy. I can even concoct a pill that a soul could swallow to reform their body. It's just that that pill would be useless to me. So that means you can make my concubine a body of her own. Sure, if she pays a proper price. I don't work for free. The favor alchemy sky god mumbled. Ryu almost rolled his eyes. This woman was truly a dunce. Wasn't the solution right in front of her? Yet she was still being like this. Alright, I accept. However, in this exchange, you owe me, remember that. The favor alchemy sky god looked up with an excited expression, nearly spilling forward. However, Ryu's thoughts were elsewhere. Eska's life should have reached its end already too, so how is it that she can live without special methods? There is a condition, Ryu suddenly said. Anything. The favor alchemy sky god said quickly. Just a question, are you human? Chapter 1220. Yes. 1220 yes. Why are you asking such useless questions? Does it matter? The favor alchemy sky god looked away, trying to avoid Ryu's eye contact. But it was clear and obvious to anyone that she wasn't a very good liar. What was more important, though, was that she didn't seem to want to divulge this information, which was odd. That said, it was precisely because of this that Ryu had asked to begin with. There was an odd feeling coming from the favor alchemy sky god. But even if Ryu couldn't sense that, just her eyes alone painted a picture that was impossible to fathom. She had no irises, no whites, and seemingly no pupils either. It was as though her eyes were nothing more than a pair of glass orbs which reflected the night sky. Ryu wasn't exactly opposed to non-humans. In fact, most of his women weren't human, and he could hardly be called a true human himself since most of his strength came from his beast bloodlines. Plus, there was such a large deviation between the humans of the upper heavens as well. The only guaranteed method of passing down their strength was through their bloodlines. After many years of preserving and guarding these bloodlines, too, humans might be as far from human as could be. If you looked into their bodies, they wouldn't even seem to be the same species of being. However, the main issue here was that Ryu still felt that the favor alchemy sky god was trying to hide something, and if his guess was correct, it was related to her identity. Despite the fact he had fused with her inheritance, when he compared and contrasted it with what he knew about the other sky gods he had become the successors of, he realized just how little he knew. If you took the Shadowlight sky god, for instance, Ryu knew that he was from the Shadowless sect, he knew his name and surname, he knew many of his dreams and aspirations in life, and he also had a road map of the key points of his life. However, when it came to the favor alchemy sky god, outside of the circumstances of her death, he got nothing else out of it. He wasn't even sure if she had ever joined a sect before, he couldn't even confirm if she was truly from the sixth heaven or if she had just settled here. Ryu sneered. You wanted me as a Tao companion just seconds ago, but now you can't tell me something so fundamental about yourself. How would you ever beat my Ailsa? The difference was striking. Ryu didn't even need to ask to know quite literally everything about Ailsa. He could even see how many times she had peed the bed as a child if he so chose to, they were that intimate. Even if he took a step back and considered his other wives, because their souls were fused, the effect was quite nearly the same, although not as in-depth. He could still know and understand their thoughts and emotions with a single thought. How could they compare to the favor alchemy sky god who wanted to keep something like this a secret? The favor alchemy sky god's expression changed several times. To Ryu's shock, she actually seemed to take his words quite seriously. I am not from the true martial world. You are from a lower world too? Ryu asked with a raised eyebrow. No, Ryu frowned. It couldn't be that there was more out there than even the true martial world, right? But that didn't necessarily need to be the case either. The true martial world was just technically the real plane. There were still many other planes. The nether plane had living creatures on it, So did the ethereal plane, and given how little Ryu knew about the true martial world up until this point, he wouldn't be surprised if there were other things he didn't quite understand. Are you from one of the planes? Ah, yes. Ryu's frown deepened. Why did she sound so uncertain? Stop, stop, stop. The favor alchemy sky god suddenly covered her ears and buried her head into her knees. She seemed to be in great distress. Ryu didn't even know how to proceed from here. He had thought that there would be a secret behind this, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult to get it out of this woman. You aren't a martial god, are you? Ryu asked with a sharp gaze. The favor alchemy sky god's head suddenly snapped up, a look of sheer disdain and derision in her eyes. Don't compare me to those sexual deviants. Ryu's lip twitched. He wanted to refute, but then he thought of the jade burning a hole in his spatial ring and nodded his head. That was probably an apt description. Wait, what do you know about the martial gods? You're way too weak to come into contact with them, and you can't have stepped foot on the ninth heaven before. You wouldn't have come back alive. Why wouldn't I come back alive? Isn't that obvious? Setting aside your bloodlines, you would probably be crushed by the weight of the gravity alone with your current talent level. Even if you managed to survive that, without the backing of a Tao Lord at the very least, a single step in the ninth heaven might cause you to accidentally tread into a god-beast's territory. On the ninth heaven, you're still considered a junior even at the transcended sky god realm, and you can't travel on your own until you reach the omniscient sky god realm at the very least. So how could you survive? Ryu raised an eyebrow, but he didn't refute. Don't think you can distract me. What do you know about the martial gods? My first wife is a martial god princess, Ryu replied indifferently. At that moment, though it was incredibly fleeting, for the first time, Ryu sensed a lethal threat from the favor alchemy sky god. It looked like, in that moment, she had every intention of killing him. Chapter 1221. Absolute Domain 1221 Absolute Domain. The favor alchemy sky god slowly reeled in her rage, seemingly remembering that she still needed Ryu's help. Or, maybe that was just how Ryu interpreted. Even so, she said quite resolutely afterward, I don't want to be your Tao companion anymore. She looked down, a gloominess between her brows. Ryu chuckled, finding this to be quite amusing. What are you laughing about? The favor alchemy sky god looked up sharply. My first wife might be a martial god, but I plan to destroy them in the future. They've touched what they shouldn't have touched. The favor alchemy sky god looked at Ryu deeply as though to confirm whether or not he was telling the truth. But even after she seemed to, she still snorted and looked away. It seemed that the information that Ryu had just divulged was enough for her to be very unhappy, and she wasn't done with her tantrum yet. With a wave of his hand, Ryu took out a glass coffin. Take it, he said. But 2 of those 3 heavenly favor pills are mine. In addition, I will need you to handle the creation of my concubine's body. Ryu reached out a hand with a plain expression. He had come here for all 3 of the pills, but since the favor alchemy sky god said she needed to use one to succeed in fusing with flowing frost's body, he was alright with giving one up. Favor alchemy sky god's gaze lit up as she scurried up. One would have thought that she was looking into the window of a candy store. But this was most definitely not the reaction a little girl would have to a dead body, so that completely ruined the illusion that remained. With a wave of her hand, the tome on the altar above zoomed toward Ryu almost too fast. He was forced to take 3 steps back just to catch it and stabilize himself. The tome closed, and above it, a jade bottle appeared with 2 almost foul-looking pills within it. They looked as though they had been formed of mud pies, something that was far from Ryu's imagination of what these pills should have looked like. However, Ryu didn't think that the favor alchemy sky god was tricking him, especially when she wrapped her arms around the glass coffin and suddenly zipped into the golden moon world before he could even react. Ryu raised an eyebrow. He had planned on separating with the favor alchemy sky god. Like he had said, having her by his side would only dull his blade, and he really didn't need her for alchemy either. Although she was more skilled than he was, there was a ceiling to how good lower-level pills could be, and they had both reached it. At best, she would have some unique ideas and perspectives he had never considered before. Though that would be quite powerful as a tool for future improvement, Ryu didn't like the potential trade-off. Why did you enter my ring? Ryu asked. The favor alchemy sky god didn't answer. At first, Ryu thought she didn't hear him, but then he remembered who he was dealing with. She was probably hoping that not answering would make him forget about her. Sometimes she really was no different from a little kid. I know you're there, Ryu said, shaking his head. I need time. What are you talking about? When I assimilate with this body and swallow the pill, my cultivation will return to nothing. It will only take me a few hours to a day to return to the fragmented sky god realm, but it will probably take a few years to return to the transcended sky god realm. I need to enter a semi-secluded state. A semi-secluded state was one a cultivator would go into usually when they were taking part in a mass cultivating event, like being part of a large number of people observing a Taoist painting or a sword scar or a holy battlefield. This was to say that the favor alchemy sky god would have one eye closed and one eye open. It was enough to focus on her cultivation, but not to a great enough extent that she wouldn't be aware of what was happening around her. This made sense since she was just recultivating steps she had already gone through. Ryu shook his head. It could be worse. He looked down at the tome in his hands. What is this? Cultivation techniques. When he heard this, Ryu thought about just tossing it to the side. He hadn't really come here for cultivation techniques, and nothing about the favor alchemy sky god's memories made her seem like a powerhouse. He had enough things to worry about, like delving into the inherited memories of his bloodlines. Now that they had awakened, it should be easier to see some secrets. However, after a moment, Ryu decided to look out of curiosity. She had refused to answer, but maybe her cultivation techniques had some secrets that might reveal something about who she was really. Almost immediately, Ryu's attention was caught. Absolute Domain. Despite the domineering-sounding name, this wasn't an attacking or area control ability, nor was it defensive. It was a movement technique broken into several points. To Ryu's shock, there was a common, black, earth, heaven, mystique, and ancestral Dao charm version of this technique. On top of that, there were a complete 9 god grades and methods of integrating it with compatible Daos. Ryu didn't know what to say. This was the very first time he had ever seen such a thing. Was this how the inheritances of those powerful sects and clans worked? Just what kind of advantage would you have practicing the exact same techniques throughout your lifetime? For Ryu, he was already getting somewhat frustrated. It felt like every time he mastered a technique, he had to leave it behind. He had mastered 8 Dao charm weapon techniques, but he had hardly gotten to use them because they had already become useless to him. But if things were like this, it was a game changer. Chapter 1222, Effort 1222 Effort, a star map. Ryu's gaze flickered several times. One of the last things he expected to see when he looked into this technique was such a thing. Star maps were usually only useful for those like Ryu who were traveling from lower-level worlds. There were also some rare instances where geniuses of the true martial world might travel out to meet rare phenomena where they might be useful, and potentially on the surface of other planes as well. But all in all, at least in the true martial world, they weren't all that common. A normal map was far more useful. Ryu's brow raised as he thought of another instance. Didn't the Radiant Star sect also have such a thing? It was useful for keeping tabs on the constellations they thought were worthy of resonating with, as well as what their strengths and grades were. The fact that he was seeing a star map for this technique meant that there was likely something similar here. Maybe the favor alchemy sky god even had some sort of connection with the Radiant Star sect that he was unaware of. After a few moments, though, Ryu realized that this probably wasn't the case. The star map didn't even seem to be a real star map. No, this wasn't the proper way to look at it. Rather, the purpose of the star map wasn't in what star maps were usually used for. There was nothing conventional about these stars and their alignment at all. After just a few breaths, Ryu was truly speechless this time. Who made this overly complicated technique? Ryu mumbled. Who has the time to think about all of this in the middle of battle? Hey, don't insult my ancestors. Obviously, it's only meant to be used by smart people. If you're too stupid, just say so. Ryu opened his mouth to respond, but in the end he just shook his head. He didn't expect that this little woman had such a sharp mouth when she wanted to. Then again, whenever she was offended or seemed to have strong feelings about something, that side of her seemed to always come out. If it wasn't for the fact she needed Flowing Frost's body, maybe she would have already attacked to kill before when she thought he had a connection with the martial gods. Ryu found that he was already being more lenient with her, though. This wasn't because he had some emotional ties to her, nor was it because she was beautiful. He had seen women just as beautiful before, and many more beautiful women that he couldn't be bothered to give a second glance to. It was rather because he had already understood that the moment he had given Flowing Frost's body over, he didn't have much of a choice other than to see this woman as the future mother of his child. He had a strong karmic tie to flowing frost and he would definitely fulfill his promise. As such, he didn't really have a choice but to coexist with her. Ryu also wouldn't be surprised if the favor alchemy sky god saw things the same way. Otherwise, there was little reason for her to be so straightforward in asking to be his Tao companion. He doubted that he was that charming. She had already made the decision to tie herself to himself, but she didn't particularly have much of a choice. That was also the reason why Ryu hadn't just accepted her with wide open arms. Even though he would do as he pleased from now on, that didn't mean he would start letting his pants dictate everywhere he went and everything he did. That aside, the technique was truly extraordinarily complex. The first step of the technique was memorizing the star map and how it aligned with the locations in the true martial world or any other world you might enter. This essentially meant that before you could even take step 1, you have to memorize what most wouldn't be able to memorize even given an entire lifetime. Even for the current Ryu, if it wasn't for the fact his origin flame had entered the fragmented grade, it would take him years just to complete this portion. Once the memorization was complete, one would need to continuously update it with the various star orbits and the shifts in the true martial world's position in real time. Slight deviations would decide whether this technique was functional or not. This was easily 10 times more difficult than just memorizing. It basically required having a perfect star map in your head at all times. Only when you had perfected this could you finally think of using this technique, this movement technique that could be used for nothing other than evasion. The purpose of the technique was to read the stars in the midst of battle, comprehending their subtle shifts and using a step to neutralize all attacks. It was like finding a strand of life in the midst of death, but after looking at it for a while, Ryu realized that it could be used to find a strand of death in the midst of life as well. However, to reach that point, you had to be absolutely perfect in your integration of the technique. The most troublesome part of the technique that the grade you mastered would decide what level of expert the technique worked on. If you mastered the heaven grade level, your technique would only be useful against those at the path extinction realm +1 above, encapsulating the weaker Tao pedestal realm experts. However, if said Tao pedestal realm expert had a Tao at the level or better than the hegemonic Tao grade, then the technique would likewise be useless against them. As for Cosmic Seed Realm, no matter what level their Tao was at, it would be useless. Of course, this was great for the lower heavens as there were only a very small number of geniuses with hegemonic Taos considering the artificial cap placed on them. But Ryu's goal had always been far above this. The way he saw it, this technique was a lot of work to only be useful against such a small number of opponents. Maybe I'm asking for too much. I can use the mystic grade level of the technique now, which makes it useful up against weak World Sea Realm experts. It's not really fair to ask for more. Ryu frowned. Although this was logical, he still felt that it wasn't enough. Was it worth the effort this technique would take? Chapter 1223, Split 1223 Split. The restrictions on the technique made sense. This technique couldn't be considered weak by any means. Techniques were meant to work against those of your level. Any that could work even a single level above was considered a top-tier technique amongst top-tier techniques. Whether this technique was strong or weak wasn't decided by who it could be used against, but rather how effective it was against enemies of the same level, and if Ryu was correct, mastering this technique could practically make something invincible at the same cultivation level. If you had a middling comprehension, you would never be touched. If you had a perfect comprehension, you could even use it to kill in a single strike without your enemy even being capable of reacting. Such a technique was excellent. But Ryu had his reasons for his reservations. The fact that a technique of his would suddenly become useless against an enemy that was too high-leveled was a huge turn-off. Usually, even if he relied on common grade techniques, although it might become ineffective, it would never truly become useless. If he wanted, he could still use the Tao charm techniques he had comprehended against stronger enemies, and they might even still be effective in certain situations. It was just that they could no longer be the foundation of his combat strength. This technique, however, as though it was a faucet, was entirely useless the moment the knob was turned past a certain point. It couldn't be used at all, and this sort of thing turned Ryu off completely. He already had a focus chi issue. This technique would be nothing short of a focus chi guzzler. He was at a point where he had to economize what he had left. This was the price to pay for his Tao so far outpacing his foundational talents. Using his talents to their peak potential with his Tao as a guide took far more out of him than it would for more others. Ryu didn't abandon it immediately. He began to think about his options. How would the unbalanced mantra work on this technique? Unfortunately, there was no easy way to check without putting in the work already. If the unbalanced mantra could help him to break the normal laws that bound this technique and push it past its limiters, this would make it worth it. Depending. The unbalanced mantra already placed a great strain on his focus chi. If he stacked it with a technique like this, would he even last a few minutes in battle? Then again, this would only need to be used under strenuous circumstances to begin with. Ryu closed his eyes and exhaled. In truth, he was on a ticking timeline right now. He knew it wouldn't be long before the sky gods of the Heavenly Dew Pavilion caught up. However, the reason he was taking his time was because he knew that whether he left now or later, the difference would be the same. It was either he would be able to vanish through the void, or he wouldn't. A weak sky god would never be able to find him. However, a strong sky god, even if he left hours in advance, would be able to find his traces through the void. Ripping space open would always leave markers. Unless he could escape far enough away, it was useless. But given his current limits, he could only hold out for a short while at best. The best choice he had was to pretend to be just like the three young men previously. Why would anyone believe that a Dao pedestal realm expert could outdo three half-step world sea realm experts? In addition, Ryu had another benefit. While the common people might not know about the Radiant Star sect, the sky gods were definitely in the know. The badge on his waist was currently a protective talisman. So long as he didn't seem to have anything they wanted, they wouldn't be willing to take the risk. So, Ryu took his time, having already made his choice in this matter. Suddenly, just a few seconds later, his gaze snapped open, a blazing intent shimmering within them. He had just thought of something that just might change everything. Little woman, what do you know about constellations? Have you ever heard of the Radiant Star sect? Little Wa, the Radiant Star sect? You mean the Dual Radiance sect? There was a faint excitement in the Favor Alchemy Sky God's words that made Ryu narrow his eyes. Not anymore. Her tone dimmed. Right, they did split into two. That's unfortunate. They're not bad, their inheritance is very good, I've learned some of it just by watching from afar. Ryu didn't pursue the last of her words, instead he asked another question. What do you think is the viability of fusing the absolute domain and the constellation techniques of Radiant Star sect? The Favor Alchemy Sky God was silent for a long time. I guess that for you, that would probably be the only way. This method isn't bad, if you have the talent for it. It will depend on you. Ryu's brows raised, but he didn't say anything. The Favor Alchemy Sky Gods had all but confirmed that she was not human. At the very least, she had a bloodline or a talent that made learning this technique far easier than it would be for Ryu. But Ryu had his own methods. If he used the communication aspect of the Radiant Star sect's core technique and resonated with the constellations in the region, the stars in the region would be reflected in his mind. He wouldn't have to waste time and energy memorizing or calculating, at least not for the star map. He could put all of his energy into the calculation of his next step in the movement technique. In addition, if he moved his realm heart around in that plane as he moved through real plane, then the resonance could be almost instantaneous. The most difficult preparation aspects of the technique would be dealt with. And, because he didn't need to assimilate the star chi into his body, he wouldn't be limited by his lack of bloodline or his cultivation level, he just needed to use the constellation as an extension of his senses. Ryu's eyes glowed. This will cut the time I need to spend learning this technique to just a fraction. Even with the drawbacks, this would make it worthwhile to learn. Chapter 1224. See through 1224. See through. The Favor Alchemy Sky God was silent as she paid some attention to Ryu, but in reality her heart was beating quite fast. In truth, the absolute domain technique wasn't as simple as it seemed. Though it was funny to say this considering just how complex it was, what she meant by this was that it wasn't just a movement technique like Ryu thought. Rather than just a movement technique, it was more accurate to say that this movement technique was the very foundation of her race's strength. Every one of their techniques, talents and daos were built off of it as a foundation. Adjusting such a foundational technique wasn't nearly as easy as Ryu was making it sound. The more things a technique relied upon, the more set in its ways it was. Just like how Ryu struggled so greatly with dual-wielding spears, glaives and halberds because there was too much fate weighing it down, absolute domain was similar. If Ryu had just said it casually, maybe the Favor Alchemy Sky God wouldn't be reacting like this, she would just take it as a fleeting idea he would give up on in time. However, the way Ryu had spoken just now, it sounded like he had already figured it out. Indeed, the favor alchemy sky god was correct. Making changes to such powerful techniques, especially ones that were so foundational, weren't so easy no matter how much sense the method made. It really did seem like the perfect solution. Absolute domain relied on reading the stars like fate, and using those stars to decide the next step you would take in battle. When used defensively, you would be untouchable. When used offensively, your attacks were unavoidable. In theory, if instead of memorizing the map of stars for every location of the true martial, you instead resonated with a nearby constellation, all of that work could be done for you and you could skip a lot of steps, focusing entirely on the profundities of the technique instead of getting bogged down in the little details, many of which would be useless to you most of the time. Even so, logic and sense didn't always win out. There was no logical reason why Ryu struggled so much dual-wielding polearms. He had a unique body type that allowed him to do things others could not. If he wanted to dual-wield, he should have been able to. But he never managed to take out more than 20% of what their true strength should have been. In reality, the explanations sacrum and the true martial world had for this were different, but fundamentally the same as well. To the people of the true martial world, this was known as a defense. In the case that a clan or sect didn't have any worthy successors for a long while, this protection would stop their core teachings from deviating down a weaker path. Only when a path overwhelming would changes be forced to occur. This allowed clans and sects to slow their declines while they waited for a generation that could raise them up again. However, for some reason, at this moment, Ryu didn't seem to struggle at all. In fact, after a few minutes, his eyes had already opened. Star chi circulated around him as he stood in place. Suddenly, small pockets of stars began to accumulate around him, forming a small galaxy. Ryu suddenly took a step. The step was incomparably simple, but if one had been observing him closely, it would have felt like he vanished more a moment before suddenly appearing once again. Those with far sharper senses would have felt that his body had suddenly become filled with such an overflowing well of profundity that their minds were overwhelmed, making them react just a half step later. Ryu came to a stop and frowned. He's already at half-step initial success. The favor alchemy sky god muttered. Is this the power of an ancient Tao? It shouldn't be so exaggerated. No, there's something else going on. The scope of his Tao is broader than any I've ever seen, and also, because he's using his realm heart as the anchor, it's able to see through all the secrets of the lower cosmic grades, making it even easier. This method that he's created for himself has taken a complex technique and simplified it to the point that not only will the focus chi consumption be kept to a minimum, but improvement is also strikingly fast. Half-step initial success might not sound all that impressive, but it was already enough for Ryu to crush anyone at his cultivation level. The overload of senses that one would experience was a proxy of Ryu's unrefined version of the technique. However, the absolute domain technique was so profound and powerful that even it displayed in such an unrefined mode only seemed to help its power output. Even so, Ryu wasn't satisfied. He closed his eyes, feeling the problems. It felt too weighty, too clunky. The favor alchemy sky god shook her head. This is a weakness that will likely never vanish. Because he's relying on resonating with the constellations, he'll have to contend with all sorts of different types of star chis rather than the pure star chis of the absolute domain. Even though he isn't calling that star chi down, it would be impossible for it to have no influence over the movement at all. If he's lucky, he'll run into a movement-type constellation when he needs it the most and it will help him in using absolute domain. But if he runs into a defensive or a mountain-type constellation like the one he's resonating with right now, running will feel like rushing through thick oil. The favor alchemy sky god was still impressed, though. A solution like this one was bound to have its drawbacks. The fact he could use it at all, and so quickly at that, was shocking enough. In the future, if Ryu ever needed the movements to be perfect and he had a planned battle, he could just look up the star maps ahead of time, that way he wouldn't have to rely on such crude methods. That might be the best ideal he could hope for. Ryu's gaze suddenly flashed and another idea came to mind. He waved a hand and the gathering of the stars dispersed. After a moment, they began to reform, but they formed a decidedly silvery light, different from the gentle whiteness of before. At the same time, Ryu began to slightly shift the position of the stars. It was ever so subtle, but every time he finished with a star node, it would seem to snap into place as though they had finally slipped into the right place. Ryu took another step. This time, his body seemed to ride a stream of the universe. It was a gorgeous sight, his hair fluttered, his feet moving as though he was dancing. The heavens seemed to sing and the plains resonated. The favor alchemy sky god's heart skipped a beat and her cultivation almost went awry. This fact alone was more shocking than anything else. In just a few hours, the favor alchemy sky god had already returned to the immortal ring realm. Her cultivation was so smooth she might as well just have been sipping water. The understanding she had toward these lower realms couldn't have been any sharper, but she had actually almost made a mistake just now. Ryu had done two very important things just now. First, he had used his ability to see the flow of time and space to adjust the nodes into the perfect position. Even for the favor alchemy sky god, when she used absolute domain, her domain would have very slight deviations in comparison to the stars in the skies. Light moved very fast, but it wasn't instantaneous. The stars in the skies that they saw were, in reality, their past selves. However, given the vast size they were working with, the orbit changes were very slight. Even so, it would take countless millions of years for the night sky to change in any meaningful way. However, Ryu seemed to see through this stream of time and adjust the stars such that they were in perfect alignment. Just this change alone made his version of absolute domain maybe more perfect than any that had ever existed before. The second thing he did was something he had tried on a whim. He was curious about his silver star. Although his soul had already devoured it, that only meant that its very essence was already ingrained into his very being. This meant that Ryu could visualize it and manifest it whenever he wanted, up to a level where his cultivation could still withstand it, that is. It was just a casual attempt, but Ryu hadn't expected that the silver star would truly be so compatible with star chi itself. As such, he was able to replace the influence of the constellation he was resonating with his soul nature and its visualization. Like this, a perfect connection was formed between Ryu, the stars, his eyes and his soul, creating a movement technique that was endlessly profound. At that moment, the favor alchemy sky god couldn't even quite decide what level of success Ryu had reached. There was a very clear difference between the Ryu who struggled with dual-wielding polearms and the current Ryu. The Ryu of now had a Tao that would see through the heavens. Chapter 1225, Am I? 1225 Am I? Ryu's gaze flashed like lightning, his steps coming to a stop. This was indeed game-changing. Not only did he manage to maintain the mysteriousness of the absolute domain movement technique, he had also added the unpredictability and speed of spatial manipulation. If he ever met an opponent he struggled against, he could even add the variable of time to his steps as well, making his steps even more mysterious and impossible to fathom. While the foundational layer of the technique would still be useless against those at and above the world's sea realm, Ryu actually felt that if things were like this, then. Ryu sent a glance toward the ancestral grade version of the technique, his gaze narrowing. The main difference between the techniques were the complexities of the calculations. The best analogy was like imagining the enemies this technique would be used against like planetary bodies with strong gravitational pulls, while the technique itself was an attempt to escape orbit. When Taos and cultivations reached a certain level, the gravitational pull was too strong for the technique to reach escape velocity and thus its calculations became useless. In order to counter this, the technique would add another layer of complexity, extending the range of the stars that entered the scope of the technique and adding additional variables to the foundational calculations. And, of course, the final piece was adding more force to the escape attempt, or more accurately, using stronger chi. This last piece of the puzzle wasn't something that Ryu could change no matter what he did. His cultivation level was his cultivation level, even his essence and chaos chi were capped at a certain standard, he couldn't just start using cosmic-grade chi just because. However, what would happen if he raised the standards of every other aspect of the technique except this one? Ryu's gaze narrowed. On the outside, Zevez, Iroh and Juno stood to their feet, their frowns deep. After being kicked out, they once again found themselves trapped in the formation. They stood in place, realizing there was no point in moving. They exchanged a look and began speaking about their experiences. Soon they realized that although their approaches were all different, they had ultimately all fallen in the same way. Their only conclusion was that they weren't fated with this legacy world. When they had entered, they felt faint traces of a fortune-telling or Dao seer type aura, as well as some instances of alchemy. They knew from the start that they weren't truly fated with this inheritance, but since they had entered, it was inevitable that they would try their best. But the question was, who had set up this formation? And since they weren't here, did that mean they had succeeded? Had they been kicked out by this person? The hours continued to tick by. Half-step World Sea Realm experts of Sacrum, a few hours might as well have been a few seconds. However, to these young men of the true martial world, their patience was already being tested after the first few minutes. At that moment, they suddenly sensed two changes. First, it was the invasion of a powerful aura from the distance that caused the formation to tremble, allowing the three to see faint inklings of paths of escape. However, the second caught them off guard enough that they didn't take these chances immediately. A white-haired Dao Pedestal Realm Junior suddenly fell from the portal, landing not far from them. The expressions of these three sharpened almost immediately, but when they saw Ryu's cultivation level, they frowned. For three geniuses like this, how could they just casually accept the idea that Ryu was the one who not only trapped them, but also claimed an inheritance they couldn't? Their best guess was that Ryu had stumbled into Legacy World after they had entered. That should explain why he had lasted longer than them. They had spent quite a long time in there, so it wasn't outside the realms of possibility. Their gazes shifted to the badge on Ryu's waist, their gazes flickering. Radiant Star Sect. They had heard something about them recently, a big commotion actually. But this was the first time they had actually come across one of their disciples. For some reason, their elders had refused to tell them about the truth behind the Radiant Star Sect, and that made them see it as some sort of mysterious existence. Of course, that was just for important disciples like them. For lesser disciples like the one Ryu had run into earlier, or the fragmented sky god with little talent that he had run away from, they were fairly in the dark about the happenings. Could it be that this event would be the first instance of the Radiant Star Sect stepping into the Middle Heavens? If that was true, then this disciple before them should probably be one of their best, right? Though, his cultivation was a bit low given the importance of the coming event. Juno's gaze suddenly flashed as he thought of something. Didn't the Radiant Star Sect's matriarch kill Saint Rinishka? If he remembered correctly, that person should be in attendance. That should be an interesting interaction. Suddenly, the powerful aura that was in the distance appeared before them just as the portal winked out of existence. A woman wearing robes of white, gold and red flashed before them, her afterimages making their heads spin. Even so, her gaze narrowed as she looked toward the closing portal. She realized immediately that there was no point in making a move. Whatever had been in there had likely already been claimed, or the sky god who had left it behind hadn't found anyone acceptable and decided to close up shop for another few generations. Unfortunately, when the woman scanned the four before, she realized that three of them were from sects she couldn't casually choose to offend. When her gaze landed on Ryu, her frown deepened. It seemed that she had heard of the Radiant Star Sect as well, but she hadn't thought that she would suddenly meet one of their disciples here. Could it be? This is unexpected. We weren't really prepared for this, not that preparation is possible. Suddenly, Zevaz, Iroh and Juno stepped forward, cupping their fists and bowing deeply. Although this woman was on the ground, they knew who she was. This was Fairy Claire, a genius of the Heavenly Dew Pavilion that had once trained on the seventh heaven before returning. There were very few who had hegemonic Daos on the sixth heaven. Extremely few. Fairy Claire was one of the few who existed outside of the quota due to having stepped foot on the seventh heaven and having gained their acknowledgement. Her performance the last time the complete heavenly path had opened had been excellent, and she had entered the top 3 despite being an alchemist. She and the number 2 of that generation had long since returned. However, the whereabouts of first place were completely unknown. Ryu didn't know who this woman was, but he didn't have a habit of bowing. He simply gave the young woman a faint nod of acknowledgement, but otherwise, his face was expressionless. Fairy Claire's hadn't been paying much attention to them, having already turned her attention to the closed portal and the surrounding shattered formation. Of course, what she didn't know was that Ryu had purposely allowed her aura to shatter the formation, otherwise she would have been trapped for a time as well. However, after realizing that Ryu wasn't showing the same respect she felt should have been a given, her gaze narrowed. She swept a cold gaze over Ryu before asking the four a question. "What are you doing here?" she asked coldly. "Fairy Claire, we are here for the Heavenly Dew Pavilion's tag team event. However, when we were on our way, we sensed a commotion and came here to investigate. We found a legacy world here and entered. Unfortunately, we didn't seem to have succeeded," Zevaz explained. "Then what about this formation?" Fairy Claire asked skeptically. "We do not know, it was here when we got here." Hearing this, Fairy Claire's pupils immediately dilated and her eyes flashed as she looked around. For the first time, Ryu's heart skipped a beat and he looked at Fairy Claire seriously for the first time. Those eyes. They weren't quite heavenly pupils, but they were very close to his current eyes. In fact, they honestly surpassed his current eyes in terms of sheer ability. Fairy Claire frowned after a moment. She couldn't find any traces of escape, the only fluctuations were from the portal or the shattered formation. Logically, that meant that whoever set up this formation was among the four of them here. With her pupils still dilated, she looked at them one by one. Seeing this, Ryu didn't hesitate and activated the unbalance mantra. If he let this woman scan him freely with eyes like those, it was impossible to tell what she would see. At this point, he didn't care that he was giving off an aura similar to the destroyed formation, protecting his secrets was more important. Fairy Claire's gaze caused the three geniuses to shudder beneath her gaze, their spines tingling with an uncomfortable feeling. But when she looked toward Ryu, she suddenly gained a bout of vertigo that made her head spin. She grabbed her forehead and took a step back, blinking several times as she shook her head. Scanning people with such eyes is rude, don't you think? Ryu asked coldly. Am I very familiar with you? What gives you such a right? Chapter 1226. Differential 1226. Differential. Ryu's words caused the pupils of the three geniuses to constrict. Who spoke to sky gods like this? Even as geniuses of their sect, they would be slightly differential to World Sea Realm experts despite only being a half step away, and that was even if such World Sea Realm experts were far beneath them in status and talent. This was just the way of the martial world, it was a logic they had learned early on, and one they only continued to learn the higher their cultivation realms became. However, Ryu disregarded these rules entirely, and he didn't disregard them with a normal individual either. This was a genius amongst geniuses, a woman whose level they might never reach the heights of. Fairy Claire slowly recovered, shaking her head. When she finally registered the words Ryu had said, she froze, raising her head slowly as though she couldn't believe what she was hearing. After regaining her bearing, she stood to her full height, her gaze sharpening as she looked toward Ryu. She seemed to have become a completely different person, her aura oppressive and overbearing. However, for some reason, when she looked into Ryu's eyes, she felt her own beginning to sting in water. It was a subtle feeling, one that she didn't quite grasp in her rage. She hadn't ever been spoken to like this, even as a child, let alone since she became a sky god. Ryu didn't move. He realized that with Fairy Claire's eyes, although she was on the weaker side in comparison to the overall landscape of sky gods, she could see through his path of escape because of those eyes. As such, there was no point. Even if he outran her in the beginning, she would eventually catch up, and swiftly at that. It was clear that he was correct in not bothering to waste time running. If he had, then he would have been found out just now, and he would lack the witnesses in Zevez, Iroh and Juno to ensure his safety. It was doubtful that Fairy Claire would dare to kill him arbitrarily in the first place, at worst she would just teach him a lesson. But the added security of witnesses placed him more at ease. How rude. Hearing the little woman's voice enter his ears, Ryu just barely managed to refrain from shaking his head. He could tell that the Favor Alchemy Sky God was talking about him and not Fairy Claire. He couldn't be bothered to argue with this little woman. Just as Fairy Claire was deciding what she should do, another powerful aura entered range. She and Ryu looked into the distance at the same time, something that once again made her frown. Was she just distracted? How had a Dao Pedestal Realm expert sensed the change at the same time? A middle-aged man descended, looking around with a frown. His aura was clearly several times more powerful than the fairy, however given his light greeting to her, their statuses were probably on par. Even so, Fairy Claire respectfully returned the greeting, using the opportunity to sleep out of what could only be described as an awkward situation. The middle-aged man asked the same questions Fairy Claire had, but this time, it was Fairy Claire who responded. In the end, though, she mentioned that the aura of the broken formation. The broken formation here seems to align with the aura of this disciple of the Radiant Star sect, Senior Relentless. Ronalys's gaze sharpened once more when he heard of the Radiant Star sect, his eyes landing on Ryu. Ryu met his gaze coldly, his back still straight and his momentum fierce. Relentless immediately didn't like the look in Ryu's eyes. He wasn't used to seeing the eyes of juniors at all, most would look away the moment they sensed him, but this boy was testing his patience already. It seems that the Radiant Star sect is indeed arrogant. I really want to see if your elders would dare to come to snatch you back if I imprisoned you for disrespecting your seniors. Ryu didn't say anything, he couldn't be bothered to say anything. It was clear these people were wary of the Radiant Star sect and had not found a convenient excuse to probe them. He was only a step short of yawning. He was quite used to these political games. Back when he was a cripple, they were all the games he could play. He had seen every play in the playbook. Now that he could cultivate, he truly preferred to play these games with his fist instead. Unfortunately, these two were far too powerful for him. Relentless sneered when he saw that Ryu didn't respond. It seems that you're more cowardly than I thought, unable to speak now. Even if you say nothing now, it's already too late. This formation was set up in Heavenly Dew Pavilion territory. This legacy world also appeared in Heavenly Dew Pavilion territory. Do you think that you can just do as you please? Today I definitely want an explanation from the Radiant Star sect. What can you do about it? With the hearing of a sky god, how could he have not heard what Ryu had said to Fairy Claire before? It was just that he didn't want to bring it up so as to uphold the prestige of the pride of their Heavenly Dew Pavilion. At this point, Ryu couldn't seem to hold back any longer. So I have the bravery to be rude to you, but can't speak. What kind of logic is that? Is that the brain you used to deduce your Tao? If you want to see the worth of the Radiant Star sect, all of this probing is unnecessary and embarrassing, quite frankly. Don't you just have to wait for your little tag team event? Feel free to imprison me if I receive anything less than first place. Ryu sneered, his momentum ramping up. This event sounded interesting. Since it was convenient, he might as well make his true debut into the true martial world. Chapter 1227. Both 1227. Both in the end, Relentless and Claire could only narrow their eyes. Since Ryu had been so bold with his claims, it was indeed inappropriate for them to say anything more. In addition, it was a bit embarrassing to claim that this was their territory when it had taken them half a day just to make it here. Relentless, rather than being enraged, laughed. Good, good. They say there are many heroes among the young. In that case, I'll take it upon myself to escort you young heroes myself. With a sweep of his sleeve, Relentless picked all four of them up. Seeing this, Ryu sneered inwardly. This tactic was so obvious even a child could see through it. It was obvious that Relentless just wanted to make sure that he didn't suddenly run away. Once Ryu was truly within Heavenly Dew Pavilion territory, his life would be entirely under their control. They wouldn't have to worry about missing out on an opportunity to probe the Radiant Star sect. Ryu shook his head, but he allowed himself to be swept up, not that he could fight back much against it to begin with. It seemed he would just have to put his money where his mouth was. The three geniuses looked toward Ryu with peculiar gazes that seemed a cross between disdain and surprise. Surprise for the fact he dared to speak with sky gods like this, and disdain because his words made it seem like it was less bravery and more ignorance. Claiming to guarantee first place with them here. What else could it be if not ignorance? Fairy Claire, stay here to see if you can find the traces of the one who set up this formation. The Heavenly Dew Pavilion isn't so easy to take advantage of. Relentless spoke once before his figure flickered, pulling the four along. He hadn't expected to end up playing babysitter here, but this was the best option given what he had before him. He would be certain to make sure to get his money's worth out of this. However, he had no idea that Ryu's sneer only deepened. She would spend quite a long time looking because there was absolutely nothing to find but some shattered formation flags. They were currently escorting the so-called formation master to their home right this moment. Despite having nothing to lean upon, Ryu quite easily crossed his legs and closed his eyes in meditation. This irritated Relentless, who tried to add some extra turbulence to the ride, but he couldn't do much. If he removed too much of the protections, these few geniuses would be shredded to pieces. How could they withstand the speed of a sky god? No matter what he did, Ryu seemed to glide through the wind effortlessly, his face the picture of peace. Half a day later, the Heavenly Dew Pavilion loomed over the horizon, its tall golden, white and red structures shimmering like the sun. It felt difficult to look at the city directly without blinking. It was hard to believe that people actually lived in a place like this. It looked more like an ornament than a city. It wasn't long before Ryu was abandoned. Clearly, Relentless felt that since he was within their territory, there was no escaping, and he was quite confident about this. He had the right to be, though. Ryu, indeed, couldn't leave as he pleased since things were like this. However, he didn't plan on it in the first place. First things first, though, he had to find out what this contest was actually about. In truth, even Ryu knew that he was being quite arrogant this time around. The only reason he knew an event was happening at all was due to Zova's words earlier. Then he had made the bold claim that he would be first place just to get out of being imprisoned. For all he knew, sky gods would be involved in this matter and he didn't have a single chance. He had made the assumption that it was within his scope since Iroh and the others were participating, but the reality was that he wasn't 100% certain of defeating them either, at least not without using his chaos chi. He wasn't quite sure of the limits of his current strength either. In addition, Zervaise had called it a tag team event. And Ryu, very obviously, didn't have a partner. He apparently had a day to not only figure what was going on, but to also find himself a partner for these events. Given Ronalys's disdain and pettiness, he highly doubted such a thing would even be possible. If worst came to worst, he would have to rely on the little woman. However, he didn't know what kind of history the Favor Alchemy Sky God had and if she could even show herself. In addition, she might not be willing to help him while she was focused on her cultivation anyway. After looking around and listening in on conversations for a few hours, Ryu finally understood what was going on. This tag team event was known as the Warrior Alchemist Festival. Alchemists weren't known for their combat strength and Fairy Claire was an extreme of an extreme example. As such, they needed to foster relationships with other powers. This was quite easy as everyone needed pills, especially cultivation geniuses looking to optimize their path forward. This Warrior Alchemist Festival was a tacit test for the disciples of the Heavenly Dew Pavilion and their ability to form connections. They would use their influence to find talented geniuses to pair with to undergo a series of challenges, and whichever duo came out on top would receive great rewards. Only by performing well in both combat aspects and alchemy aspects would a duo have the ability to win. Otherwise, doing well in just half of the challenges would place you well behind in points. Even if you came in number 1 in one aspect, you might not even be in the top 10 overall. When Ryu learned of the details, his gaze flickered. Finding a partner was impossible. It seemed that he would just have to do both aspects on his own. Chapter 1228. Newcomers 1228 Newcomers. There was only about a day or two until the event started. Since he had all the information he needed, Ryu didn't feel the need to hang around and gather anything more. As for gathering intel on the contestants, he didn't think it was necessary. Whether they were powerful or not, nothing he could do in a day would meaningfully change his chances. Rather, it was best that he rest and accumulate his focus chi to its highest possible peak. Everyone seemed to be at a pinnacle cosmic seed grade standard. In reality, it was more complex than this. Rather, everything was timed such that the geniuses at the pinnacle of the world sea realm once the complete heavenly path opened. Given the time left between then and now, most participants just so happened to be at this level. From Ryu's understanding, only about half of the geniuses were participating now, though. Zervaise, Iroh and Juno, along with one other, were the favorites, and he had already met them. Only half the geniuses of the sixth heaven were participating since the Heavenly Dew Pavilion was only one of the two prominent alchemy pavilions of the Middle Heavens. The Tranquil Hand Pavilion was holding their event at the same time, accumulating the other half of geniuses. Ryu strolled into an inn, looking for a room. But even as he made his way to the counter, his eyes narrowed, sensing that something was off. The way the receptionist looked at him was peculiar. Ryu stood in silence without saying anything for a long time. The receptionist, who had seemingly been waiting for him to speak first, very quickly began to feel uncomfortable. At first, he was quite confident and even had a hint of a sneer on the corner of his lips. However, the longer Ryu stood, not saying a word, the more oppressive the atmosphere seemed to become. The lounging area of the inn wasn't empty by any stretch of the imagination. With such a popular event on the way, the city was filled to the brim. As such, there were many talking and jeering, enjoying their expensive meals. Not many noticed Ryu's entry at all. In truth, when Ryu had entered, he had already expected that he would have difficulty finding a place to rest. Most of these regions would have been booked long ago. The only reason he didn't find a large crowd of people heading to the city was one because he had been in a remote region to begin with while most who could have afforded it would directly use the teleportation formation, and second because he was technically late. For events like this, unless you appeared a month in advance, you were already late. However, the gaze of the receptionist painted a different tale. It wasn't that there were no rooms, this person had been primed and prepared to humiliate him. Ryu's gaze was too sharp. Even without actively using dividing karma, his ability to read people, especially weaklings like this, was unmatched. With just a glance, he could peer into this person's very soul. There was obviously only one person who could do this, and that was, without a doubt, that senior relentless. Ryu doubted he could find a place to stay even if he went to every inn in this enormous city. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted and the sound of fireworks echoed in the distance. Ryu gave the receptionist another indifferent glance before turning and leaving. With the pressure of Ryu's gaze gone, the receptionist almost fell to his knees. He gasped for breath, his sweat falling like pearl beads. It was as though he hadn't even dared to sweat until Ryu had vanished. He could only fall back on his stool, gasping for breath. Ryu walked out of the inn along with a huge crowd of young geniuses who had entered along with him and looked into the skies. But when he saw what it was, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Is that a list? The Heavenly Dew Pavilion has never done that before. I hear that these are the geniuses that are going to enter the complete heavenly path this time. I don't know the details, but apparently it's a really big deal this time. Yeah, but usually they want to remain neutral. If they release a list like this ahead of time, won't they offend some of the big sects? If you start ranking their disciples now, you're bound to alienate a few. At that point, it's not worth it. They won't be so petty. Plus, it only matters if the list is inaccurate, right? Battle achievements. That's so interesting. Oh, it's not ranked, it looks like I was wrong. Ryu didn't need to see the rest. The moment he saw this, a grin spread across his face. Despite this, the smile didn't seem to reach his eyes, the coldness within them only deepening. Wisps of black flames danced in his eyes beside himself. Without their suppression, his bloodlines seemed to react on their own all the time now, the dense darkness within him overflowing. The list continued to scroll until it reached the top. The list, separated into a new category titled, Most Intriguing Newcomers. After reading about geniuses they had heard about for all of their lives already, seeing the title of this list, the crowd seemed to come alive once again. Everyone loved a good underdog story. Who knew, maybe one of these newcomers could grasp their attention and claim victory in the end. Didn't something like that happen before, too? Though, most of them didn't quite know of the details, their parents and others suppressed this information for some reason. However, everyone seemed to fall into silence when the list scrolled to the top. Unknown, disciple of Radiant Star Sect, Peak Dao Pedestal Realm. Battle achievements. Not much is known about this young rising star, and even less is known about his sect. However, there is one thing that is quite well known, a bold quote from the young man that just may echo through the firmaments. There's no need to probe me and my sect. If I do not claim first place, let the heavens strike me down. The city was speechless reading these words. When they saw the picture matching the battle achievements, several who were already standing around Ryu almost snapped their necks looking toward him. Chapter 1229. Heavy as the skies. 1229. Heavy as the skies. After a few moments of silence, the region around Ryu seemed to disperse entirely. Everywhere around him, people circled, but none was closer than 2 to 3 meters. They all looked toward him with a varying range of expressions, but it could clearly be stated that reverence was more definitely not one of them. Most of the participants were in the cosmic seed realm. Those that had the greatest chances in the combat stream were all in the higher cosmic seed realm at worst. Of course, it wasn't yet clear if Ryu was an alchemist or not. Theoretically, he had somewhat of a chance if he was an alchemist so long as his soul was in the lower soul ascension realm at the very least. Though having a stronger soul than one's chi realm cultivation was rare, it wasn't unheard of for secondary profession geniuses. About 3% to 5% of them would be at this standard, so if Ryu was so bold, it wasn't difficult to assume that his soul was also at that standard. Of course, the soul ascension realm, at least the lower soul ascension realm, was the cosmic seed realm equivalent. But unlike chi or body realm cultivation, it was harder to sense mental realm cultivation without a cultivator taking it upon themselves to release their spiritual chi. They were correct about that. Ryu's mental realm was long since at the standard of the soul ascension realm, it was just that he hadn't actually stepped into that realm yet. He was still at the soul refinement realm, and because his body had recently strengthened, he still had more room to strengthen his soul as well. Even so, while they had heard of arrogant alchemists, they all came from one of the 2 pavilions. Ryu was very clearly not one of them. That meant that it was either Ryu was challenging as an outsider alchemist, or just as bad, he was participating in the combat stream. No matter how you looked at it, he seemed ridiculous. Hey, a young man with a bold voice stepped forward. He was from the 5th heaven and was already at the peak cosmic seed realm. Just judging by the boldness of his vital chi, he was clearly a body realm expert alongside his chi realm cultivation. In addition, he gave off an aura that was familiar to Ryu, an aura that came from Akura, a descendant of the fire giant demon kings, the Draco race. Your words are quite bold. Are you an alchemist or a combatant? The young man was immediately recognized by the crowd. He was among the newcomers, though he couldn't quite fit into that category. Honestly, this so-called newcomer category just encompassed all those that weren't well-known sixth heaven geniuses, and as such, Galloth of the Draco race was among them. Ryu turned a cold gaze over, the grin on his face making Galloth narrow his eyes. He could sense an undisguised excitement in Ryu's eyes, a look that only the madmen of his race had. The flickering black flames seemed to want to spill over, the earth beneath his feet cracking and ruining the beautifully paved roads. Both. The echo of Ryu's words seemed to cause their hearts to come to a stop. Despite the fact he had spoken softly, for some reason, it roared in their ears like the bellow of a dragon. Their minds went entirely blank, and by the time they had reacted, Ryu had completely vanished. Almost instantly, there was nothing but an uproar, the loud voices of the cultivators that were left behind matching the booming of the fireworks shooting through the skies. When was the last time someone had taken both streams upon themselves? The answer to that was at the forefront of all of their minds, it was none other than Fairy Claire. Back then, not only had she taken both streams upon herself, but she had come back with a first-place trophy in both streams. Since then, there had been quite a few who had tried to replicate the feat, and there were many more who had tried before her, but none had been able to replicate the dual first-place feat. The alchemy discipline took too much effort to perfect, to also be a strong combatant on top of that took a genius of all geniuses. Without mastering 3 Dao charm techniques of the mystical grade and having a Dao of at least the hegemonic grade, you couldn't even hope to replicate such a feat, and that was the minimum standard. How could you have time to do such a thing? Even if you considered all secondary professions, there would only be a handful every few generations that could replicate such a feat. The worst part was that even if by some miracle Ryu was indeed one of these geniuses, he would need to be at the peak cosmic seed realm to claim the victory he sought after. How could he possibly do it an entire realm below? Not even an hour later, the newcomers list updated once again. There was only a single question and a single one-word reply. Both. The simmering prelude to the event began to boil over. The next day seemed to pass like a flash, and the existence of Ryu became like a flashpoint. When the day came, Ryu, who had been meditating on the top of a building, flashed and vanished. His white and blue robes fluttered as he appeared in a landing square that rocked back and forth under the roars of the crowd. A single cultivator was already enough to fill the skies with their voice, let alone the millions of them that were present. High above in a sky box of sorts Relentless and Fairy Claire stood. They seemed to look over at the same time, their gazes indifferent as they saw Ryu's appearance. Their exposing of Ryu's words seemed to be innocent, just a few changes to his words. However, what was important wasn't the words themselves, but rather the implications. If Ryu failed here, it was very likely that he would never step into the Sky God realm in his lifetime. This was no longer about probing the Radiant Star sect, this was about Ryu protecting his Dao heart. The pressure was as heavy as the skies above. Chapter 1230. First Combat Stream 1230. First Combat Stream. Ryu's appearance caused no small amount of commotion. Outside of Zavase, Iroh and Hunio, who were all smart enough to be aware of what was really going on, most others probably doubted his appearance. In their estimation, Ryu was a young man who had spoken without thinking and happened to be overheard by others, painting himself into a corner. Actually appearing would only cause him problems, while not doing so would cause him a host of problems in the future. If he was at least a decent talent, washing away that shame wouldn't be impossible. However, to their astonishment, he had truly appeared. Many couldn't help but admit that he looked the part. Even if his cultivation was low, his bearing was undeniable and his looks were unimpeachable. There were quite a few handsome men amongst the participants, and many more of them that were more well known for their looks than even their talents. However, Ryu's appearance, something that had been quite the hotly discussed topic in the last few days, was not only an excellent match for the majority of them, it quite frankly suppressed quite a few as well. One would think that Ryu's debut would have caused nothing but animosity, but this wasn't the case. While it was true that a large number of people sneered in disdain, he had also managed to gather a small fan club for himself as well. Since his picture had been disseminated ahead of time for all to see, it had more than enough opportunity to attract swooning young women. As such, though there was a chorus of boos when he stepped into the arena, the high-pitched screeches of young women were just as and if not even more piercing despite being fewer in number. "Didn't I tell you? Look, look, he's even more handsome than Adlael. I'm dying, I think I'm dying." Kkya. Adlael's name seemed to come up the most often with Zevais, actually, being brought up the second most. This wasn't too surprising. Zevais was indeed a very good-looking man, it was just that his more sinister aura made many young women with the propensity to fangirl more apprehensive than horny. Adlael, however, was the fourth genius with a great chance of claiming first, and he was quite known for his warm smile and boy-next-door looks as well. He was especially famous in this region because he was the #1 alchemist of this generation's Heavenly Dew Pavilion. He lacked the edge of battle-worn and bloodlust-filled cultivators, and his presence was delicate but inviting. He stood with short-cut brown hair and warm brown eyes that bordered on a pale milk chocolate to caramel color. His smile was like a spring breeze and it never seemed to fade even amidst the weight of the crowd's scrutiny. If Ryu had a fan club, then Adlael had an entire cult. The young woman who had spoken first was all but beaten to death the moment such words came from her mouth. At this point, it wasn't about reality, but was more so about fanaticism. Ryu and Adlael stood nowhere near one another, but their contrast couldn't have been greater. Adlael's hair and eyes were likely the most common across all of existence, however his features were refined to absolute perfection and his aura made others feel comforted and invited. On the other hand, Ryu was the exact opposite. He was the only youth present with flowing white hair, it danced in the wind with a delicate fragrance most didn't have the pleasure of smelling. His aura was cold and arrogant, exuding a presence that placed him above rather than on par with others. Who did they like more? The warm, cheerful husbando? Or the cold, detached one? The wars seemed to rage in the stands even though their two subjects didn't glance toward one another even once from start to finish. They were in striking opposition to one another, a fact that would only become more glaring in just a few moments. The crowd was so enamored by their own little storylines that they almost didn't notice a certain elder Bardian descend and begin to describe the first event. As always, the first event would be one of alchemy. The purpose of the tag team event always followed the same structure. First, the coming combat stream would be described before introducing the alchemy stream to do their job. Depending on the challenge presented, it would be the job of the alchemy stream to concoct a pill that could help their partner at a crucial moment. The first combat stream challenge was actually quite straightforward, a race. The outline of a track with several checkpoints appeared in the skies. Judging by the length, it would probably take the fastest among them about an hour to complete. However, what was worthy of note was the fact that the so-called checkpoints also happened to be regions of great danger as well. For a power on the level of the Heavenly Dew Pavilion, there was no doubt that it had quite a number of resource-intensive regions in its territory. Much like everything in the cultivation world, these resources came with their own dangers whether it was beasts or environment. In this race track, they would have to go through the pink rose fields, the amber caves and the whispering Hallow Valley. The first was well known for its hallucinogenic properties, the second was well known for the oppression of its heat, while the final was well known for the exact opposite, its bone-chilling cold. The fact that one could only forge a single pill to try and deal with all of these troubles not only tested the skill of an alchemist, but also how well they knew their partners. After all, this was an exchange meant to promote unity and friendship between alchemists and presumably the powers with a willingness to protect them. If you didn't understand your partner intimately, how good could your friendship be? All materials will be provided for free by the Heavenly Dew Pavilion. You all have 1 hour to decide the pill you will concoct and finish it. Chapter 1231, Normal Pills. 1231 Normal Pills. Ryu indifferently moved to his spot. He was skeptical about trusting the Heavenly Dew Pavilion in this matter, but if it came to it, he would just have to use his own ingredients. Although doing so would shave some time off his concoction period, it was better that than dealing with faulty ingredients. In fact, concocting with ingredients that were a bit immature would be far better than ones that were rotten or poisoned. Ryu sat on a platform meant for alchemists. They were all spread out and the crowd could see each one of them clearly. Down below, the combatants of the combat stream were ready and waiting, but what was interesting was that no one seemed to know who would partner with who yet aside from some very obvious ones like pairs that happened to be soon-to-be Dao companions. This secrecy was likely to be part of the games. While the alchemists sat upon pillar-like platforms that raised them into the skies, each one of them was assigned an attendant who would bring forward their list of requested spiritual herbs. Ryu already knew that he had to be fast. If the Heavenly Dew Pavilion wanted to play tricks, he would have to make it as obvious as possible what was happening, and that would likewise require him moving quite quickly. No one knew Ryu better than himself, so the moment he saw the track, he already knew what he wanted. With a flick of his wrist, a list was formed and it fluttered downward. At the same time, Adlail reacted as well, their pair of lists hitting the palms of their attendants at the very same time. The crowd ate up. If before they had superficially placed Ryu and Adlail on the same level just because of their looks, at this moment they were invested in what would happen. Seeing this, Ryu felt that the crowd was far less annoying than he had originally thought. If they were this invested in him, at least in the beginning, it would be far more difficult for the Heavenly Dew Pavilion to pull something. In the end, Ryu had clearly overthought things. With how confident the Heavenly Dew Pavilion were of him falling flat on their face, why would they need to do anything extra? In addition, they didn't know what pills Ryu would choose ahead of time even if they had certain guesses due to the events lined up, so how could they prepare such ingredients ahead of time? For organizations of this caliber, even sometimes high-quality spiritual herbs would be thrown out and used as fertilizer, let alone rotten ones. Although the attendant gave Ryu's list a weird look, that was all. Not long later, at a speed similar to Adlail's attendant, the ingredients were brought back in a basket that gave off a refreshing scent. Ryu sent a strand of chi forward that plucked the basket out of the attendant's hand. With his other hand, he brought out his embryonic cauldron. By this point, it was still only in the heaven grade, but despite this, the aura it gave off was full and expansive. At a single glance one could tell that it was no normal cauldron. The moment the crowd saw Ryu's embryonic cauldron, their reactions were explosive. Any genius who dared to nurture their own cauldron was at an elite level. Just this alone made them realize that Ryu was no normal alchemist. But the aura of Ryu's cauldron was even more important than that. It seemed to carry the vastness of the skies above and the sturdiness of the ground beneath their feet. Several alchemy sky gods watching in the vicinity couldn't help but narrow their eyes. They didn't know anything about Ryu's battle prowess, but just from this cauldron alone, they knew that his alchemy skills were serious. The only oddity was that the embryonic cauldron was a bit weak. Logically, since Ryu had cultivated to the peak Tao pedestal realm already, his alchemy furnace should have already had time to enter at least the lower mystical grade. Of course, what they didn't know was that Ryu had gone from just entering the Tao pedestal realm to the peak of it in less than 2 years. If only his active cultivation time was included, it was only a handful of months, barely 3. However, when they saw the ingredients that Ryu had picked, they doubted their judgment for a moment. If it wasn't for the fact that passing down a heaven-grade embryonic cauldron to a new owner made no sense whatsoever, they would have doubted their judgment. When Ryu's picks were compared to Adlail's, the difference was quite striking. The young Adlail is concocting a modified boiling blood pill. His additions and reductions to the formula are all perfect. This is probably the #1 pill choice for this event. The pill itself isn't a difficult one, but the modifications will be where the skill gap is truly shown, Elder Bardian commented, keeping the crowd enthralled. The boiling blood pill was on a body realm pill, however it had certain side effects. It pushed the body to the limits by exciting the nerves and forcing the heart to pump faster and move larger volumes of blood. The side effects were numerous, but they weren't all bad. For example, one was a more alert mind. As one might expert, amplifying the blood flow to the brain would make it easier to stay out of a hallucinogenic state and thus deal with the pink rose fields. At the same time, the added temperature rush from the flowing blood would make dealing with the harsh cold of the Whispering Hollow Valley far easier. The final side effect of the pill was one where one's body temperature would plummet once the boiling period was over, thus making dealing with the amber caves far easier. This sounded simple, but each one of these side effects needed to be timed perfectly to the speed of the combatant. At the same time, they needed to be mild enough that they wouldn't impede future performance, but strong enough that they could actually fight back against the environment. This was why the specific modifications made to the pill were so important and also why it tested the realm of the alchemist. In this situation, just concocting the most perfect ruined pill was useless. In fact, sometimes, creating a pill of poorer quality would help an alchemist rather than harm their chances. After all, certain effects couldn't be too potent if one wanted to time them correctly. All of this, though, only made Ryu's choice seem all the more odd. He seemed to be concocting a normal Soul-nourishing pill. The boiling blood pill wasn't exactly some super famous, high-class pill, it was about on the same level as any normal soul-nourishing pill. But the trouble was that a soul-nourishing pill would be hard-pressed to help even with the pink rose fields. What use did it even have for the others? Chapter 1232. Dawn 1232 dawned. Ryu's expression was indifferent and unmoved. He could tell what the others were thinking, but he seemed to care even less. The reality was that because the percentage purity of the pill wasn't how the pills would be judged, if Ryu really wanted to create a soul nourishment pill, even if he by some miracle took first place in the combat stream, his ranking in the alchemy stream would be so low that it would make his first place almost entirely irrelevant. The final rankings would be decided on a combination of one's alchemy score and one's combat score, and by virtue of that, the pills concocted had to directly help with the combat stream. If not, wouldn't it entirely ruin the purpose of this tag team event? The alchemy score wouldn't be decided until the use of the pill was measured after the combat stream. Only then would the skill of the alchemist and their warrior be measured and parsed apart. Some believed that the reason Ryu was concocting this pill was because it was the one he was the best at, and they couldn't help but sneer. How could you claim that you wanted to get first when you didn't even understand the rules of the event? Even if he was the best alchemist of his generation, it would all be useless. He could even concoct a ruined pill and it wouldn't matter, not that anyone here actually thought that such a thing was possible. Ryu thought for only a moment before he began to move. However, even just this caused a commotion. He pressed two fingers together and a stream of radiant blue came out. This caught the alchemists here somewhat off guard. It wasn't that they had never seen potion path alchemists before, but the trouble was that they were all women. Ryu was the only male present who had taken this path. The smoothness of his yin water, the beauty, was enrapturing. It felt like the bluest of waters were floating in the air, golden koi fish swimming within its tides. The movement of Ryu's fingers seemed to be one with the world and the rowdy crowd became entirely silent. However, just as the crowd was almost entirely distracted by this, Ryu's other hand moved. Pressing two fingers together, a delicate flame appeared. It was a delicate red gold and didn't seem to give off any heat at all. And yet, when it appeared, Adlail's own flames seemed to become subdued and less unruly. Adlail's pupils constricted just the smallest bit. He hadn't paid much attention to Ryu at all from the beginning. Whether it was an inner arrogance, or as a sign of not wanting to put too much pressure on a junior, it was difficult to tell. But at this moment, he could no longer ignore the latter. The concoction process was purposely held out in the open, not only in the presence of an overwhelming crowd, but also in the presence of several other alchemists, all concocting different pills and causing various currents of qi. This was, without a doubt, the most difficult environment to concoct within. It was yet another test for the alchemists. But now, the currents seemed to be entirely controlled by Ryu. The shock of Ryu controlling both yin water and an alchemic flame threw the crowd into an even deeper silence. But what shocked them even greater was the auras of the two. They were majestic and undying. One could almost feel the rumbling of the phoenix blood within Ryu's body. The warriors of the combat stream narrowed their eyes, and this was especially so for Iroh. Back then, Iroh hadn't said anything, but he had definitely sensed the dragon aura in the air when he arrived there. He was particularly sensitive to it. However, since the others hadn't said anything, he kept that detail to himself. But suddenly sensing the rising phoenix within Ryu's body, he couldn't help but second-guess himself. Had he mixed up the two majestic creatures? No, that was impossible. How could he make such a mistake? Just who was this Ryu? Phoenix blood. Fairy Claire's pupils constricted into pinholes. Others might be confused about what they were seeing. Phoenix blood simply wasn't something one ran into on a daily basis, and the types they had seen weren't nearly as dense as what they were seeing now. Fairy Claire, however, had seen this kind of phoenix blood up close and personal all those years ago. Her aura turned chaotic and her indifference vanished. She looked down toward Ryu, her gaze sharpening with every passing moment. Ryu suddenly looked up. It was a great taboo to become distracted during the concoction process, and yet Ryu still spared the time to meet Fairy Claire's gaze. The coldness in his eyes seemed to note that he had sensed her threat. Even so, his hands remained steady, the delicate and subtle control never vanishing. The spiritual herb surged into Ryu's cauldron, his pace only increasing. His challenge to Fairy Claire seemed quite blatant, but to the crowd, especially the lovesick fangirls, saw something completely different. Where is he looking? Fairy Claire, is he? Is he serenading the fairy with his alchemy? The words were only spoken by a single person, but they spread like wildfire. And right then, the moment the rumors seemed to have reached their fever pitch, the skies rumbled and Ryu's cauldron quaked. The crowd looked up all at once. It had just been a bright and sunny day. What was going on? At that moment, the cauldrons of the surrounding alchemists all seemed to go out of control one after another. The most shocking part was that Adlail was among them. Ryu's cauldron lid rumbled and it seemed that his would go out of control as well, but it was at that moment that he slapped the side, causing the lid to shoot into his palm as his other hand reached forward, snagging 3 pills between his fingers, all radiating perfect. Boom! The skies crackled and a streak descended from above. It suddenly dawned on them all at the same time. Pill Tribulation, Chapter 1233. Wheel of Samsara 1233. Wheel of Samsara. The first lightning strike descended with the swiftness of an instant, appearing above Ryu's fingers in an instant. The sky gods who could still react felt their hearts skip a beat. Could it be that Ryu was unaware? Why was he holding his pills like that? He should have allowed his cauldron to take the brunt. However, just when they felt that it was because Ryu couldn't react, he suddenly raised the 3 pills up. Bang! The lightning that should have crushed Ryu sunk into his body through the pills, fueling his tribulation seed. His pills only withstood a small amount, his body taking on the rest. In the end, what was left were 3 crystal balls with swirling liquid within. On their surface, powerful runes danced, shimmering amidst the towering smoke columns that surged in all directions. Amidst the hundreds of failures, Ryu stood out on his own. Not quite enough, Ryu thought to himself, looking down at his embryonic cauldron. Others might be expecting him to purposely lower the quality of his pills so that he could have the perfect side effects, but he had no intention of doing that. He refused to concoct anything but perfect pills in his embryonic cauldron, and he took that quite seriously. When the day came that his embryonic cauldron stood above all others, it would be quite worth it. Plus, what need was there to focus on some perfect pill formula when he was the only one that would pass anyway? Ryu swept a glance, and whether it was the worst alchemist to the best, all of them had failed. Even Adlail looked down at his billowing cauldron with a blank expression, his perpetual smile nowhere to be seen. Ryu stood to his feet, sending another glance toward Fairy Claire. The opinions of the crowd couldn't mean any less to him. He didn't care what rumors they concocted or what thoughts they had in their minds. Fairy Claire was very much aware of what his glance meant, and that was all that mattered. The sky god stood in abject shock. Setting aside the competition, they had just witnessed the birth of not just 1, but 3 runed pills. This was an unprecedented event, even more so since these didn't seem like normal runed pills. Those runes looked complete and perfect. However, with the perspective of the competition in place, a shocking realization came over them. The failure to complete a round meant disqualification. At this moment, didn't that mean that Ryu was the only one who could proceed? This wasn't a rule that Ryu was even aware of. His original intention was to make others perform so poorly in the alchemy stream that the ultimate result of the combat stream, so long as he placed decently, firmly placed first place in his hands. Of course, he had never had any intention of placing poorly in the combat stream to begin with, but it was just a contingency plan. He wasn't foolish enough to think himself to be invincible, and there was no need to play around with his own Dao heart unnecessarily. What he didn't realize was that this securing of his Dao heart had practically ruined the entire tag team event. On the 5th heaven, Dream Asura clan, the return of Princess May caused quite a commotion. The oddity of her absence hadn't been quite large to many other than her family itself, but her return was especially explosive. Returning as a cosmic seed realm expert was already enough to put many elders on alert. The speed was much too fast. However, it was what happened after that seemed to alert the entire clan. First, news that Princess May had a Dao companion shook the foundation of the Dream Asura clan. Given her lineage and who her parents were, this sort of event should have come with the fanfare it deserved, not casually decided on a whim and done with a man the clan had never heard of. These 2 facts were alone enough to cause a great commotion, but then Princess May entered their ancestral lands. Not only did she enter them, but she traveled into Samsara and returned. The Wheel of Samsara hadn't opened in hundreds of generations, but even the last time it had opened, the young genius who had entered never returned. It was said that the Wheel of Samsara was a test one would either pass immediately or never at all. While the test taker would experience countless vicissitudes of life, a blink of an eye would pass in reality. To the shock of the Dream Asura clan, Not only had the wheel of samsara appeared for May, but after a moment, she walked out of it, her mind in somewhat of a daze, her deep red eyes carrying a spinning wheel of golden flames. That made it so only sky gods could look her directly in the eyes without their souls burning up. As though this wasn't shocking enough, in one step, May's cultivation had been at the lower cosmic seed realm, but after another, she had reached the peak of the world sea realm, her aura already containing traces of godhood. But, what was even more astonishing than this was the fact her Tao had entered the middle ancient grade. This should have caused a tribulation to descend, something the elders of the Dream Asura clan were very much aware of. However, because the changes had occurred within the Wheel of Samsara, for whatever reason, the heavens, or more accurately the formations of the higher heaven clans and sects, didn't sense the changes at all. Even so, the Dream Asura clan entered an odd state and large movements began to occur beneath the surface. Not everyone was as bold as Ryu, and honestly Ryu's boldness was a product of his lone wolf persona. The Dream Asura clan was an inter-family tree of individuals spanning billions. Their life and death couldn't be left up to casual whims. On that day, the Dream Mountain Range closed for unknown reasons to the outside world and all information was sealed away. Chapter 1234. Insignificant. 1234. Insignificant. The location was one of dense darkness and even denser heat. The only light seemed to come from the faint emissions of molten rock that had turned various shades of red and orange beneath the intense heat. The depths of this volcano was located on the 8th heaven. It was a mountain range simply known as molten essence, the kind of location that would scorch your lungs to black with a single inhale. Even sky gods wouldn't casually step into this place. Despite this, hidden in a deep crevice a man sat. Sweat and soot matted his face, wounds littering his exposed chest. Rags hung from his body and only his pants seemed to be somewhat intact. His hair was a bright, fierce red, along with his beard, they seemed to shine even brighter than the molten rock around him, but not nearly as bright as his two piercing red eyes. He stared ahead, unmoved and unhurried. The wounds on his body, rather than being aggravated by the surrounding heat, actually seemed to be slowly healing them instead. Even so, he didn't seem to be relaxed at all despite the indifference on his face. He seemed to be vigilant, looking out for something. His breathing was slow, his mind sharp. The fatigue of these countless years didn't seem to slow him down in the slightest. His determination was just as great as it had been on the very first date. He suddenly looked up. Above him, there was nothing more than molten rock, but his gaze seemed to pierce through it, seeing to the dark skies above. With the amount of volcanic activity in this region, the skies were cast in a perpetual night every day. This was actually one of the reasons reaching this location was so difficult and a reason why the man had chosen to hide here despite the fact his chasers were just as immune to the heat as he was. Because of the soot taking the place of the clouds above, outside the range of this oppressive heat, there was an expanse of cold so piercing that even those with affinity might not last even a few minutes. The number of experts who had died just making it to this location made it a hellscape. There were some who could deal with one extreme environment, or the other, but how many could deal with both? But just now, this man sensed something. A shadow descended through the mountain range and appeared within the volcano. The man slowly stood to his feet, walking out from his cave's crevice with an indifferent expression on his face. He didn't sigh, he didn't frown, he just seemed used to it. However, when the shadow appeared before him, and he looked into the latter's eyes, even for him, there couldn't help but be a small flicker. Titus, Primus. The two spoke at once with the same casualness. One would have never thought that they were grandfather and grandson. Even so, this only seemed natural for them. Titus continued to observe his grandfather as though he was prepared for the latter to make a move at any time. Surprisingly, though, seeing this, Primus' demeanor turned malevolent. One would have thought that if a grandfather saw his grandson being wary of him, his fury would be founded upon this. Wouldn't a grandfather want his grandson to love and trust him? In that case, it would make sense that he was so infuriated. However, rather than this being the case, Primus' next words painted a completely different picture. Do you think anyone has the right to command me? Titus, pupils constricted. Primus, meaning was clear. The only reason he could be here to chase Titus was if and only if he had fallen in line and agreed. Primus was enraged not because his grandson didn't trust him, but rather because his grandson actually considered the idea of his grandfather submitting to others. In all these years, this was the only time Titus had ever seen Primus display an emotion outside of indifference. His words were only short of saying, "How dare you?" The pride running through his veins was so dense that it exuded outward without even his conscious effort. Is that so? Then why are you here? Titus asked indifferently. I will be ascending to the ninth heaven now. Primus returned to his normal self as though nothing had happened. I still have some karmic ties that will hinder my ascension to Tao God. I've come to deal with them. After this, I will go and see that great-grandson of mine. Titus hadn't shown any reaction, even when Primus mentioned Tao God. He didn't seem to care in the slightest, even though this implied that the Primus before him was not only a Tao sovereign, but a peak Tao sovereign. However, when he heard great-grandson, Titus trembled from head to toe, his indifferent gaze becoming dazed. Great-grandson, how would Primus go and see him? From the very beginning, hadn't Titus been fighting for a method to find his son's soul and return it to where it should be? Titus had not the slightest clue that his son had not only returned, he had no idea that the Tatsuya clan had fallen and that the martial gods had once taken over Sacrum. Primus had known these matters for years. Ryu had already returned over 1,000 years ago. The Tatsuya clan had already been destroyed several 100,000 years ago. But he casually mentioned one of these events and didn't seem to have any intention of mentioning the latter. No. It wasn't that he was intentionally hiding these truths, it was rather that to him, they felt like insignificant facts. If not for the fact that Ryu had some relevance to the conversation, he wouldn't have mentioned him at all either. To him, these facts, the fact Ryu had lived, or the fact his Tatsuya clan had been destroyed, were insignificant, no different from the temperature or the weather. Even his grandson's reaction to the well-being of his great-grandson didn't move him in the slightest. Without much care, he flipped a palm, revealing a small glass orb. Chapter 1235. That's exactly right. 1235. That's exactly right. The aura of the orb was no different from an inheritance of the heavenly path. However, the worth of something like this to Titus couldn't be understated. No matter how perfect an inheritance was to a cultivator, there would always be some deviations. However, if Titus accepted an inheritance from Primus, it would be like the last puzzle piece sliding into its location perfectly. Not only were they related, they were only 2 generations apart, and they were born to the same line. Their bloodline, its quirks, the methods to improve it, were almost perfectly in line, and even if it wasn't perfect, it was 99.99% in line with one another. Accepting such an inheritance would allow Titus to improve at a speed thousands of times faster than before without exaggeration. Not only that, but his strength itself would likewise skyrocket even without taking a single step in cultivation. Even so, Titus' eyes seemed to be glued to Primus. Little Ryu is alive. Primus didn't like to repeat himself, so he didn't bother to answer. Rather, he tossed the glass orb. Use it, or don't. I don't particularly care. Titus caught it reflexively, mostly because his mind was still on his question. But seeing that Primus wasn't answering, he realized that this meant that it was true. His son was alive, his son was really alive. Titus' gaze reddened, his jaw clenching. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. You said that you would go and see little Ryu, why didn't you say anything about father? Have you already seen him? Primus was already leaving. With his speed, he was already quite a distance away by the time Titus' voice reached him. Because he's dead, Primus said indifferently. Titus' eyes widened. A surge of blood rushed into his head and he moved without thinking. In a blink, he had already appeared in the skies blocking Primus' path, a pair of wide black wings, each stretching over 3 meters, appearing to his back. What did you just say? Repeat that. For some reason, Primus actually paused. Looking into Titus' gaze with an unmoved expression, he remained silent, seemingly trying to avoid something. Titus' voice roared. He didn't seem to care about how far it was echoing or if those chasing him could catch up based on his. Hearing that his son was alive in one moment, and then that his father had died in the next, he felt like his world was spinning. All the happiness he had felt plunged into the greatest depths of darkness, his rage flames spilling over. As they billowed outward, their usually red-black hue looked far more black than anything else. It was so exaggerated that it was almost impossible to recognize the original foundation of it. Despite the heat in the region, it rose once again, so much so that the fabric of the 8th heaven seemed to be warping and waving as though its joints were melting apart. Titus' fury only continued to rise when Primus didn't answer. His wounds erupted to black flames, new wounds appearing as the flames continued to spill out of his body as though they were rushing out with every pump of his heart. He was so infuriated that he couldn't even see straight. He realized at that moment that Primus must have known about this matter for a while. He had known for years at the very least, maybe even longer than that. The only reason he bothered to tell Titus about it now was because he wanted to deal with what remained of his karmic ties. This interaction might have never happened if Primus didn't need it for his ascension. Primus could have stopped it. He knew Primus could have stopped it. Back when Ryu's spiritual foundation was sealed by outside forces, he could have stopped it. Back when Ryu was forced to kill himself to have a chance at changing his family's fate, he could have stopped it. When the Tatsuya clan was on the verge of destruction, he could have stopped it. The martial gods probably had no idea that the Tatsuya had a Tao sovereign in their lineage. If they were aware, they would have never taken action in the first place. No one above the perfect sky god realm could seem to step into sacrum. However, Primus, as a man born there, could enter with ease even as a Tao sovereign. If he had been present, if he had just shown his face once, how could any of this have happened? How could these thousands of years of suffering even begin if he was willing to be an ancestor for even a single brief instant of time? Just as Titus was about to lose control and attack, disregarding the difference between them, Primus suddenly spoke, his words calm and not carrying even the slightest trace of emotion. Do you know why you're suffering right now? Primus looked toward Titus. It's because you're weak. You were too weak to change your son's fate, too weak to protect your family, too weak to survive the nether world, too weak to stand boldly in the 8th heaven, too weak to even have the right to question me like this. But it's not only because you're weak, it's because the powerful clans and sects oppressing you have no pride, no backbone, no courage. They bully you because they can. They bully you because they fear losing a grip of their strength, fear that one day they will fall to be the ones that are bullied instead. Quite frankly, I find the both of you to be wholly pathetic. Titus couldn't seem to breathe. The heat building up within his body was so great that it suffocated his own breath, tightening its hold around his throat. He was so infuriated that he laughed. That's why, you refuse to help your family because you don't want to feel like a bully. Is that right? The words sounded so ridiculous that Titus' laughter came out in roars akin to an enraged dragon, dispersing even the heavy soot in the skies. But Primus' response was even more shocking. That's exactly right. Such hypocritical actions are beneath me. You want revenge? Get it yourself. Either that or alert an enemy strong enough to interest me. Without another word, Primus turned and vanished, his speed at a level Titus had not a single chance to catch up to. Chapter 1236. Interesting 1236. Interesting. Titus' eyes burned with black flames. His father had never said anything, but if there was one person he had always wanted the acknowledgement of, it was Primus. For him to die with Primus' knowledge, and yet for the latter to do absolutely nothing to stop it. Titus felt so suffocated that he wanted to destroy everything. Black scales faded in and out of his skin. If one peered into his body, it would be possible to see these black scales coating his inner organs and even his heart, making the centerpiece of his body look like breathing magma as the scales expanded and contracted to reveal the burning red flesh beneath. His killing intent soared. He wanted nothing more than to rip Primus apart limb from limb, beating him to the point he had no choice but to admit his wrongs and die with grievances. But Titus knew well that not only did he have nowhere near the strength he needed to do that, even if he ever reached such a strength level, he couldn't see Primus folding even in the face of death. In addition, he just couldn't. Thinking of his father, Titus' heart ached, the pain no less pronounced than when he held his son's corpse. What made it worse was that he knew his father wouldn't want him to spend his life trying to kill Primus. To Titus, Primus was just a shadowy figure. To Ryu, Primus was just an amorphous existence he had never interacted with. To Saint Tatsuya, however, he was a father and the man he respected most. Even if it was just in memory of his father, Titus couldn't bring himself to do it. Titus looked down at the inheritance in his hand. Not once, even after he had caught it, did he ever have the intention of using it. I will keep it for you, father. Titus gripped his opposing fist hard, the rage in his eyes growing to the point it seemed to solidify. He would find his father in the nether world and give this inheritance to him. The inheritance he should have had all along. Titus put the inheritance away without a second glance, but the fury in his eyes didn't seem to want to go away. He looked in a certain direction, his heart pounding and his veins rushing with black flames. He wouldn't be able to calm down for a long time. He had been far too lenient. All he had wanted was to find a method to enter the true martial world's nether world and grow strong enough to protect himself within it. However, Even when he didn't go out of his way to interfere with these clans and sects, they seemed to want to find trouble with him left and right. Titus had never had the same grand aspirations as his son or his father. Not everyone wanted to sit atop of the world, especially when for much of his life, Titus had thought he was already there. If not for his son, he might have never stepped foot onto this path. Despite his appearance and fierceness, Titus was actually quite soft-hearted. It was why from a very young age, he had taught his son how to treat others with kindness and respect. Ryu was a difficult child to manage because he always had his own ideas about things, but Titus had done his best. A prime example was Ryu's relationship with the young genius of the Deep Eruption sect. Maybe any other father with such power, upon seeing their crippled son so injured after a bout with a subordinate's child, especially since said child could cultivate while Ryu could not, would have retaliated swiftly and harshly. This was simply the way of the martial world. And yet, Titus had never done such a thing, even though Ryu had hated that young man's guts at the time. There was nothing Titus liked to do more than to practice the spear while his wife painted or played the zither by his side. That was the state he felt the most peace in, and also the state he most wanted, a state he could have spent his whole life in if the world had allowed it. It was ironically because of this that his imprint on the heavens he had traveled through hadn't been very great. He had done so many amazing things, and yet so very few knew him. And that was because he had never seen this place as his home. The thought of moving his family here had never crossed his mind even a single time. But it seemed that his stance had made others think he was too soft, that he was someone easy to target and crush. A pillar of black flames seemed to connect the earth and the skies. Right now, all Titus wanted to do was kill. With a stomp, he suddenly vanished. When he had appeared again, he was already in the depths of a snowstorm, ice and snow that had lasted for countless billions of years melting around him in a flash as he left a trail in his wake. He had been too soft. These people will experience the terror of Titus Tatsuya on this day. Ryu's gaze narrowed for a moment as he looked into the skies. He felt something odd in his heart just now, but he couldn't quite describe what it was, or even why he was feeling such a thing in the first place. He seemed to forget entirely about the number of eyes on him right this moment as he continued to look up. To everyone else, it seemed that he was waiting for another round of lightning to fall, so they felt a great amount of apprehension that they too looked up, trying to detect something. But after several moments passed, they realized that there was nothing to see. At this moment, though, the sky god of the Heavenly Dew Pavilion appreciated the distraction. They were quickly communicating, trying to figure out where to go from here. These weren't rules that they could simply flout on a whim just because. They needed an explanation that at least sounded good to the ears. The idea of just allowing Ryu to win was simply impossible. They couldn't allow such a thing, but at the same time, they couldn't show too much bias either. Fate was far more complicated in the true martial world than it was in Sacrum. Things weren't as simple as poorly received actions tanking a sect's faith. There were even some sects that purposely did horrible things. However, there was still a certain amount of decorum they had to keep within reasonable limits. Elder Bardian suddenly received a message and stepped forward. By the time Ryu looked down from the skies, the sky gods had already conversed and came to an adequate enough solution. With how fast sky gods thought, without the limitation of having to open their mouths, it wasn't surprising that they had communicated so quickly. Clearing his throat, Elder Bardian began. This event is truly unprecedented in the history of this gathering. The Alchemy Council of the Heavenly Dew Pavilion has decided that this junior here has nothing left to prove. It would be a waste for him to continue to participate in the alchemy stream as his skills are clearly far and above that of his peers. As such, this disciple of the Radiant Star sect will be given the number 1 rank in the alchemy stream and will not need to participate in the coming rounds. Following this, we will reset the first round and begin concocting once more before moving on to the combat stream. Prepare yourselves. Attendees, please prepare another batch of ingredients for these participants. Elder Bardian moved quickly through his diatribe. He spent most of the time praising Ryu before quickly changing the subject, but there was another obvious problem here. If Ryu was no longer participating in the alchemy stream, didn't that actually place him at a disadvantage even though he would gain the default first place? These alchemists weren't fools. They spent their whole lives just in search of one 100% cure pill. Most of them didn't even dare to hope to form a runed pill, and many more had targets of 80% or 90%, believing that even 100% was impossible. Even if it was a fluke for Ryu to form a runed pill this time around, there was no doubt that his skill was far beyond their expectations. One didn't just, accidentally, form a runed pill, even if this was the first runed pill Ryu had ever formed before. There was no doubt he had countless 90% plus pills under his belt at a minimum. Such a youth couldn't possibly be allowed to participate in this event. Their only hope to crush his Dao heart was in the combat stream. If he was actually allowed to continue concocting pills for himself, even that would become questionable. Unfortunately, the crowd was too in awe of the Heavenly Dew Pavilion actually conceding, even in the face of admitting that their number one genius was inferior. Most wouldn't even care to pay attention to these minor details. Ryu sneered inwardly, but he didn't say anything. He had secured his first place and that was all he cared about. He had never really thought about using his alchemy to shore up his combat strength before. Though, that is an interesting idea, Ryu thought to himself. While he thought about this, the alchemy stream competition quickly came to an end. By the time Ryu looked up again, the crowd was in an uproar. It turned out that Adlail's plan all along was to also participate in the combat stream. It seemed that the Heavenly Dew Pavilion wanted to regain their face through this method. Chapter 1237. In fact 1237. In fact Ryu's robes fluttered in the wind. He stood in a long line of cultivators, his fingers twirling 3 runed pills. Those that were nearby him couldn't help but look over, gulping from time to time. The worth of runed pills were simply impossible to measure. It could be said that Ryu had sold them far too cheaply on the first heaven, but that couldn't be helped given the circumstances. The price you could force others to pay was only as good as the upper limit of your customer base's limits. Seeing such pills up close and personal, many were eyeing Ryu immediately. They had almost forgotten that Ryu had stated that he would most definitely win. Originally, this was probably something he would be targeted for anyway, but before the combat stream even began, others had found a new reason to target him. The Heavenly Dew Pavilion didn't have the face to ask Ryu to sell his pills to them. However, if someone else snatched them, such an ask would be far easier. The fact that there were 3 only made it all the more enticing. They could experience the feeling of eating a pill, even 2, and sell just 1. Only the likes of Adlail and Juno seemed to be the picture of calmness. Even Zavase and Iroh stole glances toward Ryu from time to time. In truth, though, the calmness of the former 2 was likely only due to their innate personalities as opposed to any true state of calmness. Ryu could feel the hairs on the back of his neck standing up. The gazes of so many geniuses seemed to make his body react on its own. This was a subtle change, but it was one that made a secret look flicker in the depths of his pupils. His body was acting much more like a beast's would now than ever before. On the one hand, this was good because it meant that his bloodlines were displaying their prominence and prowess. On the other hand, this was bad because he would normally never react like this. His hair standing up was a fear response that wasn't reflective of the calmness of his mind or the excitement of his heart. How disgusting. It seems that even now you haven't learned your lessons, Ryu shook his head then raised it. Elder Bardian's voice had just barely opened when Ryu popped the first pill into his mouth with a flick of his finger. Begin. His words had just fallen when the first runed pill landed on Ryu's tongue. Those closest to Ryu reacted instantly, shooting toward him with a violent momentum. Seeing him swallow one of the pills immediately, they felt a great deal of heartache, but they still pressed forward. There were still 2 remaining, they still had a chance. One would have thought that in the face of such a talented alchemist, these people would be more focused on building relationships. However, in their minds, a runed pill was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ryu might be talented, but what were the chances he would create another such pill? However, shockingly enough, just when the first wave of cultivators had attacked to kill and snatch, another group took the exact opposite approach. They blocked before Ryu, punching out toward the coming cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. The race had just begun but the starting line was in chaos. The crowd was shocked before they erupted. It was called the combat stream for a reason. Even during a so-called racing event, participants were allowed to obstruct one another in battle. In fact, it was a requirement to pick up certain markers at each checkpoint, so it wasn't rare for participants to attack one another to snatch these checkpoint markers and ruin someone else's race. But this was the very first time that battle had erupted at the starting line. Several of the cultivators who had blocked the first volley of attacks for Ryu looked back with smiles as though to make sure that Ryu had seen them, but to their surprise, Ryu was no longer there. They hadn't even noticed when he had so suddenly vanished. Their eyes couldn't help but widen. How had a Dao pedestal realm expert moved without them noticing? Boom! Suddenly, in the distance, far ahead of everyone else, a violent cyclone of qi formed. This qi was so thick that it wasn't only visible to the naked eye even without the masses having Ryu's ephemeral tapestry, it danced with complex golden runes, runes that could have only appeared due to a rune pill. A soul nourishment pill wasn't a cultivating pill, it was used to quickly replenish stamina and spiritual qi and was mostly used by alchemists, other secondary professions such as blacksmiths and formation masters, as well as mental realm masters. However, when used on Ryu, who had a perfect blackbody soul that had yet to reach its upper limit, matched with the power of a runed pill, it had such an exaggerated effect. Ryu's soul strength seemed to double in the blink of an eye, before it suddenly doubled again, then again. By the time he reached the limit of what his current body would withstand, his spiritual qi was still overflowing with spiritual qi with nothing to latch onto. But rather than this qi suddenly becoming useless, a pair of crystalline wings appeared to Ryu's back. The eyes of the sky gods constricted. A god treasure, there was no doubt. With a single flap, Ryu vanished out of their line of sight. He was so far and away in first place that the echoes of the first clash hadn't even settled down yet when he disappeared from the line of sight of most. Everyone's expression couldn't help but change. The crowd might be relatively more ignorant, but those of them that considered themselves experts felt that in that moment Ryu was simply too fast for the Dao pedestal realm. His speed just now was faster than what most World Sea realm experts could match, and that was before he suddenly vanished into the kernels of space. It had only been a moment, but the winner seemed obvious. No, that couldn't be the case. He still needed to pick a pink rose, retrieve an amber crystal, and excavate a hollow ore. These weren't things that simple speed could help a person with at all. After a moment of being stunned, the other four geniuses rushed forward, coming to the same conclusion, before everyone else rushed after them. They popped their pills into their mouths one after another, rushing forward with even greater speed as their blood began to rush and boil. They felt that they were swiftly catching up, but every time, they found nothing more than the trail of Ryu's appearance. The residual spiritual qi emitting from Ryu seemed to suppress everything, and he could seem to teleport endlessly at the same time. At the end of the day, spiritual qi was still a type of energy. In high enough concentrations, it can move mountains. And when it was filtered through the use of an inheritance like the Magus Sky Gods, it only became more devastating. When Ryu was finally rounding back and slowed to cross the finish line, the crowd finally got a glimpse of him, a true glimpse. A dark gold cone of solidified spiritual qi hovered before him, complex runes dancing across its surface. It moved with a thought, piercing against the wind. Harsh flames danced across one side of it and a violent cold frost crept up the other side. There was no doubt that these were residual energies of the valley and the amber cave. Yet, Ryu had moved so fast that they hadn't even had the time to vanish. Ryu crossed the finish line with an indifferent expression, his hands opening to reveal the 3 checkpoint harvests. Even though his hand directly touched the pink rose, something that should have sent him into a hypnotized state, he was unmoved by it all. With his Magus lock in place, how could any casual attack of the mind affect him? In fact, after swallowing his rune soul nourishment pill, his Magus lock had only gotten several times stronger and more powerful. Ryu found his platform and sat in silence. He couldn't seem to hear the crowd around him, but maybe that was because they were entirely silent as well. Even the crowd hardly seemed to notice as the others caught up, their eyes entirely on the white-haired young man who had just shocked them all. Back-to-back events, 2 first places, no, at this point, it should be 3 first places in a row, as the Heavenly Dew Pavilion had already conceded the alchemy stream. Of all the things that one might have expected this time around, this may very well have been the last. Adlael crossed the finish line like second. He looked up toward Ryu, who sat on his pillar, an unreadable expression in the depths of his eyes. He had just gotten 2 second places in a row, but that seemed to have been entirely overshadowed. The glory of twin first places should have been his. What he didn't know was that Ryu hadn't even known about the existence of this competition to begin with. If not for Adlael's elders, he would probably be tucked somewhere in secluded cultivation, not here. Just as an uproar was about to tear through the crowd, the skies rumbled and then suddenly split. The expressions of Fairy Claire and the other sky gods all changed as they looked up. Even Ryu's eyes snapped open, his gaze looking upward as well. Only the sky gods knew what this meant. Someone was tearing a path open between the 7th and 6th heavens. No, It wasn't someone, it was several someones, a large number of them, in fact. Chapter 1238. Dangerous. 1238. Dangerous. The scene could only be described as Armageddon. The skies shattered as though glass, reality warped and twisted, and at that moment, an enormous dome-like formation that was normally invisible to the eyes appeared. The formation was formed of gears and countless moving parts, an illusion of artistry and beauty that could make one neglect one very obvious part. For all intents and purposes, this beautiful formation dome was a cage to keep those of them on the lower heavens suppressed. However, Ryu was maybe the only one thinking of such a thing at this moment, because everyone else, including the sky gods of the heavenly dew pavilion, felt their hearts leaping into their throats. Descending from the 7th to the 6th heaven was an extraordinarily difficult task. Crossing the complete heavenly path was an entirely different beast than the incomplete heavenly path, and the more powerful you were, the more effort it took to accomplish it. The skies seemed to vanish into a sea of fire that made Ryu's expression flicker. These flames looked familiar. Ryu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Origin flames. Ryu's figure suddenly flickered then vanished. Everyone was trapped in the awe and majesty that almost no one noticed, not even the sky gods. The only person who seemed to realize what was going on was the person who had been paying attention to Ryu from the very beginning, unable to take her eyes off of him even in the face of what looked like a catastrophe. That person was none other than Fairy Claire. However, even for her, other than noticing that Ryu had entered the void, she could sense nothing else. Her eyes were useless in this situation. The world was bending and warping too much. If she tried to focus on seeing through its changes, her eyes would only begin to bleed and she might go blind for a period of time. Even so, she was absolutely shocked. How could a Tao pedestal realm expert enter the void? Was that because of the god treasure? No, there was simply no way. God treasures were extremely powerful and could aid others in doing the impossible, but it wasn't to the point they could allow an immortal to do what only a sky god could do, especially when that sky god would usually have to be at least the transcended realm. She looked around and her eyes continued to snap about, but as expected, after just a few seconds, blood began to pool out like dripping tears. She stumbled back, blinking several times. Fairy Claire. The sky gods around her finally seemed to notice. You can't use your eyes to observe this event, it's too much for you, you must be careful. Ryu had no idea what happened to Fairy Claire after he entered the void, he was entirely focused on moving forward. As such, he didn't realize the difference between his eyes and Fairy Claire's. While observing the world, he could easily see the spatial nodes and tides of time. He didn't even feel the slightest strain. If Fairy Claire's eyes were a soft metal like gold, his own were akin to a refined, unscratchable, unbendable alloy created by the fusion of countless powerful ores. The two could only be compared as heaven and earth. Although Ryu's eyes were still sealed, the underlying strength of his eyes was still there. Eyes were usually known to be as the most vulnerable, or one of the most vulnerable, parts of the body, even for cultivators. But while he hadn't noticed this just yet, Ryu's own eyes were no less sturdy than his flesh and muscle, in fact, it might be even more so. This allowed Ryu to see things others couldn't. In reality, those of the upper heavens had always been aware that the shattering of the space between heavens would lead to the appearance of origin flames. The problem was that they didn't have systematic methods of grasping it outside of unbridled power. Ryu, however, had several advantages. First, he already had a foundation built upon not just one origin flame, but two of them. Secondly, he could see and even predict the appearance of the sparks. And, lastly, he had a strong immunity to the other flames. There was another important point as well. Right this moment, outside of exceptionally powerful sky gods, Ryu was probably the only one who dared to travel through the void right this moment. If even observing the atmosphere could strain the eyes, one could imagine what could happen to the body if you dared to enter it. The void was only as safe as the attacks outside of it. If an attack could warp the void and collapse it, entering it didn't matter, you would die regardless. Since this phenomena had caused reality itself to warp, then it was clear and obvious that it was already at this level. However, Ryu could see through the void and avoid the changes ahead of time. He could see the kernels of space, which ones were still sturdy, which ones were on the verge of collapse, and which ones had already collapsed and were still trying to repair themselves. Like this, Ryu not only vanished from sight, but he carved a quick path toward the skies. He didn't seem to care who was descending anymore. Ryu, however, had several advantages. First, he already had a foundation built upon not just one origin flame, but two of them. Secondly, he could see and even predict the appearance of the sparks. And, lastly, he had a strong immunity to the other flames. There was another important point as well. Right this moment, outside of exceptionally powerful sky gods, Ryu was probably the only one who dared to travel through the void right this moment. If even observing the atmosphere could strain the eyes, one could imagine what could happen to the body if you dared to enter it. The void was only as safe as the attacks outside of it. If an attack could warp the void and collapse it, entering it didn't matter, you would die regardless. Since this phenomena had caused reality itself to warp, then it was clear and obvious that it was already at this level. However, Ryu could see through the void and avoid the changes ahead of time. He could see the kernels of space, which ones were still sturdy, which ones were on the verge of collapse, and which ones had already collapsed and were still trying to repair themselves. Like this, Ryu not only vanished from sight, but he carved a quick path toward the skies. He didn't seem to care who was descending anymore, all he saw was an opportunity to get stronger. He felt more and more that the origin flames had to have something greater to them than just bolstering his memory, but it was impossible to test this out unless he strengthened them. That said, this would be easy. There were only two ways for Ryu to succeed, two methods he had long since thought of. The first was to step out of the void, very dangerous for obvious reasons. The second was to stay within the void and wait for a spark to come to him. But doing that would require him to wait until a spatial node collapsed first. Very, very dangerous, even more so than the first option, because in that case, Ryu would not only be facing the attacks from the outside, but also maybe the most dangerous power in existence, collapsing space. Even so, he took the second option without hesitation. Chapter 1239, Fork in the Road. 1239 Fork in the road. While the second option was more dangerous for most, for Ryu, it was basically the only option he had. In his current state, the only thing protecting him from dying right this moment was the uncollapsed space. If he stepped outside, his current cultivation and strength level wouldn't be able to hold up at all. Even so, Ryu wasn't worried. Strength was created on the edge of danger, and if there was one thing Ryu didn't lack, it was guts. Plus, he didn't feel that he was throwing his life away at all. At that moment, Ryu's aura changed. Twin 8-trigram diagrams appeared in his irises and a dense sense of ancientness began to exude from him. The time chi deep within Ryu began to rumble and roll. At the same time, his chaos chi rumbled. This situation was probably one of the only times Ryu would be able to use his chaotic silk meridians freely. With the volatility of the surroundings, it was almost impossible for anyone to parse apart the different chi in the atmosphere, and even if by some miracle or great strength something sensed his chaos chi, it could easily be ignored as well. If even origin flame sparks could appear, was chaos chi so shocking? Even strands of essence might appear. The very fabric of an extremely powerful heaven was currently cracking and folding, all sorts of powerful phenomena would appear. If anything, Ryu's chaos chi would be far too weak to catch the notice of anyone with power enough to care or sense such a thing. Ryu unleashed everything he had, even popping yet another ruined pill into his mouth. A flood of spiritual chi surged out in all directions, but he used it up as fast as it appeared. The stress that using the time aspect of his spacetime soul nature placed on him was great, but the drain of focus chi was actually not as bad as the drain of spiritual chi. This made sense. It was his soul nature, by definition seeing through time came naturally to him. The only unfortunate part was that his spiritual chi didn't get the memo. However, with the support of ruined pills like this, that worry became almost non-existent. So long as he was within normal realms of time usage, his focus chi shouldn't become a problem. There, Ryu flickered and vanished just as the node collapsed. He reached out toward the origin flame spark. Just as he was about to touch his gaze sharpened with a blinding light. He could sense something else coming with it. However, even so, he still continued to grab forward, bracing him. A spark of black lightning descended, trying to shatter Q's body into ash. Ryu roared, his chaos chi swapping to primordial chaos lightning in an instant. He pointed downward and sent out a streak of it. As though moth to a flame, the streaking black lightning changed course, rushing downward to catch up to the primordial chaos lightning as Ryu palm clamped down, snatching the origin flame spark. A surge of power entered Ryu's body, and his origin flame, which were fairly dormant most of the time, suddenly rushed forward and swallowed up the spark. With just that one action, Ryu felt the shackles on his origin flame loosen considerably. It rose from the fragmented grade to the false grade instantly. Ryu's gaze lit up. Just a single spark was able to do this, what about if he gathered more? His gaze became like lighting as he continued to look around. He didn't have time to focus on what changes might have occurred, he could always do that later. He didn't know how much longer this phenomena would last, so he had to take advantage. A half-second later, Ryu moved again and snatched another spark, then another. His origin flame rose from the false grade to the true grade, then entered the perfect grade. When he grabbed his fourth spark, it didn't break through in grade, but he could sense that it had become substantially stronger. It wasn't until he had snatched a fifth one that it raised its level once again and entered the transcended grade. Ryu continued to move as fast as he could, but the returns were quickly diminishing. Even after gathering 3 more, he still hadn't entered the omniscient grade and he could already sense the phenomena beginning to wane and reality beginning to mend itself. In addition, if Ryu wanted to avoid problems, escaping now would probably be his best chance. If he waited until later, all sorts of variables might crop up. Who knew what the Heavenly Dew Pavilion would do if he actually ended up winning the event? Of course, there was his Tao heart to worry about, but Ryu could already guess that the likelihood of this event continuing was next to zero after these changes. In that case, staying here would be like putting a target on his back for next to no reason. There, Ryu flickered and vanished again, the silvery wings on his back flapping once and taking him forward with a great deal of speed. He found himself standing at a fork in the road. If he took the path toward the origin flame spark, this final spark should be enough to enter the omniscient grade. That would be a huge, qualitative change. However, if he took the other path, he could sense a huge stream of northern heavenly wind. At the moment, just like his origin flame, his northern heavenly wind and southern heavenly wind were both at the fragmented grade. They were still very useful toward his speed and his recovery, but they were becoming less useful. It was difficult for them to have much effect with the suppression of the higher heavens being so much greater. A fragmented grade natural treasure was exceptionally useful on the third heaven, but by the time you crossed into the fourth, it would already be lagging behind. Ryu narrowed his eyes. It was clear that the heavenly wind was in a far larger quantity, which was also why this was the first time Ryu had laid eyes on one during this entire process. He flickered and vanished, heading toward the northern heavenly wind without hesitation. While he didn't know what changes would occur to the origin flame, he knew exactly what a northern heavenly wind could do for him. Chapter 1240. Impossible 1240 Impossible. Ryu rushed forward with great speed, his figure flickering several times as he surged in the direction of the northern heavenly wind. He made it to its side extraordinarily quickly, but he could already sense that the spark of origin flame from earlier had vanished. Even so, he was unmoved. He had already calculated that something like this would happen. He entered the stream of northern heavenly wind, inhaling with all of his might. Harsh winds whipped against his skin and cut into it. If it had been any other Tao pedestal realm expert in this situation, they would have been shredded to pieces in an instant. The northern heavenly wind was the embodiment of wind, and though it was the second most gentle after southern heavenly wind, it was also still a force of nature. Casually entering a stream of it was bound to lead to death and destruction. Only by fusing with a curated embryo or a restrained mature version of it could one fuse with it normally. If it was so easy to fuse with such natural treasures, doing so would have never been the test of gaining a sky god's acknowledgement back in Sacrum. Ryu quickly realized that this huge stream of northern heavenly wind wasn't the true source of the wind, but he had no ability to make it to this source. It seemed to exist outside the bounds of reality, or more accurately, the bound of this plane. This made sense when he thought about it. Only small sparks of origin flames were making it through, so why would it be greatly different for the northern heavenly wind? Even so, unlike the origin flame, the residual northern heavenly wind didn't separate and it came out in a strong and steady stream. The moment Ryu opened his mouth, his tongue, gums and throat were lacerated to pieces, but he continued to inhale. Time was of the essence. He didn't have time to slowly check the waters and dip his toes in. He had to absorb as much as he could, as quickly as he could. Almost instantly, his northern heavenly wind entered the false grade, then the true grade. The upgrade speed was so fast that Ryu almost felt overwhelmed. As his wind improved, the lacerations he suffered began to plummet and he began to inhale even more strongly. He followed down the path against the flow, pushing himself toward the stronger and stronger streams. He was so focused on this that he didn't realize that while the rest of his body was practically being torn to pieces, he had never had to squint his eyes even once. The most vulnerable part of his body had somehow become the strongest without him even noticing. Perfect grade, transcended grade. Ryu felt a rush of euphoria as he reached the omniscient grade. His body felt so light and the suppression of the world around him seemed to vanish entirely. He felt that if he wanted to soar through the skies, he wouldn't even have to bring out his greatsword staffs to do so. With just a thought, the wind could lift him into the air. But almost the instant he stepped into this level, progress slowed to a crawl. Ryu watched somewhat helplessly as the stream of northern heavenly wind began to slow. Reality began to quickly repair itself and the stream slowed. A flicker of determination flashed through Ryu's eyes as he stomped hard, surging forward. His eyes rotated with twin 8-trigram diagrams as he held out his hands. Then, he did something maddening. Break! Ryu roared, smashing down against the weakest spatial node he could find. Instantly, it cracked and shattered, causing the slowing stream of northern heavenly wind to suddenly erupt once again. Bang! Ryu was blasted backward, retreating with even more speed than he had come with. All of the skin of the front of his body was torn to shred and his bones fractured once after another. He would have lost consciousness in that moment if it wasn't for the stream of spiritual chi from his runed pill keeping him awake. Ryu clenched his teeth that had entirely lost the protection of his lips. He opened his mouth and allowed the raging stream to enter him, shredding his throat and inner organs to pieces. Just as quickly as the stream formed, it seemed to vanish. But just in that final moment, Ryu managed to push through. A resonating light of golden green exuded from him as his northern heavenly wind to that final step, entering the order grade, or as some people would refer to it as the Lord grade. Ryu's eyes opened wide as though he was wide awake. He rushed out from the spatial node, taking deep breaths as he finally turned off the unbalanced mantra and the quivering spectral wings. Despite everything he had gone through, it was actually the unbalanced mantra that had placed the greatest strain on him. Ryu caused a drop of embryonic chi to surge through him and his injuries began to quickly heal. In the blink of an eye, his skin had reappeared and he waved a hand to don a new pair of robes. He looked back toward where the Heavenly Dew Pavilion had been. In his attempts, he was already quite a long distance away. The distance he had traveled through the void, it would take a sky god several hours to cross outside of it. He couldn't even see the beginning of the Heavenly Dew Pavilion's crowded regions even with his keen vision. Ryu took an inhale before turning his back toward the Heavenly Dew Pavilion. He guessed that that was enough of a debut for now. But he wanted to know who had descended from the seventh heaven and what they were here for. If he was correct about who these people were, then his life would become far more difficult very, very soon. Ryu's lip curled into a sneer as he flickered and vanished, his velocity even without stepping into the void reaching seemingly impossible levels. Chapter 1241. Time Bomb 1241 Time Bomb. It originally took Ryu a month to make it to the Heavenly Dew Pavilion's outer territory. This time, however, it didn't even take him a week. Had he used the quivering spectral wings, he might have been able to complete the journey in just 3 to 4 days. The amount of speed he had access to right this moment was simply ridiculous. He practically glided through the air, not facing the slightest wind resistance. This should be enough time for news to have spread and for others to have a general understanding of what's going on here. Ryu had realized that the little woman had been silent for a very long time, but he also wasn't the type to randomly start a conversation with someone he knew so little about, so he hadn't cared enough to pay great attention to it at all. He walked into the city slowly, and as expected, there was an odd air to it. He wasn't very worried about exposing himself. Whatever fame he would have gotten for participating in that event was likely overshadowed by these events. On top of that, less than a week wasn't enough time for such news to spread anyway. In addition, if the Heavenly Dew Pavilion was looking for him, they wouldn't be looking here. First they would check the closest teleportation platforms, and when they realized he hadn't used any of them, they would change their target to the vicinity where he should have been. There was no way they would believe that a Dao pedestal realm expert like Ryu could travel in a week what, realistically, should have taken him months to travel. Even if they used the speed they observed during the event to measure him, they would still be several weeks short of his actual speed. Ryu found a restaurant and entered it. He didn't plan on using an information network. For one, the price on such information was definitely ridiculous. Maybe only transcended and omniscient sky gods would be able to afford the price. Secondly, he may very well be the one they were looking for, so how could he be so casual about leaving a trail for others to follow? As long as he was patient, he bet that he could find the information he needed. It took a while, and Ryu devouring quite a bit of food, but he finally began to hear some faint inklings. He had to change his strategy from passively listening to using his newly strengthened northern heavenly wind to carry hidden words to his ears. It was a subtle art, but when he got the hang of it, he was able to listen in uneven sky gods. The situation right now is quite bad. What do you mean? It can't be that they plan to wipe out the whole sixth heaven, right? Let alone the sixth heaven, those people wouldn't care even if they massacred all the heavens beneath the seventh. A silence fell. Just what happened? Not many people even know. They just showed up a few days ago and started terrorizing. It was as though their first goal before anything was to establish dominance, as though they thought we had forgotten just how powerful they were. It was only earlier today that they made their first demands. They're making every 4-star sect and clan and above send out all of their geniuses beneath 100 years of age. Those that don't comply will be wiped out. They're actually so bold. Even if they're powerful, how many of them could there be? And just how arduous is it to descend from the seventh heaven? If they infuriate everyone, won't they just die here? Watch what you're saying. We're not at a level where we can hide our words from supreme experts. If you want to die, take yourself. This isn't the time for that. This is being blown way out of proportion. Isn't the city running just fine? And how many did they send? 12 people, 24. I don't believe that the gap is large enough that such a small number of people should be able to dictate how we run things. Yeah, and what if there's a Dao Lord among them? The silence immediately became deafening. Although Ryu couldn't see the person on the opposing side, but he could tell that he was probably sweating buckets by now. As for his companion, he decided not to rub it in. Clearly his reaction had probably been similar when he found out. Do you have any idea why they're doing this? I'm not 100% certain, but I've listened. There's something wrong with that formation. It's being overloaded and no one seems to know why. Formation. The Tao. The voice trailed off. Clearly he was worried about speaking about this as well. The Tao restriction formation was an open secret no one seemed to want to talk about, mostly because the implications were far too humiliating. How could it be overloaded? The only way for that to happen is if someone must have broken the restrictions. But that's impossible. Should a tribulation descend during an attempt, even if they somehow succeeded, wouldn't they have a brand on their foreheads? I listened that someone broke the hegemonic Tao limit, but for whatever reason that +1 disappeared. I assume that one of the sixth-dimensional clans or sects dealt with him. But not long after it vanished, an ancient Tao appeared, and not even a few years after that, another ancient Tao appeared right after that. Listening to this, Ryu frowned. Shouldn't individuals be aware that he had formed an ancient Tao? Why did they sound like they had no idea? Was this a secret kept by the sixth heaven? But it was the geniuses of the fourth and fifth heaven that had seen him, unless... Ryu's pupils constricted. Starlight. Starlight had an odd ability to vanish from the minds of others, but what happened when others interacted with him? How arduous would it be for those who constantly kept forgetting Starlight to also remember the individuals he had interacted with? If Starlight was a blank, wouldn't Ryu's battle with him also transform blank? But that left one problem. Starlight should have returned to the seventh heaven, no. Then shouldn't those of his sect be aware of him? Wait, why had he made the assumption that Starlight had been able to return to the seventh heaven? He had presumed that because he could remember Starlight easily that the latter's abilities weren't useful on him. But what if they were to a small extent and Starlight had simply exited to the fourth heaven just like everyone else? Didn't that mean that he had transformed a ticking time bomb? Chapter 1242. Subtle feeling 1242. Subtle feeling. If Starlight didn't return to the seventh heaven, that meant that his goal was the complete heavenly path, but that was beside the point. The more troublesome aspect was the fact that Ryu didn't know what he was doing, and after feeling the sense of loss that came with your mind being messed with, Ryu wasn't confident in himself any longer to make deductions about this Starlight. He felt like he was lacking something. Suddenly Ryu's pupils constricted. The convergence, how could I forget about it? Ryu's heartbeat jumped. It took a long while before they came down. Since he had come to the fourth heaven, he hadn't thought about the convergence even a single time. It seemed to make sense that he was so focused on the favor alchemy sky god's inheritance. After all, that had always been his first goal, but why had he chosen to focus so much on it to begin with? If he took a step back and observed it, did it really make much sense? Those 2 pills were 2 that he couldn't even use effectively right this moment. While he could still technically take them, it would be far too much of a waste, especially when Ryu felt that he still had far more room to improve. In addition, right this moment, according to the rules of the convergence, the greatest opportunities should probably be on 4th heaven right now. The timing would be such that a perfect momentum would build up until it reached the 6th heaven and the complete heavenly path was prepared to open. From the timing, it should be somewhere between 5 to 10 years left. It had already been almost 2 years, which meant that all the opportunities of the 4th heaven might very likely be gone by now. He had spent a year of that time in a coma, that much couldn't be helped. But he had wasted 6 months of that strengthening his Tao heart using those chains, and then months after that traveling covertly and rolling around in bed with Mei. It wasn't just Ryu either. Many of the geniuses of the 4th and 5th heaven would have begun concentrating their time in the 6th heaven as well. They would all naturally believe that the best opportunities waiting for them had to be on the strongest of the heavens, having no idea that there was likely someone behind them sweeping them all up for himself. By now, most of the opportunities on the 4th heaven were probably already monopolized by Starlight. As shocking as this was, Ryu still wouldn't have reacted like this if this was all. If the timeframe was meant to be 5 years, that was fine. If you added the under 2 years he had wasted, that was only over 6 years. If that 6 years was split over 3 heavens, everything slid into place well. However, thinking back to the tag team event, their participants, at least the ones with the greatest chance to win, were all half-step World C realm. Those that would enter the complete heavenly path and have the best chance of ranking the highest would be at the half-step Sky God realm. If this was the metric of measurement, it would take even the greatest geniuses of the 6th heaven 10 or so years to cross this divide. For the majority, it would take upwards of double that time. What did that mean? It meant that if things were meant to be in line with Ryu's generation, then the convergence should be on a much slower timeline, but why did it feel like things were speeding up? No, more accurately, why did Ryu have such an impression? What reasoning did he have for it? There shouldn't be any references for him to prove this. Ryu's eyes suddenly widened and he almost stood to his feet. He had it, he knew where this feeling was coming from. Back in Sacrum, his third intuition had activated, but it was exceptionally vague. All it told him was to not break through just yet, and Ryu had concluded correctly that this was due to his chaotic silk meridians. Since then, there was a vague lingering feeling of what he should do and shouldn't do, a faint feeling that vanished entirely after his eyes were sealed. Back then, Ryu had truly gone overboard. In order to reach further into the future and extract more power from his future self, he had absorbed far more black-veined spirit-seeking lilies than he should have. The result was him losing access to all of his heavenly pupil abilities, and he was even blind for a period of time. But now, that unclear feeling had come back. It was extremely subtle, far more subtle than it had been in the past, but the fact that Ryu could sense it at all when his eyes should be sealed should be a sign that his eyes had become significantly more powerful than they had once been. That wasn't what was important currently, though. What was important was that he could feel a faint sort of concern related to the coming conclusion of his opportunity. Ryu didn't need to think to know what it was the inheritance of the chaotic space sky god. It was clear and obvious that his intuition was referring to it when it spoke about his opportunity. Even so, he had no intention of accepting that Tao Sovereign's inheritance. It was all meaningless to him except for one matter, the timing of the convergence. Due to this faint feeling, Ryu had a ticking time bomb within him, and he could clearly feel it speeding up. This could only mean one thing. The actions of Starlight, likely under the schemes of the higher heavens, was speeding up the pace of the convergence, so much so that what should have been a several decades-long time frame had shortened to maybe half of a single decade. A coldness flickered within Ryu's eyes. Chapter 1243, Spatial Nodes 1243 Spatial Nodes. This obviously wasn't the only problem either. Just now, they had said that they would be gathering up all of the geniuses. If they gathered up all the geniuses of the various sects and held them under the name of investigation, how would these geniuses be able to participate in the convergence? If Ryu was correct, this group of higher heaven individuals probably descended with even more geniuses that would only continue to speed up the process. In maybe a handful of years, the complete heavenly path might be forced to be opened far ahead of schedule. On the surface, this wasn't a problem, but Ryu was too far behind. The faster the convergence was, the faster it would outpace him. The faster it outpaced him, the less benefits he would be able to gain from it. The less benefits he gained, the more unlikely it would be that he would one day reach a point where he could stand atop the cultivation world. This alone was the greatest failure to Ryu, but even aside from that, he had too many enemies. If he didn't continue improving with great speed, then his only option might really just be death. There was only another matter that Ryu hadn't considered. Why had Starlight chosen to tempt fate and enter the Radiant Star sect back then? If Aika had caught a whiff of him, no matter how talented he was, his only path would have likely been death. In fact, even if he was at Aika's cultivation level, given Aika's talent, would he still be able to escape death? Ryu slowly stood. He wasn't the type of person to sit idly by when action was required. Even now, though he wasn't entirely certain of exactly how to counter this, he knew he wouldn't find the solution just by sitting here. He had to do something. Ryu left the restaurant and moved toward the teleportation platforms. The first thing he had to do was return to the Radiant Star sect to see what Aika would have to say about this. It was said that her enemies came from the 7th heaven as well, so how would she deal with this? Halt, identify yourself. While he might have seemed lost in his thoughts, Ryu was paying keen attention to his surroundings, even using the wind to pick up on conversations in case there were any other tidbits that he might have missed. So, he had sensed this coming from a mile away, quite literally. Ryu was quite conspicuous. He was probably the youngest person in the city right now, and that was because everyone else had probably already been shipped off to those 7th heaven experts. No one would think that a person would so flagrantly ignore the rules of those experts, so when others saw that Ryu was a Dao pedestal realm expert, they simply assumed that he wasn't from any great powers. After all, the law that had been sent down targeted all of the powerful clans and sects. However, as Ryu attempted to pay for teleportation down to lower heavens, he had to extend forward god crystals. How could a normal Dao pedestal realm expert have such wealth? It was absolutely ridiculous. Ryu stood on the platform, but with the sudden roar, the various attendees didn't dare to activate it at all. Ryu looked up and saw a sky god rushing from the distance, but he simply tapped his foot. A surge of spatial chi rose like a tide. In the past, Ryu could have passed through the heavens on his own, but that was the 1st to 3rd heavens and in exchange for a great amount of stamina. While he could set up his own formation to travel through the 4th through 6th, the effort and time he would waste would be far too much. He didn't need to fuel this teleportation, though. All he needed to do was to use a faint bit of spatial chi to connect the nodes. As for the rest, whoosh, stop the formation. The attendees panicked, but it was already too late. Ryu was enveloped by a blinding light, and by the time the sky god landed, Ryu had vanished completely. The sky god was furious as he lashed out against the attendees, but he didn't seem to understand in time that it wasn't their fault at all. Find out who this person is. Now, on the 4th heaven, a ripple of spatial chi took form and the attendees were somewhat caught off guard. Usually there would be some communication from the other side first, but this hadn't happened this time. This would only happen if there was a crisis activation or if the teleportation platform on the other side was co-opted. All of the powerhouses of the 4th heaven central city were alerted one after another, but when the ripples ended, there was actually no one there at all. A long distance again, Ryu appeared in the middle of nowhere. He had only used the teleportation platform for a small moment. Once he sensed the 4th heaven, he had stepped out. Since he had been stopped on the 6th heaven, he had no reason to believe that it wouldn't happen on the 4th heaven as well. This would be incredibly dangerous for most others to do, but with Ryu's eyes and his soul nature, he was in a unique situation. Not only could he do it, his steps were incredibly accurate. He had appeared just a few kilometers from the Radiant Star sect, in a secluded region, with great ease. However, what Ryu saw when his vision cleared caused his pupils to constrict. The location the Radiant Star sect should have been in was an empty wasteland. There wasn't a single soul and there wasn't even the slightest hint of rubble. What happened? Large disturbances of chi continued to echo through the skies. Although it wasn't as bad as when the 6th heaven seemed to almost collapse, the streaks and tears were very clear to Ryu's eyes. Ryu's gaze couldn't help but narrow. Chapter 1244, Untouchable 1244 Untouchable. Ryu fell into silence for a long while. If the Radiant Star sect had been destroyed, they had done enough for him that he would most definitely avenge them. He wouldn't allow this slight to go unavenged. However, he didn't immediately feel rage as he usually would, and that was because while there was a volatile chi in the air consistent with what one might see from a battle of powerful experts, it wasn't quite that just yet. This isn't instability from a battle, This should be ascension. Ryu didn't recognize it immediately because he hadn't been present after the first few ascensions of the Radiant Star sect. This made sense, after all he was in the sect while they rose to a higher heaven, so he wouldn't have been left behind to see what the aftermath would look like. But given the larger-than-normal traces of spatial chi in the surroundings, Ryu felt that he was correct. The Radiant Star sect hadn't been destroyed, they had likely risen to the 5th heaven. If they had risen to the 6th heaven, Ryu, who had just been there, would have sensed it. The uproar of a sect rising wasn't small in the slightest. Ryu also felt that this made the most sense as well. The Radiant Star sect had spent so long in slumber on the 1st heaven and only moved after Aika had broken through by gaining inspiration from Ryu's own breakthrough. Wouldn't it be too preposterous if Aika had so boldly led them upward, no longer hiding their origins, only to die to a small group of 7th heaven existences? That made little sense on its face. While Aika was a bit reckless, it wasn't to the point that she would put everyone in danger just due to her own selfishness. Although it seemed that way with the weaker disciples of the Radiant Star sect, in reality, the opportunity those few of poor talent were gaining right now was the greatest of their lifetimes. This is a bit troublesome now, though. Ryu didn't know why they had rushed to rise to the 5th heaven, but it might very well be related to the appearance of the 7th heaven experts. Aika had implied back then that there were other strongholds of the Radiant Star sect scattered in bits and pieces. Since they hadn't gathered at the 3rd heaven, it was more likely that these individuals were dispersed throughout the 4th to 6th heaven. In that case, with the coming changes, Aika might have felt that it was better to gather with them sooner as opposed to later. That, though, left Ryu in a bit of a bind. He had just left the only teleportation platform that could help him travel between the heavens with ease, and he obviously couldn't go back now. They were on high alert, and even if they weren't, while he was relatively unknown on the 6th heaven, he had stirred trouble on the 4th heaven multiple times, and his greatest concentration of enemies was probably on the 5th heaven. Even so, Ryu knew that he had to go to the 5th heaven now. Trouble was that he would need to gather the materials he needed to build the formation on his own, and without being able to use the large cities, that would be a tall mountain to climb. Ryu turned and left the area. He doubted there would be anyone paying attention to the region since the Radiant Star sect had already left and no one had any idea that he had returned to the 4th heaven, but it was better to be cautious. The Radiant Star sect had originally landed in the middle of the Resonant Bow sect and the Infinity Blade sect. 1. Didn't need to be a genius to know that they very much hated Ryu, so caution was the name of the game currently. This is also an opportunity, Ryu thought with narrowed eyes. He wanted to see if starlight had truly cleansed the 4th heaven of all opportunities. Ryu's figure flickered and vanished, his speed even faster than it had been on the 6th heaven. In fact, right this moment, Ryu felt that even if he didn't enter the void, he could almost match a fragmented sky god in speed. Although this was still just, almost, and probably only comparable to the weakest of fragmented sky gods on the 1st heaven, for a Dao pedestal realm expert to have such speed was absolutely ridiculous. However, as Ryu moved, he thought of a problem. It was a bit challenging to fuse the benefits of his spacetime soul nature and his northern heavenly wind. Unless, tattoos on Ryu's back seemed to appear for a moment. Suddenly, on his next step, he blasted forward. His figure became half illusory, his movement finally crossing a barrier it shouldn't have. Ryu had never seen a fragmented sky god of the 1st heaven go all out, but he suddenly felt extremely confident that right this moment, at least on the 4th heaven, he was far faster than them. But that also implied that if he descended to the 1st heaven, he could leave them in his dust. Just now Ryu had activated a bit of the quivering spectral wings. They were a treasure of wind and space to begin with, and they knew more about fusing the two seemingly incompatible elements than Ryu could possibly know. It felt contradictory. If you were traveling through space, there was no wind to worry about. But if you were using the wind-resistant capabilities of the northern heavenly wind, then you would obviously lose this benefit if you used space. However, in that moment, Ryu grasped two concepts. The first was of mass. The second was shrinking, and if he put the two of them together, Ryu's speed suddenly shot up once again. Despite how fast he was moving, his hair moved as though he was only experiencing a mild breeze, his robes hardly fluttering at all. At this moment, he felt entirely untouchable. Chapter 1245, Traces 1245 Traces mass and shrinking. Mass was just a function of one's impact on the space around them, and by extension, gravity. Mass was constant while weight fluctuated depending on the g-forces acting on a body. How much a mass-warped space decided its gravity. Speed impacted mass as well. As speed approached that of light, mass approached infinity. The faster one wanted to go, the more pressures weighed one down. This was why it usually required breaking laws of reality, or rather having the strength to, that allowed one to break these kind of rules and exhibit strength and speed beyond reason. However, there were other methods as well. What Ryu had realized, however, was that he could control space such that his mass had a smaller and smaller effect on it. At the same time, his northern heavenly wind also had the capability of making him lighter and lighter. By stacking these effects, he could limit the heaviness of his body and his higher and higher speeds. Then there was shrinking. When Ryu usually used his spacetime soul nature, what he was doing was shrinking the earth beneath his feet. This was done by taking two spatial nodes and bringing them closer together. This was a weaker form of teleportation, as compared to entering and crossing the void, but it was still exceptionally powerful. However, when this earth shrinking was done, all of the space in between would increase in density. This likewise increased drag and slowed Ryu considerably. In addition, such an action was essentially stretching his body out, increasing his surface area. Not only did this increase drag even further, but it also increased the acting forces on his body. While his mass was the same, because he covered a larger area, he was far more fragile. For example, a piece of paper could survive a gust of wind. But what if that same piece of paper was stretched, its mass and material remaining the same, until it was 10 times larger? 100 times, 1,000 times, before you even reached that point, a small gust of wind which couldn't even harm a fly would shred it to pieces. After Ryu comprehended these two concepts, utilizing his spacetime soul nature and his northern heavenly wind to counter them instead of just passively accepting them caused his speed to increase by leaps and bounds. Even as he ran, he only seemed to continue accelerating despite the fact his effort hadn't increased. Ryu's comprehension was simply on another level. Just with a slight quiver of the quivering spectral wings, he had learned enough to practically be untouchable beneath the sky god realm and sixth heaven in speed. As for where Ryu was going with this speed, though, even he wasn't 100% certain. The first thing he had to do without a doubt was to target the largest city he could without being exposed. He had some tiny understanding of the layout of the fourth heaven, so he used it to his advantage, quickly making it out of the two sects' territory. Ryu was cautious as he entered the wilderness. This was the fourth heaven, not the first heaven. There would be god beasts in this place and it would be a shame if he got himself killed strolling into the wrong one's territory. He wasn't sure how effective the friend of beasts aspect of his bone structure was currently, but he preferred to not learn the hard way. Soon, Ryu made it to a perfect city. It took him not even a day. This city, although he didn't know the name, was massive enough to have the information and resources he might need, but tiny enough that it wouldn't be on anyone's radar. Ryu slipped inside after paying the entrance fee. He didn't immediately go to the stores to exchange for the materials he would need. He would only do that at the end when he was certain that it would be his last task here. Him doing such a thing would be bound to attract attention. This time, Ryu had shrouded his cultivation level in his face, but given the climate, this likely wouldn't be enough, so he didn't rely too heavily on it. Ryu went to a few places and found maps that were more and more detailed. He didn't plan on heading to the fifth heaven immediately. Before that, he wanted to comprehend the fourth heaven in its entirety. Ryu seemed to have a lot of skills, so it was exceptionally easy to forget. But his greatest skill, between even the both of his lives, wasn't his comprehension skills, nor his determination, or even his various talents and dows. His greatest skill, if he had to name one, was as a ruin master. If there was anyone who could find the opportunities resting in this fourth heaven, it was him, and the best part was that he knew exactly what to look for. He adjusted his requirements based on the current combat strength of the geniuses that should be at this level currently. Then he lined them up with what he slowly cobbled together. In the end, he even chose to leave the metropolis he was in without buying what he needed and go to another, then another. The ideas rolling around in his head continued to increase. Time passed and Ryu didn't even seem to notice that an entire 30 days had passed without him doing anything. But then, his gaze suddenly shone with an exceptionally dazzling light. Quote, Yes, an immortal Sakura. The words drifted into his ears. This conversation was happening over 100 kilometers away, but Ryu's ability with his northern heavenly wind by this point had increased to the point that even this was nothing more than a joke. The instant he heard immortal Sakura, his gaze became like a blinding torch in the night. He had heard about Eska and Eismine on the first heaven, but it seemed that he had finally found their traces once again. Chapter 1246. News 1246 News Ryu listened in for a small while before he frowned lightly. Eismine was in a very unique position, actually. As a martial god, her growth in the true martial world should be quite explosive. Even if she was born with the usual restrictions of sacrum, so long as she was diligent in finding methods of breaking free of those constraints, her power would easily skyrocket. From Ryu's understanding, Eismine's line of martial gods was just considered a branch family of the martial gods. But the branch family of a ninth heaven bloodline was without a doubt exceptionally powerful. Just to put things into perspective, the dual radiance bloodline was at the pinnacle of the eighth heaven. Even after being cut in half, they were still the powerhouses of the seventh heaven. When things were framed like this, and one remembered how powerful Starlight was despite only having half of that bloodline, then one could also come to understand just the level of capacity Eismine had in her body. On top of that, while becoming a sky god in sacrum made you quite weak in the overall scheme, the perspective Eska had wasn't something that Eismine and even many of the true martial world could compare to. This might sound ridiculous, but think for a moment the kind of steps Eska would have to take to reach her current level. In the true martial world, one began to hone their Tao from the time they started cultivating. It was considered to be one of the 6 pillars of cultivation. However, in sacrum, one didn't even think about Taos until well into the World Sea realm. And then, one had to build an entire Tao from the ground up to form one's godhood. The difficulty of working backward to form your Tao as opposed to building it up with every step from the very beginning was extraordinary. There was even an argument to be made that stepping into the sky god realm as a resident of sacrum was far more difficult than it was to do here. There was another matter as well. In sacrum, how many billions of years of diligent, slow and grueling cultivation did it take to move to the top of the world? However, in the true martial world, how much faster was cultivation? Simply put, how could the Tao heart of a sky god who had spent their entire lives in the true martial world even begin to compare to Eska's Tao heart? Maybe only those monsters that had transcended the omniscient sky god realm and became Tao lords, Tao sovereigns and Tao gods could possibly begin to compare. It was because of this that Ryu had never truly been worried about Eska and Eismine. He felt that they would likely thrive. The combination of the two of them should be quite exceptional. But just the vague inkling of this conversation left him a bit displeased. The real situation might be far worse. According to the news, an immature immortal Sakura had appeared on the 6th heaven. Due to some changes in the environment, changes that Ryu speculated might be related to all the volatile changes caused by the shattering of reality, it broke free of its shackles and stepped into a completely new tier. Immortal Sakuras were exceptionally rare, even in the true martial world. Between sacrum and the true martial world, there wasn't really a difference in rarity, the difference was in the power of said items. The fact that Ryu's northern heavenly wind, for example, was still such a great treasure painted that when the tree appeared, so too did Eismine and Eska. It seemed that the two were still focusing their growth around it. It made sense for Eska, who had built her entire Tao with it as a foundation. Logically, Eska might be able to maintain her godhood and simply retool its basis so long as she found powerful enough references. It would be extremely difficult, but not impossible. At the same time, Eismine was a combat expert. Having such defensive abilities would only help her. In addition, she was probably being guided by Eska as well, so since they had to share the same body, they would likely negotiate on how to improve. There was a great battle and Eismine and Eska managed to claim the immortal Sakura seedling for themselves, but they ended up heavily injured. According to the story, the two had indeed already stepped into the sky god realm. In fact, they were perfect sky gods. This was a bit surprising to Ryu, but not impossible to accept. What he was more concerned about were their heavy injuries. Judging by the discussions, Eismine and Eska weren't all that well known. Their appearance had surprised many. If not for the immortal Sakura being too important to them, they wouldn't have appeared at all. This made Ryu question some things. Eska might be able to remain inconspicuous if it was necessary, but Eismine was too fiery-tempered and personality wouldn't allow such a thing. So why would they remain low profile if they didn't have to? In addition, was it really so difficult for them to remain low profile? After all, they could freely change between two entirely different personalities. If one got in trouble, they could become a completely different person and easily fool the eyes of even a sky god. That was because it wasn't technically a disguise at all, they had truly become entirely different people because they were two people sharing the same body. So the real question was, why was it that the two had been in hiding for so long? And even beyond that, why did they remain on the sixth heaven instead of going forward to the seventh and beyond like his father had? They should have had plenty of opportunities to do so. Just as Ryu was thinking about this, he gained his answer as the remainder of the conversation drifted to his ears. His gaze couldn't help but narrow.